He was nothing but a corporate slave at the bottom of society, yet through betrayal and death, he was given a second chance at life. When he opened his eyes, he had become the sole heir to a billionaire fortune. In the master bedroom of a villa among the clouds, Lin Ye suddenly bolted upright from the silk bedding, his blood-red pupils still churning with hatred from his previous life. Gasping violently, he gripped the sheets so tightly his knuckles turned white, as if he had just clawed his way out of death's abyss. 3 seconds ago, he had still been in the moldy corridor of a rental apartment, watching with his own eyes as a zombie's rotting fingers tore open his abdomen, while Wang Qian's piercing laughter echoed in his ears, and Lu Chang's mocking face embraced his girlfriend ex-girlfriend humiliating him in public. You scrawny piece of trash, what makes you think you can protect her? Look at yourself, what do you have to compete with me? If you hadn't gone out, I wouldn't have had this lucky opportunity, huh? Wang Qian shyly buried herself in Lu Chang's arms, her fingers lightly patting his chest as she playfully scolded him in a sweet voice. In that moment, Lin Ye's heart turned to ash. He hated his own incompetence, hated being such a simp, hated pouring everything he had into a woman who was never his. When zombies roamed the earth, he had risked his life to gather supplies for her, only to be repaid with the deepest betrayal and humiliation. Bastards! Lin Ye roared through gritted teeth, slamming his right fist into the nightstand with a heavy thud. Young Master Lin, you're hurting me. A seductive cry of pain pulled him back to reality. Lin Ye turned his head to see a lotus-white arm slip from beneath the snow-white bedding, rose-gold hair cascading down, and a face with exquisite makeup still bearing tear stains, her collarbone covered in intimate red marks. Last night's passion was evident. And this woman was actually Lin Xueqing, a top-tier actress he had only seen on Survivor posters in his previous life. That poster had once served as faith for countless survivors, and now the real person lay before him. We did it 7 times last night, and I'm still sore down there, I really can't take anymore. She bit her lip pitifully, her shoulders bearing intimate bruises. Lin Ye, who had been single for 23 years, felt his nose grow hot, and hastily threw on a silk robe before rushing into the bathroom. The reflection in the mirror was both strange and familiar, sharp brows and bright eyes, a muscular build, a wolf head tattoo on his right shoulder, radiating the aura of a top-tier rich second generation. He finally understood this wasn't a dream. Memories flooded back like a torrent. The original owner shared his name, but lived a completely different life. One an ordinary farmer's son, the other the sole heir to billions. His parents had died early, and his father had left him a massive inheritance and a villa worth tens of millions. More importantly, the zombie apocalypse hadn't begun, yet had plenty of time to prepare. Lin Ye recalled his previous life when the apocalyptic rain came without warning, turning 70% of humanity into zombies and causing the world to collapse overnight. If he hadn't been holed up at home, he would have become zombie food long ago. Now, reborn with endless wealth and resources, he would never again be anyone's doormat. In the mirror, those cold eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Reborn in this life, Wang Qian and Lu Chang. This time I won't let you die too easily. After a quick wash, Lin Ye emerged from the bathroom to find Lin Xueqing getting dressed. Under the dim light, her stunning figure was tantalizingly visible. For Lin Ye, who had been a shootin' in his previous life, such a scene existed only in fantasies. Lin Xueqing showed no embarrassment and instead walked over to him, standing on her tiptoes to hook her arms around his neck, asking softly, "Young Master Lin, what happened to you just now?" Her enchanting voice whispered in his ear, making Lin Ye's heart flutter slightly, but he forced himself to stay calm, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and pulling her close. Nothing, just remembered some unpleasant memories. Lin Xueqing gazed at him lovingly as she writhed in his embrace, her delicate hand slowly exploring downward as she purred. "Then how about I help you release some tension?" Lin Ye, a virgin in his previous life, couldn't handle such seduction. He instinctively pushed her away forcefully, and Lin Xueqing tumbled onto the carpet with a soft cry. Fortunately, the bedroom floor was covered with thick goose-down carpeting, or she would have gotten a nasty bump. Lin Ye quickly helped her up, his eyes full of apology. "Sorry, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Seeing Lin Ye's strange expression, Lin Xueqing didn't press further and tactfully put on her coat. "Young Master Lin, I have to go. Today is the last day of the month, and I still have an album to record. I'll come back to keep you company after I finish." Lin Ye was about to nod when his heart suddenly jolted. The last day of the month? He rushed to the bedside and grabbed his phone. December 31st, 2109, 8:10 a.m. "Holy shit!" he exclaimed in shock. Lin Ye stared at the date on his phone screen as if an icy hand had seized his heart. Blood rushed to his head before quickly draining away, leaving behind a bone-chilling emptiness. He remembered it all too clearly, etched into his very soul. January 1st, 2110, at exactly 8 a.m., that bizarre, crimson rain carrying a deadly virus would sweep across the globe without warning. Countless people would be playing, exercising, or heading to work one moment, only to be drenched by the rain the next, transforming into bloodthirsty undead within minutes. Order would collapse instantly, civilization would crumble to ruins, the beginning of the apocalypse, the first day of hell on Earth. And now, less than 24 hours remained until that world-ending reign. This brutal reality struck like a sledgehammer against Lin Ye's newly ignited flames of revenge and survival plans. He had thought that with the original owner's astronomical wealth, billions in assets, and a cloud-top villa spanning dozens of acres, she could leisurely build an impregnable doomsday fortress, stockpile supplies, wait for his revenge, and even live like an emperor in the apocalypse. But he only had one day. One day? This wasn't a royal flush opening haunt at best. It was a temporary safe house, slightly better than the rental apartment from his previous life. His grand blueprint had been compressed down to the most basic, urgent survival needs. Damn it, he growled under his breath, intense urgency making his muscles tense instantly, every second precious beyond measure. Regret was meaningless now. Time had to be used where it mattered most, stockpiling supplies. Immediately. Right now, the villa had enough space, and this was the perfect opportunity to fill it to the brim. As his mind raced, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his head. Apocalypse outbreak detected. Merit war system activation countdown initiated. Countdown beginning, 23 hours. As the voice faded, Lin Ye's expression froze before gradually shifting to excitement. He wondered if he had misheard, but the clear hourglass timer in his mind kept reminding him. The system was about to arrive. Wild joy surged through him. Indeed, novels never lied. Though he wasn't sure of the system's specific capabilities, based on his experience reading countless novels, it wouldn't disappoint. However, the unknown always carried risks. What if the system had demanding requirements? Ultimately, fate had to remain in his own hands. To be safe, solving the immediate and future problems of supplies and survival was the wisest course. With this thought, he spun around abruptly, completely ignoring the deepening confusion and scrutiny on Lin Xueqing's face. Drawing from the original owner's memories, his fingers flew across his contacts, precisely targeting one name, and dialing without hesitation. The call was answered immediately, and a rough male voice filled with respect and flattery came through. Hello, young Master Lin. What are your orders? Chendashan. Lin Ye's voice was decisive and brooking no argument. I need supplies right now. Massive amounts of daily necessities. Food, drinks, utilities, clothing, and medical supplies. Immediately. Right now. Have it delivered to Cloud Villa. There was an obvious pause on the other end of the line, followed by several seconds of silence before a cautious voice came through. Young Master Lin? What do you need all this stuff for? With your status, you could get anything with just a phone call. This. Cut the crap. Lin Ye interrupted coldly, his tone sharp as a blade. Can you do it or not? If not, I'll find someone else immediately. There are plenty of people who'd want this deal. Yes. Absolutely. Chen Dashan's voice immediately rose in pitch, urgency mixed with flattery. Please don't be angry, young Master Lin. I'll handle it right away. I'll arrange everything immediately. Just, how much do you need, so I know what I'm working with? How much? A nearly maniacal smile curved Lin Ye's lips. However much you can get, I want it all. Money is no object. Whatever you can bring me today, I'll take. But you only have one day. Before dark, I want to see the first shipment in my warehouse. Do you understand? Understood. Yes. The prospect of enormous profits swept away Chun Dashan's last reservations, and his voice trembled with excitement. You're so generous, young Master Lin. I'll empty my warehouse right now and bring in goods from all over the city. I guarantee delivery before dark. Just wait to receive everything. After hanging up, Lin Ye exhaled deeply. The first step was taken. Only then did he notice Lin Xueqing beside him, staring at him with wide eyes as if he were an alien. Young Master Lin, what are you? She hesitated to continue. I have urgent business. You should go. Aren't you rushing off to record an album? Lin Ye waved dismissively, clearly having no time for explanations. Oh, right. Lin Xueqing snapped back to reality, grabbed her purse, and headed for the door. I really do have to go, or I'll be late. When I'm done, Before she could finish, Lin Ye suddenly looked up with an extremely serious expression. Wait. She stopped, her high heels clicking crisply on the marble floor. If you trust me, do exactly as I say. After recording your album, go home immediately and use every penny you can access to buy food, drinks, medicine, anything that can be stored long-term, as much as possible. Then hide in the safest room in your house and reinforce the doors and windows. Remember, starting tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, don't open the door for anyone, unless you're 100% certain they're safe. These words hit like a thunderbolt. Lin Xueqing stood frozen, her voice trembling with disbelief. Young Master Lin, according to what you're saying, is tomorrow the end of the world? Lin Ye paused, didn't answer directly, and only said gravely, consider it so. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. I'm only saying this once your life is your own. Under his cold yet urgent gaze, Lin Xueqing hesitated for several seconds before nodding firmly. I understand, young Master Lin. Thank you. With that, She turned and walked quickly away, her high heels clicking with panic. As she got into her sports car and started the engine, her hands gripping the steering wheel were still trembling slightly. Lin Ye's words and the phrase, "end of the world," kept circling in her mind. She pulled out her phone. December 31st, 2109, 8:25. Only 23 hours and 35 minutes until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. A chill ran up her spine straight to the top of her head. At the villa entrance, Lin Ye watched the red sports car disappear into the distance and took a deep breath. With the apocalypse approaching, human nature was unpredictable. If not for her dedication last night, plus some lingering affection from the original owner's memories, he would never have spoken up. Whether she could survive would depend entirely on her fate. He forced himself to stay calm, returned to the leather sofa in the living room, sat down, and quickly organized his thoughts. I've got Chun Dashin handling supplies. With his connections and greed, filling several warehouses today shouldn't be a problem. But that's still far from enough. Memories of struggling and despair from his previous life surged up. Electricity within days of the apocalypse's outbreak, the global power grid would collapse. Without electricity, refrigerated food would rot, and lighting, communication, and heating would all fail. That strange rain would contaminate most water sources, and the water supply system would either collapse or become deadly. Infrastructure. He had to solve the electricity and water purification problems immediately. He grabbed his phone and dialed a number belonging to Zhang Hanyuan, the head of a concierge company that specialized in providing high-end custom services for the wealthy. The call connected almost instantly, and a professional greeting came through the receiver. "Good morning, young Master Lin. How may I serve you today?" The tone was respectful with a hint of flattery. Zhang Hanyuan, listen carefully. Lin Ye's voice was cold and hard. "Spare no expense. Get everything I need delivered to Cloud Villa today." He rattled off his list in one breath, speaking rapidly but with crystal clarity. First, maximum power diesel generators. I need 3 units, no, 5. They must be industrial grade with the best noise reduction. Include diesel fuel, as much as you can get, and fill the villa's underground fuel depot. No fuel depot? Then immediately set up a temporary secure fuel storage point with the highest standard explosion-proof tanks. Second, large-scale water purification equipment, 2 sets. They must be capable of processing surface water and rainwater to drinking quality. Include the largest possible water storage tanks and install them immediately. Also, fill every water container in the place swimming pools, bathtubs, water towers with tap water. And send a truckload of bottled water too. Third, solar panels. I want every unit available in the city. Install them on the roof, in the garden, everywhere possible. Include large battery storage systems. The more the better. On the other end of the line, Zhang Hanyuan was stunned by this doomsday preparation list and gasped. Young Master Lin? What is this for? Are you starting a factory or? Cut the chatter. Lin Ye snapped harshly. Money is no object. Whether you smuggle it or buy it out, everything must be at my villa before 6 p.m. today. For every hour early, I'll give you an extra $1,000,000 bonus. Delay by even a minute, and you'll face the consequences. Do you understand? The icy killing intent in his voice transmitted through the phone line, making Zhang Hanyuan shudder and immediately snap back to attention. Yes, I understand. Rest assured, young Master Lin. I'll use every connection I have, even if I have to sell everything I own to make it happen. I guarantee everything will be in place before 6 p.m. Stimulated by both the enormous bonus and unknown consequences, his voice carried the determination of someone burning their bridges. After hanging up, a cold gleam flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Hardware sorted. What's next? Weapons. I need weapons. The painful memories of being torn apart by zombies and betrayed by companions in his previous life surged back madly. He knew all too well. This wasn't some power fantasy apocalypse with supernatural abilities flying around, but a hell where flesh and blood had to fight against rotting corpses. Hot weapons might be available initially, but ammunition would eventually run out after order collapsed. Cold weapons were the most reliable companions. Guns, too hard to obtain, and ammunition consumption is too fast. Lin Ye quickly weighed his options. I need reliable, durable weapons with strong lethality and low noise for both close combat and ranged attacks. His fingers swiftly scrolled through his contacts, locking onto his next target. Old Wu. From the original owner's memories, this Old Wu had extensive underground connections and specialized in procuring special equipment for wealthy clients and security companies, including some controlled items and high-end cold weapons. The phone rang several times before someone picked up, and a hoarse, wary voice came through. Who is this? It's me, Lin Ye. The man stated his name flatly. The other end went quiet for half a second. Then the tone shifted to cautious respect. Young Master Lin? What an unexpected call. What can I do for you? Old Wu. I need weapons. Cold weapons. Right now? The best you have. Lin Ye cut straight to the point, his voice leaving no room for negotiation. Cold weapons. Old Wu was clearly relieved, but puzzled. Young Master Lin, are these for collecting or self-defense? Lin Ye interrupted. Cut the chatter. I want machetes, tactical knives, top-tier tactical axes, and crossbows compound ones with high draw weight, scopes, and as many steel bolts as you can get. At the mention of compound crossbows, Old Wu sucked in a sharp breath. Those things packed as much punch as small-caliber handguns, and the quantity and specifications Lin Ye was requesting seemed absurdly excessive for self-defense. Young Master Lin, crossbow bolts are regulated items, and the amount you're asking for. Old Wu's voice was strained. Money, double the price. Lin Ye said coldly. Deliver everything to Cloud Villa before sunset. Also, get me several sets of the highest grade full-body stab-proof vests and riot shields. Can you handle it? The weight of money instantly crushed his concerns. Old Wu gritted his teeth. Greed overcoming hesitation. Deal. Young Master Lin is generous. I'll take the risk. I have everything in stock, all top quality. I guarantee delivery before dark. But about firearms? Not needed for now. Lin Ye cut him off. Just these items. Make it fast. After hanging up, he turned and strode away, his boot heels echoing across the spacious, luxurious living room. Lin Ye stopped at the villa's massive floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down at the estate built into the mountain's sprawling complex of main buildings and open courtyards resembling a small manor. Not enough time. He muttered to himself, brow furrowed. Hardware procurement was one thing, but installation would take even longer. He rapidly compiled a mental checklist. Backup diesel generators, rooftop solar panels, water purification systems, all requiring professional teams on-site immediately. The defensive fortification of doors, windows, perimeter walls, and guard posts couldn't be delayed either. Though the original owner had been a wastrel, he'd left behind vast wealth and connections. Lin Ye took a deep breath and picked up his phone again. Security company, highest tier. I need the most professional engineering team at Cloud Villa within 30 minutes. Money is no object. Complete core equipment installation and preliminary defensive reinforcement today, even if it's just the framework. Call after call went out, his speech rapid and instructions precise. Millions flowed between the phone lines, transforming into generator specifications, steel concrete ratios, and protection ratings. The vast villa was empty and silent, filled only with Lin Ye's hurried footsteps and his low voice issuing commands. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the marble floor, warm yet unable to dispel the ice-cold urgency in his eyes. Less than 24 hours remained until that crimson rain that would change everything. Every second was worth its weight in gold. Outside the window, the city bustled with traffic and carefree pedestrians. No one knew that a global catastrophe was counting down. But Lin Ye's gaze had already moved beyond the towering skyline to tomorrow at 8 a.m. those crimson droplets carrying the scent of death beneath gray skies. He slowly clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. This time, he would never again be a lamb for slaughter. He would survive, better than anyone else. As for those traitors, a bone-deep killing intent flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Just wait. Several hours later, 12 p.m. As Lin Ye hung up the final call, his mind suddenly plunged into darkness, and a wave of dizziness swept through him like muffled thunder. In just 4 hours, he had forcibly accessed all of the original owner's memories, issued dozens of commands, and mobilized astronomical amounts of funds, nearly the limit for a new soul. The cold floor-to-ceiling window pressed against his spine as he gazed down below. Trucks and construction vehicles rolled into the villa grounds one after another, with steel bars, cement, and scaffolding scattered about in apparent chaos, yet operating with remarkable efficiency. As he watched, a strange and crude rejection surged from deep within his bone marrow, as if this body were trying to expel an invader. Humph! He let out a muffled growl, his fingers gripping the window frame so tightly it warped, his knuckles turning white. Lin Ye gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. This body is mine now. Behave yourself. With that single sentence, he forcibly suppressed the discomfort back into his chest, took a deep breath, and forced his heartbeat to return to rhythm. Every ounce of strength had to be used where it mattered most. He hurried downstairs and pushed open the metal door leading to the underground garage. This space had originally housed the previous owner's collection of top-tier supercars, but now it was mostly empty. The majority of vehicles had been ordered removed to make way for the incoming flood of supplies. Just as he reached the entrance, a heavy truck bearing the Dashin Logistics logo roared through the gate, its exhaust pipes spewing white vapor, followed by over a dozen identical freight trucks in a convoy that resembled a steel dragon. The door slammed open, and from the passenger seat jumped a middle-aged man with a stocky build and ruddy complexion. Chun Dashin. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Chun Dashin waved his arms and shouted, his voice barely containing explosive excitement. First truck, all premium goods. Compressed biscuits, military rations, vacuum-packed rice, bottled water. More than enough. There are over a dozen more trucks behind us. Rice, flour, grains, oils, frozen meat, vegetables, seasonings, daily necessities. I've practically emptied every warehouse I could access. Where should we unload? Everything goes in the underground garage. Lin Ye pointed toward the spacious area. Sort them by category and leave pathways. Move fast. The generator and security installation teams will arrive shortly. You got it. Don't worry. Shin Dashin clicked his walkie-talkie. Brothers, did you hear that? Underground garage. Make it snappy. Mr. Lin won't let us down. Shouts. The pneumatic hiss of hydraulic tailgates and the dull thuds of boxes hitting the ground instantly brought the garage to life. Lin Ye didn't linger, heading straight for the villa's main control room, the nerve center of the entire building. As long as he could get it running independently before the power grid failed, nothing happening inside or outside the perimeter walls would escape his notice. An alloy door blocked his path, and he pressed his finger to the biometric lock. Identity verification successful. The door panel slid open silently, and he exhaled deeply as he rushed inside. This system had backup power, but it wouldn't last long. He had to complete the solar panel and generator grid integration as quickly as possible. Just as he was fully absorbed in debugging the system, a jarring phone ring echoed through the control room, with a name flashing on the screen, Young Master Zhao. Rows of surveillance feeds and data streams reflected in Lin Ye's pupils as he frowned slightly. This was the most typical fairweather friend from the original owner's circle of spoiled rich kids. His finger hovered over the decline button, but he suddenly changed his mind and answered the call. The video signal popped up, revealing a face bloated from excessive indulgence and hangover taking up half the screen, with flashing disco balls behind him and pounding music mixed with women's giggles as background noise. Yo, young Master Lin, the sun must be rising in the west. You're actually home at this hour instead of wrapped up in some beauty's arms. Young Master Zhao hiccuped, his tongue thick with alcohol. Tonight at Dynasty, we've got a huge party going on. Some top-tier foreign beauties just arrived, and I specially saved you a spot, bro. You absolutely have to come. It won't be any fun without you. Lin Ye watched silently, his gaze cold as steel. He thought about the crimson rain that would fall in just one day, and how this scene of drunken debauchery would transform into complete hell. I'm busy. His voice was curt and icy. Busy. Young Master Zhao's eyes widened dramatically, nearly pressing his nose to the camera. Doing what? Sitting on eggs at home? Holy shit, what are those screens behind you? A construction site? Your place looks like it's been demolished. He finally noticed the flickering construction footage on the surveillance wall. Renovations. Lin Ye kept it brief. Renovations? This scale? Are you building a freaking fortress? Young Master Zhao clicked his tongue twice, then flashed a sleazy grin. I get it. Trying out some new kink? Building a themed dungeon? Hee hee. Young Master Lin really knows how to play. When it's done, let your bro check it out too. Before he could finish, Lin Ye had already hit the disconnect button. The screen instantly went dark, cutting off that world about to plunge into the abyss. The digital clock in the center of the control room ticked coldly. December 31st, 2109, 13 hours 47 minutes and 22 seconds. 18 hours, 12 minutes, and 38 seconds until the crimson rang. The dull sound of electric hammers, shouts from workers moving supplies, and sparks from welding mixed into a cacophony. The surveillance feeds switched in sequence. Garage, supply crates stacked like mountains. Perimeter wall, workers welding alloy plates onto steel frames. Courtyard, engineers directing a crane to lower a massive diesel generator base into a pre-built pit. Side entrance, a discreet box truck quietly entered. Old Wu's special equipment had arrived. The billion-yuan cloud villa was transforming into a fortress prototype at an almost frantic pace. And Lin Ye, the reborn soul occupying this billionaire's body, was mobilizing money and connections in a race against time, gambling everything against the apocalypse. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked down. The entire estate resembled a massive construction site, torn open by bulldozers. The cityscape remained prosperous, its skyline sharp and clear under the sunlight. Only he knew what abyss lay beneath this prosperity. Grumble. Hunger pulled him back from his thoughts. Lin Ye rushed into the open kitchen and yanked open the double-door refrigerator. Imported fruits, premium steaks, and caviar packed to the brim, all evidence of the original owner's decadent lifestyle. He grabbed several boxes of high-calorie chocolate, twisted open an energy drink, and cut off a large chunk of premium ham, wolfing it all down. As the calories quickly restored his energy, his mind continued racing. Food and water. Chindashin was handling that. Hardware and construction. The security company was pushing full speed. Weapons. Old Wu was in charge. What else was missing? Medicine. In the apocalypse, even a small wound could be fatal. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatories, painkillers, hemostatic bandages, disinfectant alcohol, suture kits, vitamins, even chronic disease medications. Everything needed to be stockpiled. He immediately pulled out his phone and placed orders, clearing out the inventory of several major pharmacy chains in the city, all delivered to Cloud Villa with unlimited shipping costs. He then contacted a private high-end medical facility from the original owner's memory, ordering professional battlefield first aid kits and prescription drugs under the guise of assembling a private emergency kit. Though puzzled, they executed the order swiftly in the face of money's power. Phone calls, orders, and chewing sounds wove together into another kind of battlefield rhythm. The antique wall clock's hands steadily swept past the numbers 3:30 p.m. 16 hours remained until the apocalypse's arrival. The night had grown deep, with the clock hands quietly sliding past 11:30. In the luxurious master bedroom, dim lighting cast shadows over the velvet bed that sprawled across more than 10 square meters, swallowing Lin Ye like a soft swamp. He lay sprawled with limbs outstretched, resembling a puppet drained of strength, only his mind still racing at full speed. Shundashan's supply convoy had finally ceased its rumbling before sunset. Several newly constructed cold storage units and dry warehouses were packed to the brim, with frozen and cured meats piled into small mountains, hundreds of tons of provisions, enough to last him until he grew sick of eating. Outside the villa, the engineering crew from Panzer Shield Security Company worked like adrenaline-fueled worker ants, driven by massive bonuses to create miracles at crucial moments. In a corner of the courtyard, a diesel generator completed its deafening test run, with thick black cables climbing along the walls like the blood vessels of some giant beast feeding into the villa's interior. Solar panels spread neatly across the rooftop gleamed darkly in the night, while the main unit of a large water purification system took its position behind the living room, its core components gleaming with metallic luster, awaiting water source connection and calibration. For defense, the ornamental European patterned copper gate had been replaced with a solid heavy alloy door, its frame reinforced with welded steel beams as thick as an adult's forearm. Weak points in the perimeter wall were sealed with thickened steel plates and concrete grouting. Though still far from his ideal iron fortress, this villa was no longer a beautiful birdcage waiting to be slaughtered. He had done everything possible. What remained was waiting. Waiting for the inevitable bloodbath, and waiting for the moment when the system would activate. This thought served as a tranquilizer, finally allowing him to breathe easier. Scorching exhaustion crashed over him like a tsunami, and Lin Ye fell into deep sleep while mentally rehearsing tomorrow's scenarios. The piercing ringtone yanked him brutally from the darkness. 3:30 in the morning, pitch black outside the window. He fumbled for his phone, his voice hoarse. "Hello. Young Master Lin. It's me, old Zhang from Panzer Shield." The voice on the other end was equally weary but carried the relief of completed tasks. "The villa's defense system prototype is done according to your requirements. All the core parts are finished. Would you like to come down and take a look?" "No need." Lin Ye was direct, his voice low and raspy but decisive. "Thanks for the hard work. I'll transfer another $1 million to your account, shortly help distribute it among the crew." "Oh my. Thank you, young Master Lin. You're incredibly generous." Old Zhang's tone shot up, his words rapid-fire like a machine gun. "We've cleaned up all the construction debris, guaranteed you'll wake up to see a brand new fortress. So, shall we head out now?" "Go ahead." The call ended, and Lin Ye tossed his phone aside, his head sinking back into the pillow as consciousness plunged into the depths. He was utterly exhausted, both body and spirit pushed beyond their limits. The next morning, the sharp alarm exploded precisely at 7:30. Lin Ye rolled over and sat up, feeling his joints protest with tiny complaints. He forced himself to the washroom for a splash of cold water, then grabbed several high-calorie energy bars from the kitchen stocked with instant foods, chewing them down quickly. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sky hung oppressively low, thick clouds stacked like lead blocks, the air heavy with pre-storm humidity. The time, 7:51. The massive LCD TV in the living room was on, with a news anchor delivering an emergency weather warning with a grave expression. "Due to abnormal severe convective weather, our city is about to experience the strongest rainstorm in history. Rainfall is expected to break all historical records, accompanied by intense lightning and strong winds. The meteorological department has issued the highest level red alert. All citizens must stay indoors, secure doors and windows, and do not go outside. Be alert for flooding and geological disasters." Lin Ye stood silently by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside, dark clouds pressed down like lead blocks against the sky. In his hands, he caressed a cold, heavy alloy crossbow top-grade equipment that Old Wu had delivered on schedule last night. Hearing the belated warning on TV, a cold sneer tugged at the corner of his mouth. "They're saying this now? Too late." His attention quickly shifted to the mechanical watch on his wrist. The second hand ticked steadily, like a cold metal hammer striking the drums of doomsday. 7:59 and 57 seconds. 58 seconds. 59 seconds. His heartbeat gradually slowed and grew heavy, as tension, anticipation, and an almost pathological excitement churned through his bloodstream. Ding, 8 o'clock sharp. Almost instantly, boom. A thunderclap that tore through the heavens crashed down from above, shaking the entire villa. Then, the oppressive leaden sky seemed to be pierced by a giant hand. Whoosh. The torrential rain that poured down wasn't clear and transparent, but carried a black tint like diluted ink, crashing heavily onto the ground, rooftops, and car windows with dense, muffled sounds. The gray-black curtain of rain swallowed the view in an instant. "It's beginning," Lin Ye whispered, His gaze locked onto the street outside the residential area. For the first few seconds, only the roar of rain remained. Suddenly, as if some hellish switch had been pushed to its limit. Ugh, HHH. A piercing scream cut through the rain curtain. Lin Ye saw a man in a suit who had been rushing toward a bus stop. The rain quickly soaked him through, and his body suddenly stiffened, then convulsed violently. His skin lost all color, turning gray and withered. His eyes instantly filled with dark red veins, pupils dilating as if his sanity had been hollowed out. The next second, he let out a beast-like growl and lunged at a woman nearby who had frozen in terror. Help! Help! Ugh, ah! The woman's cry for help was cut short. The sound of rain now mixed with the crisp sounds of flesh being torn and bones cracking. Fresh blood mingled with the black rainwater, rapidly staining the ground. This was only the beginning. On the street, everyone who had been thoroughly soaked by the black rain completed their transformation from human to walking corpse within 10 seconds. Screams, wails, cries for help, roars, and the teeth-grinding sounds of chewing instantly wove together into a hellish symphony. The once orderly street had turned into a bloody slaughterhouse in the blink of an eye. Severed limbs rolled in the rainwater, crimson and black mixed together in a horrifying sight. The TV screen suddenly switched. Different cities were experiencing the same carnage. Skyscrapers' glass reflected the chaos below. Highways saw chain collisions erupting in fireballs. In parks, fleeing crowds were tackled by dark shadows. The anchor's voice came in fragments. Global scale, unknown virus, attack. Citizens, please stay home. Lock doors and windows. Chaos, complete chaos. The thin veil of civilization had been torn to shreds in just a few minutes. Only in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa in the clouds did Lin Ye's figure stand like a monolith. Outside the window, flames surged and black smoke billowed skyward, as if hell itself was spreading beneath his feet. Inside, only brief and fragile tranquility remained, like a solitary island in an apocalyptic tsunami. His face showed no expression, his eyes cold as stagnant water, with only that settled dust of cruelty in the depths of his pupils that sent chills down one's spine. At that very moment, an emotionless mechanical synthesized voice pierced through his mind like a blade, instantly drowning out all the roars and chaos from outside. Ding! Apocalypse countdown complete. Merit war system successfully activated. Binding to sole host, Lin Ye. Esteemed Marshal, this system is at your service. It's here. Lin Ye's spirit suddenly surged, forcibly suppressing the shock of witnessing the apocalypse firsthand as his consciousness rapidly dove into his mental space. In an instant, a semi-transparent, militaristic interface with sharp lines unfolded in his mind. The interface was divided into 3 main sections: weapons, army, and supplies. At the top, current merit points, 0, was prominently displayed, and right beside it, a small dynamic number was jumping at an extremely steady frequency: 1, 1, 1. Exactly once per second. 1 merit point per second? Lin Ye's heart pounded, as if a wave of heat rushed straight to his brain. Doesn't this mean I can spawn troops just by lying around? Without hesitation, he mentally clicked on the weapons section. A new page appeared with subcategories: individual equipment, tanks armor, air force, naval force, and strategic weapons. Only the individual equipment tab was lit up. The rest were all grayed out with the notation insufficient permissions, locked. Not enough clearance. Lin Ye frowned slightly, though this was within his expectations. He continued to click on individual equipment. In the next breath, countless weapon icons and detailed information flooded his mind like a tide. Basic equipment: Michigan ballistic helmet 50 merit points, NIJ level 4 ballistic plates 100 merit points, individual combat kit tactical vest, gloves, knee pads, etc. 250 merit points. Explosives: fragmentation grenades box of 2150 merit points, M67 delay grenades box of 1,180 merit points. Main battle rifles: AK-47 assault rifle with 330 round magazines 100 merit points, AKM assault rifle 150 merit points, M4A1 carbine with 330 round magazines 200 merit points, 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle with 330 round magazines 300 merit points, Type 95 automatic rifle with 330 round magazines 200 merit points. Heavy firepower: RPG-7 rocket launcher with 1 PG-7V heat round 800 merit points, M72 Law disposable rocket launcher 600 merit points. Classic individual weapons from countries around the world were virtually all included. Currently available options focused on AK series rifles, basic protective gear, grenades, and a few rocket launchers. More advanced designated marksman rifles, sniper rifles, squad automatic weapons, and other icons remained grayed out, still awaiting unlock. An AK-47 for only 100 merit points? Type 95 automatic rifle for 200. Lin Ye quickly calculated in his mind. 1 point per second. In just a few minutes I could get an AK with 3 magazines. In 10 minutes, I could arm myself to the teeth. An indescribable surge of excitement swept away his previous fatigue and tension. Yesterday's exhausting efforts to stockpile supplies and fortify the house seemed somewhat pointless in the face of readily available firearms. He took a deep breath, suppressing this overly optimistic thought. Next, he shifted his gaze to the military section and tapped it with his fingertip, causing the light screen to unfold. What appeared before him was a massive tree-like structure resembling a military manual infantry squads, infantry platoons, infantry companies, armored battalions, combined brigades, heavy divisions, army groups. The hierarchy was strict and imposing. But the further down he looked, the more his scalp tightened. Standard infantry squad, 10-man formation, with basic individual equipment, 50,000 merit points. Mechanized infantry company equipped with armored transport vehicles, 500,000 merit points. Heavy combined brigade complete set including main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery, air defense systems, etc. 5 million merit points. Heavy army group followed by a long string of zeros that made one dizzy just glancing at them. On the entire panel, only the infantry squad icon at the bottom level was lit up. All others were grayed out insufficient permissions. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly calculated. 86,400 seconds in a day, and even doing nothing would earn 86,400 merit points. In less than 24 hours, he could exchange for a fully equipped infantry squad. At this realization, he couldn't help but gasp. If Li Yunlong had possessed this back in the day, he probably would have reduced the emperor's stronghold to ruins. After his amazement, he suppressed this wild joy in his chest and continued analyzing brigade and army-level forces were still beyond reach. But this starting point already exceeded his previous life by 10,000 times. With his thoughts clear, he opened the supplies section. The page was simple, divided into 3 major categories. 1. Daily necessities. 24 bottle pack of purified water 1 case, 1 merit point. Boxed instant noodles 12 cups case, 1 merit point. Military compressed rations single soldier daily portion, 1 merit point. 2. Support equipment. Winter training uniform set 10 merit points. Type 07 combat boots 8 merit points. Field tent 50 merit points. 3. Medical supplies. Amoxicillin capsules 1 box 10 merit points. Ibuprofen sustained release capsules 1 box 8 merit points. Hemostatic bandage 1 roll 2 merit points. Basic battlefield first aid kit 50 merit points. The prices were ridiculously low. Lin Ye looked at the pile of water, food, and medicine in his warehouse that he had purchased with real money, feeling a pang of regret. But he quickly understood. While system supplies were cheap, they continuously burned merit points. Generators, fuel, special building materials, and other key goods had not yet appeared in the system, so his stockpile was still valuable. Summary: the system's potential is astonishing, practically heaven-defying, but the permissions are too low. He secretly clenched his fists, feeling no discouragement, but rather high fighting spirit. If he had full permissions from the start, what challenge would this apocalyptic game offer? System, Lin Ye asked through his thoughts. How do I increase permissions and unlock higher-level exchanges? The cold mechanical voice immediately echoed. Permission upgrade methods. 1. Kill zombies. Each ordinary zombie killed grants 1 merit point, stacking with time accumulation. 2. When killing zombies, there is an extremely low probability of dropping corresponding weapon vehicle unit blueprint cores. Obtaining a blueprint core unlocks exchange permissions for that item. Note: the higher the required merit points, the lower the blueprint core drop rate. For example, heavy combined brigade blueprint core drop rate 0.001. Killing also gives merit points and can drop blueprints. Lin Ye's eyes blazed with intense light. This way, merit sources were no longer limited to 1 point per second. As long as he dared to venture out and hunt corpses, accumulation speed would double, and there would be chances to unlock heavy units by skipping levels. Though 0.001 was low, at least it was there. He suddenly gripped the alloy crossbow tightly, cold metal pressing against his palm. Outside the window, zombie hordes surged through the streets, blood filling the air, but in his eyes it transformed into a hunting ground. Desires for revenge, conquest, and hunting intertwined into blazing flames. Zombies. He licked his dry lips, murmuring in a low voice. I'll take your merit points. Ding. Detected Marshal's first system activation, specially issuing Rising Commander newbie gift package. Accept delivery? The cold system notification sounded like heavenly music, instantly pulling Lin Ye back from his amazement at the system's functions. Newbie gift package. Lin Ye's heart suddenly tightened, and overwhelming joy instantly flooded over him. A system giving out benefits at the start. This was standard equipment for apocalypse survival. He had been so focused on studying the functions that he almost forgot about this. Accept. Ding. Congratulations, Marshal, on successfully receiving the Elite Commander Newbie gift package. You have obtained the following items. 1. Marshal's exclusive military uniform, Set 1 dress uniform, 1 ceremonial uniform, 1 combat uniform. 2. Basic anti-zombie virus serum 1. 3. Basic gene enhancement serum 1. 4. Random elite special operations squad 12-member unit 1. All items have been distributed to the system space. The Marshal may retrieve them at any time through mental command. Hiss. The list that appeared in his mind made Lin Ye gasp, sending a thrilling sensation from his spine to the top of his head. Exclusive military uniforms, symbols of status, maximum prestige. Not immediately useful, but devastatingly handsome, even better looking than those designed by a certain art student. Anti-zombie virus serum, a Gatudof death-free card in the apocalypse, priceless and invaluable. Gene enhancement serum, the name alone screamed overpowered, providing comprehensive physical enhancement. Elite Special Operations Squad, 12 living, breathing, well-trained, and well-equipped Special Forces soldiers. This wasn't just a newbie gift package, it was basically handing him a divine army. All treasures. Incredible treasures. Lin Ye trembled with excitement at his fingertips. With a mental command, 2 syringes fell into his palm, one containing a light blue clear liquid, the other a jade green serum. He first picked up the light blue serum. The syringe label clearly read, Basic anti-zombie virus serum injection provides 90 immunity to zombie virus infection bites, scratches, blood contact, etc. 90? That's enough. He rolled up his sleeve, aimed for a vein, and the cold needle pierced in as he pushed the liquid into his body. A cool, slightly itchy sensation spread through his blood vessels before quickly disappearing. He knew he now had a life-saving charm. Next, he lifted the jade green serum. The label description made his heart race. Basic gene enhancement serum, oral administration. Significantly improves genetic sequences, comprehensively enhancing strength, speed, endurance, reflexes, healing ability, neural responses, etc. Affect 5 times the average level of humanity's top elite soldiers. Note: the transformation process involves intense pain. Those with weak willpower should use with caution. 5 times an elite soldier? Lin Ye's eyes nearly popped out. An ordinary person's limit index was about 19, top elite soldiers could reach 1015, but 5 times an elite soldier? That would be a terrifying 50-75, completely beyond human limits. The apocalypse is here. Zombies are running everywhere. Who cares about normal limits? I love it. He pulled out the stopper and tilted his head back, downing the jade-colored liquid that emanated a strange, fresh herbal fragrance in one gulp. The liquid felt slightly cool going down his throat, with a hint of peculiar sweetness. However, this sweetness lasted barely 3 seconds. Arg! The next instant, an indescribable agony struck like countless steel needles piercing deep into Lin Ye's cells, as his bone marrow, nerves, and even genetic chains were brutally torn apart and reshaped. This wasn't the pain of flesh being cued, it was the torture of having one's very foundation of life forcibly reconstructed. Thud! He couldn't even let out a complete scream before his vision went black and his body collapsed straight onto the floor, limbs convulsing and curling up. Beads of sweat the size of beans instantly soaked through his freshly changed silk pajamas, his teeth chattering so violently they drew blood. This agony was 100 times more vicious than when zombies had torn open his abdomen in his previous life. Physical pain could be endured, but this struck directly at his soul. With his current willpower, there was no way to survive it. In less than a minute, his consciousness was completely consumed, with only the slow rise and fall of his chest proving he still lived. Outside the window, crimson-black rain poured down like ink smashing against the earth. Roars, screams, and the sound of shattering glass came in waves, each more intense than the last, as the city was dragged completely into the abyss. The power flickered unstably, and distant fires painted half the dim sky blood red. Sporadic gunshots and explosions barely rang out before being swallowed by the zombie tide, leaving order collapsed without a trace. Inside the villa, time seemed frozen. Only the merit points on the system interface continued their faithful dance. 1, 1, 1. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps half an hour, perhaps less. On the floor, Lin Ye's finger twitched slightly. Then suddenly, his eyes snapped open. There was no expected weakness. Instead, he felt an unprecedented lightness and explosive power. Instinctively performing a carp jump, his body seemed weightless as it sprang up and landed steadily, the movement smooth and crisp, without any sluggishness. He looked down at his fists. As he clenched them, surging power rolled like a tide, as if he could casually crush a tiger's skull. His vision became incredibly clear, could see every detail of raindrops falling dozens of meters away. His ears twitched, and the zombie roars outside the villa, distant cries. Even the splashing sounds of rain hitting puddles seemed right beside his ears. The air carried a mixture of blood, burning, and earth, along with an overwhelmingly intense stench. What's that smell? So foul. Lin Ye wrinkled his nose. His already sharpened sense of smell had become an instrument of torture. Glancing down, he immediately found the source. That expensive silk pajama set was covered in a thick layer of viscous, foul-smelling black grime. Good grief. He clicked his tongue in disgust, feeling sticky all over, then turned and rushed into the master bedroom's luxurious bathroom that rivaled a swimming pool. Warm water cascaded down as he scrubbed vigorously, washing away the black grime to reveal completely renewed skin, a healthy wheat color with muscle definition like steel cables, containing terrifying explosive power, yet not appearing bulky. Standing before the full-length mirror, he examined that face, which remained handsome but had become more sharp-edged. His gaze was profound, his temperament completely transformed from a disguised rich playboy to a restrained, steady predator with a deadly edge. Water droplets rolled down his well-defined muscles as he slowly opened his 5 fingers, then suddenly clenched them tight. The air in his palm made an almost inaudible explosive sound. Confidence surged through his chest like an awakening dragon. Genetic modification complete. Now, only the final gift from the newbie package remained. Lin Ye's eyes flashed like lightning as his consciousness dove into the system space, locking onto Random Elite Special Operations Squad of Great Xia, 12-man unit. Summon. Command confirmation. Random selection in progress. Ding. Congratulations, Marshal. Successful summoning Great Xia Army Special Operations Unit, Snow Leopard Strike Team Squad 7. As the words faded, in the spacious living room of the master bedroom with its marble flooring and soft white lighting, the air seemed stirred by invisible hands, creating visible ripples. Immediately after, 12 figures silently landed, tall, lean, shoulders straight as spears, uniform as if carved from the same mold. Lin Ye raised his eyes, surveying his first armed force that had just come under his command. The Snow Leopard Strike Team each wore deep gray, digital camouflage combat uniforms, with snow leopard head and cross-dagger insignias gleaming coldly on their chests. Modular tactical vests and multi-specification ammunition pouches fitted snugly and securely. Night vision mounts were positioned at the front of their tactical helmets. Face masks covered their lower jaws, leaving only sharp and steady eyes visible. Every detail exuded professionalism and lethality. The next second, 12 battle-hardened warriors simultaneously raised their hands, delivering a military salute with standard angle and firm strength. Snow Leopard Strike Team, Squad 7, reporting to the Marshal, awaiting orders. The resounding voices exploded in the luxurious living room, as if the air had been instantly compressed. Lin Ye's heart pounded. Was this the aura of special forces? Suppressing his excitement, his voice was cool yet powerful. Who is the squad leader? Step forward. The first warrior on the right stepped forward, reporting. Snow Leopard Strike Team, Captain Chen Feng, awaiting the Marshal's orders. Lin Ye nodded. Report your weapons configuration. Yes, Marshal. Chun Feng's voice rang out clearly as he delivered the information without missing a detail. 1. Assault Group, 4 personnel. Primary weapon, QBZ-191 5.8mm assault rifle, equipped with ACOG optical sight or holographic diffraction sight and laser designator. Secondary weapon, QCQ-170 9mm submachine gun, folding stock version. Special equipment, GLX-160 40mm smart grenade launcher. 2. Designated marksman group, 2 personnel. Primary weapon, QBU-2 037.62mm designated marksman rifle, fitted with 624 smart variable scope. Secondary weapon, QSC-193 5.8mm pistol modular suppressor kit. Observation equipment, CSSA-5 multifunction observation device, including laser range finding and ballistic calculation functions. 3. Demolition support group, 2 personnel. Primary weapon, QGS-161 5.8mm light machine gun, 200-round belt box. Special equipment, PF-16 individual thermobaric rocket launcher, DJ-08 multifunction breaching system, micro-quadcopter attack drone capable of carrying explosives. 4. Special Operations Unit Sniper Group, 2 personnel. Primary weapon, SLR-35 sniper rifle and QBU-10 anti-material sniper rifle, equipped with low-light infrared dual-mode scopes. Secondary weapon, Type 06 suppressed pistol. Support equipment, sonic detection array, anti-material electromagnetic jamming gun. 5. Tactical Command Group, 2 personnel. Primary weapon, QBZ-192 short-barrel assault rifle equipped with smart red dot sight. Electronic equipment, battlefield AI decision terminal, frequency hopping encrypted communication relay, micro-reconnaissance drone swarm system. Report complete, awaiting Marshal's orders. After hearing Chen Feng's briefing, a cold glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. The Snow Leopard Strike Team's configuration was luxuriously excessivine, the early days of the zombie apocalypse. This equipment was nothing short of overwhelming. Report, Marshal. Chen Feng spoke again, pulling Lin Ye's thoughts back to reality. Abnormal biological activity detected around the villa perimeter. Preliminary assessment indicates low-threat targets. Requesting combat orders. Lin Ye frowned and walked to the window. carefully opening a narrow gap. Beyond the reinforced glass, over a dozen figures in tattered, blood-stained clothing wandered around the iron fence perimeter. These zombies moved stiffly yet persistently, with several using rotting arms to pound against the iron gate, the clanging sounds grating on one's nerves. In the distant rain curtain, more dark shadows were shambling closer to luxury villas stood like a beacon in the black rain, attracting hordes of the undead. Just as Lin Ye was about to give orders, the system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. System issues main quest. Liberate Donghai City within 6 months and establish new order. Mission rewards. 1. Blueprint Designation Authority. Can unlock any inactive exchange item 1. 2. Advanced Antiviral Serum. Permanent immunity to zombie virus 1. 3. Full Heavy Synthetic Brigade 1. 6 months. Liberate Donghai City. Lin Ye's pupils contracted. Through the original host's memories, he understood the mission's difficulty. Donghai City covered nearly 10,000 square kilometers with a resident population exceeding 50 million. Even calculating a 70 infection rate, at least 35 million zombies still roamed the streets, not to mention the various survivor factions that had risen amid the chaos. Most deadly of all, zombie mothers with superhuman intelligence would emerge in a Mont hit was they who, in the original timeline, controlled the zombie hordes and caused Donghai's complete fall within a year. Lin Ye took a deep breath, suppressing his inner anxiety, one step at a time. Right now, he needed to clear the zombies around the villa. Snow Leopard Strike Team, execute cleansing mission. Install silencers on all weapons, eliminate targets with precise shots within the villa's defensive perimeter. Avoid the black rain, and use ammunition freely. Whatever you spend will be replenished. His confidence stemmed from the system store's cheap ammunition prices. Pistol magazine 40 rounds 1 merit point. Assault rifle magazine 400 rounds 1 merit point. Machine gun belt 100 rounds 2 merit points. Full case of 1,000 rounds equally cost-effective. Various rocket rounds only 3 merit points each. Essentially unlimited firepower. Understood. The 12 team members responded in unison, their voices deep and resolute. The well-trained soldiers quickly dispersed like precision-killing machines. They inspected their weapons, drawing silencers from tactical vests and screwing them onto muzzles, the soft sound of metal threads engaging echoing throughout the living room. Chen Feng issued tactical hand signals. Two-man sniper team quickly ascended to the second floor, securing optimal firing positions. Two-man marksman team held the first floor's eastern floor-to-ceiling windows. Two-man demolition team covered the western garage passage. The remaining 6 wove a mobile fire network. Lin Ye stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows as rainwater pelted the glass, mixing with the sticky footsteps outside. With his enhanced vision, he saw 7 or 8 zombies beyond the iron gate. Gray, decaying skin, cloudy eyeballs, dark red drool hanging from their mouths. Some had torn abdomens with intestines dragging on the ground, yet they remained oblivious. Marshal, targets locked. Chen Feng's voice came through the bone conduction earpiece. Only then did Lin Ye notice that each team member's helmet had a tiny earpiece extending from the side, and his own ear had been quietly fitted with the same device. Fire at will. Lin Ye commanded in a low voice. Uft. The first muffled gunshot was barely audible. Outside the eastern fence, a zombie dressed in a delivery uniform jerked its head back violently, as a neat bullet hole appeared instantly between its brows. The entire corpse toppled straight into the standing water, sending black splashes high into the air. 2 nearly overlapping thuds immediately echoed from the second floor. In the distant bushes, 2 zombies gnawing on corpse fragments had their skulls explode simultaneously, brain matter and pitch-black blood splattering across the tree trunks like a fan. 11 o'clock, 3 moving targets. The communications soldier reported calmly. Copy that. The machine gunner adjusted his prone position, leaning slightly over the window ledge. 3 short bursts pop, pop, pop cut through the ring. 3 staggering figures collapsed in succession, one with its spine severed still crawling with its upper body until a follow-up headshot finished it off. Lin Ye watched intently, as if observing a precision slaughter demonstration. Every movement of the special forces was clean and efficient, choosing the most stable shooting positions, concealing their bodies in the shadows of eaves and window frames, not a single drop of black rain touching them. Cluster targets at the garage passage, approximately 15 in number, the demolitions expert suddenly warned. Lin Ye looked in that direction and saw a group of zombies attracted by the gunfire on the main road of the villa district. They waded through ankle-deep water, black rain streaming from cracks in their rotting flesh, leaving a trail of bubbling marks. Prepare crossfire. Chen Feng quietly adjusted the deployment. Grenadier, smoke screen. Roger. The grenadier knelt on one knee, pulled a 40mm round from his tactical vest, and loaded it into the underslung launcher with a thunk. Bang. The smoke grenade landed 5 meters in front of the zombie horde, and a gray-white wall of fog instantly rose. The zombies, deprived of visual guidance, clawed blindly in the mist, giving the team a window to reposition. Switch to armor-piercing incendiary rounds. Chen Feng ordered again. Click. Click. Two team members simultaneously changed ammunition types. The subsequent two muffled shots traced elegant arcs. Boom. Orange fireballs exploded in the center of the horde, the high temperature instantly igniting the rotting flesh and blood. The acrid stench penetrated even through the bulletproof glass. Several burning figures continued staggering forward, but were terminated by successive headshots. The battle lasted nearly an hour. The rain continued unabated, blood and water mixing into dark red veins across the ground. Lin Ye pulled up the system map. Within a 200-meter radius of the villa, all red dots had been eliminated. Area cleared, 137 targets eliminated, Chen Feng reported, requesting permission to deploy perimeter security. Just as Lin Ye was about to respond, the sniper's urgent warning crackled through the earpiece. Alert! Abnormal movement, 300 meters southeast. Everyone reflexively switched to combat stance. Lin Ye squinted, his enhanced vision piercing through the rain to catch sight of three figures moving on all fours with twisted postures, yet approaching at beast-like speed. These were definitely not ordinary shambling zombies, but some kind of entirely new monsters. Open fire. Lin Ye commanded without hesitation. 12 gun barrels erupted in unison, weaving a deadly net of metal rain that completely covered the three bizarre figures. One was immediately cut in half by machine gun fire, its remains tumbling and spraying blood. The remaining two, however, zigzagged through the barrage like lightning, their speed undiminished. 200 meters. The observer continued his calm countdown. The cold distance readings on the tactical display sent chills down Lin Ye's spine. Ordinary zombies could never possess such mobility. He grabbed the binoculars and finally got a clear view of those things. Their forms could barely be called human, but their joints were completely inverted, their fingers elongated into pitch-black claws, and their faces were nothing but gaping maws filled with razor-sharp teeth. Grotesque monsters that completely defied biological logic. Bang! A muffled sound tore through the night rain. The sniper switched to an anti-material rifle, and a 12.7mm armor-piercing round instantly blasted the upper half of the leading creature into a spray of blood and gore. Another one seized the opportunity to charge within 100 meters, leaping high as if attempting to vault directly over the wall. Focus fire! Chen Feng roared. All weapons blazed in the rain, their trajectories carving brilliant white streaks through the darkness. The airborne monster was shredded by at least 20 bullets, its limbs twisted into unnatural angles like a broken rag doll before crashing into a puddle outside the perimeter wall, splashing black blood everywhere. Target eliminated. The sniper's confirmation replaced any cheering, though his voice was noticeably tense. Lin Ye furrowed his brow. These were clearly no ordinary zombies. His memories from his previous life told him that such bizarre variants emerged from the combination of hosts with exceptional physical capabilities and the mutated zombie virus, creating the horrifying spectacle they'd just witnessed. But no matter how strong they were still flesh and blood. If you hit them in the face with a cannon, they'd damn well feel it. What? Still moving without a head? Then keep blasting until they're completely pulverized. Maintain watch, he ordered in a low voice. Chen Feng, take 2 men to collect samples. Watch your protection. Don't touch the black rain or the blood. Yes, sir. Chen Feng selected the demolitions expert and the medic. The three quickly donned heavy protective suits, grabbed sampling cases, and circled out through the basement passage. As for why collect samples, Lin Ye was simply preparing for the future. If the opportunity arose later, they might be able to synthesize a zombie virus serum or create something else useful. Whether it would work was a problem for another day. Right now, he just needed to lay the groundwork. He turned to the tactical terminal and pulled up the satellite map. The outline of Donghai City appeared on the screen, with vast areas already stained in alarming red. Liberate this city within 6 months? Looking at the dense clusters of red dots, he silently clenched his fists. This survival game was just beginning. Just then, the system notification chimed unexpectedly. Ding. Detected 140 zombie kills under the Marshal's command. Calculating rewards. Ding. Gain merit points 140, 416 Hong Kong dollars. Blueprint 1. Infantry Platoon Blueprint 1. Oh, blueprints dropped too. Lin Ye's spirits lifted as he immediately opened the system panel and clicked to unlock both blueprints. 416 Hong Kong dollars. Basic unlock, 500 merit points. Full configuration unlock, 600 merit points. Infantry Platoon. Required merit points, 150,000. Structure. 1. Platoon HQ Platoon Leader 1. Communications Specialist 1. 2. Infantry Squads 3 10-man configuration. 3. Weapons Squad 1 6-man configuration. Detailed organization. Infantry Squad. Vehicle, CSK 181 Warrior, Assault Vehicle 1. Driver 1, Squad Leader 1, Assistant Squad Leader 1, Gunner 1. Rifleman 2, QBZ 1, 91 Assault Rifles. Machine Gunners 2 QJY 201 Squad Automatic Weapons. Designated Marksman 1 QBU 2 037.6 2mm Marksman Rifle. Rocket Launcher Operator 1PF 1693mm Individual Thermobaric Rocket Launcher. Weapon Squad. Squad Leader 1. Anti-Tank Team 3 personnel. HJ-12 Anti-Tank Missiles. PF-98 a 120mm Anti-Tank Rocket Launcher. Machine Gun Team 2 personnel. QJY-2 a 17.62mm General Purpose Machine Gun. Vehicle. Shares 1 Warrior, with Platoon HQ. Lin Ye stared at the panel, his mouth twitching. Wait, you're sure this is called a platoon? Not a reinforced platoon. Meanwhile, the disturbance that had just erupted from the Cloud Villa was still echoing through the rain, already setting the nerves of nearby survivors on edge. 1 kilometer away, in a high-rise building in the Dawn community. Bang! A military-grade high-powered telescope was slammed hard onto the windowsill, its lenses trembling with fine droplets of moisture. Hu Biao leaned against the window, his bloodshot triangular eyes staring fixedly through the rain curtain at the half-hidden Cloud Villa in the distance. The centipede-like scar extending from his brow bone to the corner of his mouth bulged slightly as his facial muscles twitched. Military. He licked his cracked lips, his hoarse voice like sandpaper grinding against metal. No. Why would real soldiers hole up in a villa for target practice? Minutes earlier, he had witnessed dozens of wandering undead outside the villa being taken down with precise headshots. The gunfire was extremely quiet, yet carried that suppressed thud so familiar to mercenaries. Raindrops, gunfire, the crisp crack of shattering skull. She caught it all. Private military? The thought emerged only to be dismissed. The state simply didn't allow private armed forces, and that level of tactical skill and fire coordination was beyond even many regular troops. Alternating cover, crossfire, lightning-fast controlled bursts. This was clearly special forces level. Can't afford to mess with them. Better stay away, he muttered through gritted teeth. Boss Biao. Came a cautious knock at the door. Enter. Hu Biao snapped back to attention, his bulk quivering. The door opened and a tall, thin man in a black hoodie slipped in, wearing a smile both obsequious and cruel. Boss Biao, we've got everything from the 14th floor up under control. Except for that little lady in 1802, the whole building follows our orders. Tell me about the girl. Hu Biao half closed his eyes. The hooded man gestured exaggerated curves with his hands, grinning lewdly. According to the neighbors, she's gorgeous like a movie star, all curves, and she's still a virgin. Too bad she's got one of those bank vault-style reinforced doors. The boys couldn't crack it after trying for ages. Useless. Hu Biao roared, kicking over a chair. Don't you know how to use a cutting torch? What am I feeding you idiots for? Please don't be angry, boss. The hooded man's spine trembled. That girl goes out regularly. She's got maybe 3 days of food stored at most. When she gets hungry enough, won't she come begging you to open the door herself? Hu Biao grinned wickedly, waving him off. Fine, let her starve for 2 more days. What about the task I gave you? Don't worry. The hooded man immediately straightened up, drawing his hand across his throat. We've collected all the supplies from the whole building. Those who didn't cooperate. Haha. All taken care of. Good. Hu Biao nodded with satisfaction, pulling out a crumpled half-pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. The hooded man quickly offered a light. Give the boys 10% of the supplies. Hu Biao exhaled smoke rings, then narrowed his eyes with malicious intent. And go bring me that Mrs. Huang from the 16th floor. I've been eyeing those headlights of hers for quite a while. Understood. The hooded man grinned obsequiously, then added flatteringly. Boss Biao is brilliant. That woman's got spirit. I heard her husband was. Get lost. Hu Biao kicked him in the rear. Keep babbling, and I'll use you for entertainment first. Yes, I'm going right now. The hooded man trembled in fear, scrambling away and closing the door behind him. 5 minutes later. Let go of me. You animals. Accompanied by screams and struggling sounds, 2 thugs dragged in a young woman wearing only a silk nightgown. Huang Wan's hair was disheveled, one strap of her nightgown torn, exposing large patches of snow-white skin. When she saw clearly the scarred face sitting on the leather sofa, her pupils contracted sharply. Hu Biao. So it's you bastard. My husband won't let you get away with this. When the military slap, a vicious blow struck her face, cutting off her words. Hu Biao gripped her chin, forcing her to look up, while his other hand rudely slipped inside her nightgown. The military? Huh. Open your eyes and look outside. Those man-eating things are everywhere on the streets. Who cares that your husband is the mayor's secretary? He leaned close to the woman's ear, reeking of alcohol and bad breath. In this world now, whoever has the biggest fist makes the law. Whoever has supplies is king. However, Huang Wan suddenly fought back violently, driving her knee toward Hu Biao's groin, but the scarred man easily dodged, having anticipated this. 2 henchmen immediately twisted her arms behind her back, pinning her down hard on the coffee table. Just kill me. The woman screamed hysterically, tears mixing with lipstick smeared across her face. Even as a ghost, I won't want to die. Hu Biao leisurely unbuckled his belt. After I've had my fun. With that, he tore open the flimsy nightgown with a ripping sound, her pale body suddenly exposed in the stale air. He greedily took a deep breath, closing his eyes in intoxication. Sweet. So damn sweet. This apocalypse. I fucking love it. Seeing this, the two underlings tactfully stepped outside. Soon, piercing screams and a man's excited panting intertwined. Outside the door, the two henchmen pressed their ears to the crack, occasionally letting out lewd chuckles. Hee hee. Boss Biao's really enjoying himself. Just wonder if there'll be anything left for us brothers after he's done. One of them said, drool running from the corner of his mouth. However, just as the other was about to speak, the door suddenly opened. Hu Biao was tightening his belt, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his face showing complete satisfaction. Beside the coffee table, Huang Wan lay motionless on the ground, her body pale, eyes vacant and lifeless. Boss Biao Yu. The two henchmen outside looked at him with confusion. Hu Biao took a drag of his cigarette and said slowly, she's yours now. With those words, he walked out the door toward the stairway. He left behind two excited subordinates who had completely forgotten how long Hu Biao had taken from start to finish. 1 minute? Maybe. But it didn't matter anymore. The two exchanged lewd grins, immediately rushed into the room, and slammed the door shut. Within 30 seconds, wretched sounds emerged from the room again. This was the cruelty of the apocalypse. This was the dark side of human nature. Meanwhile, in the underground command center of the Yunzhong Villa, a three-dimensional map of Donghai City was projected on the wall. Lin Ye was studying the next advance route with Chen Feng, with red dots marking zombie-dense areas covering almost the entire city center. Marshal, according to drone reconnaissance, we could first clear the financial center buildings within several miles east of the Villa district. This way, we wouldn't have to worry about the rear of Yunzhong Villa being invaded. Chen Feng circled an area with a laser pointer, the tactical tablet simultaneously displaying structural diagrams of the buildings. Oh, tell me your reasoning. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Chen Feng pointed to the area circled in red and explained, most of the financial center towers on the east side are backed against the coast. Once we clear out the zombies there, very few threats will remain to endanger us. From a strategic standpoint, that building can serve both offensive and defensive purposes, making it perfect as our second base. It's a key position we must secure next. Lin Ye nodded silently. Though he knew the current difficulty was too great, the fundamental problem remained insufficient manpower. With the forces currently at his disposal, he simply couldn't establish complete control over that area. Everything would have to wait until tonight or tomorrow, until he accumulated enough merit points to exchange for an infantry squad before advancing further. Just as he was about to respond, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Lin Ye frowned. With cellular towers having collapsed long ago, who could possibly be calling? The name, Lin Xueqing, lit up on the screen. He paused for half a second, then swiped to answer. Hello? Young Master Lin? Is that really you? A trembling voice came through, choked with tears. Please, I'm begging you, can you come save me? My home is surrounded by those man-eating monsters. I'm so scared. The command room fell instantly silent, leaving only the static from the call. Lin Ye's face remained expressionless as one finger unconsciously tapped against the tactical table surface. Chen Feng tactfully stepped aside and pulled up the surveillance feeds. Young Master Lin? Say something. The voice on the other end grew increasingly frantic, with the background carrying faint sounds of heavy objects slamming against an iron door and intermittent roars. At that moment, in the penthouse of an upscale apartment building in the city center, Lin Xueqing huddled in the deepest corner of her walk-in closet, hand pressed tightly over her mouth, not daring to make a sound. Her expensive silk nightgown was soaked through with cold sweat, her hair plastered against tear-stained cheeks. Outside the apartment door came wave after wave of thunderous impacts, like sledgehammers pounding against the entrance. Why should I come save you? Lin Ye finally spoke, his voice cold as ice. The temperature in the command room seemed to drop instantly. Chen Feng's fingers operating the terminal paused almost imperceptibly. A sharp intake of breath came through the receiver, followed by suppressed sobbing. We were together just yesterday. You said you would protect me. But that was a different Lin Ye, not me. Lin Ye snorted coldly and raised his hand to activate the tactical tablet. The high-definition satellite map quickly zoomed in, with a green dot blinking at Emerald Bay Apartments 27 kilometers in a straight line from the Villa district, requiring passage through 3 major zombie-infested zones. The number of active zombies in the city center was conservatively estimated at 5 million. To make it through alive, he'd need 12 lives. But you have military protection. On the other end of the phone, Lin Xueqing's voice trembled. I saw the video in the homeowners group chat. There are troops in camouflage clearing zombies outside your Villa district. Please. Lin Ye's eyes turned ice cold. Intelligence was leaking faster than he'd predicted. Though he didn't care, after the city lost power, all electronic devices would become scrap metal within 2 days. Listen, he interrupted, his tone frighteningly cold. First, that's not the military, it's private security I hired. Second, their only job is to guard this villa. Third, he tilted his ear as the dull sound of pounding on doors grew closer through the phone. What you should be thinking about now is how to survive, not waiting for someone else to rescue you. You bastard. A hysterical scream pierced through the receiver. You didn't talk like this when you were in bed with me. You men are all fucking. BZZZT. Static drowned out the cursing. Lin Ye hung up directly, his gaze sweeping over the signal icon in the tablet's upper right corner gray. No signal, indicating the city center's cell towers had been completely destroyed. On the other end. Hello? 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 The signal cut off abruptly. Lin Xueqing screamed at her black phone screen before finally collapsing to the floor, her fingertips white. Fortunately, she had followed Lin Ye's advice the night before, rushing to stockpile supplies after work enough to last several months. But who could have imagined the apocalypse would actually come? In that moment, all her former spotlights, red carpets, and luxury endorsements crumbled. After her sanity nearly collapsed several times, she leaned against the glass curtain wall, gazing at the dark mass of zombies flooding the streets below, and found herself oddly calm. She understood how absurd her request had been. No one would take on such a suicide mission. What puzzled her most was that Lin Ye seemed to have known all this would happen. Those seemingly arrogant preparations he'd mentioned on the phone had all come true. Was he, from the future? Cloudtop Villa. The underground command center was dimly lit, the air deathly still. Lin Ye set down his phone and noticed Chen Feng and several team members watching him silently, their expressions complex. Is there a problem? His gaze was sharp as a blade. No, Marshal. Chen Feng stood at attention, hesitating for half a second before speaking. It's just that the residents of Emerald Bay Apartments are wealthy and influential. If we could rescue them, we might gain the support of local power. Oomph, a bunch of dead weight. Lin Ye swiped open the thermal map on his tablet. Red high-temperature zones surrounding Emerald Bay like flames. Risk our elite forces for a few pampered wastes? Captain Chen, this is the apocalypse, not a superhero movie. He didn't reprimand Chen Feng further. After all, those summoned by the system were flesh and blood people with emotions, desires, and independent thought. He turned toward the electronic sand table, his voice like a poisoned blade. Remember, in this apocalypse, bleeding hearts are deadlier than zombies. Notify all units to strengthen the perimeter defenses around the villa. Soon enough, smart people will start fleeing in our direction. Chen Feng saluted solemnly. Yes. Executing immediately. Lin Ye cast one final glance at his completely dead phone. Save Lin Xueqing? It wasn't that he hadn't considered it if she were within 2 kilometers, if she had value, if the rescue cost was manageable. But reality was, she was just another pretty but burdensome existence, and the apocalypse had no shortage of beautiful women. Outside the window, black rain continued to pour. In the distance toward downtown, a pillar of fire shot skyward, staining the dark clouds of viscous crimson. 2 hours later, at exactly noon, the black rain that had lasted 4 hours finally ceased. The leaden clouds seemed torn apart by giant hands, allowing beams of sunlight to pierce through and illuminate the devastated city. Survivors cautiously poked their heads out, momentarily dazed as if the apocalypse had been nothing but a nightmare. Until they saw the rotting figures wandering the streets and the scattered limbs everywhere, shattering the illusion completely. Boom boom boom. Look, helicopters. On the rooftop of an office building downtown, several office workers pointed at the sky, screaming. 3 dark green military helicopters in tactical formation skimmed low overhead, their rotors whipping the blood on the ground into eerie spirals. It's the military. The army's come to save us. Hey, we here. Damn it. Why are they flying away? Some frantically waved their jackets. Others lit documents to create smoke signals. But the helicopters didn't pause, flying straight toward the suburbs as desperate curses echoed between the buildings. In the center formation, a silver-haired old man in the leather seat slowly opened his eyes. His navy suit was perfectly pressed without a wrinkle, his weathered fingers gently stroking a dragon-head cane, completely ignoring the cries for help rising and falling outside the window. This was Mo Tianxing, the richest man in Donghai City, maintaining his composure as a person of power even while fleeing the apocalypse. Mr. Mo, the basic facilities at the 3rd temporary shelter in the war zone are ready. The military officer across from him handed over a thermos. Commander Li has specially prepared a private rest area for you. Mo Tianxing merely nodded slightly, without even lifting his eyelids. As the helicopter passed over an upscale villa district, he suddenly spoke. That team in camouflage in the eastern suburbs, have you found out about them? The officer was startled. Team? Apart from routine drills, there were no troop movements recorded yesterday. The old man slowly opened his eyes and pulled out his phone from his inner pocket. The screen showed a blurry video. In the black rain, over a dozen figures precisely shot zombies, muzzle flashes glinting coldly through the downpour. The officer took the phone, his pupils contracting sharply. The tactical movements were clean and efficient, the equipment familiar yet different in every detail. Helmets with more streamlined contours, sights of unprecedented design, even hand signals that were subtly unfamiliar. Not our troops. He frowned. And the equipment level seems considerably more advanced than current service gear. Realizing his slip, he quickly added, I'll report to Commander Li immediately. Mo Tianxing retrieved his phone, his gaze falling on the villa district rapidly receding outside the porthole. Tell Li Dongyang that my daughter is still in the shelter level of the Twin Towers at the financial center in the eastern suburbs. He rotated his jade ring, his voice steady. He should understand what to do. Yes. Sweat was already beading on the officer's forehead. Everyone knew that Mr. Mo's only daughter was the head of the financial group, and more importantly, that this tycoon's father was one of the nation's top 5 leaders. The helicopter turned toward the southeast, leaving the mysterious villa district behind. The officer couldn't help but glance at the phone video again. Through the rain, those unknown soldiers seemed to have a blurred snow leopard on their arm patches. Who exactly were they? Outside the cloud villa, over a dozen figures pressed against the shadows of the landscaping, scurrying like startled rats. Li Hua, the middle-aged man leading the group, gestured behind him while wiping sweat from his forehead, his suit sleeves soaked through. After the apocalypse broke out, he had rallied this small team of a dozen people using the leadership skills he'd developed as a regional manager, firmly believed in strength in numbers. Earlier, he had witnessed the heart-stopping scene inside Cloud Villa, which ignited a spark of hope for survival. Rather than waiting for rescue while holed up in their shop, they decided to venture out during this break in the black rain to actively seek a way out. Stay close. The corner ahead is where the troops just engaged in combat. Li Hua kept his voice low, his trembling hand gripping a riot baton that felt frighteningly heavy. In the group, a plump woman with instant noodle-style permed hair suddenly grabbed her companion's sleeve and shrieked. Damn it! Why won't those soldiers come out to save people? Are we taxpayers supporting them for nothing? Exactly, spat a young man with bleached yellow hair. I called 110 20 times and didn't get a single response. The buzzcut man at the back suddenly stopped, spinning a fruit knife in his palm. He squinted at the upper floors of the villa, seemingly spotting some unusual reflection. Look, the gate, someone whispered urgently. The group stumbled toward the ornate iron gate. The plump woman broke free from the crowd and swung her designer handbag at the gate post. Soldiers, open this door right now. You stupid woman. Are you insane? Li Hua lunged forward to cover her mouth, cold sweat trickling down his temples. At that moment, he could have strangled her. In the distance, the soft sound of shattering glass echoed. The woman bit his hand and screamed. Li Hua, just you wait. When the troops arrive, I'm reporting you for assault and harassment you. Her words cut off abruptly as she froze in place. 300 meters away on the tree-lined avenue, 7 or 8 twisted figures had caught their scent and were charging toward them. The rasping howls from rotting vocal cords made everyone's skin crawl. Shit. A burly man wielding a fire axe frantically pressed the doorbell. Open up. Isn't it a soldier's duty to protect civilians? But the iron gate remained motionless. Behind the floor-to-ceiling windows on the villa's upper floor, Lin Ye watched the surveillance screen with cold eyes. Sniper Chin Feng's crosshairs were locked steadily on the lead zombie's forehead. Marshal, should we intervene? Came the inquiry through his earpiece. Lin Ye glanced at the unusually calm buzzcut man. Wait a bit longer. The zombie horde suddenly accelerated. The lead infected wore a security guard uniform. Half his face rotted away to expose bone. The plump woman collapsed on the spot, urine streaming down her legs. The acrid stench excited the zombies even more. Back to back. Men on the outside. Protect the elderly and children in the center. Li Hua roared. He swung his baton at the first zombie's shoulder, sending putrid flesh flying, but couldn't stop those gaping jaws. Just as the teeth were about to sink into his throat. Thud. The security guard zombies had exploded like a watermelon. A second and third muffled shot followed in quick succession, and the zombies at the front dropped one by one, black blood splattering across Li Hua's face. There's a sniper, the buzzcut man shouted. Everyone get down. The remaining 5 zombies, drawn by the gunshots, turned toward the villa. They had barely taken 2 steps when 6 black gun barrels emerged from the second-floor windows. Rat-a-tat-tat-t's gunfire swept through like death's scythe as 5 zombies convulsed wildly in the hail of bullets. Sparks and bone fragments flew everywhere, while the hulking zombie roared and lunged forward a full 3 meters under the muzzle's fury, until its knees were completely shredded by machine gun rounds, and it crashed to the ground. Smoke billowed as the corridor fell silent except for the crisp clatter of rolling shell casings and the acrid smell of gunpowder in the air. Behind the iron door, the fat woman suddenly jumped up and kicked the door panel hard, making the steel plate ring. Now you know how to shoot? Why didn't you earlier? Her words cut off abruptly as the buzzcut man's blade pressed against her thick neck, cold as a tomb's wind. Make another sound, and I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. The blade pressed down, turning the skin on her neck a ghastly white. Terrified, she barely dared to breathe and didn't dare move again. At that moment, 6 fully armed Snow Leopard operatives emerged from the smoke and dust, advancing in formation and quickly arranging themselves in tactical positions at the iron door, their muzzles silently but coldly trained on everyone inside. Then Chin Feng appeared with steady steps, his combat boots striking the marble floor with crisp echoes. Seeing him, the fat woman rushed over like grasping at a lifeline. her face contorted as she shrieked, "Soldier! Open this door quickly! Someone's trying to kill me! Arrest him!" No one paid her any attention, making her even more furious as she pointed at Chen Feng and cursed, "Soldier, what are you waiting for? Open the door, or I'll file a complaint against your command." Pop! A muffled sound cut her off. Her head exploded like it had been struck by a sledgehammer, instantly becoming a sticky cloud of blood mist. Red and white brain matter splattered across the iron door as her mangled body swayed twice before collapsing like a broken sack. Ah! Murder! The screams had barely left their mouths when 6 dark gun barrels swung toward the crowd. "Shut up, all of you!" Chen Feng's voice was harder than steel pipe. "Whoever makes another peep is next." The crying was instantly stifled. A mother pressed her hands tightly over her child's mouth. The kid's face turned red from the pressure, but didn't dare struggle. Li Hua's suit pants quickly became soaked as urine dripped from his polished leather shoes onto the floor. His heart felt doused in ice water. Who were these people? They killed in broad daylight without fear of military consequences? The buzz-cut man withdrew his fruit knife, his narrow gaze scanning the Snow Leopard operatives. Their tactical vests were clean and efficient, bearing no identification numbers, and the Snow Leopard insignia on their arm patches was unlike anything he'd seen in active military units. Chen Feng removed his mask, revealing a stern face. "First, we are soldiers, but not the kind of soldiers you think you know." He walked to the iron door, his eyes like winter stars. "Second, we serve only the marshal." Bang! He fired a shot into the air, the shell casing clattering to the ground. "What makes you think you're worthy of giving us orders?" Li Hua's legs gave out in terror as he dropped to his knees. "Please spare me, sir. As long as you protect me, I'll work like a dog for you. I manage 300 people on Commercial Street. I can help you manage supplies." Chen Feng sneered. Clever, but still not worthy. His gaze swept the room, and the others immediately understood the signal. The burly man with the fire axe dropped to his knees. 2M strong. I can move things and kill people too." The blonde punk started kowtowing, his forehead banging loudly. "2 can fix cars. Please give me a chance to live, sir." More people collapsed to their knees in a chaotic heap, babbling incoherently as they begged for mercy, terrified that being half a second too slow would leave them headless corpses like the fat woman. As long as they could survive, what did dignity matter? They could tell these weren't government troops at all, but rather private soldiers recruited by some high-ranking officials. As for where they came from, that remained a mystery. Finally, everyone's gaze turned to the buzz-cut man. He had no choice but to nod reluctantly. He'd noticed the sniper scope's glint had been locked on his forehead the entire time. One word of refusal, and his head would be blown apart. "Very good." Chen Feng lowered his rifle. "But if you want to live, you'll need to prove your worth." He gestured at the corpses littering the ground. 30 minutes to clear everything within a 200-meter radius. Blood, flesh, bones. I don't want to smell even a hint of decay. There's so many. The blonde-haired man stared at dozens of mangled bodies, his stomach churning. Bang! A bullet grazed his ear and struck the ground. 29 minutes, 50 seconds. Chen Feng turned toward the villa. 1 second overtime, and you're all zombie food. The iron gate remained sealed, but the 6 Snow Leopard operatives vanished into the shadows like ghosts. The survivors stood frozen for a moment, then frantically rushed toward the nearest corpses. The buzz-cut man silently picked up the fat woman's designer handbag, using it as a glove to drag bodies. From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the villa's 3rd-floor window. A tall figure gazed down coldly at this macabre scene. "Marshal," he whispered to himself, though his hands never slowed their grim work. Meanwhile, the blonde suddenly vomited. He'd torn off a leg still connected to entrails. Li Hua fought back his terror, using a riot baton to pierce through a zombie's eye socket and drag it away. No one dared speak. Only the sounds of retching and the wet scraping of corpses against pavement filled the air. In the distance, fresh zombies were being drawn by the scent of blood. And from the villa's heights, a sniper rifle's safety clicked off. A few minutes later, 200 meters from the Cloud Villa, Huang Mao and the burly Sun Chong, who was gripping a fire axe, stood pale as sheets behind a landscape boulder twice their height. The thick stench of blood filled their nostrils. The earlier gunshots had acted like a flare, instantly drawing every zombie in the vicinity. The streets, green belts, and even rooftops were crawling with twisted, shambling, rotting figures. Their howls rose and fell like waves, surrounding them from all directions. "Chong, brother Chong." Huang Mao's voice trembled like a sieve. They're using us as zombie bait. If we stay here any longer, there won't even be bones left of us." Sun Chong's knuckles bulged as he gripped the axe handle, his eyes fixed on the approaching zombie faces. "Damn it, let's go for it. While their attention is on the zombie horde, we'll run west toward the Commercial Street. The terrain's more complex there." The 2 men locked eyes and instantly reached an understanding. The zombies were less than 50 meters from the boulder, their roars deafening. Sun Chong suddenly burst out. "Run!" His shout nearly tore his throat as he charged toward the small path on the villa's west side. Huang Mao followed close behind. unleashing the fastest speed of his life. Li Hua saw the two men break cover and instinctively wanted to shout, "Help!" but fear choked off his voice. The two had barely made it 10 meters when their figures were exposed in the center of the clearing. Pop! Pop! Two muffled sounds, like champagne corks being pulled. Sun Chong and Huang Mao's upper bodies exploded into clouds of blood mist, red and white chunks of flesh splattering across the roadside holly bushes. Their legs below the waist carried forward 2 more steps by momentum before collapsing to the ground. The air fell instantly silent. Several female students who had been dragging corpses collapsed to their knees in terror, too shocked even to scream. Cold sweat poured down Li Hua's back as he cursed inwardly. Damn. Good thing he'd hesitated for that 1 second. Don't just stand there. Quickly drag the last few bodies to the designated positions. The crew cut man growled, his voice cutting through the zombie moans. He glanced coldly at the remains of Sun Chong and Huang Mao without a flicker of emotion, his movements becoming even faster. The students and several elderly people were driven by death to unleash their last reserves of strength, but the zombie horde had closed to within a dozen meters, the stench of decay nearly suffocating. "Run!" someone shrieked. The survivors abandoned their task, wailing as they rushed toward the villa's closed iron gate. Li Hua, middle-aged and overweight, stumbled over the steps after just a few strides. A male zombie in a JK uniform lunged at him, its rotting claws slashing through the fetid air toward his neck. Thunk! A flash of cold steel, a fruit knife, pierced precisely into the zombie's temple. The crew-cut man followed through with a kick to the corpse's waist, sending it flying, then hauled Li Hua to his feet. "Move!" Li Hua scrambled forward, tears and snot streaming down his face. Thank you, brother." The crew-cut man didn't dare stop. The black tide of zombies instantly swallowed the clearing they had just worked to clear, and a slow-moving elderly man and middle-aged woman were pounced upon by several zombies in the blink of an eye. The piercing screams lasted less than 2 seconds before being replaced by the sounds of tearing flesh and gnawing bones. Grrrr. More zombies caught the scent of fresh prey, roaring as they lunged toward the buzzcut man and Li Hua. The villa's iron gate was still over 30 meters away, but the horde behind them was less than 10 meters away, their putrid stench hitting them in the face. The buzzcut man's eyes were sharp as an eagle's. With one hand, he gripped Li Hua tightly, pulling her forward in a desperate sprint, while his other hand wielded his blade in continuous blocks and thrusts, his movements precise and vicious. Each flash of steel found its mark in eye sockets, temples, or jaw joints. Thunk! The blade pierced an eye socket. With a twist of his wrist, he yanked the knife free, and the zombie collapsed instantly. Slash! A backhand sweep severed another zombie's throat. He dodged claws, kicked out a third zombie's kneecap, and as it fell, drove his blade deep into its neck. In mere seconds, the buzzcut man danced like death incarnate through the horde, carving out a 3-meter safety zone. But sweat beaded his forehead, and his breathing grew labored. There were too many zombies, and still no support from the villa. Are they really going to leave us to die? Rage and despair flooded his heart for the first time. The zombie tide had closed to within 100 meters of the villa's main gate, and the claws of the leading zombies nearly reached the slowest female student. At the critical moment, click! A heavy mechanical sound thundered as the seemingly impregnable alloy gate suddenly slid open silently. 7 figures emerged in formation. 4 soldiers wielding QBZ-191 assault rifles. 2 QJS-161 squad machine guns mounted on tripods, their thick barrels cold and menacing. And in the center, 1 person shouldering a gleaming QLU-131 sniper grenade launcher. Open fire. The command through the loudspeaker was cold as steel. The next second, hell descended. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Both machine guns roared simultaneously, spitting half-meter tongues of flame and scorching bullet rain. 5.8mm steel-core armor-piercing rounds swept in crossfire patterns, plowing deep into the zombie vanguard like red-hot iron plows. Dozens of zombies at the front didn't even have time to scream before being torn apart by invisible force. Severed limbs, black blood, and chunks of flesh erupted skyward like fountains. Bullets striking concrete and rotting corpses sent stone fragments and gore flying, quickly weaving a crimson mist in the air. This was only the beginning. Tum! A thunderous boom echoed as the QLU-131 fired a 35mm high-velocity smart grenade in a low arc into the densest part of the horde. Boom! In the blinding flash, the shockwave instantly shredded zombies within a 10-meter radius, while the violent blast wave sent countless more bodies flying and tumbling. Flaming limbs and organs rained down like putrid droplets. Meanwhile, the 4 assault team members with QBZ-191 rifles delivered controlled bursts like Death's Scythe, harvesting the scattered zombies one by one. Chun Feng's calm voice crackled through the team's earpieces, directing fire distribution and priority elimination zones. Low-flying micro-reconnaissance drones projected real-time battlefield intelligence onto their tactical glasses. In the thermal imaging display, thousands of corpses surged like a roiling black tide. Heavy machine guns, grenades, and shotguns wove together into tongues of flame, ammunition belts screaming through the air, shrapnel flying in all directions like a high-speed assembly line instantly grinding every target that entered the 100-meter perimeter into chunks of meat. This wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided, industrialized slaughter. In less than a minute, the surging horde that had just been charging forward was completely annihilated within 100 meters of the villa's entrance. 3 minutes later, the final burst of gunfire cut through the air. The gunshots went from dense to sparse, finally falling into deathly silence. A mountain of flesh and blood piled up in front of the villa, severed limbs scattered everywhere, the stench of blood and gunpowder thickening in the night wind like syrup. Li Hua, the buzzcut man, several students, and the remaining women huddled behind the iron gate. Their legs had turned to jelly, and they sat collapsed on the ground. Splattered black-red blood covered their faces and clothes, chunks of flesh stuck in their hair, their eyes vacant, bodies trembling uncontrollably. Some had even soiled themselves on the spot. The gunfire, like a symphony from hell, combined with the carnage before their eyes, completely shattered every notion they had about combat and force. This wasn't the military rescue scenario they had imagined, but a cold, efficient killing machine designed solely for destruction. The buzzcut man leaned against the cold wall, chest heaving violently, the fruit knife in his hand long since dulled. He stared fixedly at the Snow Leopard team members who had melted back into the shadows, their weapons still vigilantly trained on the entrance. His eyes were filled with shock and awe this moment. He finally understood that in the apocalypse, firepower was the only true authority. Li Hua struggled to his feet, crawling and rolling to Chen Feng's boots. Ignoring the thick blood covering the ground, he kowtowed frantically, his voice breaking with tears and desperate flattery. Sir. No. Commander. Divine soldiers. You're heaven-sent warriors. This worthless life of Li Hua's now belongs to the marshal. To all you commanders. Please take me in. Please. Chen Feng merely glanced at him coldly, like looking at a tail-wagging dog begging for scraps, his voice completely flat. Clean up the entrance. This time, you have 1 hour. Use whatever method you want. In the monitoring room of the Cloud Villa, the pungent aroma of instant noodles with pickled vegetables filled the air-conditioned space, creating a surreal contrast with the blood-soaked carnage displayed on the screens. Ding. System settlement. 142 zombies eliminated under the marshal's command. Distributing rewards. Ding. Military tent blueprint 1. MG42 blueprint 1 acquired. Lin Ye sat at the metal console, slurping noodles while indifferently scanning the blue notification prompts floating across the screen. MG42? World War II relic. He curled his lip, but nodded to himself. Still, the buzzsaw lives up to its reputation. 1,200 rounds per minute cuts through zombie hordes like water. Better than nothing. Over 1,000 zombies for just 2 blueprints. The drop rate was pathetically low, but every little bit counted. He dragged both blueprints into the unlock slot. Just as the progress bar finished loading, sharp knocks echoed from the door. Marshal. Enter. Chen Feng strode in and snapped to attention with a crisp salute. Report. The decoy operation is complete. Drone reconnaissance confirms only scattered zombies remain within a 500-meter radius of the villa. Threat level minimal. However, corpses are piled high. Without immediate cleanup, the stench will attract more hordes. Per your orders, I've commanded the remaining survivors to clear everything within 1 hour. Good work. Lin Ye set down his noodle cup. Have the men rotate shifts for rest and resupply while maintaining watch. We execute the next phase tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. Chen Feng acknowledged, then hesitated. Marshal, what about those survivors? How should we handle them? Lin Ye's fingers drummed against the cold table surface as he switched the monitor feed to outside the villa. Li Hua lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. The buzzcut man dragged the last corpse, his boots leaving dark streaks through pools of blood. Several students supported each other while retching, dark crimson filth dripping from their sleeves and collars. Memories of betrayal from his previous life struck like venomous fangs. Trust was a luxury in this man-eating apocalypse, and a death sentence. After they finished cleaning the battlefield, his voice carried the calm of a safety being switched off. Escort them all to the underground garage. No one leaves without my direct order. He paused, radiating cold menace. Anyone who disobeys no need to ask permission. Execute them on the spot. Understood. Chen Feng's eyes flashed with admiration. This was the iron fist chaos demanded. He turned and left to relay the orders. The villa wasn't a charity shelter, but a fortress, the foundation of survival and power. Lin Ye returned his attention to the system panel. Merit points 19,247. Recruiting an infantry squad required 50,000 points. Need until 11 tonight to accumulate enough. The next phase will have to wait until tomorrow. He calculated mentally. Only with a full infantry squad plus the Snow Leopard assault team could he expand outward and establish a truly controllable sanctuary, rather than stockpiling unstable elements in his garage. Outside the villa, corpses formed mountains while putrid stench rolled through the night air. The buzz-cut man expressionlessly unscrewed a gasoline canister, the acrid fuel splashing across the pile of bodies. Li Hua slumped against a flower bed several meters away, his face ashen. His expensive suit and leather shoes had long since been caked with blood and mud. He gasped heavily, utterly drained. This isn't work for human beings. His voice carried the exhaustion and humiliation of barely surviving hell. Click. The flint sparked, producing a flame no bigger than a fingernail. The buzz-cut man flicked his wrist, sending the lit lighter in a cold arc that landed precisely in the corpse pile. Orange flames erupted violently, instantly devouring the mountain of corpses. Scorching tongues of fire carried acrid black smoke skyward, while the intense stench of burning protein darkened half the sky. Waves of searing heat slapped against faces, revealing the numb, exhausted, and fearful expressions of the survivors. Meanwhile, in the uncleaned buildings of the villa district, countless eyes peered coldly through curtain gaps, watching this purification. What a bunch of idiots. In one high-rise, a middle-aged fat man in silk pajamas swirled his treasured vintage wine, his lips curled in disdain. Look at that pig Li Hua, exhausted like a dog, and that schoolgirl puking her guts out hilarious. A heavily made-up woman leaned against his shoulder, her shrill voice chiming in. Exactly. Working like slaves hauling and burning corpses just for a few bites of food? How pathetic. Good thing we didn't go down there, or we'd be doing manual labor too, reeking of death. Across the way, a man with glasses pushed up his frames and sneered. Those guys in camouflage aren't any better. Using living people as bait for zombies, killing their own without batting an eye worse than the undead. Stay under their watch. That's asking for death, right? We'll lock our doors and wait for government rescue. That's the smart move. Someone clung to their last shred of hope. When the army arrives, let's see if these soldiers still dare act so arrogant. Malice and schadenfreude spread behind the safety of windows as they mockingly watched those gasping figures by the flames below, forgetting who had cleared the zombie horde for them and deliberately ignoring the devastating firepower of the Snow Leopard team. Before the burning pile, the buzz-cut man's cheeks flushed red from the heat waves. He looked up, his blade-sharp gaze sweeping across the lit windows, as if he could see directly into those cold, self-righteous faces. His lips curved slightly as he tossed the empty gasoline canister into the inferno and turned to follow the group of survivors being escorted to the garage by Snow Leopard soldiers. Beyond the garage's heavy alloy door slammed shut behind Li Hua and the others, instantly cutting off the hellscape outside. Dim emergency lights hung from the beams, their circles of light swaying as the musty smell of motor oil and dust filled their nostrils. Stay put. No talking, no wandering around. The guarding Snow Leopard soldier's voice was ice cold, his gun barrel glinting menacingly in the shadows. Li Hua slumped against the cold wall and slid down, his face ashen. Several students huddled together, suppressing their sobs. A woman's child was so terrified he couldn't even cry. The buzz-cut man silently wiped his fruit knife clean of black blood, occasionally glancing toward the stacked supply crates in the depths and the ventilation ducts in the ceiling, as if calculating something. Time dragged on minute by minute, the survivors so exhausted they nearly dozed off. Suddenly, the alloy door hummed open a crack. A Snow Leopard soldier entered carrying a heavy cardboard box and a case of 24 bottled waters, announcing grimly, "There's food in the box. You 9 can divide it among yourselves. Not enough? Ask for more, we'll keep you fed." But, he raised his gun barrel. "Anyone who fights over it will face the consequences." "No, really? Food?" They looked at each other in disbelief. After the hellish battle and the humiliation of hauling corpses, they'd almost given up hope for anything good. Li Hua was first to react, scrambling toward the box and tearing open the seal. Vacuum-packed sausages, individual bread rolls, and compressed crackers packed it full. He nearly cried with joy. Thank you, sir." He frantically tore open packaging, wolfing down food and gulping an entire bottle of water. The others could no longer restrain themselves, cautiously gathering around to take their shares. For the first time, the oppressive garage filled with sounds of chewing and swallowing, bringing a small sense of security to the survivors. The buzz-cut man didn't move immediately. He narrowed his eyes, studying first the cardboard box, then the Snow Leopard soldier standing like a statue by the door in the apocalypse. Food meant life, making this generosity seem suspicious. Was it manipulation? Poison? Or did they have ulterior motives? His stomach cramped, reminding him of his body's limits. He quietly approached the box, picked up a bread packet and water bottle, then sat against the wall, his movements still controlled and efficient. As the bread entered his mouth, he tensed his nerves even more, his gaze once again sweeping toward the ventilation ducts and supply crate locations, as if ready to act at any moment. Unsolicited kindness always has a reason. Soon, the boxes were empty, and only a few water bottles remained. The survivors chewed their last bites of crackers, their faces finally showing long-lost satisfaction and relief. In this underground space surrounded by filth and fear, this simple, rough meal had become the most delicious they'd had since the apocalypse began. The Snow Leopard team members stood quietly to the side, waiting for everyone to swallow their last crumbs before turning to the door and bringing back several individual tents, dropping them with a thud onto the cold, hard concrete floor. Get some rest. His voice remained ice cold. Tomorrow morning, there's a mission for you. With those words, he strode away. The heavy alloy door immediately swallowed the corridor's light, producing a thunderous boom as it once again sealed the basement into a prison. A mission? What kind of mission? College student Kai Shukuan rubbed his now full belly, looking confused. Li Hua leaned against the cold wall, let out a loud burp, and waved dismissively. What else could it be? Just more corpse cleanup or reinforcing walls and moving bricks. As long as there's food and we can stay alive, I'll do anything. He didn't realize that this casual complaint was inviting unimaginable hardship for tomorrow's version of himself. The buzzcut man silently set up a tent, his rough knuckles sliding along the aluminum poles. His instincts told him that tomorrow's mission would definitely not be as simple as Li Hua imagined. At 3 in the afternoon, scorching sunlight blazed down on the devastated Donghai city. The dead city center was torn apart by a series of deafening explosions and gunfire. Boom! Rat-a-tat-a-tat. From broken window frames and the shadows of damaged balconies and high-rises, countless survivors peered out, their terror mixed with stubborn hope. On the main road, several military trucks covered with green canvas and hastily armored with steel plates served as makeshift battle vehicles, struggling to advance through the debris. Machine guns on the truck roofs spat fire, hot shell casings clattering onto the canvas. Dozens of camouflage soldiers alongside the vehicles took cover behind wrecked cars and collapsed barricades, providing suppressive fire while slowly advancing, bullets spraying like water toward the dense hordes of zombies surging from all directions. Look, it's the army. Government forces. The government has come to save us. From atop a high-rise, someone's tearful scream cut through the echoes of the ruins. Instantly, this shout ignited like a fuse, and the remaining settlements erupted in clamor and hope. Panicked people at windows, on rooftops, and at street corners desperately waved colorful cloth and clothing, screaming hoarsely for rescue. In the center of the convoy, a reinforced armored command vehicle crawled forward. Inside, Deputy Commander of Donghai City's garrison district, Major General Li Junshan, stared grimly at the zombie horde beyond the windshield. The vehicle's radio crackled with sharp static as urgent reports came from various vehicles. Report to Eagle's Nest. Vehicle 1 has consumed half its ammunition. Vehicle 2's machine gun is jammed. Requesting support. Vehicle 3 has large zombie groups on the flank. Requesting fire suppression. Damn it. Too many of them. We can't kill them all. Li Junshan slammed his fist on the control panel, sending sparks flying. His aide gripped the handrail, his voice equally heavy. Commander, the ammunition we brought can't sustain this intensity. And, since the apocalypse began, munitions factories and supply lines have all been cut off. Future resupply is nowhere in sight. Every shot fired is one less we have. I know. You think I wanted to come here to die? Li Junshan growled, blood vessels filling his eyes. This mission was forced down from above. They want the people to know that the military is still here. The government is still here. Give them some hope, or they'll all despair and turn into rioters or kill themselves. He gasped heavily and suddenly raised his hand, pointing at the roof. Staff Officer Wang, execute Plan B. Now, Deputy Wang grabbed the microphone connected to the high-powered loudspeaker on the roof, took a deep breath, and tried to make his voice as steady and commanding as possible. Attention all citizens of Donghai City. Attention all citizens of Donghai City. This is the advanced rescue team from Donghai Military District. The massive electronic amplification instantly drowned out the gunfire and zombie roars, rolling across the ruined cityscape. The government and military have never abandoned you. We are working tirelessly to establish safe shelters. All survivors must remain calm. Stay in your homes. Secure doors and windows. Do not go outside. Ration your food and water wisely. Avoid contact with the infected. Wait for rescue. Trust the government. Trust the military. We will return to evacuate everyone in an orderly and safe manner. Repeat. Hold your positions and wait for aid. Preserve yourselves. Order and hope are the keys to overcoming disaster. The government and military stand with the people forever. The official slogans echoed repeatedly, and cheers erupted from the high-rises. Some people wept with joy, as if dawn was just ahead. Did you hear that? The government is still here. The military hasn't abandoned us. We're saved. I knew the country wouldn't abandon us. Just hold on a few more days, the troops will come for us. However, in the dark, damp corners and resource-scarce lower floors of apartments, different voices emerged. A man dizzy with hunger spat. Bullshit. Wait for rescue? My family of 3 will be mummified by then. Empty slogans are useless. If you're so capable, airdrop some food. A woman holding a crying child screamed hoarsely. Wait for them with half a pack of crackers left? They'd be better off collecting our corpses. Angry curses exploded in the stairwell. They're surrounded like turtles and shells themselves, and they want to save us. Dream on. Someone peered through the window, seeing the military vehicle's space compressed by zombie hordes, and laughed bitterly in despair. Hope and despair, trust and doubt collided violently above this dying city, with cheers from high-rises and curses from below weaving together into an apocalyptic duet. Inside the command vehicle, Li Junshan listened to the slogans from the loudspeaker that even he found hollow, while receiving increasingly urgent reports from each vehicle. He irritably loosened his collar. Damn it! Those desk-bound old fossils at the Armed Forces Department. A few helicopters broadcasting citywide would have worked fine, but they had to send me and my brothers in here to die for this show. Idiots. All fucking idiots. He slammed the microphone. All units. Turn around immediately. Evacuate now. Repeat. Evacuate immediately. The order struck each armored vehicle like thunder. Turn around. Quick, turn around. Mechanized infantry. Provide cover. Get in the vehicles. The soldiers struggling behind the barricades were stunned at first, then survival instincts exploded. The outermost soldiers dropped their weapons and scrambled toward the military trucks already beginning sharp turns. Quick, quick, quick. Give me a hand. Machine gun cover. Suppress the zombie horde on the right. Shit. They're coming up. The firing line suddenly descended into chaos. The zombies, like piranhas smelling blood, surged forward even more frantically without fire suppression. One truck's wheels ran over zombie remains while turning, skidded violently, and nearly overturned. The machine gunner on top was thrown off and instantly swarmed by several zombies, managing only a brief scream. Old Lou, a soldier in a nearby vehicle, was furious but had no time to help. Leave him. Go, the squad leader roared. The front two trucks, with their powerful engines, smashed through blocking abandoned cars and scattered zombies, pointing their fronts toward the route they came from. The drivers floored the accelerators, and the engines roared at their limits. Charge out. Follow me. The two trucks roared forward like maddened steel beasts, barreling toward the thinner sections of the zombie horde. Zombies blocking their path were sent flying or crushed beneath the wheels, tossed through the air like broken rag dolls. The wheels rolled over them with a continuous symphony of cracking bones and bursting organs, leaving behind two horrific trails of black blood, mangled flesh, and bone fragments. However, the trailing truck was struck by misfortune. During its turn, it collided with the wreckage of an overturned bus, losing only a few precious seconds but enough time for the zombies to completely block the road ahead. Worse still, the path forward was littered with zombie corpses from earlier kills and debris crushed by the lead truck, creating a muddy mess of blood and flesh deep enough to reach halfway up the tires, as slippery as a crimson swamp. Floor it. Push through. The officer inside shouted, his eyes bloodshot with desperation. The driver slammed the accelerator, the engine roaring in protest, but the heavy vehicle seemed trapped in quicksand. The tires spun uselessly in the bloody mire, spraying chunks of dark red filth while the truck shook violently without gaining speed. Damn it. We're stuck. Can't get any speed, the driver croaked, pounding the steering wheel. From both sides and behind, the black tide of zombies surged forward like boiling seawater, threatening to engulf the truck completely. Open fire. Open fire. Hold them back, the officer screamed. The gunner on the roof gritted his teeth and swept the machine gun across the horde, trying to carve out an escape route, while soldiers in the truck bed leaned out with their rifles, spitting final tongues of flame. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang, bang, bang. The rain of bullets poured down, mowing down the front ranks of zombies like wheat before a scythe. But the horde was endless. The black tide quickly filled the gaps while their ammunition visibly dwindled. Report. Machine guns out of ammo, came a desperate shout from the roof. Rifle magazines almost empty. Grenades. Use the grenades. Several grenades were hurled into the mass, exploding in bursts of fire and shockwaves that cleared brief gaps, only to be filled again by more zombies within moments. On the truck's flank, a soldier's rifle jammed. Damn it, he roared. With no time to clear the jam, he yanked off his bayonet and drove it straight into the eye socket of a zombie, climbing onto the truck bed, black blood spraying across his face. Thunk, thunk. More soldiers were forced into brutal hand-to-hand combat. Bayonets, rifle butts, entrenching tools, anything they could grip became a weapon. The truck's edge instantly transformed into a bloody meat grinder. Ah! A soldier was grabbed by two zombies and dragged from the truck, his screams immediately drowned out by gnashing teeth. Lao Zhao, his comrade cried out, but could only continue fighting. Hold the line. Hold it, they shouted hoarsely, knowing full well that human strength had its limits. The zombies showed no fear of death, climbing frantically over their fallen comrades. The roof gunner was overwhelmed by several zombies and torn to pieces in the blink of an eye. On the truck's side, another soldier was grabbed by the leg and pulled down, his figure instantly disappearing into the churning black tide. We can't hold them. There are too many. The soldiers' voices were filled with despair. The truck writhed like a massive elephant swarmed by countless flesh-eating ants, struggling futilely in the bloody quagmire as it washed helplessly while the black tide slowly engulfed and devoured it. The metal chassis groaned and creaked under pressure, windows shattering under repeated zombie impacts, glass fragments scattering everywhere. Half-rotted skulls wedged through the broken openings, blackened arms reaching into the cab, fingernails scraping out ear-piercing shrieks. The rear cargo gate buckled and collapsed under the mounting pile of corpses, steel plates warping and deforming as if ready to tear apart at any moment. Abandoned vehicle. Jump and break through. The officer roared, his voice hoarse as a rusted blade. The remaining soldiers pushed open doors and leaped down, only to be instantly swarmed and tackled by the rushing zombies the moment their boots hit ground. Screams, tearing flesh, and the sharp crack of splintering bones merged into an impenetrable wall of sound as blood sprayed like burst water balloons across the mud, tires, and still spinning axles. You bastards. I'll take you all with me. The last soldier pulled the pin from his grenade. Several thunderous explosions erupted, fireballs tearing the truck into twisted, charred metal while consuming the soldier making his final stand. Thick smoke billowed skyward, forever burying the vehicle in this swamp of death and despair. Ahead, the two trucks that managed to escape floored their accelerators, kicking up dust and the acrid smell of burning fuel, not daring to look back. Behind them, the hellish flames and their comrades' intermittent death cries were swallowed by the blazing wreckage and rolling smoke. In the command vehicle, Li Junshin's clenched fists had torn his palms, blood dripping through his fingers onto the floor. He glimpsed through the rearview mirror that area completely consumed by the zombie horde, heard the final desperate calls crackling through his headset, then squeezed his eyes shut, his cheekbones twitching. After a long moment, he forced two words through gritted teeth. Idiots. No one knew whether this curse was aimed at the bureaucrats who forced them into this mission, at their damned fate, or at himself. Meanwhile, the government military's symbolic rescue operation came to a brutal and hasty end. The image of the final military vehicle being completely buried by the zombie tide, with total annihilation of all aboard, pierced like a sharp needle through the hope that had just ignited in the survivors. On the high-rise rooftop, the earlier cheers died as if strangled, cutting off abruptly. The air froze into glass-like stillness, then exploded into even deeper despair and terror. All gone. That was a whole truckload of people. Even the military couldn't hold them off. It's over, completely over. We're all dead. Some collapsed to the ground, wailing. Hope burst like a soap bubble, leaving only cold despair. More people stared blankly, slowly drawing curtains and retreating into darkness. But in a dim room on the other side of the building, several low, cold laughs cut through the silence. Several tattooed men gathered around a table, reeking of alcohol and sweat. See that? That's their so-called rescue. The heavily tattooed brute known to everyone as Brother Long tilted back a gulp of cheap liquor and sneered. Even their deaths were pathetic. Still counting on them? Might as well count on the gun in my hand. Brother Long's right, a lackey immediately chimed in. What bullshit government military, completely useless. In this world, might makes right. Once we raid a few more apartments and get our fill, this whole building will be Brother Long's kingdom. A real emperor. Yeah, following Brother Long means we eat well. The others clamored chaotically, eyes gleaming with malice and contempt for the weak. The military's destruction hadn't frightened them. Instead, it unleashed their predatory nature even more brazenly. In their view, the jungle law that emerged after civilization's collapse was paradise for people like them. Night had completely engulfed Donghai City, and an ominous silence permeated the deathly stillness. The entire city was plunged into pitch darkness due to power outages, with only scattered fires flickering between abandoned high-rises in the distance, casting sinister silhouettes of this steel graveyard. In apartment 1802 of Building 18 at Chengwang Residential Complex, darkness reigned as well. The fading daylight from outside filtered through the windows, barely outlining the furniture with blurred, cold white edges. Mu Qing huddled on the frigid leather sofa, arms wrapped around her knees, curling herself into a tiny ball. Her expensive silk pajamas clung to her skin smooth, yet utterly devoid of warmth as cold and terror seeped into her bones from all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Violent pounding shattered the silence, followed immediately by crude threats laced with profanity. You stupid bitch. Be smart and open the door. It's your lucky day that Brother Biao has taken a liking to you. Damn it, quit acting all high and mighty. If you don't open up, once Brother Biao gets tired of you, we'll throw you out to feed the monsters. Bah, starve to death, you worthless whore. The piercing insults penetrated through the heavy security door like venomous serpents drilling into Mu Qing's eardrums. She bit her lower lip, her body trembling slightly. Outside the door lurked the newly risen gang of thugs that had taken control of this building. Their leader, known as Brother Biao, was vicious and brutal, having already seized control of several units and forcing survivors to surrender their food and women. Damn it, this woman just won't come out. What a pain in the ass. growled an irritated male voice. Umph, starve her for a few more days, and I don't believe she'd rather die than submit. Let's go, we'll come back tomorrow, another cold voice responded. Heavy footsteps receded, and the hallway returned to deathly silence. Mu Qing's tense body relaxed slightly, but her despair only grew thicker. She lifted her head and, by the dim light from the window, caught sight of her profile reflected on the wall, delicate features as if carved by a blade, flawless porcelain skin that couldn't hide her ethereal beauty even in such a wretched state. She had been the campus belle of Donghai Jing University, destined for a glamorous life, yet had plummeted into hell during one weekend. That day, she had overslept, awakened by screams and chaos from outside her window. By the time she realized what was happening, the world had turned upside down, phones were dead, internet was cut off, and her parents in a distant province were beyond reach. Worse still, she had always avoided stockpiling food to maintain her figure. Now her refrigerator was nearly empty, containing only 3 apples and a carton of milk about to expire. Grumble. Her stomach protested sharply, hunger gnawing at her nerves like serrated teeth. Brother Biao's men were right. If this continued, she would either starve to death or open that door to face a fate more cruel than death itself. She struggled to her feet. The silk pajamas that outlined her graceful curves, once capable of driving men wild, now felt like a death warrant. She would rather die in this cold apartment than become a plaything, suffering a fate worse than death. Staggering to the kitchen, she grasped the refrigerator handle and pulled it open with one last glimmer of hope in the darkness. The refrigerator compartment was barren, with only 3 apples and a carton of milk lying quietly inside. This was her last remaining food supply. What am I going to do? Mu Qing weakly closed the refrigerator door and slumped to the floor, her back against the cold metal as she buried her face in her knees. The cold drove away her body heat and pressed the despair deeper into her chest. Call the police? The phone was useless. Cry for help. The entire building cowered under Brother Biao's tyranny. No one dared speak up. Make a run for it? His thugs could be lurking in the hallway at any moment, and she was just a defenseless woman walking into a trap. Every possible escape route was blocked. She was like a canary trapped in an ornate cage, watching her food supply dwindle while predators outside sharpened their claws. Someone, please save me. Her sobs echoed through the empty kitchen, helpless and pleading, met only by the deathly silence of the city beyond her window, reality's cruel reminder that no savior was coming. Just then, boom, a deep, penetrating explosion thundered from somewhere nearby, close enough to make the windows tremble. Mu Qing's head snapped up, her tear-stained face filled with shock and confusion. An explosion? Or gunfire? She stumbled to the living room and pressed herself against the floor-to-ceiling windows, straining to peer into the darkness. The sound seemed to come from the eastern suburbs, from the Yunzhong Villa district. Her heart began racing. Earlier that day, she had heard intense gunfire and even more violent explosions from that direction, but panic had made her dismiss them. Looking back now, those sounds were nothing like the sporadic firefights of a retreating government force. They were rhythmic and fierce. The government troops had already suffered a crushing defeat in the city center that afternoon. So who exactly was firing weapons in the Yunzhong Villa district? A bold idea struck her like lightning, cutting through her despair. Go to Yunzhong Villa. Gunfire meant power and order, and perhaps hope for survival. Staying here meant either starving to death or falling into Brother Biao's hands. She had to escape. She forced herself to stay calm, her mind racing. Brother Biao's gang had cleared out the zombies from nearby floors and streets to maintain control of the building. Once she got out, the darkness could provide cover for her dash to the eastern suburbs. The biggest challenge was escaping from apartment 1802. The front door was under surveillance, and guards patrolled the hallways. Her only way out was through the window, her gaze fixed on the floor-to-ceiling windows. The 18-story drop would terrify most people, but her eyes blazed with determination. She would climb down. Others would think she'd lost her mind, but this wasn't a rash decision. She took a deep breath, remembering her ace in the whole mountaineering. 2.5 years of serious climbing experience had given her extensive knowledge and top-tier equipment. Rock climbing, rappelling, rope techniques, what had been extreme sports in peacetime, now offered her only path to survival. Time to take the gamble. She hesitated no longer. Her will to survive overcame her fear, and she sprang into action. First step, restore her strength. She returned to the kitchen and quickly devoured the 3 remaining apples from the refrigerator, then drained a carton of milk. The cold, sweet liquid and fruit pulp slightly eased the hollow ache in her stomach. Second step, change her gear. She rushed to the bedroom, stripped off her cumbersome silk pajamas, and put on professional dark climbing clothes that allowed for easy movement while providing camouflage. She laced up her high-traction climbing boots. Third step, prepare her equipment. From the depths of the storage room, she dragged out a heavy black mountaineering pack, her lifeline. Inside were 100 meters of static rope, an ATC belay device with carabiners, a harness, helmet, headlamp, accessory cord, quick draws, ice axe. All her gear was in perfect condition. The final and most crucial step, setting up the anchor point. She needed to find an absolutely solid load-bearing structure in her home to secure the rope. Her gaze quickly locked onto the thick support column in the living room. The webbing and carabiner wrapped around the base of the column several times, secured with a double figure-8 knot plus a backup knot. She yanked hard, and the anchor point didn't budge an inch. Next, she pulled aside a corner of the floor-to-ceiling curtains and carefully surveyed the exterior wall, the balcony, air conditioning units, window ledges. Several protruding bay window sills could serve as intermediate footholds. Darkness was the perfect cover. Mu Qing shouldered her heavy climbing pack and walked to the window, looking back at what was once a warm home but now felt like a prison cage. Taking a deep breath, her eyes instantly hardened with determination. She pushed open the window, and the night wind rushed in, carrying a faint metallic scent of blood. She methodically threw out the descent end of the main rope, confirmed it hung straight without tangles, then nimbly climbed through the window. Her feet found purchase on the narrow ledge that barely accommodated half a foot, her back pressed against the cold wall. The wind was fiercer on the 18th floor, whipping her hair wildly. Below yawned a pitch-black abyss that would make most people's legs turn to jelly at a single glance. After the initial wild pounding, her heartbeat quickly steadied. Years of climbing experience had taught her to stay calm on sheer faces. Harness, descender, rope connections. She double-checked everything. Her gloved hands gripped the rope firmly. Go! She leaned back, shifted her center of gravity downward, and used the friction from the descender to slide down at a steady pace, her movements clean and precise. 15th floor, a protruding air conditioner bracket caught the rope. She stopped immediately, swung her ice axe with a gentle tap to free it, and continued. 12th floor, sudden sounds of shattering glass and screaming erupted from the unit below. She pressed against the wall, holding her breath until the noise inside gradually subsided before resuming her descent. 9th floor, a massive outdoor billboard hung directly below. She traversed several steps sideways to avoid the obstacle. Each pause and traverse drained her strength while increasing the risk of discovery. She had no choice but to accelerate. Finally, before complete exhaustion set in, her feet touched down on the wide awning of a first-floor shop, less than 5 meters from the ground. She quickly removed the descender, coiled all the rope she could into her pack, leaving only the anchor end hanging high above. The street was empty, with only a few shambling zombie silhouettes visible under distant streetlights. This was her moment. She grabbed the edge of the awning, swung her body, and landed gracefully, silent as a cat in the night. Slipping into the shadows of nearby landscaping, she gasped for air, her heart pounding wildly. She'd done it. She had actually escaped from the 18th floor. Without a moment's hesitation, she got her bearings, secured her backpack, crouched low, and began stealthily making her way toward the Yunzhong Villa district in the eastern suburbs, roughly a kilometer away. Meanwhile, the perimeter of Yunzhong Villa had just witnessed a bloody massacre. The Snow Leopard strike team, with overwhelming firepower, had torn apart a fresh wave of over 100 zombies, leaving dismembered remains scattered everywhere. Clean up the battlefield. Chun Feng's icy voice crackled through the earpiece, simultaneously reaching the guards at the underground garage entrance. The heavy alloy garage door slowly opened, and under the dim lighting, 9 survivors including Li Hua, the buzzcut man, Kai Shuquan, Lu Ying, and others filed out. The hellish battle that afternoon had numbed their fear, and though their faces remained pale, they moved much more efficiently than before. They expertly grabbed iron hooks, sacks, and shovels from the corner, silently walking toward the blood-soaked carnage. Move it! 30 minutes. The guard's shout cracked like a whip across their backs. Li Hua gritted his teeth and swung the iron hook, dragging half a zombie corpse toward the collection point. The stench of blood mixed with decay assaulted his nostrils, yet he was startled to realize he'd become somewhat skilled at this. Had moving corpses become second nature? Just as this absurd thought crossed his mind, he turned to drag a particularly heavy zombie trapped under vehicle wreckage. Shoo shoo shoo. The faint sound of footsteps, like leaves brushing against concrete, crept into his ears from the shadows behind him. On the edge of this deathly silent battlefield, Li Hua's already frayed nerves nearly snapped completely. Help! There's a zombie. There's a zombie. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he dropped the iron hook and scrambled away on all fours, his screams piercing and shrill. The silence was shattered, and everyone's hair stood on end. The buzzcut man reacted fastest, grabbing a nearby fire axe and pouncing toward the shadow Li Hua had pointed at like a hunting leopard. The axe blade rose, cold steel flashing only to strike empty darkness. Wind rustled through torn plastic sheeting, creating a soft flapping sound. The buzzcut man frowned but didn't retreat, his gaze sweeping every corner like a searchlight, his ears catching every subtle sound. He'd definitely heard something. Steady footsteps approached. Chen Feng arrived with 2 Snow Leopard team members, QBZ-191 rifles lowered but safeties off. What's going on? His cold gaze swept over. Li Hua collapsed on the ground, and the alert buzzcut man. Sir, just now, there were footsteps over there. Really? Li Hua pointed toward the shadows, his voice trembling with tears. Chen Feng signaled for the buzzcut man to fall back, stepped forward, and instantly raised his rifle, the dark muzzle aimed at the depths of the tire pile. Rat-a-tat. 3 short bursts tore through the air, bullets drilling into the tire crevices, sparks flying. The gunshots echoed through the dusk, deafening. Come out now, or I'll shoot you dead. Through his night vision scope, a white human silhouette had nowhere to hide. Don't shoot. I'm human. I'm not a zombie. A sharp female voice filled with tears rang out as a figure stumbled from behind the tire pile. Mu Qing. Her face was deathly pale, chest heaving violently. One hand pressed firmly against her heart, while the other gripped a climbing pick stained with dark red blood. The bullets had nearly grazed her hiding spot, scaring her out of her wits. The evening light outlined her slender yet tense figure, disheveled hair matted with blood and dust, her face still breathtakingly beautiful despite the grime, creating a startling contrast against the backdrop of scattered corpses. Hiss! The buzzcut man sucked in a sharp breath, torn between amazement and wariness, his gaze lingering on the bloodied climbing pick. Was that blood from zombies? Or? Li Hua stared slack-jawed, mouth agape enough to fit an egg, nearly drooling. Holy cow! A goddess, descended from heaven? Who are you? How did you get here? What are you doing here? Chen Feng's gun barrel remained perfectly still, the cold metal reflecting the campfire's glow like Siberian wind cutting straight to the bone. His sharp gaze swept back and forth between the woman's face and the blood-stained ice axe in her hand. Midnight, residential area, bloodied weapon, every detail reeked of danger, especially when it involved a suspiciously beautiful stranger. I. With the gun barrel inches from her face, Mu Qing's heart nearly exploded. Her lips trembled, her throat felt like sandpaper, unable to squeeze out even half a sentence. She had already exhausted all her courage just to escape here, but facing the killing intent of this battle-hardened soldier, this girl who grew up in peacetime instantly crumbled. Suddenly, a voice filled with disbelief rang out from the survivor group. Wait. You're Mu Qing? The campus beauty Mu Qing. Female college student Lu Ying pushed to the front, eyes wide as she stared at Mu Qing. Mu Qing froze, following the voice and recognizing the somewhat familiar face. You know me? Of course I know you. Lu Ying was so excited she nearly jumped. I'm also from Beijing University, business school. I gave you flowers at the welcome party. You're every guy's goddess on campus. How are you here? And like this. Her gaze slid from Mu Qing's disheveled hair to her bloodstained clothes, then settled on the ice axe dripping dark red blood, a mixture of confusion and fear in her eyes. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. The Beijing University campus beauty identity could explain her appearance, but not her strange arrival or the fresh blood on her weapon. That blood definitely didn't come from the distant zombies. He instantly judged that this woman was likely seeking shelter, but he didn't lower his guard. The next second, he pulled his attention back, his voice like iron hitting stone. What are you staring at? Time's more than half up. If you want to sleep outside feeding zombies tonight, keep gawking. His cold gaze swept over Li Hua, the crew-cut man, and the others. Move faster. He raised his wrist to check his watch, his tone even harder. If you don't clean this up within half an hour, all of you including this new campus beauty will be spending the night outside. The threat hit like ice water. Li Hua screamed and scrambled to grab the zombie corpse stuck in the doorway, dragging it out even more desperately than before. The others snapped awake and resumed their work with renewed urgency. Mu Qing looked around. Chunks of flesh and blood scattered everywhere, survivors expressionlessly moving corpses, the air thick with rot and burning. Looking at Chen Feng's cold, rigid back and the Snow Leopard team members' high alert, a chill swept through her entire body. This shelter was worlds apart from the safe haven she had imagined. She instinctively tightened her grip on the bloodied ice axe, as if it were the only lifeline she could grasp. What are you standing there for? Why aren't you moving corpses? A cold voice from the buzzcut man came from behind her. I have to move them too. Mu Qing instinctively pointed at herself, her voice trembling with resistance. For a campus beauty who had always basked in spotlights and applause, moving those rotting, mangled corpses would be worse than death itself. The buzzcut man didn't stop walking, only dropping an even icier warning. What else? Follow orders if you want to live. We don't keep dead weight here. Dead weight. The words pierced her heart like needles. She watched his figure disappear behind the pile of corpses, then met the scrutinizing gazes of Chen Feng and the Snow Leopard team members. Survival instinct finally crushed her pride. She gritted her teeth, the struggle on her face gradually hardening into resolve. She had to survive. Holding her breath, she tremblingly followed the others' movements and grabbed the relatively intact leg of a zombie. Ugh! The apple and milk she'd just swallowed came rushing back up. She covered her mouth and rushed to the side, retching violently until even bile came out, tears and snot covering her face. The texture, the stench, it nearly broke her. But Mu Qing's adaptability was surprisingly strong. After vomiting, she was pale as a sheet and shaking uncontrollably, yet she staggered back to the corpse pile. The second time, she learned from the buzzcut man, using an iron hook to drag bodies or working with others to carry lighter limbs. Her movements were clumsy and inefficient, and she still dry-heaved several times, but she actually held on, moving several bodies unlike those other pampered students who had simply collapsed in tears. From the shadows, a barely perceptible flash of surprise crossed the buzzcut man's eyes. After a suffocating half-hour, the bodies were piled into a small mountain again. Flames roared to life, consuming the filth and temporarily driving away the darkness and fear. Under the billowing smoke, the survivors looked like they'd just crawled out of purgatory, all reeking and utterly exhausted. Back to the garage. At the guard's command, everyone felt reprieved, dragging their aching legs like walking corpses back to the dim but temporarily safe underground garage. The metal doors closed, shutting out the nightmare outside. Just as everyone collapsed, the garage door slid open again. It was the same Snow Leopard team member, this time carrying 2 larger boxes and a case of bottled water. Here, eat up. He casually set the items down, his tone flat. You need to eat to have strength to work. Before he'd even finished speaking, Li Hua, Kai Shukuan, and several students had already pounced like starving wolves, tearing open packages and stuffing bread and ham into their mouths, twisting off bottle caps and chugging water. Mu Qing was stunned by the scene. They'd just forced them to move corpses, and now they were giving out so much food? Without limits? Mu, our campus beauty. What are you spacing out for? Lu Ying called out with her mouth full of bread, clutching 2 sausages in her hands. Hurry up, or there won't be any left. Hearing her stomach's thunderous protest, Mu Qing's last bit of dignity crumbled. She rushed forward, pushing past the slower students, grabbed a piece of bread and bit down hard, then twisted open a bottle and gulped it down. The warmth of the food quickly drove away the cold and weakness. After the feeding frenzy, only satisfied sighs and intermittent burps remained in the garage. Everyone lay or sat around, enjoying the brief satisfaction and peace. The Snow Leopard team member left, the heavy metal door closed again, and only the survivors' heavy breathing filled the dim garage. Mu Qing leaned against the cold wall, her body exhausted but her mind unusually alert. She glanced across the numb yet grateful faces around her, and the question weighing on her heart finally escaped her lips in a deliberately lowered voice. Those soldiers earlier, were they from our government forces? Their equipment seemed really advanced. Lu Ying patted her bulging stomach, let out a satisfied burp, then shook her head. I don't know either. But it didn't really feel like it, you know? She frowned, trying to recall. They've been stationed in this villa the whole time, giving off this very different vibe. Huh. From the floor, Li Hua lay with his hands behind his head, legs crossed, letting out a scornful laugh with the tone of someone who'd seen it all. You girls, why worry about such things? Who cares what kind of divine beings they are? As long as they feed us and keep us alive, they're our saviors. Knowing too much never ends well, just being alive is good enough. Lu Ying pursed her lips without arguing, clearly agreeing with Li Hua's perspective. But Mu Qing's doubts only deepened. What exactly was different about them? The cold, ruthless efficiency, the devastating firepower, the absolute obedience to singular command. She remembered Chun Feng's emotionless eyes and his warning about not keeping dead weight, making her heart clench tighter. After a moment's hesitation, she pressed on. Then, do you know who their leader is? The one they take orders from. I know that. Lu Ying suddenly straightened up as if ignited, her eyes gleaming in the dim light. When we first arrived this afternoon, that cold officer mentioned it. She lowered her voice to barely a whisper, excited to share her secret. Behind all those fully armed, incredibly powerful soldiers, the real boss is a mysterious person called the Marshal. Marshal? Mu Qing gasped, the title making her heart race. In this era, Marshal represented the highest military honor. How could it be connected to a private villa? Shoo! Lu Ying quickly gestured for her to keep quiet. That's right, the Marshal. That officer said they're only loyal to the Marshal, only follow the Marshal's orders. It sounds incredibly impressive, but no one knows if he's old or young, or what he looks like. Anyone who can command such powerful forces must be an incredibly important figure. Her eyes were filled with awe and curiosity. Mu Qing's breathing unconsciously quickened. She had fled Dawn Community seeking a lifeline and protection, and Marshal, this title seemed to illuminate a possible path forward in this wasteland of despair. She clenched her fists, her gaze flickering in the darkness. Curiosity, awe, and a trace of longing she hadn't even recognized, a desire to approach that source of immense power. In the corner, the buzzcut man who had been resting with his eyes closed gave an almost imperceptible tremor of his eyelids upon hearing Marshal, then returned to his deathly stillness. The night had grown deep. In the villa's war room, soft lighting cast a gentle glow. Chen Feng concluded his report. The casualty statistics from the small-scale conflict have been compiled, and Mu Qing has arrived safely. At that very moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Ye's mind. Merit points 103, still no sign of the long-awaited blueprint. A woman? traveling alone through the night. He set his electronic stylus on the corner of the desk, his gaze shifting away from the holographic map of Donghai City as he raised an eyebrow with mild amusement. Chen Feng added, "She's carrying a full set of mountaineering equipment tropes, harnesses, rappelling devices, the works. Her ice axe has fresh blood on it. Based on her route and physical condition, she most likely killed 1 or 2 isolated zombies along the way." Oh, Lin Ye leaned back in his chair, fingers drumming against the armrest. Quite bold of her. Was she so certain she wouldn't be torn apart by zombies? Or does she have some other skills? A glint of curiosity flickered in his eyes, clearly intrigued by this unexpected visitor. "Go bring her here. I want to meet her." "Yes, Marshal." Chen Feng immediately saluted and left. Minutes later, in the luxuriously carpeted hallway, Mu Qing followed closely behind Chen Feng, her heart practically beating out of her chest. Hearing that the marshal had specifically requested to see her left her completely bewildered. Why her? She was just an ordinary survivor who had barely made it to the safe zone. The title marshal carried an inherent intimidation, and her mind involuntarily conjured terrifying images: a greasy, pot-bellied middle-aged man, or a scarred, brutal old soldier. If he had taken a fancy to her former campus beauty looks and figure, wouldn't she be jumping from the frying pan into the fire? She dug her nails into her palms, steeling her resolve. If it came to that, she would rather die than submit. "We're here." Chen Feng stopped before a heavy, carved wooden door, his cold voice interrupting her anxious thoughts. She bit her lip and whispered, "Officer, why does the marshal want to see me?" "Don't know." Chen Feng's reply was curt as he raised his hand to knock. "Enter." A young, steady, magnetic male voice came from within, penetrating the door and reaching Mu Qing's ears clearly. The voice was so young. Mu Qing froze, all her assumptions about greasy old men and thugs instantly crumbling. She instinctively patted her chest, which had been rising and falling with nervousness, and quietly exhaled. At least it wasn't the worst-case scenario. Suppressing her churning emotions and rekindled curiosity, she pushed open the door. The scene inside made her pause once again. Extreme luxury coexisted with cold military efficiency. Through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, scattered city lights twinkled in the distance. Expensive mahogany desks displayed complex electronic sand tables and maps. Behind the desk, an unexpectedly young figure sat with his head bowed, intently studying a map spread before him. The sandalwood surface gleamed warmly under the dim yellow light as his long, powerful fingers traced a valley on the map. When his knuckles tapped lightly, his brow furrowed slightly. When his fingertips paused, his expression gradually relaxed. He seemed completely absorbed in silent tactical calculations, utterly oblivious to any movement at the doorway. Mu Qing held her breath, not daring to take another step forward. In the lamplight, she took in his apparancia well-tailored dark casual outfit, straight shoulders and back, clean and sharp profile, prominent nose bridge, and firmly set lips. His intense concentration added an even more commanding coldness to his already mature presence. Just sitting there, he seemed to fill the room with invisible pressure that made one instinctively want to bow in submission. Ahem ahem. Her throat felt dry as she finally couldn't resist clearing it softly to announce her presence. The brief sound was like a pebble dropped into a deep pond. Lin Ye looked up. Their eyes met, and the air instantly grew tense. A rare flash of amazement crossed Lin Ye's gaze. Having seen countless beauties in both his past and present lives, he was still struck speechless. Her skin was snow white, her features exquisitely carved, especially those eyes that held both panic and defiance, like a startled deer, yet clear enough to reflect the lamplight. Even wrapped in dirty, torn hiking gear that made her look disheveled, nothing could hide her striking beauty. However, as his gaze moved downward, he noticed the tears in the fabric from sharp objects and large patches of blood that had dried to a dark red. The amazement in his eyes instantly cooled. In the apocalypse, being clean and beautiful often meant being a burden and trouble, and his brow unconsciously tightened. In comparison, Mu Qing's shock was even greater. She had expected to find a white-haired, battle-hardened old general sitting in the room, but instead faced a young man who appeared to be barely in his 20s and devastatingly handsome at that. It wasn't the gentle beauty of youth, but an aggressively striking handsomeness that combined strength, intelligence, and coldness. Those deep eyes seemed capable of seeing through one's thoughts, carrying an undeniable authority. This was the marshal that those wolf-like soldiers outside served so loyally? She could hardly believe it. The contrast was simply too great. "Have a seat. No need to be so formal." Lin Ye withdrew his gaze, his fingertips casually tracing the edge of the desk as he spoke in a tone so indifferent it sounded like he was issuing the most ordinary command. The leather sofa across from the desk gleamed softly, but Mu Qing shook her head vigorously, her voice tight with tension. "No. No need, Marshal. I'm dirty, I'd rather stand." She gripped her ice axe stiffly, mud still clinging to her shoes, terrified of soiling what appeared to be an expensive sofa. "Suit yourself." Lin Yi said no more, leaning forward slightly with his hands clasped on the desk, as he studied her again. His gaze was like a sharp searchlight, peeling away the prey's defenses layer by layer. I called you here out of curiosity, really. He paused, his tone taking on a hint of amusement. A young woman, wandering alone through a zombie-infested city in the dead of night, bold enough to venture into the villa district? That kind of courage is quite remarkable. With that, he leaned back in his chair, his thin lips curving into a slight smile, the probing look in his eyes intensifying. And, aren't you afraid that this so-called marshal, might not be a good person? That bringing you here means I want to do something to you. Mu Qing felt as if ice water had been poured over her heart. She trembled, her face instantly paling. In her earlier desperation to escape and satisfy her curiosity, she had forgotten the most crucial point in the apocalypse. Armed force meant lawlessness. If this man truly harbored ill intentions, she wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Fear gripped her throat as she instinctively stepped back, her knuckles white from tension. Lin Ye observed this, the amusement at the corner of his mouth deepening. Fear was normal, at least she wasn't stupid. He tapped the desk, his voice returning to its emotionless tone. Tell me, how did you get here? I'm very interested. Mu Qing took a deep breath, forcing her heartbeat to slow. The only thing she could do now was gamble that this young marshal had no immediate malicious intent. So she recounted her entire escape, leaving out nothing. Trapped on the 18th floor, threatened by Brother Biao. Food supplies exhausted, hearing gunshots and explosions from this direction in her desperation. Taking a desperate gamble, rappelling down with her climbing rope. Multiple falls and scrapes in the darkness, her clothes torn by sharp concrete edges. Before landing, encountering two wandering zombies in the alley. With no escape route, fighting desperately, using her ice axe to crush their skulls. Hiding and dodging all the way until finally reaching the villa district. At this point, she raised the ice axe in her hand, its bloodstains now dried to a dark brown under the light, silently bearing witness to her story. Lin Ye listened quietly, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the desk. When he heard about the 18th floor rappel, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. When she mentioned killing two zombies, that surprise was tinged with approval. This woman before him appeared delicate and fragile on the surface, as pitiable as a campus beauty. Yet her core was terrifyingly cold and hard, daring to climb down from 18 stories, daring to kill zombies with her own hands. Her decisiveness and courage far exceeded his expectations. Climbing. Lin Ye caught the key word, leaning forward again, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through her. You're skilled at climbing? Rock climbing? Rappelling? Lin Ye looked up, his tone utterly indifferent, but his gaze pierced Mu Qing like a sharp blade. Her heart tightened under his stare, yet she nodded honestly. Yes. I joined the mountaineering club in college and have 2.5 years of professional training and field experience. I'm decent at rock climbing, rappelling, and rope techniques. My gear is all top tier too. She couldn't understand why he was suddenly so interested in this particular detail. The finger tapping stopped abruptly. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Ye's eyes as he assessed her from head to toe. That dust and mud-stained professional climbing outfit, along with the multifunctional mountaineering pack on her back, now appeared to him like a complete set of tactical resources. A woman with professional mountaineering skills, who dared to fight desperately in dire situations and had proven her capability, was far more than just attractive. Are you afraid of heights? He asked, changing direction. Huh. Mu Qing's brain short-circuited. What a leap in topics. She quickly shook her head. No, I'm not afraid of heights. It would be ridiculous for a mountaineer to fear heights. Besides, she actually enjoyed the thrill of conquering altitude. Oh, nothing, just asking. Lin Ye seemed satisfied with her answer, but offered no explanation. His fingertips resumed their intermittent tapping on the desk surface, his gaze returning to her equipment, as if calculating rope tension and anchor load capacity. Under his scrutinizing stare, Mu Qing felt thoroughly uncomfortable, as if she'd been stripped bare and placed on an inspection platform. Steeling herself, she tentatively whispered, So, Marshal, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Lin Ye's thoughts seemed pulled back by her voice. What's your name? Mu Qing. He nodded and walked around the massive mahogany desk, striding directly toward her. The sense of tobacco, leather, and that cold, hard aura unique to those in power washed over her. Mu Qing's heartbeat instantly skyrocketed. What was he going to do? So close. She could even see her own nervous reflection in his deep eyes, could feel that overwhelming pressure that seemed almost physical. Marshal, what are you doing? Her voice was barely a whisper, her cheeks burning red, even her ears felt scalding. She instinctively stepped back half a pace, her spine nearly pressed against the cold wall. Such a young, handsome man wielding life and death authority suddenly closing in. The impact was overwhelming. Her mind uncontrollably began spinning scenarios. Oh no. So I can't escape after all. He's going to force himself on me. No, absolutely not. I'm still a virgin. How could it be in a place like this, under these circumstances? But he really is so handsome and so powerful. If it were him, It might not be completely unacceptable. After all, in times like these, being able to rely on someone strong. Shame and chaotic thoughts tore through her mind as her face flushed crimson, her gaze wandering, breathing rapid. She even began imagining his strong arms encircling her waist, his burning breath against her neck. Lin Ye stood before her, looking down at this woman who had suddenly turned red-faced, glassy-eyed, breathing erratically, and even wearing a foolish smile. His brow slowly furrowed. What was happening? Just moments ago she'd been like an alert deer. Now she seemed like she was in heat? What nonsense was going through her head? He was simply interested in her professional skills and equipment, wanting to inspect their condition up close while giving her some instructions. But her reaction, it was truly baffling. He couldn't help but reach out and wave his hand in front of Mu Qing's face, his voice carrying obvious confusion and a hint of impatience at having his thoughts interrupted. Hey, Mu Qing, what are you thinking about? Ah. Mu Qing snapped awake abruptly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly jolting out of those romantic, yet shameful fantasies. Meeting Lin Ye's sharp and scrutinizing gaze, she felt her cheeks burn fiercely, wishing she could evaporate on the spot. God, what on earth had she been imagining just now? Nothing. I wasn't thinking about anything. She waved her hands frantically, shaking her head like a rattle drum, her gaze darting chaotically across the corner of the wall, the light fixtures, the floor, anywhere but Lin Ye. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, studying her. The woman's reaction was too abnormal, but he was too lazy to analyze such trivial emotions and cut straight to the point. How's your climbing gear? Ropes, harnesses, descenders, quick draws. Are they all still usable? As he spoke, he gestured toward the large backpack behind her. Gear. Mu Qing was stunned for a moment before realizing he hadn't noticed the flush on her face at all, only cared about her equipment. The shame was diluted by an inexplicable sense of disappointment and clarity. She quickly gathered her thoughts and reported seriously. Usable. Though there's some wear, they're all top-brand equipment. I've checked, the main rope has no serious damage. The descender and main carabiners are functioning normally, and the harness is fine too. Lin Ye nodded slightly, clearly approving of her professionalism. He lowered his head in thought for a few seconds, as if weighing something. Mu Qing stole glances at his profile, her heart still racing, but no longer chaotic. She vaguely understood that what this young marshal truly valued was her skills, not her foolish fantasies. Listen. Lin Ye looked up, his tone calm, yet brooking no argument. Your expertise is more valuable in this post-apocalyptic world than you realize. The value of climbing skills? Mu Qing's heart skipped a beat. Tomorrow morning, there's a special mission for you. Lin Ye continued. Rest well tonight, and keep your equipment in good condition. I need your climbing abilities. A special mission? He needed her? Mu Qing's mind went blank, then was quickly filled with an unprecedented sense of being needed. Yes, Marshal. She instinctively straightened her back, her voice carrying solemnity. Lin Ye waved dismissively. Chen Feng will arrange your accommodations. Actually, just go back to the garage and stay with them. Having said that, he sat back down, his attention returning to the spread-out map, as if their conversation had been merely a brief interruption. Mu Qing felt relieved, carrying both confusion and excitement as she respectfully withdrew from the command room. The alloy door closed behind her, sealing away that young and mysterious figure. She leaned against the cold corridor wall and let out a long breath, touching her still burning cheeks, then looking down at her dirt-stained climbing gear. Her expression was complex. Climbing abilities, special missions. She murmured to herself, her eyes swirling with unprecedented curiosity mixed with the unique thrill of being recognized. That young marshal seemed truly different. The next morning, at 7:30 sharp, the cold, piercing electronic alarm suddenly shattered the tranquility of the villa in the clouds. Lin Ye opened his eyes, sat up, and got out of bed with swift, controlled movements. During his simple morning routine, ice-cold water splashed against his face, instantly dispelling any lingering drowsiness as his breathing returned to its steady, calm rhythm. The kitchen lights awakened at the touch of his palm on the sensor switch. The massive double-door refrigerator clicked open with a clack, and he reached in to grab a thick frozen steak, casually tossing it into the already preheated skillet. The sizzling sound of hot oil and rich aroma of meat quickly filled the entire kitchen. Minutes later, the steak's surface was crispy and golden brown. He poured himself a glass of ice-cold milk and carried his plate to the floor-to-ceiling window that stretched from ground to ceiling in the living room. Outside, the apocalypse's characteristic gray fog pressed down in layers, the sky so oppressively heavy it seemed ready to collapse. Yet against this depressing backdrop, he leisurely cut into a piece of tender, juicy steak, washing it down with cold milk. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have been driven mad with envy. In an era where even stale bread was considered a luxury, he treated steak and milk as everyday fare. It's time to begin. With the last bite of steak finished, Lin Ye drained his milk in one gulp. Without hesitation, he walked directly into the villa's internal elevator, descending like a bullet to the first floor. Passing through the luxuriously appointed yet coldly military living room, he pushed open an inconspicuous side door and emerged onto the high-walled, paved courtyard behind his secret base. With a slight mental command, a translucent system panel rapidly unfolded across his retina. Merit points, 86,153. Enough. System, exchange for infantry squad, he commanded mentally. Exchange confirmed, standard 10-man infantry squad. Merit points consumed, 50,000. In the next instant, the air in the center of the courtyard rippled like water struck by a heavy stone, creating visible waves. 10 tall, battle-hardened figures and one angular, camouflage-painted steel beast materialized from nothing, suddenly touching down. CSK-181 Warrior High Mobility Armored Assault Vehicle. Mounted on its roof was a rotating remote weapon station, now silently awaiting orders, the dark muzzle of its 12.7mm machine gun gleaming coldly. Squad Leader Wanyu. The burly soldier snapped to attention, his voice booming. Reporting to the Marshal. Squad Leader Wanyu and unit reporting for duty. Awaiting orders. Lin Ye's gaze swept across the 10 fully armed warriors before finally settling on the powerful-looking warrior assault vehicle. A heavy, tangible sense of power pressed down upon the urgency that had long plagued him. With this mobile firepower, combined with the elite Snow Leopard assault team, as long as he didn't venture into extremely complex terrain with explosive zombie density in the urban core, or become completely surrounded by zombie hordes, he could maintain decisive initiative in combat operations around the villa. However, this power also brought greater clarity. The apocalypse's dangers far exceeded ordinary imagination. One moment of arrogance would lead only to destruction. He had to proceed steadily, step by step, squeezing every ounce of combat effectiveness to survive and expand. Excellent. Lin Ye nodded slightly, his voice steady yet brooking no argument. Everyone, attention. Snap. The 10 warriors instantly stood at attention with perfectly synchronized movements, their gazes uniformly focused on Lin Ye, awaiting orders. Your primary combat directive for today. Using the villa base as your starting point, advance tactically toward the eastern sector. Objective, clear and secure all visible structures within a 200-meter radius, including residential buildings and commercial storefronts. Requirements, completely eliminate all wandering and entrenched zombie threats in the area, ensuring regional security. Lin Ye spoke at a measured pace, each word striking like bullets against steel plate with crystal clarity. Additional directive. Any survivors discovered during the clearing operation are to be gathered and relocated to designated safe zones without exception. Unauthorized disposal is strictly forbidden. In special circumstances, no reporting is required to execute on the spot. Final disposition of survivors will be determined by me personally after combat operations conclude. He swept his gaze across the group, his eyes sharp as blades. Specific combat details, route planning, fire coordination, and safe zone locations will be coordinated with you shortly by Captain Shinfeng of the Snow Leopard Special Forces. He will have full tactical command authority for this operation. Is that understood? Understood. Marshal. 10 soldiers simultaneously stepped forward half a pace, their chests heaving as their thunderous roar exploded across the open ground, carrying the metallic scent of weapons and bloody memories straight into the sky. Lin Ye nodded inwardly. Disciplined obedience and blazing morale made this team worthy of trust. He withdrew his gaze, turned, and strode away with large steps, leaving the incoming tactical command to the professionals. Everyone. Squad Leader Wanyu seized control, his voice cracking like a whip against steel plate. Check your equipment, weapons and ammunition, communications gear, vehicle status. Complete in 5 minutes and prepare to rendezvous with the Snow Leopard Special Forces. Yes, sir. The soldiers dispersed with steady steps, their packs clanging with dull metallic sounds. Some flipped open magazines to count rounds one by one. Others crouched to check tire pressure. Their cold, efficient movements flowing seamlessly as if rehearsed 1,000 times. In the temporary equipment area on the other side of the villa, dim yellow light illuminated Mu Qing as she crouched on the ground, her hands rapidly inspecting the climbing rope for wear points, testing the spring tension of descender locks, and examining the stitching on safety harnesses. The coarse rope scraped across her palms, but she paid no mind to the pain. What kind of towering walls would she face with the essential climbing capability the Marshal had mentioned? In the distance, the rumbling of military vehicle engines rose and fell like war drums pressed against her chest. She took a deep breath, still unable to calm the rhythm within her ribcage. Her heartbeat involuntarily quickened along with the faint engine roar echoing from afar. The roar of engines shattered the morning silence. The camouflage CSK-181 Warrior assault vehicle burst through the reinforced gates of the residential compound like a caged steel beast breaking free, leading the charge out of the defensive perimeter. Behind the vehicle, an infantry squad advanced rapidly in loose tactical formation. At the squad's core, Squad Leader Wanyu gripped his Type 191 assault rifle, issuing crisp, rhythmic commands through his personal radio. The deputy squad leader stayed close behind, ready to coordinate firepower at any moment. The two riflemen on the flanks, also armed with Type 191s, vigilantly scanned the building debris and abandoned vehicles lining both sides of the street. The machine gunners, each carrying QJY-201s, crouched behind available cover, ready to unleash suppressive fire at a moment's notice. The designated marksman with his QBU-203 moved along the rear flank, his high-powered scope continuously sweeping across upper-floor windows. The rocket launcher operator, shouldering the heavy PF-16 thermobaric rocket launcher, positioned himself slightly back, waiting for the right moment. 50 meters overhead, a Hummingbird micro-reconnaissance drone deployed by the Snow Leopard assault team circled silently, transmitting real-time high-definition aerial and thermal imaging feeds back to the rear command post, as well as to the tactical tablets of 1U and Snow Leopard team leader Chinfeng. In the operations room, Lin Ye sat quietly before the screens, serving as a detached observer. Hummingbird reporting. Intersection ahead, right side, good neighbor supermarket entrance, 15 to 20 heat signatures, stationary. Left side, warm home building 3, unit 2 entrance, 3 active heat signatures moving toward the street. Chinfeng's voice crackled through the encrypted channel into 1U's earpiece. Copy. Warrior vehicle, suppress the supermarket entrance. Machine gun teams, prepare to intercept at building 3 entrance on the left. 1U immediately ordered. Warrior copies. The driver responded grimly. The vehicle executed a sharp turn, angling its front toward the supermarket entrance. The roof-mounted remote weapon station activated instantly, electric motors whirring as the massive 12.7mm barrel swung into position. Boom boom. The thunderous roar tore through the air. The terrifying recoil was absorbed by the vehicle's stable chassis and efficient muzzle brake, leaving only the savage stream of fire pouring forth. The 12.7mm heavy rounds swept across the supermarket's glass doors and interior like death's scythe. Crash boom. The glass doors and side walls shattered instantly as the hail of bullets penetrated the supermarket, shredding shelves, freezers, and the shrieking zombies charging out into fragments. Black blood, torn flesh, and merchandise debris scattered in all directions. Several zombies at the front were cut in half on the spot, their upper torsos still lurching forward by momentum. The entrance was cleared in moments, leaving only thick smoke and carnage. Almost simultaneously, 3 zombies attracted by the gunfire burst out from the Unit 2 entrance of Building 3 on the left, shrieking. Rat-a-tat! Rat-a-tat! The 2 machine gunners positioned behind an abandoned mailbox and car wreckage across the street simultaneously squeezed the triggers of their QJY-201s. 2 streams of dense 7.62mm fire precisely covered the unit entrance. The 3 zombies that burst out slammed into what seemed like an invisible steel wall, their bodies convulsing wildly and shattering under the hail of bullets, instantly riddled with holes before collapsing at the entrance. Targets eliminated. Move forward. 1U commanded decisively. The squad immediately picked up pace, using the Mengsher vehicle as mobile cover while advancing through the intersection in a low crouch. Hummingbird reporting. Thermal signature detected 50 meters ahead at the second-floor window of Blue Island Coffee. Suspected observer. Non-zombie characteristics. The drone operator's voice crackled through the comm channel again. Marksman. 1U turned and nodded toward his rear flank. Copy. The sniper had already received the intel. He knelt behind an overturned delivery truck, steadying his QBU-203 rifle on the damaged bumper. Through his high-powered scope, the crosshairs quickly locked onto the second-floor window of Blue Island Coffee, where the curtain was only half drawn. A shadowy figure moved behind the gap. Bang! A sharp crack rang out, distinctly different from the surrounding gunfire. The 7.62mm sniper round pierced precisely through the curtain gap, embedding deep into the wall beside the window frame, less than 4 inches from the person's head, sending concrete fragments flying. Ah! A sharp scream echoed from the second floor as the figure immediately ducked back. Warning shot. Civilians, cease observation. Take cover immediately. 1U's cold voice boomed through the vehicle's loudspeaker. The sniper's shot served dual purposes, demonstrating their presence while avoiding unnecessary casualties, maximizing the intimidation effect. The unit continued advancing, quickly eliminating scattered zombies. The 12.7mm heavy machine gun mounted on the Mengsher vehicle led the charge, delivering devastating blows to any zombie clusters or fortified positions. Riflemen and machine gunners flanked both sides, providing alternating cover. The rocket launcher operator, though yet to fire, kept his thermobaric rounds ready for any massive zombie hordes. Minutes later, they reached their first key objective, a 6-story mixed-use building facing the street. The Hummingbird drone revealed dense thermal signatures inside. Mengsher vehicle, secure the street in front of the building. Maintain perimeter. Machine gun teams, establish crossfire covering the ground floor entrance and flanks. Rifle teams 1 and 2, follow me to clear the first floor. Marksman, find elevated position, monitor surroundings and upper windows. Rocket launcher, stand by. Wan Yu issued his deployment orders in one breath. Just as the infantry squad prepared to assault the entrance, Chun Feng's deep voice cut through their earpieces. Snow Leopard in position, handling upper floor clearance. Squad Leader 1, the first floor is yours. As his words faded, several figures descended like geckos from the neighboring rooftop. 4 Snow Leopard Special Forces operators used the complex rooftop structures to silently approach the upper windows of the target building. Snow Leopard Team 1, secure the rooftop, suppress downward. Snow Leopard Team 2, breach 5th floor windows, clear from top to bottom. On the rooftop, 2 operators quickly set up a QJS-161 light machine gun and QBU-203 sniper rifle, aiming at the street and suspicious windows across the way. Meanwhile, the 2 assault specialists suspended outside the 5th floor window tapped the glass lightly with breaching hammers, then tossed in a flashbang grenade. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed through the building, accompanied by blinding flashes and intense shockwaves. Breach! 2 Snow Leopard operatives seized the moment of the blast's impact, leaping through windows like cheetahs. Their QBZ-191 rifles delivered precise, rhythmic bursts, pop, 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 before the temporarily blinded and deafened zombies could react. Blood mist erupted in the dim light as they collapsed instantly. Downstairs, the infantry squad caught the signal from above. Wan Yu growled, "Go!" 2 riflemen flanked the entrance, their tactical breaching hammer smashing into the locked glass door with a resounding crack as fragments scattered. The squad leader followed close behind, pulling the pin and rolling a fragmentation grenade deep into the interior. Boom! The shockwave sent zombies near the entrance flying, while shrapnel left dense impact marks across walls and ceiling. Clear! Wan Yu and another rifleman pressed against the wall before bursting in. The first floor lobby's lighting was destroyed, leaving only emergency indicators flickering dimly. The muzzle flashes from their Type 191 rifles strobed like metronomes in the darkness. The 2 moved with overlapping cover, their steps decisive as they rapidly suppressed targets emerging from the main hall and side corridors, crisp gunshots mixing with the clatter of spent casings hitting the floor. The action upstairs was even more intense. Snow Leopard operatives advanced floor by floor from top to bottom, their suppressors producing brief, muffled reports while zombies dropped with dull thuds in succession. They moved with lightning speed, selecting precise firing positions while keeping ammunition consumption to a minimum. Upon discovering clusters of undead in rooms, they immediately switched to GLX-160 underbarrel grenade launchers, lobbing grenades inside. After brief, muffled explosions, the corridors returned to silence. 1st floor clear. 5th floor clear. 4th floor clear. Progress exceeded expectations. The infantry squad focused on open areas requiring heavy firepower, while the Snow Leopard assault team navigated complex spaces for precision kills, their coordination seamless with virtually uninterrupted fire coverage. Just as everyone was reloading, the drone suddenly issued an urgent alert. Warning! Massive heat signatures approaching rapidly from 3 blocks west. Large numbers, high movement speed. Contact estimated in 2 minutes. Zombie horde. Wan Yu and Chun Feng's voices rang out almost simultaneously over the comm channel. Mengsure vehicle. Turn to the west side. Heavy machine gun ready for maximum firepower interception. Machine gun teams, converge on the Mengsure vehicle and establish firing positions. RPG operator. Prepare thermobaric rounds. Target the western intersection. Delay the zombie horde's vanguard. When you barked orders at lightning speed. Snow Leopard. Provide aerial reconnaissance and precision fire support. Suppress suspected mutant individuals within the zombie horde. Chen Feng quickly added. The Mengsure vehicle immediately roared as it spun around, its 8-cylinder engine thundering with fury while the heavy chassis moved with the agility of a predator. The 12.7mm heavy machine gun on the roof hummed as its motor engaged, the barrel tilting slightly upward and locking onto the far end of the western street. 2 machine gunners dragged their hefty QJY-201s to cover positions on either side of the Mengsure vehicle, slamming open the bipods and driving the tripod legs deep into the rubble. The RPG operator knelt behind the vehicle's rear, steadily shouldering the PF-16 thermobaric rocket launcher, his crosshairs locked firmly on the center of the western entrance. The squad's riflemen and designated marksmen scattered quickly, scaling to elevated positions in the ruins and broken window frames, checking magazines and charging handles as they prepared to cover gaps in the firing lines. High above, the Snow Leopard team simultaneously pivoted, positioning their QJS-161 light machine gun alongside the QBU-203 sniper rifle on the rooftop ridge, their dark muzzles coordinating with real-time drone footage. The drone hovered above the zombie horde, transmitting clusters of red dots moving at abnormal speeds, likely genetically mutated athlete zombies. In less than half a minute, a vast dark shadow surged across the horizon, accompanied by deafening shrieks as countless corpses flooded like a black tide, instantly cramming the western street to capacity far more than any previous wave. Open fire! Wan Yu's roar erupted, followed immediately by explosive gunfire. Thump, 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 thump. The 12.7 mm heavy machine gun roared first, spitting meter-long tongues of flame in rapid succession, the glowing ammunition belt flowing like molten steel. Bullets tore through the air, instantly shredding the front ranks of zombies in half, severed limbs and black blood spraying through the air like they'd hit an invisible meat grinder, carving a bloody corridor through the horde's leading edge. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The two QJY-201s on the flanks followed with suppressive fire, their 7.62 mm bullet curtains crossing to seal the heavy machine gun's firing lanes, mowing down rows of zombies that collapsed into writhing carpets of gore. Bang, bang, bang. The precision marksmen at the rooftop sniper positions calmly picked their targets, exploding the heads of fast-moving variants attempting to flank through the ruins the moment they appeared, black blood splattering against broken bricks and steaming. Thermobaric round fire. One you commanded again. Whoosh boom. A white contrail streaked across the sky as the PF-16 struck true in the middle of the zombie horde. No initial flash, just a thunderous rumble followed by a rolling cloud of milky white vapor that suddenly expanded, completely engulfing dozens of zombies. The next second, boom! The cloud center erupted with earth-shattering secondary detonation, the high-temperature, high-pressure invisible shockwave hammering down like a giant's fist, instantly carbonizing and pulverizing the engulfed zombies, bone fragments and debris flying with the heat wave as the street surface was gouged into a charred crater. Shell casings rained down on the concrete like hail, the firing line still extending while the Mengsher vehicle's engine continued its furious roar. The battle had only just begun. The powerful shockwave sent zombies on the periphery flying through the air. Entire city blocks were instantly cleared into a vacuum, followed by scorching heat waves that forcibly slowed the advancing zombie horde. Reload the belt, the machine gunner roared, as continuous suppression had quickly depleted the metal ammunition belt. Before he finished speaking, two Snow Leopard operatives rappelled from a second-floor window of a nearby building, landing steadily and precisely. They pulled out heavy spare ammunition boxes and handed them to the machine gunner. The entire process was clean and efficient, maximizing support effectiveness. Hummingbird reporting. Massive zombie horde approaching from behind. Recommend using incendiary rounds for containment. The drone operator's voice carried urgency. Warrior vehicle, prepare incendiary rounds. Chen Feng immediately ordered. The grenade launcher bay beneath the warrior vehicle's remote weapon station opened. Thump, thump, thump. 340 mm incendiary grenades traced precise parabolic arcs, landing among the pile of abandoned vehicles behind and to the flanks of the zombie horde. Boom, boom, boom. Orange-eared pillars of flame shot skyward, rapidly spreading across the vehicle wreckage. Deteriorated fuel tanks ignited, triggering a series of explosions. A blazing wall of fire stretched across the street intersection, completely cutting off the trailing zombies while trapping the middle group in a sea of flames. The acrid stench of burning flesh spread through the air, nauseating to smell. The infantry squad's frontal fire network, the warrior vehicle's heavy firepower, Snow Leopard operatives' precision kills and mobile support, plus aerial guidance from the Hummingbird, this three-dimensional firepower wove together into a net of death. The sizable zombie horde crashed against this steel wall like waves, being torn apart, shattered, and incinerated, their advance momentum instantly extinguished. Minutes later, the intense gunfire and artillery gradually ceased, leaving only sporadic finishing shots and the crackling of flames. The street was littered with charred, mangled corpses, wisps of smoke drifting through the air. The heavy machine gun atop the warrior vehicle still steamed with heat. Infantry members gasped heavily while reloading magazines, and Snow Leopard operatives vigilantly scanned their surroundings. A textbook example of coordinated warfare had concluded. The infantry squad's frontal suppression and vehicle firepower, the Snow Leopard's precision hunting and resupply, the drone's Godsiev elements delivered a crushing victory. Inside the command center, massive LCD screens replayed the recent battle in split-screen format. Lin Ye slowly turned around, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying the storm of carnage he had personally summoned. Shock mixed with burning pride surged through him. This was his power. The 10-man infantry squad and Snow Leopard elites granted by the system could now mow down hundreds or thousands of zombies like harvesting wheat, and this was merely the tip of the iceberg. As merit points accumulated, more infantry squads, even armored formations and air power, would come under his control. The feeling of controlling destiny and commanding life and death thundered in his chest. The ant, who once struggled in despair, now had the right to be called marshal. Excellent. Lin Ye's voice was deep and powerful, carrying unquestionable authority. Orders. Infantry squad establish temporary defensive positions on site and consolidate gains. Halt advance, conduct ammunition resupply and personnel rest. His gaze swept across the cleared areas on the map as he issued his next orders with crystal clarity. Chen Feng. Yes, Marshal, came the crisp response through the communication channel. Order the survivors in the underground garage to immediately move the prepared ammunition crates, food, and water from the warehouse to the temporary defensive line established by the infantry squad. Move fast. Ammunition and supplies weren't scarce for him, could exchange merit points for large quantities at will. What was truly in short supply was manpower to execute orders. Therefore, taking control of the Eastern Financial District and expanding their territory was the current priority. Yes, understood. Once supplies are in position, have the survivors clear and dispose of zombie corpses behind the defensive line, pile them up, and burn them. The infantry squad will continue advancing eastward 200 meters according to the original plan. Snow Leopard Special Forces, you're responsible for gathering survivors in the new areas as the infantry advances. Drones will maintain continuous surveillance of the perimeter, especially watching for potential zombie hordes to ensure operational safety. Yes, Marshal. Orders received. Chen Feng's voice was sharp and decisive. Lin Ye paused briefly before adding, also, that woman from last night, Mu Qing. Have her change into appropriate gear and accompany the Snow Leopard team members. She's skilled at climbing and could be useful for rescuing survivors trapped in high places and complex terrain. Leave the specific arrangements to your discretion. Understood. Executing immediately. Orders flowed out in rapid succession, setting everyone into motion. In the garage, the survivors, though exhausted and terrified, gritted their teeth and lifted the heavy ammunition crates and supply packs under the cold, watchful gun barrels of the guards. Li Hua struggled with his load while muttering complaints under his breath, but there was nothing he could do about it. Meanwhile, Mu Qing, who had been brought out of the garage by Snow Leopard team members with anxiety gnawing at her heart, froze in place upon hearing the orders. You want me to join your operations? Use my climbing skills to rescue people? That's right. Chen Feng looked at her with calm composure. Marshal's orders. Put on this spare combat uniform, bring your essential gear, and we move out in 5 minutes. Remember, follow all commands. Your mission is to assist with rescues, not combat. Clear. Yais? Clear. A surge of excitement washed away her uneasy in this desperate apocalyptic world. Her professional skills were actually needed, and for saving lives. She was no longer a burden, but a valuable partner. She nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with hope for the first time. Meanwhile, at Qingguang Residential Complex, Building 18, Unit 1802. The luxurious living room was dimly lit, the air thick with a mixture of perfume and cigarette smoke, while an oppressive aura of violence spread invisibly throughout the space. Hu Biao sat with a dark expression in the center of the leather sofa, his fingers toying with a gleaming dagger, each twist of the blade reflecting his sinister and ruthless eyes. Before the coffee table, several subordinates hung their heads so low they nearly touched their chests, huddled together like a row of trembling quails. Useless. A bunch of good for nothings. The dagger suddenly plunged into the expensive mahogany coffee table with a dull thud that made everyone's heart skip a beat. You couldn't even watch one woman. Let her escape from the 18th floor? Are you all brain dead? Boss, please calm down. The subordinate at the front stammered. That woman was too strange. We kept watching the stairwell and elevator, and we really didn't see her come out. Didn't see her? Then how did she disappear? Did she fly away? As he roared, spittle flew from his mouth, soaking the subordinate's entire face. Hu Biao suddenly stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze maliciously fixed on the villa district surrounded by high walls in the eastern suburbs. Yunzhong Villas, he said through gritted teeth. Damn it. She must have run over there. Since this afternoon, the continuous gunfire and explosions from that direction had been more intense and prolonged than yesterday afternoon's government military activity. That firepower was enough to make him both fearful and furious. A group wearing camouflage, with fierce firepower. He cursed under his breath, his eyes flickering with greed and resentment. If only he had guns in his hands, he could truly dominate this area. But now he only had a few machetes and steel pipes, not even a decent pistol, so facing that mysterious armed force, he could only feel instinctive fear. Damn it! Veins bulged on his forehead as he suddenly turned around and roared at the subordinates still frozen in place. What the hell are you standing there for? Get me 2 women. Now. Immediately. Right away. Yes, boss. The subordinates, as if granted amnesty, stumbled and rushed out of the room. In less than 5 minutes, chaotic footsteps and sobbing sounds arose together. 2 women in their early 20s were roughly pushed inside, their knees hitting the floor with dull thuds. Their tear-streaked faces were filled with terror, and one of them had her clothes torn, her fair shoulders trembling. Boss, please let us go. We have elderly parents and children at home. Bullshit. Hu Biao grinned wickedly and grabbed her long hair. Right now I'm the boss. I'll play with whoever I want. With that, he violently threw the woman toward the bedroom and pointed at the other. You? Get your ass in there too. The 2 women struggled and cried desperately, but were held down firmly by the subordinates and dragged into the bedroom. Bang! As soon as the door closed, piercing screams, broken pleas for mercy, and Hu Biao's beast-like heavy breathing and roars could be heard from inside. Under the lights, the few subordinates remaining in the living room looked at each other with numb expressions, yet still couldn't hide the trace of fear in their hearts. Hu Biao's brutality, after losing Mu Qing as his target, was now being completely unleashed upon even weaker victims. From the direction of the eastern suburban villa district, the distant sounds of gunfire and artillery continued to echo, as if playing a cold, cruel soundtrack to the atrocities unfolding in this apocalyptic corner. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, the twin towers of the Eastern Financial Center pierced the night sky. The glass curtain walls, hundreds of meters high, had once symbolized wealth and power, but now stood like two cold steel tombstones amid the devastated streetscape. The Sky Garden Refuge level at the top of the towers, once a luxurious venue where elites gazed down upon the city, was now crammed with over 1,000 traumatized survivors. The stifling air reeked of sweat, urine, vomit, and thick blood, creating an almost suffocating atmosphere. The few remaining pale green emergency lights cast an eerie glow, outlining the dense crowd of heads and numb faces in the darkness like a grim, undulating sea. In a corner, two young women huddled together behind a dilapidated planter, starkly out of place amid the surrounding filth and chaos. Their expensive custom dresses were stained and dirty, yet couldn't conceal their exceptional beauty and refined bearing. The girl sitting against the wall was Mo Yoshue, the beloved daughter of Mo Tianqing, the wealthiest man in the EC region. Her porcelain-white face, delicate as a sculpture, was etched with exhaustion and anxiety, her long lashes trembling slightly in the dim light. Beside her, her best friend in Ruin was equally beautiful, with graceful curves and eyes that normally held a hint of pampered willfulness, though now they were filled with terror as she clutched desperately at Mo Yoshua's arm. Shuerai, I'm so scared. And Ruin's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. The people here, they're all so frightening. Mo Yoshua forced herself to remain calm, gently patting her friend's hand while lowering her voice. Don't be afraid, Ruin. Just hold on a little longer. Father promised that someone would come to rescue us today. Her voice was soft, yet carried the confident assurance cultivated since childhood. But in this cruel apocalyptic world, such confidence wasn't enough to deter all malicious intent. From the depths of the darkness, a burly man with stubble and sunken eyes stumbled forward, reeking of alcohol, sweat, and blood. His gaze wandered back and forth between the two women before finally settling on Mo Yoshue's exquisite face, his eyes igniting with naked, bestial desire, as if he had found prey for a twisted celebration in this doomsday scenario. Haha, two little beauties, hiding here? The man grinned, revealing yellowed teeth as he swayed closer. In this hellhole, we're all gonna die anyway. Before that happens, why don't you let Big Brother here have some fun? I guarantee I'll show you what it's like to be in heaven. The surrounding survivors merely glanced over with numb indifference. Some turned away pretending not to see. Others even watched with sick anticipation. Despair had long since eroded most people's morality, and such bestial acts of violence had already occurred more than once in the corners of this refuge level no one cared, and no one dared to intervene. And Ruin screamed, clutching Mo Yoshua tightly. Get away. Don't come any closer. Mo Yoshua's face went deathly pale, but she shielded and Ruin behind her, forcing herself to shout angrily. What do you think you're doing? Get away. What am I doing? Haha. The man leered, extending his filthy, massive hand toward Mo Yoshua's shoulder. Of course I'm gonna do. Before his dirty hand could touch her clothing, a figure suddenly lunged from the side, like a striking leopard. Bang! A precise, vicious side kick struck the man's knee joint. Ah! The man screamed as his balance was shattered, his massive body pitching forward. Without pause, the newcomer followed up with an elbow strike to the back of the man's neck. Ugh! The man groaned, his vision going black as his enormous frame crashed to the ground like a broken sack, twitching a few times before going still. The entire sequence was clean and efficient, happening in the blink of an eye. The one who intervened was a young man wearing a stained casual suit. The dim yellow fluorescent light flickered overhead, and though dirt covered the corners of his clothes, it couldn't hide his handsome features and composed demeanor was one of Mo Yoshua's suitors. The thug lay unconscious on the shabby floor after being knocked out with a single punch, but the man didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, he turned directly to Mo Yoshua, his voice gentle yet filled with concern. Are you all right, Schwer? Are you hurt? Still shaken, Mo Yoshua first looked at the fallen thug, confirming he wasn't moving, before meeting Li Hang's gaze. She took a deep breath of the stale air, forcing her racing heart to calm down, her voice regaining its cool composure. I'm fine, thank you. Then her tone shifted as she raised an eyebrow. And I've told you before, don't call me Schwer. We're not that close. Li Hang's smile faltered slightly, but he quickly recovered his composure. Good to hear you're okay. It was nothing, really. With that, he nodded gracefully, walked to a relatively clean corner nearby, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes to rest as if he had merely swatted a fly. Ugh, what a fake. And Ruorin glared at Li Hang's back, spat in disgust, and whispered complaints in Mo Yoshua's ear. Sister Schwer, look at him, acting like some hero. He's like a piece of gum stuck to your shoe, impossible to get rid of. Just because he knows a bit of martial arts, he has to show off. Once we get out of here, I'll make sure Dad teaches him a lesson he won't forget. Mo Yoshua gently held her back and sighed. Let it go, Ruorin. Don't bother with him. At least, he did help us just now. Her gaze swept across the cramped, dark shelter. Peeling walls, damp oppressive air, and the mingled sounds of crowd noise and despair creating an unbearable atmosphere. In a place like this, maintaining even basic order is remarkable. He, and those few people with him, have indeed kept many troublemakers in line. And Ruorin pouted, still indignant. Humph. If it weren't for your status as the daughter of Donghai City's richest family, he wouldn't be so enthusiastic. He's just trying to curry favor and climb the social ladder toad, dreaming of eating swan meat. Mo Yoshua didn't argue, but gave Li Hang a complicated look. She understood that his attentiveness was indeed mixed with calculations about her family background, but his swift and decisive action had genuinely provided a sense of security in this hellish shelter. Strength was the scarcest resource. Sigh. And Ruorin suddenly clutched her stomach, her shoulders drooping as her voice took on a tearful tone. Sister Schwer, when is Uncle Mo finally going to send someone to rescue us? I'm so hungry. We finished that chocolate yesterday. If no one comes soon, I'm really going to starve to death in this awful place. Mo Yoshua quickly comforted her, speaking as much to reassure herself as her friend, her tone firm. Just wait a little longer, Ruorin. Yesterday, I finally managed to contact Dad using the satellite phone. The signal was choppy, but he was very clear today. By today at the latest, someone will definitely come to rescue us. Dad never lies to me. Really? And Ruorin's dim eyes instantly lit up as she hugged Mo Yoshua like grasping a lifeline. That's wonderful. Finally, there's hope. In her excitement, she pressed her impressive chest firmly against Mo Yoshua, nearly suffocating her. Mo Yoshua could only pat her back while thinking to herself, this girl is really too well endowed. However, her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Li Hang's direction once again. Li Hang had opened his eyes at some point and was quietly leaning against the wall, his gaze piercing through the crowd to rest on her. His thin lips curved slightly upward, that elusive smile like mist impossible to fathom. The tiny glimmer of hope in Mo Yoshua's heart was instantly shrouded in shadow as she instinctively reached out, her fingertips clutching tightly at the satellite phone in her pocket, a device long dead and now nothing more than scrap metal. Donghai City 3rd Shelter, temporary landing pad. The rotors of 3 dark green military helicopters slowly began to spin, the roaring airflow kicking up dust like a sandstorm. Inside the dim cabin, 10 fully armed Special Forces soldiers sat shoulder to shoulder against the wall, the cold metallic gleam of their weapons flashing briefly. Remember, a commanding, resonant male voice crackled through the aircraft communication system. Single mission objective: rescue Elder Mo's daughter from the refuge level of the Twin Towers at the Eastern Financial Center. At all costs. Understood. Understood, sir. 30 voices roared in unison, creating a deep, thunderous echo. Move out. Whir. The rotor blades suddenly accelerated with a deafening roar, and the 3 helicopters shot skyward like arrows released from their strings, racing eastward. At the same moment, in the war room of the Cloud Villa, on the massive electronic tactical display, hundreds of light points flickered and pulsed as battle data updated in real time. Lin Ye braced his hands on the edge of the control console, concentrating intently on reading the latest information. Ding. Marshall's forces eliminated 3,401 zombies. Calculating rewards. Ding. Calculation complete. Merit points 3,401. Ding. Blueprint acquired. Diesel 180 liters barrel, 5 merit points 1. Ding. Blueprint acquired. Winter clothing 1 merit point 1. Ding. Blueprint acquired. QBZ 191 assault rifle, 500 merit points 1. Ding. Blueprint acquired. AMPVS 31A binocular night vision goggles, 300 merit points 1. Ding. Blueprint acquired. Cotton blanket 1. Not bad. Lin Ye's lips curved into a smile. Though he hadn't drawn any heavy weapons or vehicle blueprints, this equipment could be put to immediate use, and even if not needed now, it would prove extremely valuable in the future. System, display current merit points. Current merit points, 54,217. Deploy infantry squad. Same drop location as this morning. Proceed to support first squad and advance together. He desperately needed more manpower. 1 infantry squad plus the Snow Leopard assault team had only advanced 200 meters in an entire morning. The efficiency was still far too low. Confirm exchange. Standard infantry squad 10-man unit, consuming 50,000 merit points. Exchange successful. The air above the open ground behind the villa shimmered, and 10 fully armed soldiers materialized alongside a brand new CIS-K-181 Warrior assault vehicle. The team members immediately formed ranks upon landing, started the warrior, and quickly departed for the eastern battlefield. Meanwhile, at the front lines, the 1st Infantry Squad had completed clearing their designated area and was now resupplying and resting behind defensive positions constructed from abandoned vehicles and makeshift sandbags. Some checked their weapon mechanisms, others replaced magazines, and a few grabbed quick sips of water, all movements crisp and efficient. The machine gun barrel atop the warrior had already been replaced once and still radiated heat. The mountainous piles of zombie remains littering the streets were being laboriously dragged and stacked by survivors, preparing for incineration. The Snow Leopard assault team continued executing more precise missions, conducting building-by-building searches, rescuing survivors, and eliminating any stragglers. Inside a 5-story office building, a 5-man team was cautiously advancing. Leading the formation was a Snow Leopard operative carrying a heavy riot shield, its surface covered with claw marks and dried black blood. Flanking him on both sides, 2 team members wielded QBZ-191 assault rifles, their muzzles constantly sweeping every corner that might conceal a threat. Protected in the center was Mu Qing, her climbing rope and safety harness hanging from her waist, her face streaked with sweat and dust, breathing somewhat labored. At the rear, a machine gunner carried a QJY-201 general-purpose machine gun, vigilantly covering the passage behind them. 5th floor, left corridor, beginning sweep. The Snow Leopard team leader's deep voice transmitted through bone conduction headsets, reaching each team member's eardrums with crystal clarity. Mu Qing pressed close behind Leopard Head's silhouette, jogging to keep pace as her heart hammered like a war drum. Throughout the entire morning, she had fought alongside the Snow Leopard squad through the line of fire, rappelling down exterior walls, smashing through windows to breach buildings, and successfully pulling 7 survivors trapped on upper floors back from the brink of death. Each descent had left the steel cables cutting burning welts into her palms, every shattered window accompanied by sharp crashes and the risk of falling. Yet when those rescued survivors' tear-filled thank yous washed over her, an unprecedented sense of accomplishment surged through her body. Stay alert, there might be stragglers on this floor. Leopard Head signaled with hand gestures as the team advanced in crane wing formation down the shadowy corridor. The entire office building had long since lost power, with only lithium emergency lights casting dim green glows. Glass doors of offices on both sides had shattered into honeycomb patterns, documents curled into soggy paper balls scattered underfoot, and cracked monitors continuously leaked the acrid smell of burnt plastic, mixing with moldy paper scraps and faint traces of blood into a nauseating stench. Clear, clear, clear. Team members checked each room systematically. Only footsteps and the soft hum of radios remained in the air. At the corner, crack, an extremely faint sound of breaking glass came from the conference room ahead on the right. The entire team instantly tensed, black gun barrels swiveling toward the doorway. Roar! A hoarse bellow shattered the silence. A dark shadow sprang out like a coiled spring. It was a zombie in a security guard uniform, half its face rotted away with white cheekbone exposed, yet moving fast as a cannonball. It lunged straight for the shield bearer at the front. Bang! Leopard Head had anticipated this, his riot shield slamming hard into the zombie's chest with a heavy thud echoing down the corridor. But the zombie's fingers caught the shield's edge, its body twisting unnaturally as it slipped around the side gap, claws aimed at the rifleman's throat behind. Watch out! Mu Qing screamed. The rifleman was still turning his weapon. Thud! A thunderous impact, and the zombie's head exploded into an inky mist, brain matter and black blood splattering the walls as bone fragments mixed with uniform buttons clattered to the floor. The headless corpse stumbled forward another half-step from momentum before crashing down heavily. Brief silence. Leopard Head, be more careful. Chen Feng's voice came through the earpiece, calm as always. Eagle Eye on the rooftop has been watching you. Continue forward. The team collectively exhaled. Mu Qing realized her back was soaked with cold sweat, the tactical vest clinging icily to her skin. A few tenths of a second later, and it would have been a teammate lying there. Thanks, Eagle Eye. Leopard Head gave a thumbs up to the air, then turned back to tap his shield, voice low but forceful. Everyone stay sharp. These office buildings have too many blind spots, perfect zombie nests. Next room, breach and clear. The team resumed their advance. Mu Qing wiped sweat from her forehead, glancing at the headless corpse on the ground, then at the radiating blood splatter on the wall. Her heart still pounded, but she forced her legs to match the rhythm in the apocalypse. Hesitation meant death. She was surprised to discover that her steps no longer trembled. She could even calmly analyze the next cover position. This rapid adaptation instinct amazed even herself. Just then, click, a subtle metallic collision came from deep within the office on the right, like a spent shell casing rolling across floor tiles, cutting sharply through the deathly silence. Leopard Head, the shield bearer at the front, immediately raised his fist in a halt signal. The entire squad froze instantly, with 2 riflemen's Type 191 assault rifles simultaneously targeting the source of the sound that tightly shut frosted glass door. Leopard Head tightened his shield against his chest, quietly reaching for his waist with his left hand to draw a DJ-08 portable breaching device, calmly signaling tactical gestures to his team. Deploy flashbang after breaching. He would charge first, with operators 2 and 3 providing crossfire from left and right. Mu Qing would fall back, while the machine gunner secured the corridor. Mu Qing nodded, retreating to press against the wall, cold sweat seeping from her palms due to tension, hearing only her own wildly pounding heartbeat. Leopard Head positioned the breaching device against the door lock, raising 3 fingers for countdown 3, 2, 1. Boom! The directional blast shattered the lock and half the door frame, sending wood splinters flying. Before the breach fully opened, an assault team member had already hurled a cylindrical flashbang over his shoulder. Bang! Blinding white light accompanied by approximately 170 decibels of thunderous noise exploded inside the room, causing even the team members outside to instinctively squint, while targets inside bore the full brunt. A man's agonized scream echoed through the office. Breach! Leopard Head roared, charging through the doorway with his shield raised, 2 riflemen hugging either side, with weapons sweeping their fields of fire. The machine gunner held position at the corridor entrance, with Mu Qing following at the rear. The scene under the lights made Mu Qing freeze in shock. In the corner, a young woman with disheveled clothing and tear-streaked face was bound to a swivel chair with duct tape, her mouth also sealed, terrified eyes fixed on the intruders. Scattered across the coffee table before her were torn women's clothing and an overturned ashtray, clearly the source of the earlier noise. Less than 3 meters away, a lean man with his shirt open and belt half undone was rolling on the floor clutching his head, the flashbang having completely disrupted his vision and hearing. Leopard Head quickly swept the inner room. Area clear. Secure. MMPH. MMPH. Seeing rescue arrive, the bound woman struggled frantically, tears streaming down her face. Mu Qing snapped back to reality, rushing over to kneel and comfort her. Don't be afraid. We're here to rescue you. She gently peeled away the tape from the woman's mouth. Save me. The woman broke down sobbing the moment she could speak. That beast, he raped me. Sob. When he heard the gunshots, he tied me up, wouldn't let me scream. Blood rushed to Mu Qing's head as she whirled around, glaring furiously at the man who had barely managed to sit up. You animal. Scum. Are you even human? The suited man rubbed his bloodshot eyes, suddenly breaking into a grin that revealed gleaming white teeth, methodically straightening his shirt with a tone so casual it sounded like small talk. So what? Your government forces, right? He voluntarily extended both hands in a gesture for handcuffing. Even if you want to deal with me, it's not your call. Come on, take me back for legal processing? Haha. That fearless, cold smirk on his face sent chills through Mu Qing's entire body. This man, at a time like this, still had the audacity to act so arrogant? What gave him such confidence? Did he really think the government would protect him? Mu Qing's chest heaved with anger, her fingertips trembling slightly from rage as she was about to lash out at him. Pop! A muffled sound like a champagne cork being pulled, but thicker, more oppressive. A thumb-sized hole instantly appeared in the center of the suited man's forehead. Blood mixed with bone fragments burst out while the back of his skull exploded into a bullseyed crater. Red and white matter splattered in an arc across the black leather sofa behind him, creating grotesque stains. The vicious sneer remained frozen on his face at that moment of arrogance, with no time to transform into terror before rigidly solidifying. His body collapsed backward like a marionette, with severed strings thud. The dull impact echoed softly off the floor. His wide-open eyes lost focus, yet retained traces of disbelief. Even in death, he couldn't understand why they dared to shoot him directly. Mu Qing stood frozen in place, watching helplessly as blood dripped down the leather surface of the sofa, her mind completely blank. Leopard Head remained expressionless as he holstered his silencer-equipped QSC-92 pistol and spoke briefly into his earpiece. Captain, suspected infected individual located and eliminated. Copy that. Chun Feng's voice came through the earpiece, low and calm, without the slightest fluctuation. This. Mu Qing's voice trembled, her teeth chattering. He wasn't infected. He was clearly alive. How could you? Leopard Head turned toward Mu Qing, his gaze cold as frost. First, he was armed and holding a hostage. Second, he attempted to attack us with a weapon. As he spoke, he pointed to the half-exposed dagger protruding from the suited man's sleeve, its blade reflecting an ominous gleam under the lights. Third, he paused, his voice low and resolute. We're not government troops, and besides, we're currently in a state of war. The Marshal has granted us field execution authority. Scum like this would only cause more harm if left alive. Having said that, he ignored Mu Qing's shock and turned to untie the woman. Mu Qing stood motionless, staring at the corpse still twitching slightly on the floor, and the brain matter and blood splattered across the walls and sofa. A complex, indescribable emotion churned in her chest. She knew she should feel sick, terrified, even angry, yet somewhere deep inside, A long-suppressed sense of satisfaction flickered as if someone had torn away the dark veil of the apocalypse, making evil pay its due. The woman's broken sobs pulled her back to reality. Thank you. He was the former deputy director of this building. After the disaster, he used his bodyguards to control all the food and violated several girls. The woman's gaunt body trembled uncontrollably. Mu Qing stepped forward and gently embraced her, feeling the sharp edges of her shoulder blades like bones. In the apocalypse, once the bonds of law and morality snapped, the darkest parts of human nature grew wild like weeds. And to uproot these weeds often required even colder, more decisive methods. She looked up toward the window, where gray skies pressed down on the city, and the distant twin towers gleamed with metallic coldness in the dim sunlight. Were similar tragedies unfolding there as well? Leopard Head crouched down, keeping his voice extremely low. How many survivors are left in the building? Where are they? How many guards? Over 100 people, locked up on the 15th and 16th floors. The woman sobbed in response. There are more than 10 guards, and the worst part is, they have guns. Guns? Mu Qing gasped, her eyes widening. Where would ordinary people get guns in peacetime? She thought the woman was mistaken, but saw those bloodshot eyes staring intently at her, knuckles nearly digging into the fabric. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. The woman's voice trembled. That bastard Zhao had several handguns hidden in his office. As soon as the disaster broke out, he gave them to his bodyguards and threatened to execute anyone who dared resist on the spot. Leopard Head's expression darkened as he pressed his earpiece. Captain, emergency situation, armed personnel on floors 15 and 16 controlling approximately 100 survivors, unknown number of handguns, requesting instructions. The communicator fell silent for 2 seconds before Chun Feng's voice came through, calm and brief. Reliability of intelligence? Leopard Head turned his gaze to the woman. She nodded emphatically, tears sliding down again, but gritted her teeth. Absolutely certain. They only give the lower floors very little food each day, and the women have to be. Intelligence is reliable. Leopard Head immediately added. Copy that. Hold position. Snow Leopard Team 2 is moving to your location. Sniper, Eagle Eye, is in position and can provide aerial surveillance. Repeat, do not act rashly, await backup. Understood. The communication ended. Leopard Head looked at the woman. Can you lead us through a safe passage? Avoiding their lookouts. Yes. The woman took a breath and wiped the tears from her face. This building has 2 fire escape routes. They mainly guard the east side. The west side is more secluded. I can take you there. 5 minutes later, extremely light footsteps echoed in the west corridor. 3 fully armed Snow Leopard team members approached the office door. Their combat uniforms were new, armor intact. One carried a portable thermal imaging device. Another held an assault rifle with a silencer attached. The muzzle always pointed toward the ground, yet steady as stone. Situation briefing. The lead team member said quietly. Leopard Head repeated all the intelligence. The newcomers exchanged glances, then nodded simultaneously. The sniper had locked onto the east corridor of the 15th floor. The team leader tapped the building schematics on his tactical tablet, confirming at least 3 armed personnel patrolling the corridors, carrying what appeared to be standard-issue pistols. The situation on the 16th floor remained unknown. Assault or infiltration? Leopard Head whispered. Infiltration first, the team leader replied quickly, pointing to Mu Qing and the woman they'd just rescued. You 2 stay behind us and keep quiet. If the situation changes, retreat immediately. The squad silently advanced up the west side fire escape. In the pitch-black stairwell, only the sound of equipment friction and soft breathing could be heard. Mu Qing's heart pounded so hard her chest ached, and cold sweat from her palms dampened the gun stock. She never imagined she'd be caught up in real armed conflict, especially against desperate criminals. Upon reaching the 12th floor, the lead Snow Leopard operative suddenly raised his fist, signaling for silence. The thermal imaging operator pointed at his screen, where several red figures moved slowly through the 15th floor stairwell. Change route. The team leader gestured for a detour. Go through the 12th floor office area and take another passage. The subsequent infiltration was like a game of cat and mouse. Everyone moved through the chaotic office area, navigating around toppled filing cabinets and shattered glass, each step carefully placed on the thickest carpet to minimize boot noise. Mu Qing silently thanked herself for choosing soft-soled hiking boots. At the 15th floor west side fire door, the thermal imaging showed nothing. Prepare for entry. The opposition is armed and hesitate. The team leader's hand signals were crisp. Click. The door crack was pushed open. A nauseating stench immediately hit them in the face. The spacious office area had been brutally converted into a prison. Dozens of gaunt, yellow-faced survivors were trapped behind makeshift barriers made from office desks, staring blankly at the intruders. In the darkest corner, 5 or 6 naked young women were chained to radiators, covered in bruises. One girl's thigh was still bleeding, fresh blood that dripped down her leg onto the carpet. Mu Qing clenched her teeth so hard they hurt, barely suppressing a scream. Target spotted, a Snow Leopard operative reported. In the distance, a pot-bellied middle-aged man in a floral shirt held a crying girl while brandishing a black pistol. 3 burly guards stood nearby, their holsters clearly visible. Move! The team leader commanded without hesitation. 10 seconds later, hell broke loose. Pop! 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 3 silenced gunshots, and the 3 bodyguards collapsed, convulsing. Before the man in the floral shirt could raise his weapon, Leopard Head had pounced, delivering a knife-hand strike to his neck. The fat body crashed to the ground. Clear. Secured. The operatives confirmed in low voices. The cage fell silent at first, then erupted in long-suppressed sobs and quiet cheers. Quick! Free them! Mu Qing rushed to the chains, her hands trembling as she worked the heavy metal clasps. The moment the chains loosened, a feverish girl collapsed into her arms, light as a feather but burning hot. Medical kit. She needs emergency care. Mu Qing shouted back. The team divided tasks. 2 stood guard at the passage to the 16th floor, 1 distributed emergency food and water, and the medic performed initial examinations on the abused women. There are more of them on the 16th floor. A rescued woman reminded them weakly. And they've hidden more weapons on the roof. You need to be careful. The team leader immediately pressed his communicator. Eagle Eye, scan the rooftop. Suspected weapons cache. Copy that. Wait. The sniper's voice suddenly tensed through the earpiece. Movement on the 16th floor. Multiple targets moving toward the fire escape, carrying long guns. Repeat, long guns confirmed. Everyone's faces instantly tightened. Take cover. Find shelter, the team leader barked. These aren't ordinary thugs. Where did they get automatic weapons? Mu Qing instinctively threw herself over the feverish girl, shielding her with her body while staring up at the ceiling in terror. Urgent footsteps and metallic clanking could already be heard above. The real battle was just beginning. Take cover. Rifles ready. The moment Snow Leopard team leader's roar echoed through the air, the fire escape door on the 15th floor was violently kicked open. Bang! 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 Deafening gunshots shattered the deathly silence of the office area as steel pellets from shotguns poured down like torrential rain, completely destroying the entire row of glass partitions on the west side. Flying shards sliced across the faces of several survivors who couldn't dodge in time, leaving bloody streaks instantly visible. Suppressive fire. The team leader rolled behind a support column as his QBZ-191 spat flames. Rat-a-tat-tat, 3 precise burst shots found their mark. The thug charging at the front exploded in 3 bursts of blood across his chest, falling backward as his double-barreled shotgun clattered to the ground. Meanwhile, Leopard Head raised his riot shield, positioning himself firmly between Mu Qing and the group of weak hostages. Steel pellets and bullets hammered the shield's surface in succession, sending sparks flying. Sniper! I need eyes, the team leader barked into his earpiece. 3 armed targets in the stairwell, 2 shotguns, 1 handgun. At least 5 heat signatures on the 16th floor corridor, 2 moving toward your position. Eagle Eye immediately responded. Damn! Where the hell did these bastards get so many weapons? One team member cursed while reloading. Thup, thup, thup. Muffled shots from a suppressed weapon came from the flank. The second thug had barely exposed half his body when 3 consecutive rounds pierced his neck and face, blood mist splattering the white wall. Seeing the situation turn bad, the third man turned to flee upstairs. Bang! A distinctive shot rang out from outside the window. Glass shattered in the 16th floor stairwell as the fleeing man's skull exploded, his headless corpse tumbling down. Target eliminated. The sniper's voice was calm and brief. A brief silence descended. Mu Qing crouched behind the shield, clutching the feverish little girl tightly in her arms, her heart pounding wildly, her eardrums ringing from the gunfire. Is it safe now? She asked in a trembling voice. Leopard Head didn't respond, only maintained his vigilant sweep of the area. The Snow Leopard team members regrouped and advanced toward the 16th floor in tactical formation. Thermal imaging shows at least 5 people gathered in the southeast corner office. The sniper continued reporting, his speech suddenly halting. Wait, 1 heat signature moving alone, holding a hostage, heading in your direction. Before he finished speaking, mechanical clicking sounds came from the 16th floor elevator shaft as backup power was forcibly activated. Guard the elevator entrance, the team leader shouted a stern warning. Ding! The old elevator emitted a harsh notification sound as the rusty metal doors slowly slid open. A bald, muscular man with a face full of scars wore a thick gold chain around his neck. His left arm was locked tightly around a young girl, while his right hand pressed a silver service pistol against her temple. The girl's face was deathly pale, blood seeping from her bitten lip, but she dared not make a sound. Nobody move, the bald man sneered viciously, grinding the gun barrel against the girl's temple. Anyone moves, and I'll blow her brains out first. The Snow Leopard team members' weapons all pointed toward the elevator in unison, but none dared to fire rashly. The hostage and the criminal's heads were pressed so close together that even a skilled sniper would struggle to guarantee a clean shot. Drop your weapons. Back off, the bald brute roared, his thick arm locked around the girl's neck as he dragged her step by step out of the elevator. Or I'll pop. A barely audible muffled sound cut through the air. The bald man's right eye instantly erupted in a spray of blood as the bullet penetrated his skull from above at an angle, blowing out a fist-sized hole in the back of his head. Red and white matter splattered across the elevator's mirrored walls. Eagle eye, target down. The sniper reported in an ice-cold tone. The bald man stiffened for a second, then collapsed like a broken marionette. The girl, losing her support, sank to her knees beside the pool of blood, retching violently. Clear the floor. Move. At the team leader's command, the Snow Leopard operatives rushed toward the 16th floor like arrows. Thermal imaging in their helmet displays outlined human silhouette southeast corner office, where the last few thugs were holed up. Flashbang grenades flew in, followed by blinding light and thunder. Then came precise gunfire, dropping the criminals before they could even raise their weapons. When Mu Qing helped several rescued girls onto the 16th floor, the nauseating mix of blood and alcohol in the air made her stomach churn. The office had been transformed into a den of debauchery. Expensive liquor and half-empty cans scattered across leather sofas. Rifles and pistols mounted on walls. Luxury goods looted from downstairs shops piled in corners. Most sickening was the main desk photo albums spread open, filled with trophy pictures these animals had taken while assaulting women. Animals, they're all animals. Mu Qing trembled with rage, kicking over a wine bottle on the desk. Amber liquid flowed across the photographs, blurring the twisted faces of the victims. Weapons cache found. An operative dragged several metal cases from the adjacent conference room. Opening them revealed 2 assault rifles, for standard-issue pistols, and plenty of ammunition, along with several police bulletproof vests. The team leader crouched to check the serial numbers, his expression darkening. Standard-issue equipment. Did these bastards raid a police armory? Mu Qing suddenly remembered something, her face going even paler. That bald man, I've seen him on the news. He owns a security company, and his older brother is the district FBI bureau chief of Donghai City. The team leader smiled coldly and pressed his communicator. Captain, target building secured. 9 armed hostiles eliminated. 127 survivors rescued. Multiple standard-issue weapons recovered, possibly from a raided police station. Requesting further orders. Copy that. Chen Feng's voice came through steady and low. Medical teams are en route. Secure all weapons and gather survivors in the ground floor lobby. Repeat, do not distribute weapons to civilians. Understood. The Snow Leopard operatives efficiently collected firearms and ammunition while organizing the traumatized survivors. Watching their retreating figures, Mu Qing felt a chilling thought. Without this elite force's timely intervention, how much longer would this office building's hell have continued? Those girls chained up, those abused survivors, they might never have seen any so-called government rescue. She looked down at the feverish, unconscious girl in her arms, gently wiping the dirt from her face. Sunlight filtered through the dusty windows, casting a faint golden glow on the girl's pale skin. At least now, they had a chance to survive. And all of this was thanks to that young man who called himself Marshall. Mu Qing grew increasingly curious. What kind of person was he really? And where did these mysterious armed forces come from? In the lobby of the office building, under the harsh glare of emergency lighting, over 100 survivors huddled together like frightened sheep. Bone-chilling wind whistled through the cracks in the shattered glass, sending shivers down everyone's necks. 2 fully armed Snow Leopard operatives paced back and forth, their QBZ-191 assault rifles in hand, the crisp sound of polymer stocks striking tactical vests echoing through the space. Their gazes swept across each ashen face like ice-cold blades. At the entrance, a QJY-201 general-purpose machine gun pointed directly at the crowd, its dark muzzle resembling the pupil of death itself, silent, yet utterly menacing. The air felt suffocatingly heavy, as if sealed with lead. No one dared speak loudly. Even coughs were stifled into muffled grunts. Several children clutched desperately at their mother's clothing, tears welling in their eyes, but not daring to fall. Creaked side door of the lobby swung open as a Snow Leopard operative bent over, pushing a cart inside. The metal wheels scraped against the marble floor with a sound as sharp as glass being scratched. The cart was loaded with several large boxes of vacuum-packed bread and bottled water, the plastic wrapping reflecting a sickly pale gleam under the cold light. Listen up, everyone. He stopped in the center of the lobby, his voice flat and emotionless. Form a single line and collect your food and water in order. As he spoke, he patted the holster at his waist, the metallic click making everyone's scalp tighten. Anyone who dares to shout or cut in line. Bang. Before he could finish, he drew his pistol and fired a shot at the ceiling. The explosive gunshot reverberated through the enclosed space, leaving ears ringing. Several women couldn't help but scream, then quickly covered their mouths, tears of terror streaming between their fingers. The acrid smell of gunpowder spread rapidly, stinging everyone's eyes. Don't blame me when my gun doesn't discriminate. He holstered his weapon methodically, as if what had just happened was routine procedure. Now, form a line. The survivors glanced at each other nervously, shrinking back, but no one dared to be the first to move. The operative frowned and casually raised his rifle, pointing it at a middle-aged man in a wrinkled suit at the front. You. Start with you. The man who was singled out froze momentarily, then lunged toward the cart as if grasping a lifeline, almost crawling in his haste. His hands trembled as he received a bag of bread and a bottle of water. Thank you, sir. He bowed and scraped, tearing open the packaging and shoving the palm-sized bread into his mouth in just a few bites, crumbs falling onto his tie. He licked the wrapper clean of every last crumb, hesitated for a moment, then mustered the courage to look up. Sir, could I have a bit more? I'm really still hungry. The operative smiled coldly, his gaze cutting across the man's greasy face like a blade. Want more? Sure. The man's eyes lit up immediately, nodding eagerly. Yes, yes, yes. There are still plenty of zombie corpses piled up on floors 2 through 5. The operative pointed his rifle toward the stairwell. Go alone, move them all downstairs, and pile them in the back courtyard for burning. Finish that, and I'll give you double portions. The joy on the man's face instantly froze. Well, what? His voice became shrill. You want me to move corpses? What kind of soldiers are you? Ordering civilians to do work. His face flushed red, spittle flying. Have you forgotten the military's purpose? Serve the people. I'm going to file a complaint against you. Find your commanding officer. His righteous outburst was particularly jarring in the deathly quiet lobby. Some survivors secretly nodded in agreement, whispering among themselves. More stared at this troublemaker, as if he were already dead at a time like this. He was still pulling rank? The Snow Leopard operative slowly set down the supply box in his hands, his movements gentle to the point of being tender. Then he reached up to caress the assault rifle on his back and sighed. Why do some people always love to court death? Before the words had fully left his lips, bang. The rifle but struck the man's face with thunderous force. Blood and several broken teeth flew through the air instantly. The man's nose visibly collapsed inward, his entire face twisting and contorting. Ah! The scream barely escaped his throat before being brutally cut short. A Snow Leopard team member pressed his boot down hard on the man's Adam's apple, the thick treads grinding his head mercilessly into the cold marble floor. Listen. The soldier leaned down, his voice so quiet it only reached the ears of those nearby, yet cold as a bone-chilling wind. If you want to live, you'll behave. Understood. The man's pupils dilated rapidly with pain and terror, his crushed throat managing only broken, raspy sounds. Yes, yes. Only then did the boot lift. He was casually kicked aside, sliding across the floor like a puddle of mud. The soldier spat out 2 words, "Get lost," then looked up. Next, the entire hall fell dead silent in an instant. The survivors who had been nodding in agreement with the man moments before now looked ashen. Those who had tried to grab extra food immediately pulled their heads back into the crowd. The distribution that followed was orderly and eerily calm. The survivors formed a straight line, barely daring to breathe as they received their meager but life-saving rations. Those who got their share immediately retreated to the walls, hunching over and nibbling their breadcrumbs in tiny bites, even suppressing the sound of their chewing. In the corner, the man with the broken nose curled up in a ball, blood and sweat forming dark brown scabs on his face. No one dared help him up, or even look at him. His trembling fingers clutched the blood-soaked bread bag, as if letting go would mean an immediate death sentence from the apocalypse. When the supplies were distributed, the Snow Leopard soldier spoke again. After you eat, clean up all the corpses and garbage in this office building. He swept his gaze across the crowd, his voice not loud, but drilling into everyone's eardrums. When you finish cleaning, then you eat. No one objected. Every survivor understood only by following orders and completing tasks could they survive. Meanwhile, Mu Qing at the stairway entrance had witnessed everything. Her stomach cramped from the violence she'd just seen, but her rational mind acknowledged the cruel necessity. With resources compressed to the extreme, weakness and mercy would only cause order to collapse instantly. How many of these people had been strutting around with Deputy Director Zhao just moments ago? How many had stood by and watched those girls being abused? Their current terror and innocence were just another mask. Mu Qing silently clenched her fists in this apocalypse. Compassion often meant asking for trouble. Through these experiences, she finally understood the true weight of the word apocalypse. Stop spacing out. Leopardhead's voice came from behind her. The medical team's here. Help distribute medicine. Mu Qing took a deep breath of air mixed with blood and dust, nodded, and walked toward the entrance. Several Snow Leopard soldiers escorted volunteers into the hall, their canvas bags filled with medical supplies. One girl with black-framed glasses looked particularly familiar. Lu Ying, the college student who had followed them all the way from the villa district. Senior Mu. Lu Ying whispered in surprise. How are you here? It's a long story. Mu Qing forced a slight smile and took the medical kit from her hands. Let's work first. On the other side of the hall, the Snow Leopard team leader pulled out his radio. Captain, survivors are basically under control, but numbers far exceed expectations. Requesting supply reinforcement. After hanging up, he looked up to survey the densely packed 100-plus people. a grave expression flashing in his eyes. How many of these people were truly innocent? And how many were potential powder kegs? In an apocalypse with limited resources, every decision was a matter of life and death. In the command center, countless green dots flickered across the holographic projection map. Each beam of light pulsed rhythmically, converging into the ever-rising number 637, like a timer reminding everyone that another life had been brought into the sanctuary. Chen Feng stood beside Lin Ye, his voice carrying barely perceptible tension. Marshal, at this rate, the number of survivors tonight might exceed 1,000. Resource consumption will grow exponentially. He glanced at the busy staff officers behind him. Moreover, our current manpower is already stretched thin. Just maintaining basic order requires an entire infantry squad and 6 Snow Leopard team members. The mahogany table surface gleamed like a mirror as Lin Ye's fingers tapped lightly upon it, each strike seeming to add another layer of pressure to the air. He wasn't worried about supplies. The system's exchange rate for daily necessities was cheap, and merit points accumulated by the second, but managing over 1,000 survivors with complex backgrounds and varying mindsets was the real challenge. What do you suggest? He looked up at Chen Feng. Chen Feng's brow furrowed deeply as his mind raced. I believe the immediate priority is establishing a survivor self-governance system. He circled several newly cleared green areas on the map. First, establish clear survival rules. Work for food, strictly prohibit violence and looting, and mandatory compliance with unified allocation. Second, select a manager from among the survivors and form an enforcement team. This way, daily order won't constantly depend on our combat forces. Lin Ye nodded. Using survivors to manage survivors can reduce our burden and create a stable internal cycle. But the key lies in choosing the right manager. He narrowed his eyes. Who do you think is suitable? Chen Feng fell silent for a moment, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing his tactical belt. In the apocalypse, trust is a luxury. Among those people, how many truly submit? How many harbor ill intentions? And how many would become the next deputy director, Zhao, once they gain power? Lin Ye suddenly changed the subject. That woman named Mu Qing, how did she perform today? Far exceeded expectations. Chen Feng immediately replied. She used her climbing skills to rescue at least 10 survivors trapped on high floors in the complex office building, moving with agility and decisive judgment. He paused. The people she rescued trust her completely. A knowing smile played at the corners of Lin Ye's mouth. It seems my judgment was correct. Chen Feng chose his words carefully. But she's still a woman, and her heart isn't ruthless enough. In extreme situations, she would hesitate. As he said this, he recalled Mu Qing's shock and questioning when she saw the thugs being killed. Lin Ye understood perfectly. A bleeding heart was a fatal weakness in the apocalypse, and a manager must be cold enough to decisively abandon the weak when resources were scarce. His gaze shifted. What about Li Hua? Li Hua. Chen Feng quickly recalled that slippery middle-aged man who had organized a small survivor group before joining the sanctuary, was smooth in his dealings and skilled at mediating conflicts. He suddenly grasped Lin Ye's intention. Marshal, are you considering making him the manager? For now, he seems most suitable. Lin Ye rose and walked to the window, his gaze extending beyond the ruins and flames outside. We don't understand the newly gathered survivors well enough. Promoting them rashly carries too much risk. Li Hua has at least proven his organizational capabilities, and Chen Feng noticed the meaningful glance Li Hua gave him. Clearly understood the price of betrayal. Chen Feng immediately caught on, his mind flashing to the brutal scenes of Snow Leopard team members dealing with traitors. Li Hua had witnessed that moment firsthand, and the fear of authority rooted in his heart was more reliable than any oath. What about the enforcement team? Chen Feng pressed. The buzzcut guy, Lin Ye answered decisively. I've observed him. Clean, efficient movements, standard shooting stance, stays calm under pressure. He's not like ordinary veterans, more like special forces background. A flash of approval crossed Chen Feng's eyes. The marshal has keen insight. This man is indeed promising material decisive action and excellent psychological resilience. Have him form a 10-man enforcement team, Lin Ye decided. Equip them with batons, riot shields, and 3 Type 92 pistols under your direct command. What about Mu Qing? Form a rescue team. Lin Ye turned, fixing his gaze on the red skull markers indicating uncleared areas on the screen. Make her team leader, specializing in search and rescue in complex terrain. Give her 5 assistants, prioritizing survivors with medical or mountaineering backgrounds. Chen Feng quickly took notes, secretly admiring how Lin Ye had positioned each person perfectly. Li Hua's management skills, the buzzcut man's combat expertise, Mu Qing's professional abilities. Even more brilliant was the 3-way balance. The enforcement team monitoring management, the rescue team independent. No single faction could dominate. One more thing, Lin Ye added. All team supply distributions must go through us. Food, weapons, medicine, control these, and you control the lifeline. Understood. Chen Feng saluted and turned to execute the orders. After he left, Lin Ye gazed down at the electronic sandbox again. The blinking dots formed nodes, gradually weaving into a web with him at the center. Every survivor was flesh and blood of this network, his power spreading. In this apocalyptic chess game, he had just placed a crucial piece. Boom. The sudden thunderous roar of helicopter rotors shattered the silence. Lin Ye and Chun Feng simultaneously looked up as three dark green military helicopters swept low over Cloud Villa, their violent downdraft whipping the courtyard trees into a frenzy. Government military helicopters? Chen Feng's pupils contracted as he rushed to the tactical map. Lin Ye was already a step ahead, activating the sandbox and pointing precisely at a blinking marker. Eastern Suburbs Financial Center, Twin Towers. The two men locked eyes, both seeing surprise and wariness reflected back. For the government military to risk deploying precious air assets at this time, with such a clear target, meant something big was happening. Chen Feng pulled up the Twin Towers' structural diagram. Marshal, according to previous intelligence, the shelter floors are packed with at least 1,000 survivors. For the government military to mobilize such force, could they be rescuing some important figure? Lin Ye narrowed his eyes as memory fragments from his previous life intertwined with current intelligence. He remembered that at this same time in that year, 3 helicopters had executed a rescue mission, with only one returning riddled with bullet holes. To deploy 3 military helicopters at any cost, Lin Ye's voice was low. They can only be rescuing someone important enough to influence the entire Eastern Sea situation. A sharp gleam flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. Marshal, if that's truly the case, then this is our opportunity. He suddenly jabbed his finger at the financial center on the map, where a prominent red circle marked the area with the highest zombie concentration. Once the government forces engage the zombies in the tower, they'll inevitably draw the entire eastern suburb horde toward them. Chen Feng withdrew his finger, his voice low but tinged with barely contained excitement. When that happens, the pressure on our front will drastically decrease, and we can absolutely take advantage of the chaos to advance at least 500 meters. A cold smile curved Lin Ye's lips, perfectly aligned with Chun Feng's assessment. In the apocalypse, any chaos presented an opportunity for expansion. If the government forces were going to make such a big commotion, the Dawn faction could reap the benefits. Pass down the orders. Lin Ye made the decisive call. 1st and 2nd Infantry Squads enter combat readiness immediately. All Snow Leopard team members, in their rest period, double ammunition supplies. He swept a strike route across the map. The moment we hear gunfire from the Twin Towers direction, advance immediately according to Plan B. Understood. Chen Feng accepted the orders solemnly, but was called back just as he turned to leave. Wait. Lin Ye's gaze shifted to the surveillance screen. The footage showed survivors moving supplies and clearing debris, their movements chaotic and disorganized. He said quietly, while we still have time, implement the survivor management system we just discussed. Under what authority should we announce it? Continue using Cloud Villa? Lin Ye pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. No. From today forward, we'll be called Dawn Base. Dawn Base. Chen Feng repeated softly, understanding flickering in his eyes. The name signified both hope and dominion, carrying more unifying power than a simple location name. I'll handle it immediately. Salute, turn, stride toward the communication station. Lin Ye stood alone by the window, gazing at the helicopters that had become mere dots on the horizon. What important figure could be hidden in the Twin Towers to warrant such overwhelming government firepower? How would this rescue operation reshape the power dynamics of Donghai City? He instinctively reached for his sidearm, the cold metal sharpening his thoughts. Regardless of how the situation evolved, he had to seize every opportunity to gradually expand Dawn Base's sphere of influence. Only then could he firmly control his destiny in this wasteland. Dawn Base. Lin Ye murmured, the curve at the corner of his eyes gradually widening. This wasn't just a name, it was a declaration. He, Lin Ye, would become the first ray of light to pierce the darkness. The last traces of sunset on the horizon were completely swallowed by night, and the distant rumble of helicopter rotors and sporadic gunfire could already be heard from the Twin Towers direction. The storm was approaching. Orders quickly spread throughout the area, and local soldiers rapidly gathered the survivors, concentrating them in the cleared open space. 2 or 3 minutes later, Chen Feng arrived driving Lin Ye's Humvee at high speed. He jumped out and stood in front of the vehicle, his sharp gaze sweeping over the dense crowd. Over 600 survivors packed into the cramped space, their faces filled with unease and confusion. Everyone, attention! Chen Feng's voice boomed like thunder, instantly silencing all the commotion. By order of the Marshal, Dawn Base is hereby established. He deliberately paused to ensure everyone heard clearly. Then Chen Feng suddenly called out a name. Li Hua. Chen Feng suddenly called out. The greasy-faced, middle-aged man trembled all over, hastily pushing through the crowd. Here, sir. Chen Feng stood with his back to the dawn light, yet cast a cold, hard shadow over everyone's hearts. The Marshal appoints you as Director of Survivor Management, responsible for daily supply distribution, personnel deployment, and disciplinary supervision. Remember, Your authority comes from the marshal. Do well, and you'll be rewarded. Fail. He left the sentence unfinished, lifting his coat to reveal the dark muzzle of a Type 92 pistol that provided the answer. Li Hua's fat cheeks quivered with excitement like waves as he bowed repeatedly. Understood. Understood. Thank you for the marshal's trust. I, Li Hua, will dedicate myself completely. Whispers rippled through the crowd, some envious, some jealous, others disdainful. Silence. Chen Feng barked, his voice sharp as a blade. His gaze locked onto a buzzcut man standing at the edge. You step forward. The buzzcut man strode forward, his spine straight as a pine tree. Name: Lung Feng. Former unit: Southeast Theater Command, Blade Special Forces Brigade. A flicker of approval crossed Chen Feng's eyes. The marshal appoints you as captain of the enforcement squad. Select 10 men for your team. You'll be equipped with batons, riot shields, and 3 handguns. His voice dropped to a cold whisper. The enforcement squad answers only to the marshal. If you discover any threat to base security, including survivors under Li Hua's command, no authorization needed. Handle it on the spot. Lung Feng's gaze was ice cold as he gave an almost imperceptible nod. Mu Qing, a girl in gray-green hiking gear, jogged over, her curves gently swaying with each step, drawing sideways glances from many male survivors. You'll establish a rescue team specializing in complex terrain search and rescue. Chen Feng handed her a heavy first aid kit. Prioritize recruiting people with medical or mountaineering experience. Mu Qing accepted the kit, her eyes bright, as if reflecting firelight. Thank you for the marshal's trust. I will definitely tell ya. She slipped, the first aid kit crashed down, scattering bandages, alcohol swabs, and antibiotic bottles everywhere. A scrawny boy suddenly dove down, grabbed a bottle of antibiotics, and darted into the crowd. Bang! The gunshot exploded, tearing through the air. The boy collapsed to his knees, blood misting from his kneecap as his scream pierced the scene. Lung Feng slowly lowered his still-smoking pistol and announced calmly. First rule: those who steal supplies get their legs broken. Dead silence fell over the area, broken only by the boy's agonized wails. Mu Qing's face went pale as she covered her mouth with both hands. Li Hua's legs went weak, nearly collapsing. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. Good. Now, begin executing your duties. He turned and climbed into the Humvee, flooring the accelerator as the V8 engine roared to life. Behind him, Li Hua's shrill voice immediately shot up. Did you all hear that? Form lines for registration. Elderly and children to the left, able-bodied adults to the right. Boom. A series of explosions echoed in the distance, the ground trembling slightly. Chen Feng looked up to see thick black smoke rising from the direction of the Twin Towers. 3 armed helicopters circled the tower tops, their machine gun fire tearing through the twilight. It's beginning, he murmured as the Humvee roared toward the command post. The base expansion plan had to be initiated immediately. Above the Twin Towers, 3 armed helicopters circled, their rotor blades thundering like a storm, causing the entire building to vibrate in resonance. Inside the shelter floor, the previously lifeless crowd suddenly erupted, sparks of hope igniting in their desperate eyes. It's the government forces. The government forces have come to rescue us. Quick! To the rooftop! Open the door! Open the door! The surging crowd rushed toward the reinforced door, pushing, screaming, and crying in chaotic waves. A few people still clinging to reason tried to stop them, but the tide was too strong, sweeping them aside. Damn it! Are these people trying to get themselves killed? A burly man roared. The building is crawling with zombies. Rushing out now is suicide. But the word hope had already overwhelmed all fear. Someone unlocked the door and rammed it with their shoulder. Crash! The heavy reinforced door finally burst open. A putrid stench hit them like a wall, bringing tears to their eyes. In the stairwell, countless zombies were being drawn upward by the helicopter noise, climbing frantically. Suddenly hearing the door open, they all turned their heads in unison, cloudy eyes fixing on the crowd at the entrance. Roar! The horde erupted, surging forward like a black tide. Ah! Those in front were immediately tackled, blood spraying everywhere. More people couldn't stop their momentum, tumbling like dominoes into the rolling black wave. Screams, gnashing sounds, and the crack of breaking bones merged into one horrific symphony. Hell on earth. In the refuge level, Mo Yoshue and Enrurin were about to rush out with the crowd when Li Hang and several of his men blocked their way. Schwerer, don't be reckless. Li Hang grabbed Mo Yoshue's wrist, his knuckles turning white, his voice low and urgent. Going up there now is suicide. Let go of me. Mo Yoshue struggled desperately, looking up at the ceiling where the deafening roar of helicopter rotors thundered overhead. The helicopters are right above us. If we don't go now, it'll be too late. Calm down, Li Hang growled, his heavy breathing carrying the scent of blood. This building is crawling with zombies. Rushing out now would be like walking into a lion's den. And Rurin's eyes blazed with fury as she shouted at Li Hang. You toad! What gives you the right to stop us? A vein bulged at Li Hang's temple as he suppressed his anger. Listen, the helicopters won't leave immediately. Once the troops clear the zombies from the rooftop, then we'll go out. Otherwise, bang. The heavy alloy door of the refuge level was slammed open by the last group rushing out. Immediately, heart-wrenching screams and hoarse zombie roars poured through the gap. Mo Yoshue's face turned deathly pale as she finally understood the deeper meaning behind Li Hang's words. Do you believe me now? Li Hang sneered coldly, signaling his subordinates to close the door again. Boom. The alloy door slammed shut once more, the thunderous sound muffling the echoes of flesh being torn outside. Inside the refuge level, the remaining survivors looked at each other with ragged breathing. Some trembled as they swallowed hard. Others quietly covered their mouths, feeling both terror and relief. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Twin Towers, 3 armed helicopters descended abruptly, their landing gear crushing debris on the roof as rotor blades howled through the air. Quick! Establish a perimeter. Machine gunners suppress the horde. Rescue teams search for targets immediately. The commanding officer's hoarse shouts were shredded by the rotor wash. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The aircraft-mounted heavy machine guns spat tongues of fire, bullets pouring down like a torrential downpour, tearing the first wave of zombies that reached the rooftop edge into bloody mist. Report. Large numbers of survivors detected rushing up from the stairwell. What? The officer's face changed dramatically. Stop them. Don't let the zombie tide follow them up. Before he finished speaking, crash. The stairwell fire door was smashed apart, and dozens of blood-soaked survivors stumbled out, screaming as they surged toward the helicopters. Close behind them came zombies flooding like a tide. Open fire! Open fire! The officer roared. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The heavy machine guns fired indiscriminately, bullets piercing through survivors and zombies alike, sending chunks of flesh, bone fragments, and blood spraying in the hurricane winds stirred up by the rotors. But the zombie horde continued advancing over the corpses, lunging at the aircraft. Sir, we can't hold them. Retreat. Retreat, immediately. The officer gritted his teeth. Abort the rescue. Priority is securing the helicopters. The 3 helicopters pulled up sharply. Just then, several zombies grabbed onto one helicopter's landing gear, causing the aircraft to shake violently. Damn it. Can't shake them off. Use the cannon. Boom. The close-range explosion blasted those zombies to pieces, but also cracked the aircraft's tail rotor, black smoke immediately billowing out. Aircraft 2 is damaged. Repeat, Aircraft 2 is damaged. Abort mission. All units withdraw. In the end, only 2 helicopters broke through the zombie tide and took to the sky, while the third trailed black smoke, wobbling precariously before crashing toward distant buildings and erupting into a massive fireball. Inside the refuge level, the thunderous explosion traveled through the steel and concrete, making the fluorescent lights hum. Mo Yoshue and the others turned pale. It's over. And Ruorin's legs gave out as she collapsed to the ground. The helicopters, they're gone. Li Hang remained silent for a moment, then suddenly sneered coldly. No, they'll be back, because they never intended to rescue everyone. He turned to look at Mo Yoshue, his gaze as deep as a well in the darkness. Swear, those helicopters probably had only one target you. Mo Yoshue trembled all over, her breathing catching. At that moment, the completely enraged zombie horde outside the Twin Towers let out guttural roars, surging like a steel flood toward every entrance. After a while, 2 armed helicopters, like enraged hawks, circled back with vengeance, their belly-mounted heavy machine guns spitting out even more ferocious tongues of flame. Rat-a-tat-it. Rat-a-tat-it. The bullets formed 2 deadly whips of light, mercilessly lashing at the horde of corpses gathered near the rooftop and stairwell. The 7.62 mm and even 12.7 mm rounds easily tore through rotting flesh, sending up sprays of putrid blood. Zombies fell in waves like harvested wheat, their black, corrupted blood instantly soaking the concrete floor of the rooftop. Inside the cabin, the commanding officer's face was so dark it could drip water. He growled into his communicator, his voice suppressing tremendous rage and a barely detectable hint of anguish. Alternating cover. Staggered fire. Conserve ammunition. Damn it. Lost an entire squad and a precious Black Hawk in one encounter. All because of those brainless idiots. Through the porthole, he gazed down at the mountain of mixed corpses, survivors, and zombies alike piled near the stairwell entrance below, his eyes showing no trace of mercy, only cold indifference and irritation. Fortunately, we brought enough ammunition this time. He glanced at the heavy ammunition boxes secured to the bulkhead, packed full with gleaming brass belt-fed rounds. Enough to sustain half an hour of intense combat. Taking a deep breath, he grabbed the microphone connected to the external high-powered speaker. His voice, amplified by the electronics, cut through the roar of rotors and gunfire, reaching clearly to those below. Miss Mo Yoshua, if you can hear this, remain calm. We are the East Sea Defense Zone Special Rescue Team. We've come on Mr. Mo's orders to extract you. The rooftop threat is being neutralized. Stay exactly where you are. Maintain concealment. Repeat. Stay exactly where you are. Maintain concealment. Do not attempt to reach the rooftop without our explicit orders. We will eliminate all threats. Await the all-clear signal. The officer's voice was decisive, carrying an unquestionable tone of command. Inside the shelter level, Mo Yoshua's head snapped up, her dim eyes instantly ignited with hope. It's father. Father really sent someone for me. They're calling my name. She excitedly grabbed Ruren's arm, her voice choked with emotion. Li Hang's judgment had been correct. The helicopters were indeed here for her. This feeling of being chosen with such determination dispelled some of the despair that had been clouding her heart. Oomph, at least they're somewhat useful. And Ruren pursed her lips, but her tense body visibly relaxed. Just then, Li Hang approached. His face wore an appropriately concerned expression, and he held half a bar of somewhat crumpled chocolate in his hand. Shuer, he said gently, offering the chocolate to Mo Yoshua. Eat this to restore some energy. In a moment, we might need to run. His gaze seemed to casually sweep over the sealed alloy door, as if assessing something. Mo Yoshua looked at the chocolate, then at Li Hang's sincere eyes. The hunger gnawing at her stomach and the pressure of the impending escape made refusal impossible. Without thanking him, she silently accepted it, and carefully broke off a small piece to put in her mouth. The rich sweetness dissolved on her tongue, bringing a false sense of comfort. She carefully stored the remainder. This was life-sustaining energy for the critical moment ahead. Hey, you toad, and Ruren complained loudly. What about mine? You're only giving it to Sister Shuer? That's so unfair. Li Hang's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly, and a flash of offended anger flickered in the depths of his eyes. But his face forced out a somewhat helpless smile. Miss Ruren, I'm truly sorry. This half bar is all I have left. Earlier, I gave some to a few injured brothers. He spread his hands, indicating his helplessness, and Ruren puffed out her cheeks in anger. Oomph, stingy. Sister Shuer, let's ignore him. She hugged Mo Yoshua's arm and turned her head away. Li Hang paid no more attention to Ruren's petulance. He looked deeply at Mo Yoshua once more. Conserve your strength, stay alert, he whispered, then turned and walked to a relatively quiet corner, sitting down against the cold wall. He closed his eyes, seemingly gathering his energy. But his right-hand fingers, at an angle unnoticed by others, unconsciously rubbed again and again at some hard protrusion beneath his clothing at his waist. His other hand quietly reached into his pocket, feeling the 3 remaining individually wrapped, high-concentration energy chocolate beans inside. He silently counted them 3, enough to sustain 1 burst of high-intensity sprinting. Outside, the gunfire on the rooftop remained intense, crackling like popping beans, mixed with the dying shrieks of zombies. Each roar of the heavy machine guns made the shelter floor tremble slightly, dust falling like rain. Li Hang kept his eyes closed, but his lips slowly curved into a cold arc. He tilted his head slightly, looking toward Mo Yoshua's direction, his gaze dark and unreadable in the shadows. Outside the windows, the sky was stained a sinister orangered by flames and gun smoke. Meanwhile, Lin Ye's 1st and 2nd Infantry squads were coordinating their steady advance eastward. The armored warrior vehicle pushed forward at the front, its bullet-scarred hull crushing obstacles as the 12.7mm heavy machine gun rattled away, turning the entire street into a web of gunfire. Soldiers on both flanks spread out using the vehicle as cover, systematically clearing scattered zombies from each storefront and abandoned car. In the command vehicle behind them, Chen Feng monitored the real-time feed shared with the Snow Leopard Special Forces through his tactical terminal, constantly fine-tuning formations and fire positions. Their advance was twice as fast as projected. Looking at the map, he smiled slightly. Thank God for those government troops drawing fire for us. He looked up toward the distant twin towers. Only 2 of the 3 helicopters remained, the 3rd trailing smoke before exploding into a fireball in the distance. Keep moving. While the zombie horde is distracted, let's expand our control zone. 20 minutes later, on the twin towers rooftop, among the twisted steel and glass fragments, zombie limbs and human flesh mixed into a muddy slurry across the ground, the nauseating stench making it hard to breathe. An officer stood in the center of the carnage, his face ashen. Area cleared. A soldier reported with a salute. The officer took a deep breath of the blood-tainted air and raised his megaphone. Miss Mo, it's safe now. Please come to the rooftop immediately. I repeat, please come to the rooftop immediately. Inside the shelter level, Mo Yoshua heard the announcement and hurriedly stood up. Ruren, let's go. Li Hang grabbed her arm. Don't rush. Let me scout ahead first. He led several of his men to push open the heavy metal door. Their flashlights swept the area. The stairwell was temporarily empty. After confirming it was safe, he waved for the 2 women to follow. The moment they stepped out, chaotic footsteps echoed behind them. Wait for us. More than 10 survivors rushed forward desperately, terrified of being left behind. Damn it, Li Hang cursed under his breath, but could only pick up the pace. Roar. Several zombies suddenly burst from the lower floors, their grayish claws scraping against the concrete steps with ear-piercing shrieks. Run, run, Li Hang bellowed, grabbing Mo Yoshua and Ruren as they charged upward. Screams and cries of agony filled the air as people were tackled, blood splattering the walls crimson. The fallen bodies became natural bait, slowing down their pursuers. Bang! Li Hang kicked open the rooftop door and pulled the two women into the night wind. Close the door. Several of his men moved to block it, but a burly man with a scarred face shoved them aside. Let me in, or none of us will survive. Get lost, Li Hang shouted back, but the man's brute strength sent him stumbling. Bang! His men recovered and pressed the door shut with all their might. The burly man's shoulder was caught in the gap, and the next second zombie claws tore him apart. Ah! Blood sprayed through the crack as his screams cut short. Close it! Close the door! Li Hang was practically roaring. Boom! The iron door slammed shut completely, immediately shuddering under impacts as the twisted metal groaned ominously. Mo Yoshue and Enrurin collapsed to the ground, staring at the scattered corpses and pools of blood at their feet. Their stomachs churned violently as they vomited on the spot. Even Li Hang was pale as death, fighting back dry heaves. Who is Miss Mo? Came the officer's voice through the megaphone. Mo Yoshue raised her trembling hand. I am. Several soldiers immediately lifted her and ran toward the helicopter. Miss Mo, get on board quickly. Wait. Mo Yoshue struggled to look back. Take Rurin too. Sorry, miss. Our orders are to bring only you back, the soldier replied with cold, mechanical precision. And Rurin's face went deathly pale as she shouted angrily. How dare you? My father is Enrusin, deputy director of Donghai City. The soldier's face remained expressionless. I'm sorry, but your father, he's been infected. What? Enrurin was thunderstruck, her legs frozen in place. Bang! Bang! The impacts behind the iron door grew more intense, the frame buckling into visible dents as the metal shrieked under the relentless pounding. No time left. Move. From the helicopter hovering above the rooftop, an officer leaned out and roared. Mo Yoshue rushed forward, grabbing the soldier's combat vest desperately. Take her with us. Otherwise, I'm not leaving either. The soldier hesitated, looking back at the officer. The officer gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Fine. Get up here. But the chopper can only take 3 more people. As soon as those words fell, a cold glint flashed in Li Hang's eyes. Only 3 more spots, meaning he'd be left behind. Without hesitation, he drew the concealed Glock from his sleeve, wrapped his arm around Enrurin's neck, and pressed the cold barrel against her temple. Take me, or she dies. The rooftop fell silent. Li Hang. Mo Yoshue couldn't believe it. The officer's face turned livid. You son of a... Cut the crap. Li Hang sneered. Either take me, or we all die here. Behind them, the iron door finally gave way, rotting arms clawing through frantically. Mo Yoshue gritted her teeth. Fine. Take him. The officer cursed under his breath, but had no choice. Get on. Now. Li Hang dragged Enrurin toward the spinning helicopter, shouting to his remaining men, hold the door. Before his subordinates could react, he was already hauling Enrurin into the cabin. Boss. Crash. The collapsing door was completely blown apart as zombies poured out like a tide, instantly overwhelming the abandoned men. The helicopter shot upward. Li Hang looked down at his companions being torn apart below, a cold smile playing at his lips. In the apocalypse, survival was the only truth. Brotherhood? What a joke. The moment the cabin door closed, 3 gun barrels were pressed against his forehead. Drop your weapon, the officer growled, his knuckles white on the trigger. Li Hang scoffed, his Glock unwavering, pressing harder against Enrurin. You shoot, she dies. The air froze. Mo Yoshue suppressed her panic, speaking gently. Li Hang, don't be rash. We already agreed to take you. Take me. Li Hang sneered. The moment we reach your sanctuary, I'll be the first to die. He glanced out the window, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Change of plans. Drop me at that villa ahead. Cloud Villa. The officer's pupils contracted. Are you insane? It's crawling with zombies out there. You're going to your death. Shut up. Li Hang jabbed the gun harder, making Enrurin cry out. Either do it, or we all go down together. Mo Yoshue clenched her teeth. Fine. Let him off. Veins bulged on the officer's forehead, but he finally pressed the communicator. Unit 1, return to base. We'll follow shortly. On the ground battlefield, Chun Feng's earpiece suddenly erupted with alarms. Captain, unidentified armed helicopter spotted heading toward Cloud Villa. Chun Feng felt his blood turn to ice, his roar echoing through the channel. All units retreat. Return to defend the villa immediately. I repeat, return immediately. Though the 2 infantry squads didn't understand what was happening, orders were orders. The warrior vehicles spun around with screaming tires. Soldiers quickly provided covering fire as they sprinted back to base. Chun Feng leaped into the Humvee, flooring the accelerator until the tachometer needle hit the red line. He stared at the descending helicopter in the distance, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Damn it, trying to raid my home base. Above the Cloud Villa, a helicopter slowly descended into the central courtyard. The rotor blades whipped up fierce winds that swept fallen leaves and debris across the area, causing branches to slap against window frames with sharp crackling sounds. As the cabin door opened, Li Hang backed out with his arm around Enrurin's shoulders, pressing the dark barrel of his gun against her chest. Nobody move. Once I'm safely inside, I'll let her go. In the courtyard, 10 Special Forces soldiers spread out in formation with weapons trained on him, but none dared pull the trigger. The officer cursed under his breath, forced to watch helplessly as Li Hang dragged his hostage into the shadows of the villa's corridor. No gunshots rang out. Li Hang kept his word and released Enrurin. Rurin. Mo Yoshue rushed forward, clutching her best friend tightly, her knuckles white with tension. The officer breathed a sigh of relief and called to his men. Get back on board. This cursed place. Since you're here, a cold voice drifted down from the villa's top floor. You might as well stay. Bang. A 12.7mm armor-piercing round tore through the air, the sniper rifle's thunderous report echoing like a muffled roar. The helicopter's tail rotor was instantly punctured, metal fragments scattering as the rotors spun wildly out of balance. Enemy contact. The special forces instinctively ducked, but before they could locate the source of fire, 6 rifle barrels emerged simultaneously from multiple villa windows. Rat-a-tat. Snow Leopard team members laid down crossfire, dropping 3 Special Forces soldiers immediately, their blood spattering across the concrete. The survivors barely had time to seek cover before red laser dots danced across their helmet visors. Boom. The villa's heavy front door was kicked open, and a bloodied Li Hang was dragged out by 2 Snow Leopard operatives, their rifle pressed against the back of his head. Kneel. Came a voice like iron scraping stone, devoid of warmth. Just then, the roar of engines echoed from the distance. Chun Feng's Humvee crashed into the courtyard, tires throwing sparks as they ground over debris, followed closely by 2 troop-laden military vehicles. The mounted 12.7mm heavy machine gun immediately swiveled to target the disabled helicopter. Crash. The entire bulletproof glass wall on the top floor descended, revealing Lin Ye's silhouette at the sniper position. He held the anti-material rifle casually in one hand while adjusting his sleeve with the other, gazing down at the chaotic rescue team below. East Sea Defense Zone. The voice through the loudspeaker carried a metallic edge. Trespassing on my territory without permission, Lin Ye raised his hand slightly, and all weapons chambered rounds in unison. Comes with a price. 2 infantry squads quickly deployed in tactical formation, occupying elevated and flanking positions behind walls, planters, and steps. Snow Leopard operatives emerged from concealment, 30-plus cold steel barrels weaving an inescapable web of death around the helicopter and special forces. Light glinted off the black weapon surfaces, casting an ominous gleam. The officer's face went deathly pale. This wasn't some ordinary survivor settlement, but a private fortress armed to the teeth. Damn it, we're screwed. Cold sweat streamed down his back as he instinctively surveyed the custom assault rifles, light machine guns, and even anti-material sniper rifles he'd never seen before, equipment far beyond anything he could imagine. Comrade, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding, he shouted, his voice trembling. We're just making a temporary landing, we'll leave immediately. Misunderstanding. Lin Ye gazed coldly down from above. Barging into my courtyard with fully armed soldiers, you call that a misunderstanding? The officer was speechless, bitter regret filling his ear. The would have pulled the trigger too in the same situation. 3 seconds. Lin Ye's voice told like death's pendulum. Drop your weapons, or die. The officer's heart nearly burst from his chest. He had no doubt that once the countdown reached 1, the surrounding gun barrels would instantly turn them into Swiss cheese. 3-1. Drop your weapons. All of you, drop them now. The officer's voice was hoarse, almost shouting as he led by example, hurling his sidearm onto the gravel at his feet. The other 6 Special Forces soldiers' knuckles turned white as they gripped their guns, yet they could still see their inevitable doom in the Snow Leopard assault team's orderly firing line, leaving them no choice but to follow suit. Hands up. Chun Feng aimed his Type 191 assault rifle, advancing step by step with the muzzle locked firmly on the officer's forehead, his expression as dark as the sky before a storm. Try any tricks, and I'll blow your head off first. The officer's jaw tensed rigidly as he was forced to slowly raise both hands. Mo Yoshue and Enrurin hugged each other, crouching beside the helicopter wreckage, keeping their breathing to a minimum. In all their years, they had never witnessed such cold, hard firepower confrontation. The government troops, who had been so arrogant moments before, now looked like prisoners stripped of their backbone, utterly powerless to fight back. On the other side, Li Hang was pinned firmly to the ground by Snow Leopard team members, his cheek pressed against the cold bluestone, thin streams of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to lift his head, and when he clearly saw those familiar military boots and upright figure, his pupils contracted sharply. It was actually Lin Ye. This guy was not only alive and well, but seemed to hold a special position among these soldiers. How was that possible? Stay still. A Snow Leopard team member drove his knee heavily into Li Hang's spine, as if trying to break his ribs. Take them away. Lin Ye merely waved his hand dismissively. The infantry squad immediately moved forward, quickly binding the 9 men with tactical restraints and dragging them toward the underground garage. When the officer turned back to struggle, he was met with a rifle but smashing into his shoulder blade, causing him to bend over and gasp in pain. Marshal Chun Feng quickly approached Lin Ye, dropping to one knee with a voice full of self-reproach. This subordinate failed in his duty and caused you alarm. Lin Ye extended his hand to help him up, his expression remaining calm. It has nothing to do with you. No need for self-blame. His gaze swept toward the helicopter wreckage with its blown-off tail rotor, then looked at the group of captured soldiers and the 2 women behind them. Appearing thoughtful, 3 helicopters had departed, but only one returned, and the reason lay here. Those 2 women were most likely the targets of this operation, and their identities were clearly not simple. Go interrogate that officer. Lin Ye's voice was cold and hard. I want their origins, their purpose, not a single word can be missed. Yes. Chen Feng accepted the order solemnly. Lin Ye's gaze finally fell on Li Hang, his brow furrowing slightly. This person, why did he seem familiar? Everyone else, return to the defensive line immediately. He finished speaking and turned toward the villa, his tone brooking no discussion. I don't want today's incident to happen a second time. Yes. The soldiers responded in unison, the firing line dispersed, and each returned to their battle positions. The lingering gunpowder smoke in the courtyard was swept away by the night wind, bringing this dramatic farce to a close. East Sea War Zone, 3rd Shelter, Command Center. Night pressed down on the city, and the fluorescent lights inside the command center appeared particularly cold through the thick, blast-proof glass. Mo Tianqing sat in the main seat on the left side of the long table, his 10 fingers lightly tapping the surface, producing low and urgent percussion sounds. His tailored suit outlined his sharp shoulder lines, and his cold gaze was like a storm brewing in the deep sea. Several high-ranking military officers sat upright across from him, the stars on their shoulder boards gleaming coldly under the lights. A senior colonel's face was ashen, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the porcelain rim of his teacup. So, Mo Tianqing spoke in a low voice that, though not loud, made people feel suffocated. Where's my daughter now? The lead officer from armed helicopter number 1 had fine sweat beading on his forehead as he swallowed hard. Mr. Mo, after that man named Li Hang threatened Miss Mo's friend, he forcibly boarded the aircraft. We're not clear on the details of what happened during that time. Subsequently, Commander Liu ordered us to return first, saying he would follow immediately. But after we flew several kilometers, we discovered they hadn't taken off. And then, Mo Tianqing's eyes cut like a blade. We attempted to make contact, but communications were jammed. Later, radar showed they had apparently made an emergency landing in an area called Cloud Villa. His knuckles suddenly stopped. Mo Tianqing slowly repeated, Cloud Villa? The familiar yet strange name made a cold light flash in his eyes. That suddenly appearing armed force again? Could it be they had taken his daughter hostage? Yes. The officer's voice was dry as he nodded with difficulty. Mo Tianqing let out a low, cold laugh. According to your account, Li Hang took Ruren hostage and threatened my daughter, all just to board the aircraft and escape? The officer's Adam's apple bobbed as he responded hoarsely. Yes, Mr. Mo. A bunch of useless fools. How dare you abandon my daughter and run away? Mo Tianqing slammed both palms down hard on the alloy conference table. Teacups bounced up and crashed back down, splashing amber tea across the spread-out tactical maps, leaving irregular dark stains. The electronic sand table, red warning lights, and coordinate displays in the war room all fell silent, the air nearly frozen. Old Mo calmed down. The gray-haired military veteran with 3 stars on his shoulders fixed him with a piercing gaze. He reached out to steady the still trembling teacup on the table, his voice low and controlled. We've already dispatched reconnaissance teams. We'll confirm the situation on the ground as soon as possible. Mo Tianqing's chest heaved violently, his labored breathing unnaturally loud in the silent hall. He forced himself back into the command chair, his fingertips picking up a soaked coordinate sheet, his tone low but cold as a blade. Have you figured out Li Hang's identity yet? A staff officer stepped forward briskly, spine ramrod straight, speaking at a controlled pace without daring to pause. Report. Li Hang, 26 years old, employee at a major financial company in Donghai City, trained in combat arts for 4 years. His parents are chairman of a publicly listed company in Donghai City. Using this background, he frequently targets women with powerful connections. Before the apocalypse broke out, Miss Mo was one of his targets. Mo Tianqing's expression turned completely dark. Damn it, so he's a playboy. He growled under his breath, his fists clenched so tight they cracked. Just wait. Don't let me catch him, or I'll make him wish he were dead. The staff officer swallowed hard and added another point. There's one more thing. Based on intelligence gathered over the past 2 days, the armed forces at Cloud Villa are unusual. Unusual? Mo Tianqing raised an eyebrow. Their equipment and tactical training don't look like any civilian organization. They're more like. The staff officer lowered his voice further. Special Forces. Do we know their unit designation? Mo Tianqing narrowed his eyes. Not yet, but we intercepted a code named Snow Leopard. At this, the star-bearing veteran frowned slightly. There's no special forces unit with that designation domestically. Correct. The staff officer nodded. So we suspect it's either some secret unit or a private military force. Mo Tianqing tapped the table lightly with his knuckles, cold light churning in his eyes. To organize this scale of combat force right at the start of the apocalypse, the master of Cloud Villa was definitely no ordinary person. Continue surveillance, he issued his icy command. But remember to alert them. Yes, sir. The staff officer snapped to attention with a sharp salute, heels clicking together, then quickly withdrew. The vast command center returned to oppressive silence, only the faint hum of electronic equipment remaining. Outside the window, the night sky was pitch black, with occasional distant fires flickering. Mo Tianqing gazed at the starless heavens, cold light flashing in his eyes. Whoever the opponent was, if they dared touch his daughter, they would pay the price. At exactly 9 o'clock in the evening, the underground operations room at Cloud Villa was brightly lit. Wall screens scrolled with the latest battle statistics, the air thick with the scent of machine oil and metal. Ding! A system notification suddenly chimed. Detected Marshall's forces eliminated 3,201 zombies. Beginning reward calculation. Congratulations. Received. Merit points 3,201. Modern military truck, blueprint 1. Lin Ye raised his hand to call up the virtual interface, pale blue light screens floating before his eyes. The blueprint information unfolded. Modern military truck. Exchange rate. 500 merit points. Vehicle includes dedicated military driver. Model, Dongfeng Mengshi CSC 181 military transport. Power, 6.7L turbocharged diesel engine, 400 horsepower. Payload, 5 tons standard, 8 tons maximum. Off-road, full-time 4WD, 3 differential locks, can climb 70 slopes. Protection, bulletproof tires, mine-resistant chassis, optional light armor. Applications, troop transport, supply logistics, artillery towing. Excellent. A flash of satisfaction crossed Lin Ye's eyes. The infantry squads advanced quickly enough, but logistics had always been the weak link. With this fleet of military trucks, he could rapidly deploy forces and establish supply lines, paving the way for territorial expansion. Knock, knock, knock. Heavy knocks echoed on the operations room door. Come in. Lin Ye closed the interface. Chun Feng pushed through the door, dried blood still staining his shoulders. After a crisp salute, his voice was hoarse but clear. Marshal, we have the interrogation results. The government military squad's target was indeed Mo Yoshua, daughter of Mo Tianqing, the wealthiest man in Donghai. Under the dim yellow glow of the electronic warfare lighting, Lin Ye closed the report, his gaze shifting between the documents and the large screen. One of the two women we're holding is her. Oh, he narrowed his eyes. A mere businessman able to mobilize government military attack helicopters? This richest man clearly has connections far beyond simple business dealings. Yes, Marshal. Chun Feng stood at attention beside the table, his expression more somber than the lighting. I'm afraid we've stirred up trouble. Lin Ye nodded slightly. He knew the government forces were severely weakened, but a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. If they truly decided on revenge, a few heavy artillery pieces or attack helicopters would be enough to overwhelm Dawn Base. However, there are still tens of millions of zombies blocking the way in Donghai City. Lin Ye sneered. It won't be easy for them to get here, and let's not forget, his daughter is in our hands. Even so, the disparity in strength weighed on his mind like a stone, filling him with urgency. They had to accelerate their expansion. Are tomorrow's battle plans ready? He turned his attention to the electronic map on the wall. Chun Feng immediately operated the tactical interface. The three-dimensional map spread out with the villa at its center, green zones coordinating with blue routes showing the progress made over the past 2 days. We've basically cleared a 700-meter radius, but with limited manpower, we've only established defensive lines on the east and south sides. He pointed toward 2 red dots in the northwest direction. Tomorrow morning at 8, I'll first send an infantry squad to clear these 2 newly emerged zombie clusters. His finger moved again, stopping at a massive building marked with a red circle. Yida shopping mall. Lin Ye frowned. Tell me about the challenges. 3 main ones. Chun Feng held up his fingers. First, the mall covers 1 million square meters, with a 3-level structure including commercial areas, dining streets, and entertainment zones, with complex internal passages. Second, drone reconnaissance indicates over 10,000 zombies inside. Rifle firepower alone won't be sufficient, we'll need heavy fire support. Third, he paused. There are likely large numbers of survivors. If they deployed thermobaric bombs directly, they could indeed vaporize most of the zombies instantly, but would also incinerate any survivors down to their bones. Lin Ye tapped his fingers on the table. Conduct precise reconnaissance first. Tomorrow the Snow Leopard assault team will carry thermal imaging equipment to prioritize confirming survivor locations before determining the clearing method. Yes. Chun Feng straightened his back. Also, should we deal with Mo Yoshua? No. Lin Ye shook his head. She's a valuable card, only useful alive. Go prepare. At 6 tomorrow morning, I want to see detailed battle plans. Understood. Chen Feng left the war room. Outside the glass window, the city skyline was pitch black, with occasional scattered fires like dying embers covered in ash. Lin Yi pressed his hand against the window frame. Yida Mall would be a tough battle, but once taken, Dawn Base's territory could expand threefold. In the underground garage, the air mixed with the smell of motor oil and mildew, dark as thick ink. Mo Yoshiue and Enrurin huddled with their knees drawn up in the cold corner, their thin clothing unable to ward off the damp chill seeping from the ground. Enrurin's face was pale, her lips cracked, looking like a doll drained of power. Rurin, hang in there a little longer. Mo Yoshua struggled to lift her head, grasping her best friend's ice-cold hand. Dad will definitely find a way. And Rurin nodded numbly. But the news of her father's infection was like a dull knife, slowly shredding her will. Nearby, Soldier Lu Ming lowered his voice, trying to comfort them with military composure. Miss Mo, don't worry too much. The troops won't abandon us. The moment his words faded, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from the distance. Thud, thud, thud. Everyone's breathing instantly froze. In the dark garage, only the lifeless shell of the emergency light cast shadows on the crowd's tense faces. Two blurry figures stopped 50 meters away, lifting their hands to drop two waist-high metal boxes heavily to the ground. The bang reverberated across the concrete floor. After setting down the boxes, they didn't even pause, turning to walk back through the rolling door. The heavy door panel fell with a clang, once again cutting off the outside world, and silence immediately returned, as if nothing had ever appeared. What's going on? Lu Ming squinted, his voice extremely low. Xiaozhang, go check it out. The tall Xiaozhang dropped down, crawling forward against the cold ground. After crawling a few meters, he reached out to lift the box lid, and steam from cooked meat and the grain aroma of bread immediately poured out from the gap. Captain, it's food and water. What? Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. Are you sure? Absolutely certain. Xiao Zhang's voice trembled, yet he tried to suppress his excitement. Ham sausages, bread, bottled water, and chicken breast and compressed biscuits. The garage immediately stirred. Several team members instinctively moved forward, their Adam's apples bobbing up and down. Nobody moved. Lu Ming barked sharply, his hoarse voice freezing everyone in place. Captain, could it be poisoned? Someone muttered quietly. How could they possibly be so kind? Lu Ming stared at the packaged food in the boxes, his brow furrowed into a straight line. Logic told him that if the other party really wanted to kill them, a bullet would be more efficient. There was no need to waste supplies. After a moment of consideration, he ordered, give some to Miss Mo and the others first. Everyone else wait for further notice. When the warm chicken breast and cold bottled water were handed to Mo Yoshua, her fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Tearing open the plastic seal, the rich meat aroma rushed into her nostrils, and stomach-aching hunger instantly awakened. Rurin, eat quickly. She stuffed the cut chicken meat to her best friend's lips. And Rurin chewed mechanically, but tears suddenly fell. Schwer, are we going to die here? Mo Yoshua's hand paused, looking up at the emergency light overhead that would never turn on, its cover covered in dust like a hollow eye. She suddenly smiled softly. No, we won't. Her voice wasn't loud, but carried an inexplicable certainty. That man won't let us die, because dead people have no value to exploit. This thought sent chills down her spine, yet strangely brought a trace of security. She bit into a large piece of bread, rapidly calculating amidst the sweet aroma and chewing sounds. She must find a way to meet the owner of this villa. The next morning, 7:30 a.m. Lin Ye woke up right on schedule as morning light filtered through the curtain gaps into the bedroom, casting thin streaks of light across the floor. He took a quick shower, shaved off his stubble, and sat down at the dining table. On the table, fried eggs sizzled. The steak was still steaming hot, and the milk gave off a faint sweet aroma. While cutting into his steak, he pulled up the system panel current merit points, 73,800. Yesterday's ammunition and supply exchanges had cost over 6,000, but the points had climbed back up again. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Enough for another military expansion. System, exchange for 1 infantry squad. Also exchange for 4 Dongfeng Mengshi CZ-181 military transport vehicles and 10 barrels of diesel. Additionally, replenish 10 base loads of all current ammunition types. Ding. 50,000 merit points consumed, exchanging for standard infantry squad 10-man unit. Ding. 2,050 merit points consumed, exchanging for Dongfeng Mengshi CSE 1814, diesel 10. Ding. 60 merit points consumed, exchanging for current ammunition base loads 10. Confirm deployment location, open area behind the villa. As the system notification ended, Lin Yi picked up his coffee and took a sip, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling window. The air in the backyard shimmered slightly as 10 fully armed soldiers and 4 dark green military trucks materialized from the distortion, quickly forming ranks with headlights flashing and mirrors reflecting the morning sunlight. His power had grown once again. Marshal, Chen Feng's voice came from outside the door. The battle plan is ready. We can depart at any time. Lin Ye set down his coffee cup and stood up, his sharp gaze sweeping across the tactical map like a blade. Today's target Yida shopping mall. Just as he finished speaking, the system chimed again. Ding. Detected that the marshal commands 3 infantry squads, which can be merged into an infantry platoon formation. Free bonus. Platoon headquarters, 2 personnel, weapons squad 6 personnel. Proceed with merger? After merger, the system will default to this organizational mode, with subsequent 3 infantry squads automatically combining into infantry platoons without individual notifications. Lin Ye's pupils contracted slightly. Then his lips curved into a smile. Well, I was planning to save up merit points to exchange for a full platoon directly, and the system delivers it first. An infantry platoon originally worth 150,000, now a free upgrade. Why wouldn't I take it? Merge. Command confirmed. Beginning organizational restructuring. In the open area behind the villa, the 3 previously separate infantry squads rapidly reformed their formation. 8 new members slotted in like precision gears in a machine, taking their positions without missing a beat. All personnel attention, a stern-faced lieutenant stepped forward, his voice booming. Effective immediately, the former 1st, 2nd, and 3rd infantry squads are reorganized into Dawn Base, 1st Infantry Platoon. Platoon headquarters. The lieutenant platoon leader held a tactical tablet commanding the overall situation, while the communications specialist carried a frequency-hopping radio. Weapons squad. 3 soldiers shouldered Red Arrow 12 anti-tank missile launchers. 2 machine gunners set up QJY-201 general-purpose machine guns, and the squad leader gripped thermal imaging equipment, serving as the observer. The 4 Dongfeng Mengshi vehicles quickly turned around, their roof-mounted remote weapon stations activating with mechanical hums as they completed self-diagnostics. Lin Ye watched the entire process through surveillance feeds, fire dancing in his eyes. This was a true war machine. Report, Marshal. The newly appointed platoon leader Xie Jin stood at attention and saluted through his communicator. 1st Infantry Platoon reorganization complete, ready for combat deployment. Chen Feng, adjust the battle plan. Lin Ye pressed the communication key, his voice cutting through the morning mist like a blade. Today we take Yida shopping mall with the new formation. I want the entire Eastern District to know who truly rules these ruins. Outside the window, dawn finally pierced through the leaden clouds, casting golden threads across the broken streets and alleys. The steel torrent was about to surge forth, ready to crush the zombie horde. 8 o'clock, Eastern Defense Line of Dawn Base. 3 CSK-181 Warrior armored vehicles sat in wedge formation on the cracked asphalt road, their 12.7mm heavy machine guns gleaming coldly in the morning light. Soldiers from the 1st Infantry Platoon quickly dispersed around the vehicles. 1st step raise weapon, 2nd step half kneel, 3rd step reload movements clean and precise. The black stocks of their QBZ-191 rifles pressed firmly against shoulders, muzzles dancing with unlit killing intent. Beside the lead vehicle, Xie Jin crouched over his tactical tablet. The thermal imaging from the drone rendered Yida shopping mall in ghostly blue, the main entrance blocked by vehicle wreckage. Zombie density rating. Class C. Estimated 500,800 units. Xie Jin marked the screen. Team A breach through west fire exit. Team B secures 2nd floor walkway. Fire team establish sniper position in parking lot. Beep, beep, beep. 3 short clicks in the earpiece. Squad leaders confirmed. Begin operation. Boom, 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 boom. The heavy machine gun atop the warriors suddenly roared to life. 12.7mm rounds forming blazing streams of light, instantly shredding the car-sized glass curtain wall into a crystalline downpour. The zombie cluster in the lobby was torn apart by the metal storm, black blood, and severed limbs splattering across marble walls. Assault team, move. 6 infantry advanced in double arrow formation. Tactical flashlights carved intersecting beams through the mall's dim corridors. The lead soldier immediately crouched to reload upon entry, while 2 behind him took firing positions. Rat-a-tat. Rat-tat. Precise burst fire shattered the rotting skulls of approaching zombies. More dark shapes tumbled down the escalator, fingernails scraping tiles with ear-piercing screeches. Right side, retail section. A soldier swung his weapon, 5.8mm bullets punching through cardboard boxes and the heads of 3 lurking zombies behind them, blooming into crimson mist. The left-wing machine gunner suddenly grunted. A zombie had emerged from beneath the checkout counter, clamping down on his tactical boot. Bang! Xie Jin's QBZ-191 fired almost point-blank at the creature's skull, bone fragments striking his ballistic glasses. Though the boot was ruined, the alloy plate had saved the soldier's foot. Xie Jin hauled the man up, barking. Team B, report status. 2nd floor walkway cleared, but unusual movement in the food court. The earpiece crackled with intense gunfire. Before the words finished, The entire food court's glass partitions exploded outward. Over 20 zombies still wearing chef uniforms pushed metal serving carts in a charging swarm, bullets sparking off the cart bodies. Fall back. Establish crossfire. The soldiers fired while retreating to the central atrium sculpture, but found themselves compressed into a semi-encirclement by the zombie horde. Just as their firepower was about to break, for rappelling ropes dropped through the mall's skylight with a whoosh. Thud, thud, thud. Snow Leopard Commandos silently descended, their suppressed QBZ-191s spitting pale blue flames, for barrels converging into a fan of death that instantly mowed down the zombie vanguard. Chen Feng, leading the team, dropped to one knee and aimed at gas canisters beneath the serving carts, pulled the trigger. Boom. The fireball launched rows of zombies skyward, the shockwave peeling up layers of floor tiles. Advance. Xie Jin waved his hand. The infantry platoon immediately pressed forward, forming a three-dimensional fire network with Snow Leopard. Team B on the second-floor corridor seized the moment to drop flashbangs. In the blinding light, the ejection ports of Type 191 rifles spat out hot brass casings in rapid succession. Meanwhile, in the parking lot outside the mall, Li Hua crouched with 30 survivors behind a makeshift barricade of military vehicles. Everyone had cloth soaked in vinegar pressed against their faces, the sharp acidic smell mixing with the metallic scent of blood in the air. Li Hua waved a chipped shovel and shouted hoarsely but urgently, "Move it! Get those bodies to the designated area." As soon as he spoke, he instinctively retreated to the back of the group. Several young men gritted their teeth as they dragged mangled corpses, limbs, and organs trailing behind them. Thick black blood pooled beneath their feet, forming rivulets that splattered onto their combat boots and immediately congealed into dark red scabs. 300 meters away on a rooftop, Mu Qing's rescue team held position at the rappelling point. Gunfire hammered like metal on metal, relentless and unceasing. She checked her climbing rope again, ensuring the figure-8 descender was secure, her palms slick with sweat. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. Survivors spotted in Zone C. Repeat, life signs detected in the Zone C nursery. Zone C, deepest part of the mall. Mu Qing's head snapped up, her gaze cutting across the shattered signage. Rescue team, prepare for deployment, she barked, strapping the medical kit to her chest, though she noticed her fingertips trembling slightly. On the other side of the battlefield, Xie Jin stared at his tactical tablet, hesitating. The fire team was pinned down at the parking lot's edge, close quarters combat slowing their advance. Team A had burned through 60% of their ammunition. Red dots swarmed across the tablet screen. The electronics section, where the nursery was located, had become a sea of zombies. He clenched his jaw. They had to push through. Just then, Chun Feng's voice cut through the comm channel. Platoon Leader Xie, Snow Leopard will clear you a path. BOO on the mall's reinforced glass ceiling exploded outward, leaving a 6-foot hole. 2 thick ropes dropped through immediately. 4 Snow Leopard operatives rappelled down headfirst, their tactical goggles reflecting the lights as GLX-160 grenade launchers aimed at the seething horde below. Thump thump, 40mm high explosive rounds hit the ground in succession, fire and blood mist merging as the shockwave sent the nearest row of zombies flying. Xie Jin hesitated no longer, throwing his arm forward. Team A, follow me. Team B, maintain suppressive fire. The military vehicles rumbled forward at a crawl, roof-mounted machine guns spitting fire and reducing display cases to flying splinters. Gunfire, explosions, and shattering glass wove together into a violent metallic symphony. Soldiers advanced alongside the vehicles, using the armor to shield themselves from shrapnel and claws. The last lunging zombie took a rifle butt to the skull from Xie Jin, its vertebrae snapping with a wet crack before it collapsed. Through the lingering smoke, the gray blast door of the nursery finally came into view. Fresh blood seeped from beneath the door. Outside the mother and baby room, the stench of blood mixed with decay hit them like a wall. Xie Jin raised his hand, signaling the entire squad to halt. The white beam of his tactical flashlight swept through the door crack, revealing a fresh crimson trail snaking down the corridor. Definitely fresh human blood. Possible casualties, he whispered, holding up 3 fingers on his left hand for the countdown. 3, 2, 1, bang. The breacher kicked the reinforced door, sending it flying open as 6 QBZ-191 rifle barrels instantly locked onto the interior. Don't shoot, please. In the corner, a young mother cowered beneath the formula shelves, clutching a wailing infant to her chest, while a 7 or 8-year-old boy curled up beside them. All 3 were soaked in blood that had turned brownish black, and the woman's right sleeve was torn, revealing a scabbed-over scratch. Any bite wounds? The rifle barrels remained steady as posts. The woman shook her head frantically. No, we've been hiding for 3 days. There was an explosion outside earlier. The child hit the shelf and got scratched. The baby's piercing cries echoed through the silent mall like shattering glass. Xie Jin glanced at his tactical tablet. Thermal imaging showed no anomalies. Rescue team, he barked into his earpiece. 3 survivors in Section C, preliminarily assessed as uninfected. A man carrying a standard first aid kit rushed through the door, pulling out gauze and iodine to quickly bandage the woman's wound. Can you walk? A soldier bent down to help the boy up. The boy remained silent, stumbling slightly as he was lifted. The moment he raised his head, dark red veins crawled around the edges of his pupils. Hungry. The medic frowned, reaching for compressed biscuits, when the woman screamed, Xiaobao, what's wrong with your eyes? The change struck like lightning. The boy's fingernails shot out 3 centimeters, and he savagely bit through the soldier's carotid artery. A jet of dark blood splattered across the cartoon-stickered ceiling. Simultaneously, the infant's gums split open with flesh-colored barbs, tearing into its mother's breast. Open fire. Xiejin roared, and the 191 rifles roared back. The wall cabinets in the mother-and-baby room were shredded into splinters. When the gunsmoke cleared, only 4 mangled corpses remained on the floor, including the bitten soldier. Damn it! The medic knelt, pressing desperately against the soldier's wound, his tactical vest completely soaked with black blood. Hang in there. We're getting you out. The dying soldier suddenly gripped his wrist, blood frothing from his throat. Burn me. Before he could finish, his pupils first dilated, then contracted to pinpoints. Look out. Chun Feng vaulted over the corridor railing, but he was a split second too late. The corpse ripped out the medic's throat. 2 191s fired simultaneously, 2 bullets, each exploding through skulls. The channel fell into dead silence, broken only by heavy breathing. Xiejin stared at the 4 life signals that had just vanished from his tablet and punched the wall. Platoon leader. Squad leader A's voice was tight. That woman's wound looked like it was 3 days old. Xiejin's realization hit like a thunderbolt. Scratches could cause slow mutation too. He switched to all frequencies. New infection vector discovered, incubation period up to 72 hours. All survivors must be quarantined for observation. Repeat, mandatory quarantine. Before he finished speaking, screams erupted from Mu Qing's rescue team deep in the mall, followed by chaotic running and tearing sounds. The shopping center instantly descended into hellish chaos. Among the survivors who had just been rescued, someone suddenly began convulsing violently, their eyes rapidly filling with blood and turning black as inhuman roars escaped their throat. In the blink of an eye, they lunged at the nearest soldiers and rescue team members, tearing at flesh with teeth and nails as the scene instantly descended into chaos. Retreat. Immediate retreat. Xiejin roared, raising his weapon. The QBZ-191 spat fire as 2 mutating survivors were shot in the head on the spot, but the chaos could no longer be contained. A girl in a school uniform pounced at Mu Qing, fangs aimed at her forearm. Mu Qing instinctively blocked, the metal clasp of her climbing rope jamming into the girl's mouth. The girl screamed in pain before being shot dead by a Snow Leopard team member who rushed over. Everyone listen up. Lin Ye's cold voice crackled through the earpiece. Any survivor with fresh wounds or unhealed scabs is to be executed immediately. Better to kill 1,000 innocents than let 1 infected escape. The channel fell into dead silence, filled only with heavy breathing and sporadic gunfire. Xiejin gritted his teeth. Execute the order. Team A provides rear guard. Team B covers survivor evacuation. Fire team, seal the passage with incendiary rounds. The formation quickly adjusted as tactical flashlights swept across the dim shopping mall. Anyone with wounds, whether from zombie bites or old injuries, fell under concentrated gunfire. No, don't kill me. I just scraped my knee. A middle-aged man with bloodstained bandages stumbled backward. A bullet precisely pierced his forehead. The soldier who fired had white knuckles, but showed no tremor. Mu Qing's rescue squad escorted the last few confirmed uninjured survivors in a mad dash toward the exit. In her ears, screams, gunshots, and shattering glass. In her nostrils, the stench of blood and gunpowder. Quick, get to the Mengshi vehicles. 3 CSK-181 armored vehicles and 4 Dongfeng Mengshi trucks turned around, their mounted heavy machine guns locked onto the mall entrance. Chun Feng led the Snow Leopard team members in the rear guard, throwing smoke grenades and flashbangs in succession to slow the zombie horde. As the last soldier jumped aboard, the fire team detonated pre-plant incendiary devices. Boom. Flames devoured the entrance, turning clusters of zombies to charcoal. The intense heat distorted the air while buying the convoy precious breathing room. The Mengshi vehicles roared out of the ruins. Inside the cabin, soldiers silently checked their magazines. No one spoke. Those survivors they had personally executed, perhaps innocent, perhaps about to mutate, had already become an inescapable nightmare. Mu Qing gazed through the window at the increasingly distant Yida shopping mall, the dancing flames reflecting in her pupils like fire burning her very soul. Cloud Villa Command Center. Lin Ye stood before the surveillance screens, watching the heat signatures gradually extinguish on the monitors, his cold gaze deep as an abyss. He understood what that order meant, but in this apocalypse, mercy was the greatest luxury. In his mind, the image of soldiers sacrificed in the quarantine zone due to a moment's negligence continued to replay such incidents. He would never allow to happen a second time. Xiejin, Lin Ye pressed the communicator, his voice low and sharp. Execute full quarantine protocol, no exceptions. Outside the base perimeter, the snow-covered clearing where fresh snow had yet to melt was converted into a temporary quarantine zone. Sweat dripped down Li Hua's jaw as he waved the megaphone, shouting until his voice cracked. Listen up, everyone. Strip down and submit to inspection. Men to the left, women to the right. Anyone who dares resist. Bang. The buzz-cut man Lung Feng raised his hand and pulled the trigger. A middle-aged man trying to escape in the chaos collapsed instantly, blood splattering across the stark, white banner reading, "Infected bodies strictly prohibited." The crimson stain glaring against the snow. That's what happens. Li Hua swallowed hard and forced himself to finish the sentence. The terrified survivors huddled together under gunpoint, clothes rustling to the ground. Li Hua and Lung Feng inspected the men's group, while Mu Qing and Lu Ying led female personnel to examine the women survivors. Turn around, raise your hands, squat down. Lung Feng's voice grated like metal on metal, the dark barrel of his Type 191 rifle constantly trained on each subject. Next, a young girl clutched her coat desperately, tears falling onto the worn fabric. I'm not hurt. Can I please not take off? Mu Qing was about to offer comfort when bang. A bullet grazed the girl's hair and buried itself in the mud. A guard soldier held his rifle with cold eyes. Strip or die. The girl's knees buckled, and she finally began unbuttoning with trembling hands. 1 hour later, Xie Jin stood beside the command vehicle reviewing the quarantine report, his expression dark as hardened iron. 45 people? That many. All recently injured. Mu Qing replied hoarsely. Wounds scabbed over within 72 hours following the marshal's orders, all under quarantine observation. Behind the wire fence in the isolation area, elderly people, women, and even several children were separated in corners, staring in shock at the armed guards. This isn't fair, a new medic muttered under his breath. Some of them only have scratches. Bang. Another gunshot exploded, making everyone flinch reflexively. Xie Jin had somehow entered the quarantine zone, blue smoke still rising from his Type 92 pistol barrel. Fair. He approached step by step, his military boots trampling over the fresh corpse, the blood pool squelching stickily beneath. When my soldiers were being torn apart alive in that mall, why didn't you talk to them about fairness? The new medic's face turned deathly pale. Xie Jin's gaze swept past everyone and fixed on the depths of the isolation area, where a boy held in solitary confinement was desperately clawing at the wire fence, his fingernails scraped raw and bloody. 3 days. Xie Jin withdrew his gaze and turned to leave, his voice echoing through the blood-tinged air. If they haven't mutated after 72 hours, release them. The setting sun stretched his silhouette long and thin, like a freshly unsheathed blade still stained with blood. The survivors exchanged glances, barely daring to breathe. In the apocalypse, reality was just this cruel. Inside the villa's war room, Lin Ye stared expressionlessly at the tactical map, a red marker firmly pinned to the words, Yida, Shopping Mall. His fingertips drummed rhythmically on the table, the crisp sounds echoing through the silent room. The sudden appearance of the new infected had indeed disrupted their original offensive, but it had also exposed a deadly vulnerability ahead of schedule. As someone reborn, he had thought he understood the apocalypse well enough, but now he clearly realized that in his previous life, he had been nothing more than a struggling ant, cowering in dark corners, knowing nothing about the true nature of the apocalypse until he was betrayed by Xie Jin, the person he trusted most, and died from zombie bites. He pressed his earpiece, his voice low and firm. The plan remains unchanged, but all squads raise alert level by 1. Before nightfall, I want Yida Shopping Mall completely cleared. Roger. Xie Jin's response was crisp and decisive. After the communication ended, Lin Ye let out a heavy breath and sank into his swivel chair, which rotated gently with a faint metallic friction sound. Only 3 days since the apocalypse began, and he had already exhausted too much energy, yet he dared not relax for even a moment. The road ahead was long and arduous. He stood up, his gaze cutting through the indoor surveillance footage like a cold blade. It's time to meet that young lady. Underground parking garage, Section A. Dim, flickering lights cast an unsteady glow while the air reeked of motor oil and mildew. Mo Yoshue and Enruren huddled together in a corner, their expensive designer clothes stained and dirty, their hair greasy and tangled. Schwer, when will these days ever end? Enruren's voice was hoarse, filled with despair. I don't know. Mo Yoshua lowered her eyelashes, responding softly, but at least we're still alive. Alive? Enruren smiled bitterly. How are we any different from slaves? If those people wanted to do something to us, we wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Her words pierced Mo Yoshua's heart like a sharp knife. They were indeed fish on a chopping block. No matter how powerful her father was, he couldn't save them from their current desperate situation. Thinking of this, she became even more eager to meet the owner of this villa. Boom. The garage door suddenly opened, and the harsh fluorescent light made everyone instinctively raise their hands to shield their eyes. A tall figure stood silhouetted against the light, Then the door closed again, leaving only the dim emergency lights to illuminate that stern face. Hello there. Lin Ye's voice was calm and indifferent. It's you. Lu Ming and the others shot to their feet. Breathing heavily, the man before them was the same one who had stood atop the villa last night and shot down the helicopter's tail rotor with a single bullet. What do you want? Lu Ming stepped in front of the two women, his muscles tensing. Lin Ye sneered. What? Are you afraid of me? Lu Ming cursed inwardly. Of course. Dozens of guns couldn't handle you. Who wouldn't be afraid? But the next second, he suddenly noticed something unusual. The guards who had been stationed throughout the garage yesterday were nowhere to be seen. It seemed only Lin Ye remained. Just you alone? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, his tone probing. Yes, just me. Lin Ye's tone remained calm. What about it? Lu Ming exchanged glances with the 7 Special Forces soldiers behind him, a vicious gleam flashing in their eyes. An opportunity. At this distance, they were confident they could subdue their target. Attack, he growled. The 7 Special Forces soldiers sprang into action simultaneously, pouncing like cheetahs toward their target. They were fast. Lin Ye was faster. Too slow. Lin Ye's lips curved into a mocking smile as his figure instantly blurred. Bang! A whip-like kick descended like a battle axe, striking the chest of the first charging soldier. The crisp sound of breaking bones exploded through the garage. The man was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply, but before he could react, Lin Ye had already closed in like a phantom, driving his elbow viciously into Lu Ming's jaw. Crack! His jawbone seemed to shatter under an iron hammer's blow. Lu Ming's vision went black instantly as he flew backward with his eyes rolling back, blood and broken teeth spraying through the air. The remaining 5 Special Forces soldiers charged forward with furious roars, their steps steady yet deadly. But in the next second, Lin Ye's figure flickered between them like a projection. Bang! His fist crashed into the second man's collarbone, the hard bone shattering on impact as screams echoed off the concrete walls. Crack! He grabbed another man's wrist with his backhand, twisting the bones into a grotesque angle. The 4th soldier had just drawn the spring knife from his forearm when he felt steel-like fingers lock around his throat, lifting his entire body off the ground with one hand. Boom! Lin Ye slammed him into the cement floor like a rag doll, sending dust flying everywhere. 7 seconds. Just 7 seconds, and all 7 elite Special Forces soldiers lay on the ground, their groans rising and falling. Lin Ye flexed his wrists and looked down at them from above, his gaze as cold as unmelted ice. Now, does anyone else want to try? The garage fell into instant silence. In the corner, Mo Yoshue and Arurin's faces turned deathly pale, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They finally understood the real defense of this villa wasn't steel and firearms, but the man standing before them. The air seemed to solidify into lead. The Special Forces soldiers' moans grew weaker as they curled up, their eyes filled only with fear and confusion before Lin Ye. They couldn't even manage to buy time. More terrifying still, Lin Ye's breathing remained steady, as if he'd just finished a warm-up routine. Clap, clap. Lin Ye raised his hands, casually brushing off non-existent dust, then turned toward the corner. The rhythm of his heavy military boots striking cement was more heart-stopping than any countdown. Which one of you is Mo Yoshua? His deep voice echoed in the enclosed garage. Mo Yoshua forced herself to stop trembling and looked up. I am. What do you want? Lin Ye crouched down, his slender fingers gripping her chin and forcing her to raise her head. His sharp gaze swept across her brows, eyes, and nose, finally settling on her slightly trembling lips. Not bad looking, perfect figure too. He released her hand, seemingly interested in the soft sensation lingering on his fingertips, but frowned. Pity you're a bit dirty. You pervert. Get away. Mo Yoshua flushed with shame and anger. Lin Ye sneered coldly, suddenly gripping the back of her neck and pulling her close, whispering in her ear. Listen carefully, princess. I'm not interested in your body, at least not right now. I'm here to ask just one question. He released her, his voice cutting into her pride like a blade. Your father, Mo Tianxing Wat, gives him the authority to deploy government military helicopters. Mo Yoshua's chest heaved violently, but she quickly raised her chin again, defiance flashing in her eyes. What if I tell you? My father isn't just the richest man in Donghai. He's also the military's biggest contractor. Hundreds of billions in weapons development funding every year, connections in all 5 military districts. More importantly, her voice rose. My grandfather is one of the 5 central leaders. Are you scared now? As her words fell, the garage temperature seemed to plummet. Lin Ye's pupils contracted slightly. This was indeed beyond his expectations, but the next second, he smiled. Scared, he grabbed Mo Yoshua's throat and pressed her against the wall, applying just enough pressure to make breathing difficult without killing her. You've got one thing wrong, princess. Lin Ye's tone was so gentle, it was bone-chilling. Here, you have only one identity, me prisoner. Your life and death depend entirely on my mood. Want to live? Then behave. Otherwise, I'll let you experience firsthand what it's like to be devoured by zombies. He released her. Mo Yoshua slid down the wall, coughing violently. From today on, you and this little sister will serve as my personal maids. Lin Ye methodically put on his tactical gloves, cleaned the bedroom, prepare meals, and he deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping over both women's graceful curves. Any other services I might need? In your dreams. Mo Yoshua grabbed a piece of rubble and hurled it at him. Lin Ye tilted his head to dodge, then backhanded her across the face. Slap. The crisp sound exploded in the empty garage. Mo Yoshua was struck so hard that blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, and half her face swelled rapidly. Remember your situation. He lifted her chin with the tip of his boot, his voice ice cold. Resist again, and I'll throw you into the zombie horde. I doubt your grandfather's influence reaches into hell. Mo Yoshua trembled all over, tears finally spilling from her eyes. At that moment, Rurin rushed forward to embrace her, her voice shaking but resolute. We agree. We'll agree to everything. At the same time, she secretly gave Mo Yoshua a meaningful look, signaling her to prioritize survival. Lin Ye noticed this exchange, his expression amused, but he didn't expose them. Very good. He turned toward the exit. His military boots struck the ground, each step landing on their hearts. Tonight at 8 o'clock, wash yourselves clean and report to the master bedroom. The garage door opened, sunlight pouring in from outside, casting his sharp profile in silhouette like a demon. Remember, I am only giving you one chance to make a mistake. Yida Shopping Mall, 12:17 p.m. 3 CSK 181 Mengsher armored vehicles formed a triangular formation in the eastern unloading area, their 12.7mm heavy machine gun barrels gleaming under the scorching sun. Xiejin knelt behind the lead vehicle, studying the thermal imaging feed on his tactical tablet that clearly marked the second-floor dining area. At least 200 red dots were agitated and clustering due to the gunfire. Team B in position. The Snow Leopard unit reported through his earpiece. They had planted C4 charges in the western fire escape and were ready to detonate on command. Xiejin tapped his microphone twice to acknowledge, then signaled the fire team leader beside him. Heavy fire coverage on the east entrance 30 seconds after detonation. Before the countdown began, a thunderous clang echoed from the distance as metal structures collapsed. Team B had detonated early. The entire rolling shutter door was blown away by the shockwave, and vibrations instantly rippled throughout the mall. Roar! Hundreds of zombies surged toward the west side like a disturbed ant nest, crushing storefront windows along the way. Xiejin watched his tablet as the red dots retreated en masse, then clenched his fist and thrust it downward. Now! Boom 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 boom. 3 heavy machine guns fired in unison, 12.7mm armor-piercing incendiary rounds blasting the remaining obstacles at the east entrance into fragments. Over a dozen zombies caught in the crossfire were cut in half, their burning corpse oil ignited by the incendiary rounds, creating a wall of fire at the entrance. Assault teams go. 6 combat squads penetrated in arrow formation. QBZ-191 rifles traced dense lines of fire through the dim corridors. The point man suddenly raised his palm to signal a halt. 5 mutated zombies in security uniforms were crouched by the escalator, their rotting fingers already gripping the electrical switches. Bang! Xiejin put a bullet through the lead zombie's eye socket. The remaining 4 pulled down the switch together, and the mall's emergency red lights blazed to life as more zombies hidden behind counters rose up. The actually understood ambush tactics. Crossfire. Team A suppressed the second floor. Xiejin rolled to avoid a lunging zombie, pressed his 191's muzzle against its chin, and pulled the trigger, splattering skull fragments across a Gucci billboard. Glass shattered on the second floor as 6 Snow Leopard operatives rappelled through the windows. Their suppressed 191s produced only muffled gunshots at close range, clearing the corridor ambushers within 10 seconds. Platoon leader. A soldier pointed toward the atrium. Survivors. A dozen people in the third-floor children's playground were frantically waving glow sticks, while the steel dome structure above them trembled violently under the zombie horde's impact. Team C rescue mission. Everyone else provide cover. 2 squads advanced rapidly along the escalators with alternating fire. Just then, a small zombie in a princess dress burst from the ball pit, lunging for a soldier's leg with bloody jaws. The soldier reacted quickly, kicking it back into the pit before smashing its skull with his rifle, but, cursing, "Damn sneaky bastard." Xiejin had barely relaxed when Chun Feng's warning suddenly crackled through his earpiece. Parking garage. Zombie tide incoming. Repeat, the zombie horde is. Before he could finish, the entire glass curtain wall exploded with a thunderous crash. Hundreds of zombies, drawn back by the gunfire, surged forward like a black tsunami. The blood vessels on the shoulders of the 5 muscle-enhanced zombies in the front row pulsed like cables, and the ground trembled as they charged. Thermobaric warhead. Xiejin roared at the top of his lungs. Whoosh boom. The PF-97 thermobaric rocket, trailing an orangered flame, drilled into the center of the zombie horde. The high-temperature shockwave instantly carbonized all organic matter within a 20-meter radius, filling the air with the acrid smell of charred flesh and ash. However, more zombies trampled over their companions' blackened remains and continued their fierce charge. A runner-type zombie was now only 10 meters away from the fire team. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. At the critical moment, 3 Mengshur assault vehicles smashed through the outer wall and burst onto the battlefield. The 12.7mm machine guns on their roofs spat tongues of fire, the ammunition belts drawing blazing arcs as they literally cut the first row of the zombie horde in half at the waist. One Mengshur even ran directly over the upper body of a muscle zombie, its tracks covered in gore as it crashed into a cosmetics counter, sending glass and foundation powder flying everywhere. Retreat. Take the survivors and retreat. Siejin backed away while changing magazines. Team B, cover the rear. Team A, clear a path. Snow Leopard team members dropped rappelling ropes from the second floor. Soldiers strapped survivors to stretchers and lowered them down one by one. A boy wearing glasses was the last to leave. He suddenly pointed behind Siejin and screamed, "Uncle, behind you." Siejin spun around to see a zombie with only its upper body intact biting down hard on his tactical boot. His Type 191 rifle fired 2 precise shots. Blood mist exploded as the zombie's skull shattered. But more zombies had already broken through their defenses. Platoon leader. Jump. Siejin vaulted over the second floor railing and plummeted downward. The machine gunner on top of the Mengshur leaned out and grabbed his tactical vest, hauling him up onto the vehicle's roof. The convoy roared out of the mall as Team B detonated the final defensive line behind them. The explosion engulfed the pursuing zombie horde once again. After breaking through the smoke, Siejin's tactical tablet displayed a message from Chinfeng. Explosives have been planted throughout the mall's main structure, ready to detonate once all survivors are confirmed evacuated. Siejin looked back at the Yida Mall in the setting sun, its exterior walls riddled with bullet holes and cracks, resembling a bloodied steel beast from whose belly they had just rescued 17 lives. Contact the marshal. Siejin wiped the blood from his face. Mission accomplished. Requesting final purification. Through his earpiece, Lin Ye's voice carried rare approval. Approved. Starting tomorrow, this will be the eastern outpost of Dawn Base. The remote detonator's red light flashed. The button was pressed, and Yida Mall collapsed in towering flames, burying over 10,000 zombies forever. In the distance, countless similar buildings awaited conquest. Siejin gazed at the shrinking inferno in his rearview mirror and silently loaded a fresh magazine into his Type 191 rifle. This was only the first step of their apocalyptic campaign. He could already envision the marshal leading their forces to sweep across the globe. Inside the Cloud Villa. Ding. Detected Marshal's forces eliminated 11,234 zombies. Beginning reward calculation. Ding. Merit points gained. 11,234. Ding. Blueprint reward obtained. PP-93 60mm mortar system including artillery squad 1. Ding. Blueprint reward obtained. AH-64E Apache Guardian attack helicopter 1. Ding. Special supply blueprint obtained. Advanced made outfit stain resistant cut resistant temperature controlled 1. Ding. Special supply blueprint obtained. Nanograde isolation protective suit 1. Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply. His knuckles turned white, and he nearly crushed the coffee cup in his hand. 60mm mortar? Apache? Holy shit. Even someone as composed as him couldn't help but let slip a curse. He immediately pulled up the system interface, and detailed data unfolded before his eyes. PP-93 60mm mortar system 1,500 merit points set. Crew. For man artillery squad gunner loader ammunition handler observer. Range 500 m conventional rounds 8,000 m rocket assisted rounds. Rate of fire 20 rounds minute rapid fire. Ammunition high explosive incendiary smoke illumination. Special ability artillery intuition 30 first shot accuracy. This thing could level half a city block. Lin Ye's breathing tightened. If they encountered another zombie horde like the one at the mall, infantry wouldn't have to throw their lives away anymore. AH-64E Apache Guardian 100,000 merit points unit. Firepower 30mm M230 chain gun 1,200 rounds. Switchable armor piercing high explosive. Hellfire anti-tank missiles X-16 8 km range. Top attack kills main battle tanks. Hydra 70mm rocket pods X2 19 rounds each. 200 m coverage radius. Protection ceramic armor active laser defense system EM resistant coating. Special module longbow millimeter wave radar can track 128 targets simultaneously. Enhancement zombie thermal imaging markers automatic mutant targeting. Angel of death. Lin Ye's fingertips trembled slightly. If he could exchange for it right now, he'd guarantee taking the Eastern Financial Center Tower within 3 days. Unfortunately, his merit points fell far short. Premium made outfit 50 merit points set. Material nanofiber stain cut resistant can withstand zombie claws. Function constant 25°C temperature warm in winter, cool in summer. hidden dagger slot at waist. Highlight, absolutely sheer black stockings, bulletproof fiber weave. System U. Lin Ye nearly choked on his own saliva. Practicality was directly proportional to perversity, and what was even more ridiculous was that he'd just mentioned wanting 2 maids, and the system immediately delivered. Service was impeccable, no complaints there. Nano-grade isolation protection suit 200 merit points set. Features, complete isolation from viruses, bacteria, chemical contamination for our oxygen supply. Environment, usable underwater or in toxic gas. Included, optical camouflage, 70 transparency when stationary. This is a scout's holy grail. Lin Ye instantly thought of classic Snow Leopard Commando infiltration cases. He took a sharp breath, his gaze sweeping to the upper right corner of the interface. Current merit points, 47,358. Exchange for 2 PP-93 mortars. Without hesitation. Ding. 3,000 merit points consumed. PP-93 mortar teams X2 delivered to default designated location. Immediately, barely contained exclamations from the Snow Leopard team members came from outside the window. The void seemed torn open as 2 full artillery squads totaling 8 men filed out, for per group carrying gleaming barrels and bases, their tactical vests stuffed with yellow-banded mortar shells. Through his earpiece, Chun Feng nearly shouted his eardrums out. Marshal. What is this? New toys. Lin Ye's lips curved slightly upward. Starting tomorrow, let the zombies experience what artillery bombardment means. With that, he turned toward the surveillance screens. In the footage, Mo Yoshue and Enrurin were being escorted to bathe. Apocalypse survival? Not Hat would merely be his private garden, forged with artillery fire, steel, and absolute power. Night fell. 8 o'clock sharp, master bedroom of the villa. Mo Yoshue and Enrurin stood at the doorway, spines rigid as startled rabbits, fingertips clutching the hems of their bathrobes. Light fell across their delicate collarbones and damp hair, water droplets sliding down the strands. After bathing, the 2 women were like pearls freed from dust. Mo Yoshue's long black hair was still damp with moisture, her fair cheeks flushed red with shame and anger. As for Enrurin, Lin Ye's gaze involuntarily fell upon her chest. The hastily borrowed shirt was clearly the wrong size. The 3rd button was hanging on for dear life, trembling slightly with each breath, as if it might pop off at any second. Enrurin noticed his stare, her ears instantly turning crimson as she lowered her head and clutched desperately at the hem of her shirt. Oh no, why is this shirt so tight? Where's that jerk looking? But he does seem much more handsome than Li Hang. Wait, what am I thinking? What are you standing there for? Lin Ye pointed to 2 sets of premium-made outfits he had just exchanged for on the bed, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Go change into these. The 2 girls followed his gesture. Pure black and pink-white made dresses laid neatly on the bed, complete with lace-trimmed aprons, white ruffled headpieces, and even matching, fluffy tail accessories. Change clothes. Mo Yoshue's voice shot up an octave, her face instantly turning bright red. You pervert. Scoundrel. Scum. Making us wear such shameless outfits. And what the hell is that tail for? What made her even more devastated was that Enrurin actually bit her lip and stepped forward to pick up the black and white maid outfit, disappearing into the bathroom without looking back. Rurin. Mo Yoshue stared in disbelief. Her best friend had betrayed her. This girl was usually the most delicate. Had she been scared senseless? Rustling sounds of changing clothes came from the bathroom, followed by Enrurin's muffled voice. Shrill. Don't be stubborn. It's better than being zombie food. We've already come this far. This outfit actually seems pretty high quality. At least it's better than dirty casual clothes. And he really is quite good looking. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow at Mo Yoshue, who stood frozen in place. What? Do you need me to personally help you change? You. Mo Yoshue trembled with rage, but under his threatening gaze, she grabbed the pink-white maid outfit and stumbled toward the bathroom like a broken marionette. Bastard. Scum. When my father finds this place, I'll make sure you're cut into 1,000 pieces. Wait. Why does this underwear come with cat ear headband? She deliberately slammed the door with earth-shaking force. Lin Ye listened to the suppressed stomping and fabric rustling from the bathroom, while leisurely pouring himself a glass of red wine. Through the system-produced bulletproof glass door, he could vaguely make out 2 graceful figures frantically trying to tie the bow ribbons behind their backs. This made outfit from the system, truly worth every penny. When the bathroom door opened again, Lin Ye's wine glass froze midair, and Rurin emerged with her head lowered, the black and white maid dress making her skin appear snow white, the absolute territory between her over-knee socks and skirt hem gleaming with a lustrous sheen. And Mo Yoshue, the pink-white dress had strangely softened her cold, elegant temperament. The cat ear headband on her head bobbed with her angry breathing, while the fluffy tail accessory hung awkwardly at her waist. Turn around. Lin Ye set down his wine glass. In your dreams. Mo Yoshue gritted her teeth. Zombie food. 1 minute later, the reedied eldest daughter of the Mo family humiliatingly lifted her skirt hem and completed her first ever maid outfit display. and Ruorin obediently spun in a circle and even unconsciously struck a cute pose. Huh, did he just smile? Wait, why do I care about that? Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction, then suddenly retrieved two collar-like metal rings from the nightstand. One last thing. Inside the collars was engraved a line of small text, property of Dawn Base. Mo Yoshua's face instantly turned deathly pale. He was treating them like objects? Lin Yi carefully examined the two women before him, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. Under the dim yellow light, Mo Yoshua and Enrurin wore those humiliating made outfits, one cold and defiant, the other charming and adorable. Mo Yoshua bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with humiliation and anger, which only added to her pitiable beauty. Enrurin kept her head down, her cheeks flushed crimson, her ample chest rising and falling with rapid breaths, her slender legs wrapped in knee-high socks trembling slightly. In his previous life, he wouldn't have dared to even imagine this. The daughter of Donghai City's wealthiest family, the precious darling of a central government official, now standing before him like lambs awaiting slaughter. And that deputy director's daughter clearly dying of embarrassment, yet stealing glances at him from time to time. Was this what power tasted like? With guns in hand, even the proudest phoenixes must bow their heads. Excellent. Lin Yi stood up and slowly walked toward them, his gaze burning so intensely it seemed ready to bore holes through their bodies. Your first task, he deliberately paused, savoring their tense expressions. Help me bathe. What? Bathe? Don't even think about it. Mo Yoshua exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her face turning bright red. She instinctively covered her chest, as if that flimsy maid outfit could protect anything. You pervert. How dare you ask us to? No. Absolutely not. Meanwhile, Enrurin lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her skirt, her heart beating so fast it seemed ready to burst from her chest. If it's him, maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Wait, what am I thinking? Lin Yi ignored Mo Yoshua's refusal and simply nodded meaningfully. This unexpected reaction left Mo Yoshua stunned. What does this guy mean? Is he giving up? He turned his gaze to Enrurin. What about you? I. Enrurin's voice was barely a whisper, her eyelashes fluttering, surprisingly not refusing immediately. He's so close. He smells faintly of gunpowder and has this indescribable masculine scent. Seeing this, Mo Yoshua's eyes nearly popped out of her head. This girl couldn't actually be falling for this demon, could she? Oh no. She just remembered this girl was totally into good-looking guys. This bastard was devilishly handsome and had guns and cannons. She might actually agree. No way. She couldn't let her fall into this scoundrel's hands. Mo Yoshua suddenly stepped forward, blocking Enrurin with the determination of a martyr, puffing out her chest. Come at me instead. It's just a bath, right? I'll help you wash. But you have to let Rurin go, Lin Ye. Enrurin. Girl, what are you doing? Who asked you to take the bullet for me? I was about to agree. Lin Ye was amused by this sudden heroic sacrifice. Are you sure? Yais. Mo Yoshua stuck out her neck defiantly, though her voice was shaking. I'm volunteering. I'd rather die than let Rurin be defiled by this beast. And Rurin stamped her feet anxiously, grabbing her best friend's hand. Swear, are you fine? Lin Yi interrupted their sisterly drama and walked toward the bathroom. Go run the water. Remember, don't make it too hot. He glanced back at Mo Yoshua, who stood frozen in place, a wicked smile playing at his lips. Call me when it's ready. The moment the bathroom door closed, Mo Yoshua's legs gave out, and she nearly collapsed to the floor. Did I just dig my own grave? And Rurin huffily pinched her. Silly Schwer. What were you trying to be a hero for? But deep down, she was thinking, I saw him first. After waiting for what felt like forever, the hallway remained empty, without a single footstep. From the bathroom, Lin Yi called out impatiently. Where is everyone? I'm going to catch a cold if no one comes soon. Outside the door, Mo Yoshua clutched her dress so tightly her knuckles turned white, her feet seemingly nailed to the floor. Go in. That would mean watching him bathe, and she'd have to help him wash. Seeing her frozen in place, and Rurin sighed softly. Schwerer, don't force yourself. I'll go. She reached for the door handle. No, I'll go. Mo Yoshua suddenly grabbed her best friend's arm and, as if propelled by some invisible force, burst into the bathroom with a loud bang as she slammed and locked the door behind her. Only one thought filled her mind. She absolutely couldn't let Rurin go in there. That jerk definitely had ulterior motives. Outside, and Rurin stomped her feet anxiously. Schwerer, open the door. The bathroom was cramped and filled with steam. Mo Yoshua pressed her back against the door, her heart practically beating out of her throat. Had she really come in here? Lin Yi sat with his eyes closed, his voice low. What are you standing there for? Run the water. Mo Yoshua bit her lip and slowly turned around, keeping her gaze glued to the floor tiles. But her peripheral vision still caught sight of the bathtub. Lin Yi sat bare-chested, leaning against the white porcelain edge. Water droplets traced down his solid chest muscles. His abs looked carved from stone, and his arm muscles rose and fell with each breath. His physique was even more impressive than the trainers at the gym. Her face instantly turned crimson as she shuffled toward the bathtub in tiny steps, just as she glanced down for a moment. Ah! Her scream echoed off the tiles, startling and roaring outside. What happened to Schwer? She pounded on the door frantically. You bastard! Pick on me instead, don't bully Schwer. The door clicked open, and Mo Yoshua, her face red as a ripe apple, buried herself in Ruren's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Woo woo woo. What did he do to you? And Ruren's voice cracked with panic. He's not wearing pants. I saw it. And Ruren. Lin Ye's exasperated voice came from the bathroom. Should I bathe in a suit instead of taking my pants off? And Ruren went from worried to confused to utterly speechless. Schwer, you're supposed to be naked when you bathe. But. Mo Yoshua buried her face even deeper, whispering through her sniffles. That thing too. And Ruren leaned close to her ear and whispered something. Mo Yoshua reflexively nodded, then suddenly looked up with wide eyes, her ears burning red with embarrassment. And Ruel ran. In the bathroom, Lin Ye listened to the girls' hushed conversation outside and shook his head with a sigh. He glanced down at his body submerged in the water and thought this maid training program was going to be a long road ahead. Lin Ye called out toward the door. Forget it. That's enough for today. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. I'd be better off doing it myself than counting on you two to help me wash. Your rooms are ready right next to mine. By 7:30 tomorrow morning, I want to see breakfast in my room. Understood? Yes. Mo Yoshua's flustered response came from outside the door, followed by hurried footsteps. The two girls fled the bedroom like startled deer. In the hallway, Mo Yoshua clutched her chest, breathing heavily. Damn perverted man. Making me see his. That's so embarrassing. And Ruren gently patted her back, whispering soothingly. All right, Schwerer. Let's go rest. We still need to get up early tomorrow to make him breakfast. Oh no. Mo Yoshua's eyes widened suddenly. I don't know how to cook breakfast. What are we going to do? She grabbed Ruren's hand. Do you know how? I don't know how either. And Ruren lowered her head. Then we're doomed. We're dead. Mo Yoshua stamped her feet anxiously. If we can't complete the task, that bastard will definitely threaten to throw me out to feed the zombies again. What do we do? And Ruren's gaze drifted toward Lin Ye's bedroom door behind them, where faint light seeped through the crack. She said absent-mindedly, don't panic. We'll get up early tomorrow and find some lady who can cook to teach us on the spot. Right? You're absolutely right. Mo Yoshua's eyes lit up. He didn't specify what to eat, we'll just make something random to get by. She pulled Ruren along. Come on, let's go to sleep. Wait, and Ruren stood still. He arranged 2 separate rooms for us. Who cares? Mo Yoshua dragged her along without argument. I'm scared to be alone. So the two squeezed into the same bedroom and locked the door with a click. Inside Lin Ye's bedroom, hot water churned in the bathtub, steam rising. Lin Ye leaned against the porcelain wall, eyes half closed in comfort. Being able to take a hot bath in the apocalypse was enough to make those gnawing on compressed biscuits in the ruins mad with envy. The warm water enveloped his entire body. Fatigue quietly crept in, his consciousness gradually blurred, and he actually began to doze off in the water. The bedroom door wasn't fully closed, and there was a soft creak at the gap. Time seemed to be muted. After even breathing sounds came from next door, a slender figure appeared in the hallway. She tiptoed, pushed open Lin Ye's bedroom door, then carefully closed it again. In the bathroom, Lin Ye's eyes snapped open. His genetically enhanced senses caught the faint sounds from outside. He silently reached for his Type 92 pistol from beside the bathtub, clicked off the safety with a click, and aimed the barrel toward the bathroom door. Are you asleep? A deliberately lowered female voice came from outside the door in Ruren. Lin Ye frowned slightly, lowering the gun barrel a bit. What was this girl sneaking in here for in the middle of the night? He slid into the water, only his eyes showing above the surface, the gun hidden underwater, ready to raise at any moment. I'm coming in. The door handle slowly turned. Under the light, and Ruren pushed the door open, only to find the bathtub seemingly empty. Strange. Where is he? She muttered in a low voice, taking a step forward. Suddenly, splash! A dark figure burst from the bathtub. Before Ruren could react, a wet body pressed against her, and a large hand clamped tightly over her mouth while a cold gun barrel pressed against her temple. Coming to me in the middle of the night, what do you want? Lin Ye's voice whispered in her ear, carrying a dangerous undertone. MMPH. And Ruren's eyes widened in terror as she frantically clawed at Lin Ye's arm, her body struggling desperately in his embrace. Her movements caused her soft curves to brush against him, instantly making his mind race with heat. But he quickly regained his composure, swiftly checking her over and confirming she carried no weapons before releasing his grip. Huh. And Ruren gasped for air, her chest heaving violently. Speak. What are you here for? Lin Ye stepped back, though his gun remained trained on her. And Ruren turned around, head lowered, her voice barely a whisper. I came to complete the task you assigned us tonight. Oh, Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. A task? Are you really just here to complete a task? His gaze swept over her brazenly. Her bathrobe hung open at the collar, revealing expanses of pale skin that gleamed enticingly under the light. And Ruorin hummed softly in response, her cheeks flushing crimson. Interesting. A playful smile curved Lin Ye's lips. This was clearly prey delivering itself to his door. But he wasn't in a rush. Instead, he asked, "What do you want in return for doing this?" And Ruorin froze, then realized he had seen through her intentions. She lifted her head, her gaze resolute. "I want your protection. My father has turned into a zombie, and my mother died long ago. In this apocalyptic world, I have no one to rely on." Her voice trembled slightly. "And you are the only person who can protect me." Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. Such transactions were commonplace in the post-apocalyptic world, but it was rare for someone to approach him so directly. "Fine," he said slowly. "But you need to show me your sincerity." And Ruorin took a deep breath and gently pulled at the tie around her waist. Her perfect figure was revealed before Lin Yi. She shyly covered her peaks with her arms, her legs instinctively pressing together. Lin Ye's breathing immediately became heavy. He swept Ruorin into his arms and gently placed her in the warm bathtub. And Ruorin's gaze unconsciously fell on Lin Yi, and she couldn't help but gasp softly, "It's really so." Then, seeming to understand something, she blushed and reached out her hand. Content omitted. A moment later, and Ruorin frowned uncomfortably, finally standing and stepping back several paces, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes as she looked at Lin Yi with a hint of fear in her gaze. Lin Yi smiled wickedly. The next moment, a cry of pain mixed with pleasure echoed from the bathroom. Content omitted. An hour later, with a final beautiful sound, everything fell silent. However, what they didn't know was that everything had been heard clearly by someone in the adjacent bedroom. In the adjacent bedroom, Mo Yoshua pressed her hands tightly against her ears, curling up under the covers as her cheeks burned with embarrassment. She had been sleeping peacefully until a sharp cry jolted her awake. It was unmistakably in Rurin's voice. What followed was a torrent of sounds, splashing water, urgent gasping, crisp slapping noises, and in Rurin's intermittent, heart-racing cries of "Master," that crashed into her eardrums like waves. Good God, what is she doing? Mo Yoshua's mind was in chaos. How could Rurin, who was usually so proud and aloof, make such shameless sounds? Even more outrageous was that this battle lasted a full hour. The bedside alarm clock ticked away, each second cutting through her nerves like a blade. Finally, after one last high-pitched scream that nearly cracked, the next room fell silent. Mo Yoshua breathed a sigh of relief and was about to release her numb fingers when she suddenly heard in Rurin's tearful, sweet pleading, "Master, it's not enough." "Again," she screamed internally. "Is that bastard an animal?" She quickly buried her head under the pillow, but couldn't stop the images flooding her mind. Lin Ye's muscular body, and Rurin's intoxicated compliance. Her legs involuntarily clenched the blanket. "Wait, what am I thinking?" Mo Yoshua pinched herself hard, forcing herself to calm down. But the more she resisted, the clearer the remaining sounds of water and gasping became, and even her fingers unconsciously slid toward her thighs. "No." She sat up abruptly, shaking her head vigorously. "Mo Yoshua, have you lost your mind?" The next second, she jumped out of bed, rushed to the bathroom, and splashed cold water on her burning face. In the mirror, her eyes were misty with desire, her lips bearing faint marks from being Bettina picture of unsatisfied longing. Bang! She slammed her fist on the sink, gritting her teeth. "Damn you, Lin Ye. What did you do to my best friend?" But a weak voice in her heart asked, "If it were you, would you refuse?" As soon as the thought emerged, she slapped herself in shame and anger. "Sleep. I still have to make breakfast tomorrow." She dove back into bed, wrapping herself like a dumpling. But as she tossed and turned, those intimate sounds remained like a brand, impossible to shake. Meanwhile, in the steamy bathroom, Lin Yi held the limp and Rurin with one arm, his fingertips gently caressing her proud, perky peaks. "Well done," he whispered, planting a kiss on her flushed earlobe. "I'll give you a reward tomorrow." What reward?" And Rurin was so exhausted she could barely lift her hand, yet still managed to look up questioningly. Lin Yi smiled wickedly, leaning close to whisper in her ear. "Ah." The girl playfully hit him, then buried her face deep in his chest, a triumphant smile playing at her lips. "Schwer, I'm sorry, but I'm claiming this man." The next morning at 7:20. "Schwer, get up and deliver breakfast." And Rurin's crisp and urgent knocking echoed from outside the door. Mo Yoshua struggled to sit up, pushing off the covers, feeling as if her eyelids were weighted with lead. She had barely slept a wink last night. The intermittent, embarrassing sounds from next door went on and on twice, until she finally succumbed to exhaustion and dozed off in a daze. God knows how long it lasted. Mo Yoshua now felt her head buzzing and her vision going dark. "Oh, coming." She dragged her aching body to open the door. Outside stood Rurin in a black and white maid dress, her face showing similar fatigue, yet unable to hide that indescribable satisfaction in her eyes. Mo Yoshiue's gaze quickly fell on the silver tray and Rurin was holding, completely stunned. Rurin? You've already made it. And Rurin nodded proudly, lifting the warming cover like presenting a treasure. Yes, I woke up early and saw you sleeping so peacefully, so I didn't wake you and went to the kitchen myself. The cooking molds there are so convenient, no need for complicated procedures at all. She pointed to the sizzling food on the tray. Just brush some oil in the mold, pour in the egg mixture, add a steak, and set the heating timer. Pretty impressive, right? In the center of the tray, a perfectly seared steak was steaming hot, accompanied by a flawless heart-shaped fried egg that looked quite appetizing. Impressive. Mo Yoshua stammered her praise, her gaze shifting between Rurin's radiant face and the tray in her hands, feeling conflicted. Finally, Rurin noticed her friend's haggard appearance. Schwer, why do you look so pale? Those dark circles are terrible. Didn't you sleep well last night? Mo Yoshua's mouth twitched as she resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Maybe I'm not used to sleeping in a new place. It's nothing, I'll be fine in a bit. Inwardly, she was screaming, if it weren't for your battle last night, would I have insomnia? Well, hurry up and get ready. We need to deliver breakfast before 7:30, Rurin urged. Mo Yoshua had no choice but to force herself to stay alert, quickly washing up and changing into her pink and white maid outfit. The two walked side by side carrying trays toward Lin Ye's bedroom. After just a few steps, Mo Yoshua noticed Rurin's awkward gait, limping and nearly losing balance when turning corners. Careful, she quickly steadied her friend. What happened to your foot? Rurin regained her balance, her ears quickly turning red as she waved dismissively. I was in too much of a rush this morning and twisted my ankle at the bathroom door. It's not serious, it'll be fine soon. She tried to make her steps appear steady. Oh, then take it slow, Mo Yoshua said with apparent concern, though inwardly she was thinking, twisted ankle? You know the real reason. That beast. Watching Rurin's straight back as she tried to maintain her elegance, she felt both helpless and perhaps a barely detectable hint of envy. Mo Yoshua quickly shook her head, dismissing the dangerous thought. The two carried their breakfast trays, each lost in their own thoughts, arriving at the heavy wooden door of Lin Ye's bedroom. Rurin took a deep breath, adjusted her expression, and gently knocked on the door. Come in. Lin Ye's deep voice came from inside the room. Rurin pressed her lips together and took a deep breath, instantly putting on a respectful smile as she gently pushed the door open. Mo Yoshua followed closely behind, trying hard to hide the exhaustion and complexity in her eyes. The room was softly lit, with morning light streaming through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining Lin Ye's tall and powerful silhouette in sharp lines. Marshal, your breakfast. Rurin softened her voice even more, carrying the tray to the coffee table by the window and setting it down gently. Mo Yoshua also stepped forward, placing her own plate on the other side with somewhat stiff movements. Only then did Lin Ye turn around, his calm gaze sweeping over both women before settling on the steak and heart-shaped fried egg on the coffee table, lingering for just a moment before looking away, his emotions unreadable. He responded indifferently, walking over to sit in the single armchair. Instead of immediately picking up his knife and fork, he casually took his tablet, his fingertips sliding across the screen as if reviewing the latest military reports. Rurin and Mo Yoshua stood with their hands at their sides, momentarily at a loss. Mo Yoshua stole a glance at her companion, seeing Rurin with her head slightly lowered, her gaze fixed on Lin Ye's fingers holding the tablet, her cheeks redder than before, yet still maintaining a respectful and nervous expression. What an act, Mo Yoshua muttered inwardly. The room was filled only with the subtle sound of Lin Ye's fingers sliding across the screen and the faint traffic noise from outside, the air subtly tense. Mo Yoshua felt awkward whether standing or leaving, and just as she was about to ask if there were any other instructions, Rurin spoke first. Marshal, does this breakfast suit your taste? The steak was just thawed this morning, very fresh. Her voice was so soft it seemed afraid of disturbing something, with a hint of anticipation mixed in. Lin Ye looked up, his deep eyes carrying a scrutinizing gaze that fell directly on Rurin's face. Rurin's heart skipped a beat, instinctively avoiding that gaze, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the lace edge of her maid apron. It's fine. Just 2 words, neither praise nor criticism discernible. He put down the tablet and elegantly picked up his knife and fork to cut the steak. Rurin visibly relaxed, the corners of her mouth quietly curving into the smallest arc before quickly pressing flat again, returning to obedience. She glanced at Mo Yoshua from the corner of her eye, noticing the other woman frowning, her gaze moving back and forth between herself and Lin Ye, inquiry mixed with barely concealed irritation. Rurin immediately lowered her eyes, as if nothing had happened. Mo Yoshua felt even more frustrated. She was certain there was more to Rurin's earlier look and question, but couldn't grasp concrete evidence. Lin Ye remained as indifferent as if he hadn't heard anything. Could she really be overthinking? Last night's sounds, Ruorin's injured foot, and now these subtle hints. No, there was definitely something wrong. She was almost certain, yet had no proof. Lin Ye quietly ate his breakfast, his movements unhurried. He cut a small piece of steak and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly while his gaze seemed to casually drift once again over in Ruorin's lowered profile. Her eyelashes were long and thick, trembling slightly, casting a faint shadow in the morning light. The corner of Lin Ye's mouth curved up almost imperceptibly, a fleeting moment that seemed like an illusion. After finishing the last bite of fried egg, he picked up his napkin to wipe the grease from his lips and casually placed it back on the plate's edge. Clean this up. His expression remained indifferent, as if that brief moment of eye contact had never existed. Yes. And Ruorin answered crisply, immediately stepping forward to skillfully clear the dishes. Her movements were swift and efficient, like a well-trained orderly. Mo Yoshua helped from the side, but the more she assisted, the more she felt like an outsider. After organizing the tray, the two women had just taken a step with the empty plates when wait. Lin Ye's voice came from the head of the dining table again. They immediately stopped and turned around. Lin Ye's gaze fixed on Ruorin, his tone carrying an unquestionable command. You, he pointed at her, report to Qin Feng this morning. He'll assign you some clerical work to familiarize yourself with the villa's basic operations. He spoke in a businesslike manner, as if merely assigning routine tasks to a new employee. A glimmer of light flashed in Ruorin's eyes. Then she lowered her gaze submissively. Yes, Marshal. Lin Ye then looked at Mo Yoshua. As for you, he paused briefly. Work with Li Hua for now. Assist him with survivor registration and basic supply classification. Get familiar with the environment first. Mo Yoshua was stunned for a moment, then quickly bowed her head. All right. Go. Lin Ye waved dismissively, his attention returning to the tablet in his hands, as if the two women had become invisible. And Ruorin carried the tray with steps lighter than before, yet still maintaining her steady pace. Mo Yoshua followed behind her, watching that straight back, the doubts in her heart growing tighter. Clerical work? Familiarizing herself with the villa's operations? Why her? Before the elevator doors closed, Mo Yoshua bit her lower lip, a wave of grievance and resentment spreading through her chest. She vaguely sensed that Ruorin had stepped to the edge of Lin Ye's private territory, while she was merely treated as a real servant, sent to organize supplies. Half an hour later, Mo Yoshua was led by an expressionless soldier through layers of reinforced temporary barriers to the survivor assembly area outside the villa district. Several cleared warehouses were roughly pieced together, the air thick with the smell of sweat, disinfectant, and an indescribable despair. The warehouse was crowded with people, roughly 700 or 800 at first glance. Ragged clothes, gaunt faces, tired and numb eyes filled with fear for the future. A makeshift platform was built from abandoned shipping containers. Li Hua stood on top, holding a megaphone, spittle flying. Listen up. Your lives were given to you by the Marshal. The Marshal showed great mercy in taking you in. Here, the Marshal's word is law. If the Marshal says go east, you cannot go west. If the Marshal tells you to die standing, you must straighten your backs and die. Do you understand? The harsh noise echoed, and the crowd below fell silent, with only scattered weak responses. Understood. Li Hua's face instantly darkened, and he sharply turned to look at Lung Feng, who stood in the shadows at the platform's edge. Lung Feng remained expressionless, raising his Type 92 pistol. Bang! The gunshot exploded, the bullet hitting the steel beam above, sparking. The warehouse erupted in screams and chaos as the crowd scattered like frightened sheep. Louder! Are you all deaf? Li Hua roared into the megaphone, his voice cracking with excitement. This time, the response came like a tsunami, filled with terror and survival instinct. Understood. Li Hua nodded with satisfaction, a hint of smugness crossing his face as if he thoroughly enjoyed this sense of control. Clearing his throat, he suddenly stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder. Second, Dawn Base doesn't support idlers, and certainly not deadweight. Starting today, we're implementing a contribution point system. He deliberately raised the megaphone in his hand and slammed it against the podium, the sharp electrical feedback tearing through the air. Each and every one of you must complete the tasks I Director Li assign daily. Complete them, and you earn contribution points. With contribution points, you can exchange them for food, water, and supplies. After a brief silence, he suddenly swept his gaze across the crowd below, his eyes like knives, leaving nowhere for the tense faces to hide. What if you can't complete the tasks? Haha, sorry. Then no contribution points. No contribution points? Then prepare to go hungry. You all know the consequences. As he spoke, many people instinctively clutched their already growling stomachs, their faces turning deathly pale. Li Hua raised his voice even higher, unable to conceal his cruel satisfaction. Listen carefully. Anyone who fails to complete a single task for 3 consecutive days get out of Dawn Base immediately. Live or die, leave it to fate. The base has no food to waste on lazy bums. Boom. The previously quiet murmurs instantly exploded into chaos, the crowd erupting like they'd been set on fire. Fear poured over them like ice water, and over 700 pairs of eyes filled with helplessness, anxiety, and confusion, as if they might be cast out through those rusty iron gates the very next second to face the zombie hell outside. Li Hua was well aware of this scene of frightened birds, his lips curling into a cold smirk. Fear was the most effective whip. He swung the megaphone and slammed it twice on the table. Bang! Bang! The harsh noise crushing the commotion. Quiet! All of you shut up. Seeing the scene forcibly subdued, he put away his arrogant smile and adopted a benevolent tone. As they say, where there's punishment, there's reward. Now that the rules are clear, let's talk about the benefits. He drew out his words, whetting everyone's appetite. Those who perform exceptionally well. I, Li Hua, will personally report their names to the marshal. What kind of person is the marshal? He's like a god descended from heaven. If the marshal takes a liking to you, he might just promote you to a minor leadership position. Managing a few people, getting better supplies while in that life be 100 times better than what you have now. As his words landed, the previously gloomy crowd seemed suddenly ignited by sparks, with greedy and restless gleams appearing in certain eyes. Hope was precisely cast as bait by Li Hua into the hearts of these nearly desperate people. Directorly, a sturdy, stubble-faced middle-aged man in the front row stood on his tiptoes and boldly called out, "How many contribution points can we earn for completing tasks? And how many points does it take to exchange for food?" His voice trembled with nervousness, yet it drew approving looks from more survivors. Li Hua looked over, forcing an exaggerated fake smile. "Great question. Let me use the most basic task as an example." He held up one finger and waved it. "Say you honestly move one zombie corpse today and deliver it to the designated burning site. There's an inspection team I've set up there to register and verify. Once confirmed, you'll be rewarded with 1 contribution point." He emphasized the 1 heavily, then raised his voice. "Move 10 corpses? That's 10 contribution points. Simple, right?" He paused briefly, letting the numbers ferment in everyone's minds, then waved his hand. 10 contribution points can be exchanged for 1 bag of bread plus 1 bottle of mineral water. And there's no limit. As long as you have the ability to move them, there are plenty of contribution points, and plenty of food and drink. Just don't eat yourself to death. Whoosh! This time what erupted wasn't fear, but genuine ecstasy. Some people clenched their fists tightly, others flushed red with excitement. Moving corpses could be exchanged for bread and water? With no limits. This was practically heavenly treatment. Compared to their precarious existence outside where they risked their lives for a single bite of spoiled food, this was nothing short of salvation. The crowd was ignited by this thought, their eyes brimming with bitter tears, as if they had finally grasped a rope that could pull them out of the quagmire. Li Hua stood on the makeshift platform, surveying his surroundings with satisfaction as he captured those faces glowing with newfound hope. After a moment, his tone shifted, his voice dropping to a low register laced with deliberate temptation and barely concealed cruelty. "Of course, if you think these contribution points come too slowly, if they're not enough to make a real difference, and you want something better, like canned meat or warm clothing, well, let me tell you about another opportunity." He paused deliberately, ensuring every gaze was locked onto him, then delivered his bombshell word by word. "Anyone who can independently kill a zombie, note that, independently, bring me the zombie's head along with proof that you were the one who killed it, and you'll earn 50 contribution points. For group kills, the points will be split evenly." Hiss! The slowly warming atmosphere was instantly shattered by sharp intakes of breath. Kill zombies? 50 points? Behind the enormous temptation lurked the naked threat of death. Are you insane? Who would do that? 50 points? You need to be alive to spend them. I wouldn't dare. Hushed whispers spread rapidly through the crowd as most people instinctively stepped back, their faces showing nothing but terror and retreat. From his platform, Li Hua took in everything, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This was exactly the division he wanted, fear and greed coexisting, tearing at each other. "All right, the rules have been explained." He suddenly suppressed his smile, his voice striking like a hammer. "Now, let me reiterate several iron laws. First, everyone must treat the marshal's orders as sacred duty. Violators death. Second, any form of fighting, scrambling, or theft is strictly forbidden within the base. First offense, 3 days without food. Second offense, expulsion. Third, all assigned tasks must be completed on time and in full. Those who slack off will be treated as having failed their tasks. Fourth, maintain cleanliness in your designated areas. Violators will be severely punished. Fifth, each cold survival rule lashed across the survivors' hearts like a whip, forcing them to bow their heads in silence. At the back of the crowd, base soldiers had quietly positioned themselves not far behind Mo Yoshua, their weapons lowered but ready to be raised at any moment. Through the gaps between people, Mo Yoshua looked toward Li Hua, commanding from his platform, then swept her gaze over the masses struggling between fear and hope. The news of Enrurin being assigned to clerical work surfaced in her mind, bringing with it an indescribable bitterness. The dawn base that Lin Ye had built with his own hands had now shed its last layer of warmth, exposing its cold core completely. Nothing but naked transactions using survival as currency. She too was caught in these gears, just positioned slightly higher for the moment. In the shadows, Lung Feng stood with arms crossed like an iron statue, only his cold eyes scanning the crowd, silently declaring the inviolability of the rules. A new day began in this cruel fortress of the apocalypse, in the most realistic and merciless way possible. Li Hua quickly finished recounting everything. Outside the warehouse, clouds of dust swirled in the sunlight as survivors scattered like disturbed worker ants, rushing toward their assigned posts under the cold gaze of the enforcement squad led by Lung Feng. The cacophony of clanging metal, grinding cart wheels, and hushed urgent conversations filled the air. Li Hua had barely caught his breath and was about to send a few subordinates to monitor different areas when an armed soldier approached, leading Mo Yoshua straight toward him. Li Hua immediately plastered on a fawning smile and trotted forward, bowing so low his back was nearly parallel to the ground. "Sir, what are your orders?" The soldier's expression remained blank, his tone crisp. "The marshal orders that she assist you in managing survivor affairs. You decide her specific position." With that, he turned and walked away briskly. "Yes, absolutely. Take care, sir." Li Hua bobbed his head repeatedly, bowing until the figure disappeared through the warehouse entrance. Only then did he slowly straighten up, his face breaking into what he imagined was a charming smile as he smoothed back his greasy hair. "Hello there. I'm Li Hua. Thanks to the marshal's trust, I'm in charge of managing this survivor camp. Everyone calls me Supervisor Li." He extended his hand enthusiastically, his gaze shamelessly roaming over Mo Yoshua's delicate features and graceful curves. Mo Yoshua's scalp crawled under his scrutiny, nausea churning in her stomach as naked disgust flashed in her eyes. She ignored his outstretched hand, her voice ice cold. "Mo Yoshua." Li Hua's hand hung awkwardly in midair. He forced out a dry laugh before withdrawing it, but showed no sign of anger. If anything, he seemed more intrigued. "Miss Mo, your name suits you perfectly, cool and elegant. What did you do before the apocalypse? What are your skills? I'd like to arrange something suitable for you." Skills? Bitterness welled up in Mo Yoshua's heart. Premium wine tasting, international merger planning, billion-dollar auction bidding, piloting private yachts around the world. It all seemed like a cruel joke now. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a single word, her face pale with humiliation. Li Hua noticed her distress and quickly waved his hands. I understand. These are hard times, past glories are behind us now. Tell you what, there's a nice, easy position available that doesn't require special skills, and we're currently short-staffed." "Interested? What position?" A tiny spark of hope flickered in Mo Yoshua's heart. Perhaps it was just inventory counting or name registration. "Corpse inspection clerk." Li Hua spoke as casually as if describing ordinary office work. "You'd go to the incineration site to supervise survivors' moving bodies, count the zombie corpses, and register contribution points based on the numbers. It's not physically demanding, just watch and keep count." "How does that sound? Easy, right?" What? Mo Yoshua felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her eyes widening instantly as she stared at Li Hua in disbelief. "You want me to count those disgusting corpses? And watch them being burned?" A tremendous sense of absurdity and intense nausea seized her immediately. She had never even touched a dead fish in her entire life, let alone come into close contact with those rotting, putrid zombie corpses that might be crawling with maggots. This was the ultimate humiliation. She almost screamed her refusal. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Give me something else." The smile on Li Hua's face vanished instantly, replaced by an expression mixing mockery and cruelty. He stepped forward, lowering his voice but with bone-chilling coldness. "Respected young lady, I don't care if you were some wealthy heiress or princess before the apocalypse. But please remember this is the post-apocalyptic world. This is the Marshal's territory. The Marshal assigned you to me, so you follow my arrangements." He paused, watching Mo Yoshua's body trembling slightly with anger and humiliation, then continued methodically. "This position, if you don't want it, plenty of people are fighting for it. They don't care about dignity, only about survival. If you think my arrangements are inappropriate and have wronged you terribly." Li Hua's voice suddenly rose with a hint of provocation. "You're welcome to complain directly to the Marshal. Tell him that Li Hua is incompetent, can't handle arrangements for such a precious lady, and has wronged you. Let's see whether the Marshal believes your grievances or trusts that I'm following proper procedures." "You." Mo Yoshua felt blood rushing to her head, her vision darkening. Overwhelming grievance engulfed her like icy floodwater. She, the sole daughter of the East Sea's wealthiest family, raised in luxury and adored by all, when had she ever suffered such insult? Now she was being forced by such a despicable wretch to deal with those filthy, terrifying corpses. She was unwilling. She was furious. And burning within her was an indescribable flame of jealousy. Why? Why did Rurin get assigned to a comfortable villa, doing clerical work close to the power center? She was clearly more excellent, more capable, more valuable. Why was this happening? Tears spun wildly in her eyes as she bit her lower lip hard, using all her strength to prevent them from falling. Her nails dug deep into her palms, bringing sharp pain that barely maintained her crumbling rationality and dignity. Li Hua crossed his arms, watching her leisurely with Catan mouse amusement. Well, young lady, have you thought it through? Stay here and do this easy job I've arranged? Or go complain to the marshal about my unfairness right now? I'm waiting. Mo Yoshua took a deep breath, the air feeling ice-cold and sharp as if filled with frozen shards. She raised her head, forcibly suppressing all the humiliation, anger, and unwillingness on her face, leaving only numbingly cold calm. In a voice devoid of emotion, she said word by word, "Fine, corpse inspection it is. What's the big deal?" Li Hua's face immediately broke into an extremely satisfied, even somewhat sleazy smile, as if he had won a great victory. Excellent. How refreshing. Miss Mo truly understands the bigger picture. I'll personally escort you to the incineration site to familiarize yourself with the work environment. Please follow me. He gestured for her to proceed, then turned and headed toward the back of the warehouse, where thick burning smells and foul odors emanated. Mo Yoshua followed expressionlessly, each step feeling like walking on knife points. In the icy wasteland of her heart, seeds of ambition, watered by extreme humiliation and jealousy, quietly sprouted twisted shoots. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom on the top floor of Cloud Villa, the massive floor-to-ceiling windows blocked out the outside chaos and filth, leaving only warm sunlight and almost luxurious tranquility filling the room. And Rurin was not sitting at a neat desk handling paperwork as Mo Yoshua had imagined. She was currently facing away from the bedroom interior, her entire pale body pressed tightly against the cold, bulletproof glass. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating her perfect curves. For some unknown reason, her fair face showed a flush of passion, spreading to her ears and neck, even displaying an expression of enjoyment and ecstasy. Moreover, her body was moving steadily and rhythmically, as if there was a figure behind her, content omitted. The incineration site was located at an abandoned open-air parking lot on the westernmost edge of the base. Before even getting close, Mo Yoshua found herself frowning as the nauseating stench of charred flesh mixed with chemical agents assaulted her senses. "Miss Mo, this way please." Li Hua deliberately slowed his pace, his leather shoes crushing over dark brown dried bloodstains, ensuring she could clearly see every detail along the way. More than a dozen survivors in tattered clothing pushed rusty metal carts, their beds piled haphazardly with twisted corpses. Thick, dark red fluid seeped through the gaps, leaving winding trails of blood across the concrete floor. Mo Yoshua's stomach clenched violently as she gripped the fabric on both sides of her maid dress, her knuckles turning white. The corpses came in various states, some highly decomposed with only bleached bones remaining, others maintaining their grotesque death expressions, cloudy eyeballs staring blankly at the gray-white sky. Most horrifying were the recently deceased, their skin ashen gray, looking as if they might spring to life at any moment. "Our autopsy work is quite simple," Li Hua said, kicking aside a severed arm that blocked their path. "When each card arrives, you just mark down the count on this form." He pulled out a stack of registration forms and handed them over. "Look, old Wong brought 5 bodies. That's 5 contribution points." With that, he grabbed a hunched old man passing by. "Old Zhang, show the newcomer how it's done." Old Zhang grinned obsequiously as he lifted the tarp, releasing an even more intense wave of putrid odor that forced Mo Yoshua to step back. At the top of the corpse pile lay a little girl, half her face torn away, yet a pink hair clip stubbornly remained fastened to her remaining hair. "Ugh," she doubled over, dry heaving. Li Hua's laugh was filled with malice. "The young lady better adapt quickly, expecting over 300 bodies today." He tapped the registration form with his pen. "All corpses need cranial examination. If they were killed by the living, the brain matter has a different color." Mo Yoshua covered her mouth with her sleeve, cold sweat soaking through her back. Under the harsh sunlight, she saw her own shadow trembling like a leaf in the wind. In that moment, she heard something shatter her former lofty pride. "Let's get to work." Li Hua pressed the pen into her trembling hand. "The protective suits are over there." The rubber suit in the corner was covered with suspicious stains and had a hole torn in the chest. "Though it's damaged, I'm sure the young lady doesn't mind getting dirty, right?" Mo Yoshua looked back toward the villa, where bulletproof glass reflected cold light like an unreachable ivory tower. She remembered Rurin's rosy complexion this morning, her awkward gait, and that hint of satisfaction barely concealed beneath her respectful facade. She suddenly let out a low laugh. Li Hua was stunned. "What are you laughing at?" Mo Yoshua raised her head, the shadows cast by her eyelashes unable to hide the flames that suddenly ignited in her eyes. She finally understood. In this collapsed world, dignity and pride were nothing more than scraps that fell through the fingers of the powerful. The business principles her father had spoken of were obsolete, leaving only the naked law of the jungle. Nothing. She released her grip, and the pen clattered onto the blood-stained concrete floor. In the distance, the creaking sound of carts could be heard. Another batch of corpses had arrived. A putrid stench hit her face, but Mo Yoshua didn't retreat this time. She walked straight to the pile of sour-smelling rubber protective suits, picked up the filthiest one among the buzzing flies covering the ground, and yanked it over herself. The moldy rubber pressed against her skin, cold and clammy, making her shiver, yet she didn't even blink. "Didn't you say we need to examine the skulls?" She picked up the blood-stained iron hook, her voice flat as stagnant water. "Teach me how to identify brain matter." Li Hua stood at the doorway with his arms crossed, eyeing this suddenly transformed rich young lady with half doubt, half fear. Sunlight streamed through the broken blinds, illuminating the undried ink stains on the back of her hands that were clumsily yet stubbornly practicing the motions of examining corpses. Corpse fluid splattered onto her snow-white cheeks. Her expensive silk-made dress was pressed beneath the protective suit until its original color disappeared, yet her spine remained straight as a steel rod. The truth that Enrurin had understood long ago now crashed into Mo Yoshua's heart. She swung the iron hook and pried open a male zombie's skull with a pop, gray-white rotting brain matter splattering onto her gloves. That mushy tissue made her nose sting, but it also made everything crystal clear. That little white rabbit, who always hid behind others, had actually seen through the world earlier than anyone after order collapsed. A woman's beauty and intelligence were merely commodities for sale, and the shrewdest investment was to bet herself on the strongest man. Not bad at all. Li Hua's sarcastic tone drifted over. "Seems the young miss has natural talent." Mo Yoshua completely ignored him. His mockery buzzed like mosquitoes while she focused on recording numbers. The paper was stained with blood, creating blurred shadows. Yet Lin Ye's unfathomably deep eyes floated in her mind, the gaze of an appraiser examining goods. She finally understood the evaluation criteria. Not education, not family background, but who could please him more, who was more useful. "Next cart," she called out proactively, her voice carrying determination. The old man pushing the cart was so startled he nearly toppled the pile of corpses. The setting sun dyed the thick smoke from the crematorium furnace dark red as Mo Yoshua removed the protective suit soaked with corpse stench and walked step by step into the washroom. In the dim mirror, her hair was disheveled, her lips pale, but those eyes burned with ambitious fire. She slowly pulled open the collar of her maid dress, her fingertips brushing the delicate skin below her collarbone where Chanel should have lingered. Now only stubborn decay remained. The reflection suddenly curved her lips, a mocking smile sliding across her face as her fingers traced downward along the curves. "Just wait," she whispered to the void, as if speaking to Enrurin and herself alike. "Whatever you can do, I'll do better." Mineral water poured over her head, the flow carrying suppressed sobs as it crashed into the sink. Moments later, she raised her head, all weakness washed completely clean. The mirror no longer reflected a pampered young lady, only a woman willing to pay any price to survive. In the distance, villa lights lit up one by one, like a palace floating in darkness. Mo Yoshua wiped each finger clean and pulled out her last luxury from a hidden pocket in her skirt, half a tube of lipstick. The crimson paste gleamed like a blade's edge. As the crimson paste glided across her lips, she remembered the suspicious cream stain at the corner of Enrurin's mouth that morning. At 5:17 p.m., 3 Mengshur assault vehicles formed a wedge formation as they crushed through the wreckage of abandoned cars on the Eastern District's main thoroughfare. The 12.7mm heavy machine guns mounted on their roofs continuously spat tongues of fire, tearing the wandering zombie hordes on the street ahead into shreds. Spent shell casings hammered the vehicle roofs like raindrops, creating crisp metallic clangs. "Mortar squad in position," came the calm, clipped voice of the artillery observer over the radio. 200 meters behind the convoy, in a hastily cleared area, 2 PP-93 60mm mortars were already set up. The foreman crew worked in perfect coordination. The gunner crouched with his thumb raised to estimate range. The loader held shells steady as a rock in both arms, while the others adjusted levels and secured the base plates with clean, efficient movements. Bearing 074, range 350, high-density zombie cluster, requesting fire coverage, reported the scout from the infantry platoon, hidden in a second-floor window. His laser rangefinders read, swept back and forth across the sea of corpses. "Roger that," the gunner replied, adjusting the mortar mount. High-explosive rounds, 3 rapid-fire fire. Thump, thump, thump. 3 muffled reports echoed as the shells traced parabolic arcs. Boom, boom, boom. The 60mm high-explosive rounds bloomed simultaneously in the center of the street. Fire rolled upward as the shockwaves hurled severed limbs and body parts over 30 feet into the air. The asphalt was cratered with charred blast holes, and burning chunks of flesh rained down on the wrecked vehicles with wet slapping sounds. Artillery effective. Target area zombie casualties exceed 70. The scout's voice barely contained his excitement. Infantry platoon, advance. Platoon leader Siejin immediately ordered. 6 combat teams leaped from cover, spreading into a tactical arrowhead formation through the smoke. QBZ-191 muzzles flashed as precise bursts harvested the scattered survivors. At the corner, a machine gunner set up his QJY-201, using sustained bursts to seal off the side alley, pinning the emerging corpses against the wall with bullets. Team B, heads-up movement detected inside the convenience store on the right. 2 soldiers exchanged glances. One kicked down the door, while the other tossed in a flashbang. Bang! White light and thunderous noise tore through the space. The pair rushed in, finishing off 2 disoriented zombies with short bursts. 3 more shambled up from behind the shelves, but consecutive headshots dropped them, splattering blood across scattered candy wrappers. Area clear. At the end of the street, the final wave of zombies was completely shredded under the crossfire from the Mengshire heavy machine guns and infantry. Mangled corpse fragments littered the main road, the stench of charred flesh mingling with gunpowder smoke as the setting sun painted everything an eerie gray-red. Mortar squad, relocate. The gunner collapsed the tripod, his voice still steady. Next target point. Intersection south of the financial center, estimated zombie count 200 plus. The soldiers efficiently dismantled, packed, and transported their equipment without unnecessary words. The crunching skulls and crushed organs beneath their boots had become no different from broken stones to them. On this apocalyptic battlefield, they had only one objective: expand the territory of survival for Dawn Base, inch by inch, with steel and gunpowder. At Cloud Villa's master bedroom, and Rurin's slender fingers gently massaged Lin Ye's shoulders, her warm breath brushing against his ear intermittently. The delicate fragrance from her body mingled with the steam from her recent bath, filling the entire room with an intoxicating atmosphere. The mist hadn't yet dissipated, and the lights refracted through the vapor, casting a soft glow while the air remained warm and intimate. But just then, ding! Detected 1,023 zombies eliminated under the Marshal's command, calculating rewards. Ding! Merit points gained, 1,023. Ding! Blueprint reward obtained. Landshield 3,000 close-in weapon system 1. Holy shit! Lin Ye suddenly bolted upright from Rurin's tender embrace, eyes wide with shock, his heart pounding wildly. Master? And Rurin trembled in fright, tiny droplets still clinging to her pale shoulders as panic flashed through her watery eyes. Did I not serve you well? Lin Ye turned to look at her, the half-undone maid outfit making her cheeks flush crimson. He suddenly reached out to embrace her soft waist, planting a firm kiss on her snow-white neck. No, you're absolutely my lucky star. Ah! And Rurin cried out in surprise, and before she could finish speaking, Lin Ye's large hand had already grasped her full curves firmly. She let out a soft moan, whispering coquettishly, "You're so naughty, bad master." She didn't understand why her master was suddenly so excited, but as long as it made him happy, nothing else mattered. Lin Ye took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging excitement, and gave her bottom a light pat. All right, it's almost 6 o'clock, and Mo Yoshue will be back soon. Go wait for her, and arrange my dinner together. Yes, master. And Rurin obediently responded, straightened her slightly disheveled maid dress, and left the room with a blushing face. The moment the door closed, Lin Ye immediately called up the system panel, eagerly examining the Landshield 3000 close-in weapon system blueprint he had just obtained. Landshield 3000 close-in weapon system. Exchange cost, 100,000 merit points. Firepower configuration, 11-barrel 30mm Gatling cannon. Rate of fire, 12,000 rounds minute. FL 3000 and short-range air defense missiles 8, range 10 kilometers, capable of intercepting low-altitude targets. Fire control, multifunction fire control radar, capable of simultaneously tracking 40 targets. Radar electro-optical composite guidance, reaction time 2 seconds. Smart intercept mode, prioritizing the most threatening targets. Defense range, 360 omnidirectional coverage. Intercept radius, 3 kilometers for missiles rockets, 5 kilometers for helicopters drones. Protection capability, modular composite armor, resistant to 12.7 millimeters armor-piercing rounds. Full-spectrum electromagnetic shielding, immune to EMP attacks. Deployment methods, fixed installation, base high points, forming air defense networks. Vehicle-mounted mobile, heavy truck chassis, advancing with troops. Logistics, automatic loading, system ammunition replacement, completed within 30 minutes. Lin Ye stared at the panel, his breathing unconsciously accelerating. 11-barrel 30mm Gatling, 12,000 rounds per minute? This is practically a land-based metal storm. Though not quite matching the Navy's 1130 close-in weapon system, in the zombie-infested apocalypse, the Landshield 3000 was the ultimate weapon combining both anti-air and anti-horde capabilities. If mounted on the rooftop of Cloud Villa, whether armed helicopters or charging zombie hordes, everything would be obliterated in the metal torrent. Awesome, he growled, his eyes blazing with intensity. Originally, he had planned to save merit points to exchange for an AH-64E Apache 100,000 points to build aerial forces. But with this air defense system, securing the base first before expanding was the optimal strategy. System, check current merit points. Current merit points, 116,762. That's enough, he commanded without hesitation. Exchange for one land shield, 3,000 immediately, and deploy it on the villa's rooftop air defense platform. Ding. 100,000 merit points consumed. Land shield, 3,000 close-in weapon system, 1 has been deployed at the designated location. The next moment, space above the villa's spacious rooftop platform slightly distorted, and a menacing black weapon system with fierce lines materialized out of thin air. 11 30mm barrels arranged ominously, the fire control radar slowly rotating, cold metal reflecting the night, emanating an intimidating presence that was difficult to look at directly. Lin Ye strode quickly to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking up with a cold smile curving his lips. Now, even if government military helicopters come, they'll meet their doom here. 6:15 p.m., Cloud Villa, bedroom. Mo Yoshua stood at the doorway, dried crusts of sweat and dust clinging to her neck. She took a deep breath before grasping the door handle. The moment the door opened, and Ruren sprang up from the edge of the bed. Her still healing leg made her movements somewhat awkward, yet she smiled like the first ray of sunshine in early spring. Schwer, you're back. How was today? Are you getting used to it? Mo Yoshua didn't answer, silently studying the other woman. Those once clear eyes now churned with jealousy, resentment, grievance, and even a hint of determination. And Ruren felt unsettled under that gaze and lowered her voice. What's wrong, Schwerer? Are you too tired? Mo Yoshua suddenly chuckled softly and shook her head. Nothing, just a bit tired. I'll take a shower first. With that, she went straight into the bathroom, leaving Ruren standing there blinking in confusion. More than 10 minutes later, the bathroom door opened and steam poured out. Mo Yoshua walked to the wardrobe while using a towel to absorb the dripping water from her hair, then changed into a clean-made outfit. The steam had washed away the weariness from her face, replaced by an eerie calm. Let's go, Ruren, she said in a relaxed tone. Time to prepare his dinner. Kitchen. The two rolled up their sleeves, bustling about among pots and pans. And Ruren was in charge of frying the steak, while Mo Yoshua cut fruit. Bang! Hot oil splattered, and the steak instantly turned charcoal black, with black smoke shooting straight up into the range hood. And Ruren awkwardly poked at the piece of coal with her spatula. Should we start over? The second time, they tried boiling it instead. The result was a steak of bizarre green color with unknown foam floating on the surface. Their eyes met, and they both sighed simultaneously, putting down their spatulas and obediently retrieving a frozen steak and pre-made fruit platter from the refrigerator. Master bedroom doorway. Marshal, dinner is ready. And Ruren knocked gently on the door. Come in. Lin Ye lounged lazily on the sofa. Seeing the food on the tray, he raised an eyebrow but made no comment. The half-cooked steak and crooked fruit slices were already luxuries in the post-apocalyptic world. Getting used to it? He asked casually while cutting his steak. Yes. And Ruren immediately replied, her eyes sparkling. I learned so much new knowledge from Captain Chen today that I'd never encountered before. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Marshal. Lin Ye curved his lips. Just do a good job for me. Yes, Marshal. And Ruren reflexively responded, then immediately caught the double meaning in his words. Her face flushed red to her ears. Good heavens. How could he say such things in front of Schwer? Her heart pounded wildly. Mo Yoshua understood perfectly, her mouth twitching slightly as she rolled her eyes internally. Shameless. Lin Ye then turned his gaze to her. And you? Fine. Mo Yoshua pressed her lips together, uttering only 2 words. She didn't mention how many rotting corpses she had examined today, didn't mention how many times she had vomited, and certainly didn't mention Li Hua's disgusting stares. She simply stood quietly, like a qualified maid. 10 minutes later, Lin Ye finished the last piece of fruit, wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin, and casually ordered, Mo Yoshua, clear the plates. And Ruren, feed me some fruit. Mo Yoshua lowered her head and silently stepped forward to clear the dishes. Her fingers trembled slightly, but her face remained calm. As she turned to leave with the plates, she heard Ruren's coquettish voice and the soft creaking of the sofa behind her. The moment the door closed, Mo Yoshua finally allowed herself to show a hint of emotion. She clenched her fists, but this time, it wasn't from humiliation, it was from a newly formed, dangerous resolve. In the bedroom, Ruren curled up like a kitten in Lin Ye's arms, gently tapping his chest. Master, you're so bad, saying such embarrassing things in front of Schwer just now. Lin Ye was puzzled. What did I say? You know, that thing, about doing it well. Her voice grew smaller and smaller until she buried her face in his chest, too embarrassed to look up. Lin Ye finally realized what she meant and burst out laughing. Where did your mind go? I was talking about work. Huh. And Ruorin suddenly looked up, stunned. Seeing the confused expression on the girl in his arms, Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh heartily. He hadn't expected his casual remark to take such a turn. He pinched her nose tip. But since you brought it up, let's do it well tonight. Master is bullying me. And Ruorin was both shy and annoyed, but he flipped her over and pinned her beneath him. Gently. Master, be careful that Schwer might hear. Hey, let her hear. Soon, embarrassing sounds filled the room. Outside the window, the last ray of sunset was swallowed by darkness. In the kitchen, Mo Yoshua stared at the dishes in the sink, lost in thought. 7:15 p.m., Villa Corridor. After finishing in the kitchen, Mo Yoshua had just reached the bedroom door when she heard waves of face-reddening sounds from inside. And Ruorin's breathless moans were enchanting, mixed with intermittent pleas and whimpers, along with Lin Ye's deep voice and the creaking of furniture under strain. Master, gently. Mo Yoshua's fingers froze in midair, almost touching the door handle. Her ears instantly burned red, her heart pounding. In the end, she didn't have the courage to push the door open and could only bite her lip and tiptoe back to her own room. Bang! She closed the door and slowly slid down against it to sit on the floor, covering her ears tightly with both hands. But those shameful sounds seemed to have magic, penetrating the walls and drilling clearly into her ears. Mo Yoshua kicked the carpet in embarrassment and anger. That damn girl. How can she make such? She couldn't find the right words and could only bury her face in her knees. What frustrated her most was that she began uncontrollably imagining the scenes in the bedroom again. Lin Ye's strong physique, and Ruorin's dazed eyes, and those blood-stirring positions. Beast! She cursed through gritted teeth, feeling her body temperature rising. This was Yunzhong Villa with top-notch renovation. How could it not be soundproof? Unless it was intentional. The more Mo Yoshua thought about it, the angrier she became. And Ruorin usually seemed so gentle and weak, but how could she be so uninhibited in bed? 7:30 p.m. Finally, everything returned to silence. Mo Yoshua let out a long breath and collapsed on her bed, completely drained. She touched her burning cheeks, feeling both relieved and strangely fearful. This man's stamina was terrifying. From yesterday until now, and Ruorin could still get out of bed? What she didn't know was that Lin Ye's physical condition, enhanced by genetic serum injections, far exceeded that of ordinary people. In the master bedroom, on the messy sofa, Lin Ye looked at the exhausted and Ruorin in his arms, a flash of tenderness in his eyes. The girl's fair skin was covered with intimate marks, tears still hanging on her eyelashes. She lay limply against him, unable to even lift a finger. From last night until now, she had been tormented countless times, but still tried her best to accommodate him. Although Lin Ye knew how much of this compliance came from fear and flattery toward power, seeing her weak state, he couldn't help but soften. Master, I really can't anymore today. And Ruorin's voice was hoarse, pleading with a crying tone. Tomorrow. Can we continue tomorrow? Lin Ye gently kissed her forehead. All right, rest now. He got up and casually pulled a blanket over Ruorin. I'll make you something to eat. Have a good sleep after eating. And Ruorin slightly opened her eyes, showing a tired but satisfied smile. Thank you, master. Lin Ye ruffled her hair and headed toward the kitchen. Passing by Mo Yoshua's room, his steps paused slightly, and a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. At 10:20 p.m., outside the master bedroom of Cloud Villa, Lin Ye had just unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt when he heard a cautious knock at the door. Marshal, are you asleep? It was Mo Yoshua's voice. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He opened the door to find Mo Yoshua standing in the dim hallway light, still wearing that pink and white maid outfit, though the neckline seemed lower than usual, revealing a delicate collarbone. Her fingers nervously twisted at her skirt hem, her eyes flickering with tension and anticipation. What is it? Lin Ye leaned against the doorframe, his tone flat. Mo Yoshua took a deep breath and mustered the courage to look up. Nothing. I just wanted to ask if the marshal still needs a bath. Her voice grew smaller and smaller. If you do, I could. Lin Ye was stunned. What's gotten into this girl? He clearly remembered how Mo Yoshua had fled in panic last night, her eyes filled with resistance and fear. How could she be offering herself so willingly after just one day? Seeing Lin Ye's prolonged silence, Mo Yoshua bit her lower lip and tentatively called out again. Marshal. Lin Ye snapped back to reality, his gaze sweeping across her face. Mo Yoshua's cheeks bore an unnatural flush, her eyes showing deliberate submissiveness, but her tense shoulders and slightly trembling fingers betrayed her nervousness. Not for now. Lin Ye's tone remained calm. I'll just wash up myself. Go rest. I'll call if I need anything. Mo Yoshua's expression instantly froze. She hadn't expected her hard-won courage to be dismissed so casually. Yes, Marshal. She lowered her head, her voice carrying undisguised disappointment. In the hallway, Mo Yoshua mechanically walked back to her room. After closing the door, she slumped powerlessly against it. He rejected me? She looked down at her carefully adjusted neckline, then touched her deliberately lipsticked lips, feeling an unprecedented sense of defeat. I'm a woman offering myself willingly, and he still won't have me? Am I really that worthless? She thought of Enrurin's pampered appearance, then compared it to her own current wretchedness, her eyes involuntarily reddening. She had completely misunderstood the situation. Lin Ye's rejection wasn't due to disdain, it was simply because his ammunition depot was temporarily empty. Even enhanced genetic serums had to follow basic physiological laws. But Mo Yoshue didn't know this. All she knew was that she had finally made up her mind, even prepared herself mentally, only to receive a not for now. Temporarily. She suddenly seized on this key word, her dim eyes brightening again. He must have said that because he's too tired. Just like when Enrurin begged for mercy today, saying, "Give it to me tomorrow instead." This realization made her feel much better. She wiped her eyes and tidied her disheveled hair in the mirror. It's okay, there will be a next time. The woman in the mirror curved her lips into a determined smile. Since she had already taken the first step, she wouldn't give up easily. Inside the master bedroom, Lin Ye stood under the shower head, warm water cascading over his muscular frame. He reflected on Mo Yoshue's unusual behavior, lost in thought. It seems today's autopsy work gave this young lady quite a shock. He turned off the faucet and casually grabbed a towel to dry his hair. However, this was for the best. In this cruel apocalyptic world, recognizing reality early was the key to survival. As for Mo Yoshue's little schemes, he had plenty of time to slowly train her. The next morning, on the top floor of an abandoned residential building in Chengwan community, Hu Biao pressed himself against the window frame, gripping his binoculars tightly as he kept them locked on the Yunzhong villa a kilometer away. Cold sweat trickled down his temples, but he couldn't spare a moment to wipe it away. Damn it! Who the hell are these people? He cursed under his breath, his fingers mechanically tapping against the windowsill. Each observation over the past few days had wound his nerves tighter. Fully armed soldiers patrolling day and night. Heavy machine gun positions covered with old tarps that couldn't hide the glinting metal. Yesterday evening, he'd even caught a glimpse of a mortar barrel briefly exposed. The firepower seemed to upgrade almost daily, far beyond what it had been on the first day of the apocalypse. Gunfire from the east side continued from dawn to midnight, with bullets and shells being expended as if money meant nothing. Boss Biao Long Tianxiang is here. A subordinate pushed through the door. Hu Biao's eyes flashed with interest as he immediately put away his binoculars. Show him in quickly. Soon after, a burly man in a patterned short-sleeve shirt swaggered into the room, chomping on a cigar. Long Tianxian leader of Aurora's sanctuary followed by two armed lackeys, radiating arrogance. Brother Long, please sit, please sit. Hu Biao eagerly dragged over a chair and retrieved 2 bottles of mineral water from a cabineta luxury in the apocalypse. Long Tianxiang dropped heavily into the chair, crossed his legs, and blew out a smoke ring. Speak. What's this about? Hu Biao lowered his voice mysteriously. I'll trade information that could drive everyone crazy for some rifles and ammunition. Oh. Long Tianxiang squinted, twirling his cigar between his fingers. What information could be worth the most valuable currency in the apocalypse? As soon as Brother Long agrees to the terms, I'll tell you everything. After several seconds of staring each other down, Long Tianxiang suddenly burst into laughter. Hu Biao, you spent over a decade as a mercenary overseas, you've got a sharp eye. I'll give you 1 rifle, 3 submachine guns, 1 pistol, plus 3 magazines up front. After I verify the intelligence personally, I'll provide the rest. How's that? Hu Biao didn't immediately agree. He knew Long Tianxiang's background all too well. On the very day the apocalypse began, this man had led his crew to raid the police armory, stealing massive amounts of weapons. Within days, he'd gathered dozens of armed elites and recruited thousands of survivors under the banner of reclaiming Donghai, establishing Aurora's sanctuary. His methods were ruthless, his influence vast. If he dared deceive this vicious dragon, the man would crush his small team in minutes. But if he could actually get those guns, with his decade of mercenary experience, he could carve out his own territory. Deal. Hu Biao slapped his thigh. I'll be straight with Yunzhong Villa is stockpiled with countless supplies. Food, water, medicine, you name it, they have it. Supplies? Long Tianxiang's pupils contracted sharply, and he forgot to puff his cigar. In the apocalypse, those 2 words were worth more than gold. Are you certain? His voice rose. Hu Biao gestured toward the door. Xiaolong, come in. A bespectacled young man with a timid expression was brought into the room, trembling all over. Tell Brother Long exactly what you saw the other day, word for word. Yais. The young man stammered through his recollection. That day I was still delivering food. Suddenly I got a huge order for medical supplies, and all the delivery drivers were talking about it. When I delivered to Yunzhong Villa, I saw dozens of trucks moving supplies into the underground garage. Food, drinks, daily necessities, piled up like mountains. I thought it was crazy at the time. Why would this family hoard so much stuff? Dozens of trucks worth of supplies. Long Tianxiang shot to his feet, his cigar hitting the floor. His breathing grew heavy, naked greed flashing in his eyes with those supplies. He could control every survivor in Donghai. Aurora's sanctuary? He, Long Tianxiang, would become the king of Donghai. He grabbed Hu Biao's shoulder. This intelligence is worth it. Then he spun around and roared at his men. Go, bring the best equipment, and mobilize 50 brothers who move tonight. Wait, Hu Biao suddenly raised his hand, cutting off Long Tianxiang's excited planning. Brother Long, there's something important you need to know. In the makeshift warehouse, the light bulb flickered dimly, and the air reeked of gasoline and rust. Long Tianxiang frowned, lowering his voice to barely a whisper. What is it? That villa has guns. Hu Biao pressed his voice so low it almost touched the ground. And plenty of them. What? Long Tianxiang's pupils contracted sharply as he kicked over his chair with a loud crash, springing to his feet. There's only one police station in the eastern suburbs. Where the hell did they get guns? Did they rob the precinct? He grabbed Hu Biao by the collar and lifted him into the air, his knuckles cracking. You better explain this clearly. Hu Biao's face turned blue as he was choked, his legs flailing as he quickly raised his hands in surrender. Brother Long, calm down. I don't know where they got the guns either. It was like magic. Suddenly they were all armed to the teeth. Long Tianxiang released his grip, and Hu Biao crashed to the ground, clutching his throat and gasping for air. Dog barks echoed from somewhere outside the warehouse, making the atmosphere even more tense. Long Tianxiang's caution was his trump card for surviving in this apocalyptic world. Never started a fight, he wasn't sure he could win. He narrowed his eyes. Those explosions in the eastern suburbs these past few days, that was all them? Hu Biao nodded heavily. Exactly. Mortars, heavy machine guns, TV, got everything. Sweat beaded on Long Tianxiang's forehead. Even after raiding the entire police station, he'd only managed to get a few dozen boxes of grenades, with virtually no decent heavy weapons. Their firepower was in a completely different league. Seeing Long Tianxiang's hesitation, Hu Biao quickly added, but don't worry too much, Brother Long, they don't have many people. I've been watching for days, and there are at most 20 or 30 of them. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. And they've been firing constantly these past few days. Their ammunition must be nearly depleted. Long Tianxiang's eyes lit up, but his brow furrowed again immediately. Seeing this, Hu Biao quickly fanned the flames. With your forces, Brother Long, taking down 20 or 30 people would be child's play, wouldn't it? Just think, once you take the villa, all those supplies and weapons will be yours. Who in Donghai City could stand against you then? Long Tianxiang kept his expression neutral, but sneered inwardly. Humph, this old fox Hu Biao wants to use me as his gun. He pretended to think for a few seconds, then slammed the table. Brother Biao is right. I'm taking that villa. But he showed a hint of difficulty. I've always been cautious. I am afraid of coming away empty-handed. Hu Biao's heart sank. How about this? Long Tianxiang suddenly smiled and put his arm around Hu Biao's shoulder. Brother Biao, send some men to lead the charge, and we at Aurora Shelter will provide rear support. How does that sound? Damn it. He was waiting for this. Hu Biao cursed internally while forcing an ugly smile. Brother Long, you're joking. My men are all old, weak, and sick, and we don't even have guns. That would be suicide. That's easy to fix. Long Tianxiang waved his hand grandly. I'll give you 10 assault rifles plus 5 boxes of grenades. How's that? Hu Biao was immediately speechless. He knew all too well how terrifying the villa's firepower was. He'd deliberately avoided going into detail earlier, hoping to prevent Long Tianxiang from backing out while wanting him to be cannon fodder. He never expected this bastard to turn around and roast him over the fire. Not go. With Long Tianxiang's ruthless nature, forget about those guns. In a few days his entire operation would be swallowed up. Go. That was practically suicide. But he was in a weak position now, caught between a rock and a hard place. Fine. I agree. Hu Biao gritted his teeth. But after we succeed, those 10 guns and the weapons you promised me earlier all belong to me. No problem. Long Tianxiang readily agreed, then spread a city map on the table. It's 8 o'clock now. I'll go back and mobilize my people. At 9 sharp, I'll bring the weapons and send vehicles to get your men to the villa area. He pointed at the map. You guys move in first, and our main force will provide covering fire from 300 meters out. Hu Biao stared at the grease-stained map, cold sweat the size of beans sliding down his spine into his collar. This was clearly using his crew as live bait. But with no way to back down, he could only grit his teeth and nod. All right, pleasure doing business. Long Tianxiang burst into laughter and strode away with his trusted men. As soon as their footsteps faded, Hu Biao suddenly swung his fist, smashing concrete fragments from the wall with a loud bang. Boss Biao, are we really going to our deaths? One of his subordinates mumbled nervously. Deaths? Hu Biao grinned, revealing teeth as white as fangs honed on African battlefields. When I was working as a mercenary, these guys were still playing in the mud. He lowered his voice. Go grab those 10 young survivors we've been keeping for a few days. They want us to be cannon fodder? Let someone else take the heat first. Boss Biao is brilliant. The subordinate felt relieved and hurried away. 9 a.m., suburban clearing assembly point. Long Tianxiang showed up right on time. 3 high-clearance modified pickup trucks kicked up dust as they stopped before the group. Each truck bed mounted a heavy machine gun, their dark barrels gleaming ominously in the sunlight. As the doors opened, over 20 thugs jumped out in unison, fully equipped with bulletproof vests and automatic rifles. Brother Biao, here are the weapons. Long Tianxiang pointed to several military green weapon cases on the ground, then gave Hu Biao's shoulder a fake pat. Once you approach the villa, we'll provide fire support. Hu Biao put on a grateful yet determined expression while sneering inwardly. He noticed Long Tianxiang's men were clearly divided into two groups. One team following behind him for show, while another was quietly flanking through the woods toward the villa's side. The double cross was written all over their faces. Move out. Hu Biao waved his hand, stuffing the 10 survivors along with his own men into the off-road vehicles Long Tianxiang provided. Engines roared as the convoy slowly headed toward Cloud Villa, and in the rearview mirror, Long Tianxiang's cold smile gradually shrank to a pinpoint. Cloud Villa surveillance room. Marshal, Chun Feng burst through the war room door, his voice urgent. Armed convoy spotted 2 kilometers to the east. Lin Ye's head snapped up as he strode to the monitoring wall. On the high-definition screens, real-time footage from drones revealed everything. An armed force of about 50 men advancing in groups. Their equipment a mixed bag. Some carried standard rifles, while others wielded makeshift hunting guns. Their formation was chaotic and undisciplined, clearly not regular military. Most striking was their bizarre formation. 10 men in the front row skulked along the walls of ruined buildings, dropping to search every 50 meters. 300 meters behind, the main force moved in fits and starts, smoking and chatting among themselves. Interesting. Lin Ye sneered coldly, using cannon fodder to scout ahead. Ruthless enough. He turned back. Have we identified which faction this is? Not yet. Chen Feng stood at attention to report. But the front personnel show elevated body temperatures, and rapid heart rates. Drone thermal imaging indicates they're extremely nervous. Several corps members in the rear have stable temperatures and are still puffing away. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, drawing red defensive lines on the electronic sand table. Order Snow Leopard Strike Team takes positions around the villa perimeter. Open fire when enemies enter the 50-meter kill zone. Have Xie Jin bring an infantry squad back for reinforcement and flank them. The remaining 2 squads hold the eastern defense line to prevent zombies from taking advantage of the chaos. Yes, sir. Chen Feng snapped to attention and rushed off to relay the orders. Lin Yi settled back into his command chair, fingers lightly tapping the armrest, his gaze cold as ice. He didn't care who was coming or what their scheme was in this post-apocalyptic world. Anyone bold enough to set their sights on him had only one path: death. 9:30 a.m., outskirts of Cloud Villa. 10 survivors clutching automatic rifles hunched their shoulders as they crept along the abandoned street, their tattered clothing flapping in the morning breeze, while dust mixed with their panicked breathing drifted through the air. What the hell does Brother Biao want us to do here? A scrawny man's lips trembled pale white as sweat dripped from his chin onto his rifle stock, his index finger hovering outside the trigger guard but constantly shaking. Shut up. Aiming, the burly leader lowered his voice and swept his fierce gaze across the group. Just get to the villa gate, and we're done. 10 days of rations, plus women to play with. Why worry about anything else? The others swallowed hard, their shoes scraping against broken glass with tiny crunching sounds, but they still pressed forward reluctantly. None of them knew that what awaited ahead wasn't reward, but death. 300 meters away, a well-equipped squad lay hidden behind a collapsed wall. Long Tianxiang held binoculars while his subordinate beside him, wearing body armor, muttered softly, "Brother Long, these cowards aren't even close to Hu Biao's elite forces." Long Tianxiang sneered coldly. "I only need cannon fodder to scout the path. Doesn't matter who goes." He lowered his binoculars and barked quietly to his team. "Full alert. Retreat immediately if anything unusual happens." Meanwhile, at the villa's perimeter, the 10 men continued crawling closer. 100 meters, 80 meters, 60 meters. The entire villa was so quiet only the wind could be heard. "Brother Aiming, something feels wrong," one of the men in the group said, his calves trembling. Aiming's heart was pounding wildly. This deathly silence was more terrifying than gunfire. "Be careful, spread out and find cover." The distance closed to 50 meters. Bang! A sharp sniper rifle shot pierced the silence. The frontmost man fell backward, a flower of blood blooming from his forehead. Enemy attack. Aiming rolled behind a rusted abandoned car, his voice hoarse as he shouted, "Get down. Everyone get down." Rat-a-tat-tat. Muzzle flashes suddenly erupted from the villa windows. The Snow Leopard Commando unit's QBZ-191 rifles opened fire simultaneously, 5.8mm bullets raining down like a storm. Hu Biao's men's screams rose and fell as bodies tumbled in the dust. A few quick-thinking ones played dead, only to be finished off by follow-up shots that left them torn apart. "Help! We've been set up." The survivors threw down their weapons and fled frantically, stumbling as they ran. 300 meters away, Long Tianxiang's face turned ashen as he slammed down his binoculars. "Retreat! Retreat now. Through the thick smoke, he could see the dark muzzles of heavy machine guns flashing in the villa's shadows, and those perfectly coordinated special forces moving in unison. This wasn't some fat sheep, but a beast armed to the teeth. At the rear observation point, Hu Biao held his binoculars, watching Long Tianxiang's forces retreat in disarray, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. Want to set me up? Dream on. He had calculated this outcome long ago. Those 10 unlucky bastards could die for all he cared. They were just expendable survivors anyway. The key was that Long Tianxiang now knew the villa's terrifying power and wouldn't dare cause trouble again anytime soon. Meanwhile, Hu Biao, could use this opportunity to strengthen himself. If he really wanted revenge, he could always take his men and defect to the villa, then pin all the blame on Long Tianxiang. Losing freedom was nothing compared to losing his head. Inside the villa, cold light from the monitoring room illuminated Lin Ye's face. On screen, the enemies were in full retreat as he spoke with icy eyes. Find out who these people are. As his words fell, he turned and walked toward the command room, his mind already forming plans. Anyone who dares to target him must be prepared to pay the price. 10:15 a.m., Eastern Street. Xie Jin led his infantry squad through the ruins at high speed. 6 QBZ-191 rifles lowered but constantly aimed at every shadow. Platoon leader. Second armed squad spotted at 11 o'clock, approximately 15 men, flanking the villa. The scout's voice crackled through the radio in a hushed tone. Take cover. Prepare for ambush. Xie Jin raised his hand in tactical signals, and the entire squad immediately dispersed into cover like water droplets. Seconds later, chaotic footsteps and muffled conversations emerged from behind the rubble. Brother Long said, "Scout the villa's fire points. Double rations for everyone." Damn, what was that gunfire earlier? Don't worry about it. Move fast. Xie Jin sneered, a ragtag bunch who couldn't even maintain tactical silence. He raised 3 fingers and counted down silently as his team watched. 3, 2, 1. Open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. 6 streams of fire crisscrossed in sweeping bursts, instantly sealing the entire street with a hail of bullets. Before the enemy could even see their attackers, 7 or 8 men had already fallen into pools of blood. Ambush. Retreatard. A burly man had just raised his rifle when the marksman took him out with a precise headshot. The remaining few turned to flee, only to be completely cut off by machine gun fire from the flanks. 5 minutes later, as the smoke cleared, 15 corpses lay scattered among the debris. Leave one alive. Xie Jin kicked over a corpse, revealing a tall, thin man shot in the thigh. The man had wet himself and was trembling so badly he could barely speak. Xie Jin grabbed him by the collar. Take him. Villa command room. Marshal, platoon leader Xie Jin has completed the engagement, captured 1 prisoner, and is escorting him back. Chen Feng reported. Lin Ye stood before the surveillance wall, his eyes ice-cold. Good. I want to see who's foolish enough to court death. Interrogation room. A dim bulb swayed overhead as the prisoner sat bound to an iron chair, his leg wound hastily bandaged, blood still dripping through the gauze into his boots. Lin Ye sat across from him, fingers tapping the table lightly, his voice calm, yet suffocating. Name. Wang Taizhu. Who sent you? Long Tianxiang, leader of Aurora Sanctuary. Aurora Sanctuary? What's their background? Wang Taizhu swallowed hard. After the apocalypse broke out, he raided the police station for weapons and formed a team. Now he has dozens of elite soldiers under him, with thousands of survivors following. Why did he attack my base? He said this place has lots of supplies, and if we take it down, the brothers can live the good life. Wang Tiezhu's voice grew smaller. I really don't know anything else. I'm just a regular person who was forcibly conscripted. Lin Ye stared into his pupils, confirming he wasn't lying. Who else does Long Tianxiang work with? Work with? Wang Taizhu looked completely bewildered. I don't know. He said once we take this place, we'd have good days ahead. Lin Ye frowned. Just a bottom-tier lackey with no access to inside information. Take him away. Soldiers stepped forward, 1 on each side, dragging Wang Taizhu out of the interrogation room. Command room. Marshal, according to the prisoner's testimony, Aurora Sanctuary is a local survivor militia from Donghai City. Chen Feng analyzed. They clearly don't understand our capabilities, otherwise they wouldn't have sent so few men to their deaths. Lin Ye sneered. Whether they know or not, anyone who dares provoke me must pay the price. He turned and pressed his hand against the map, placing his finger on the location Wang Taizhu had described. Strengthen defenses first. Hold position for now. Once we've gathered intelligence, we'll take out this so-called sanctuary in one decisive strike. Yes, sir. Chengwang Residential Complex, Hu Biao Stronghold. Hu Biao stood with his hands on his hips at the edge of the rooftop, watching the distant convoy flee like beaten dogs. He burst into laughter. Ha! Long Tianxiang, your day has finally come. This is what you get for screwing me over. Behind him, over a dozen subordinates roared with laughter, their stomping making the floorboards vibrate. Highway, how did things go? He asked, turning around. The dark-skinned highway grinned widely. Don't worry, Boss Biao. Everything's perfect. He snapped his fingers, and more than 10 lackeys filed in carrying heavy wooden crates, 11 gleaming automatic rifles, 3 submachine guns, 1 pistol, 7 boxes of ammunition sealed in oilcloth, and 5 boxes of grenades, their cold metal glinting under the dim lights. Haha, we've struck it rich. Hu Biao rubbed his hands together, his eyes narrowing to slits with excitement. That idiot Long Tianxiang would never imagine we switched out the weapons. What they got were just model guns I collected during my mercenary days. Boss Biao is brilliant. Everyone chorused in flattery. Hu Biao sprawled into the sofa, crossed his legs, and announced, with this arsenal, we're somebody in Donghai City. To celebrate today's Hull Everyone party for a full day. The women in Qingyuan complex are yours for the taking. Yeah. The lackeys howled as they rushed out, instantly turning the hallway into chaos. Hu Biao lit a cigarette, squinting toward the distant cloud villa, muttering to himself. Long Tianxiang, you think this is over? The real show is just beginning. Aurora shelter convoy. Boss Long, we've completely lost contact with Tainan. The lackey in the passenger seat held the radio with a trembling voice. That bastard Hu Biao. Long Tianxiang roared, punching the window frame so hard the thick glass hummed. Not only had he gained nothing, but he'd also lost over 10 brothers and more than 20 guns in absolute humiliation. Boss Long, should we go back and wipe out Hu Biao? A trusted subordinate suggested vengefully. Long Tianxiang took a deep breath, suppressing his rage. No. We retreat to base first. Those people at the villa are too dangerous. If they catch up, we're finished. He swore through gritted teeth. Hu Biao, you just wait. If I don't get revenge, I'm not worthy of the name Long Tianxiang. The convoy roared faster, kicking up dust clouds as it disappeared into the ruins. Cloud Villa War Room. A holographic tactical display covered the entire metal conference table, with glowing streets flickering in the projection. Lin Ye stood at the head, fingers lightly tapping the control panel, calmly reviewing real-time data from the Eastern Theater, as if the recent attack had never happened. Chen Feng, what's the current status of our troop advancement? Chen Feng stepped forward quickly, pointing to a red glow on the tactical display. Marshal, since capturing Yida Shopping Mall, with fire support from the mortar squad, our advancement speed has increased by 60. The main force has reached a position 500 meters east of the mall. He continued tracing along the model streets. 5 more kilometers ahead lies our final objective, the financial center tower backed against the coastline. Once we take that, all the resources and strategic positions in the eastern suburbs will be ours. Lin Ye nodded slightly, but caught the hesitation in Chen Feng's tone. But Chen Feng took a deep breath. But in these final 5 kilometers, we've encountered trouble. What kind of trouble? Lin Ye frowned. Chen Feng pulled up the drone reconnaissance footage, revealing countless red dots that blanketed nearly the entire eastern district. The government military's helicopter rescue operation a few days ago had drawn zombies from several kilometers around to this location. Combined with the financial center's towering buildings and maze-like alleyways, any numerical estimate seemed inadequate. Chen Feng zoomed in on several key coordinates, watching the red dots pulse across the screen like a crimson torrent. If they advanced using conventional layer-by-layer tactics, not only would progress be sluggish, but the troops could be flanked or ambushed by zombie hordes at any moment. Even the most elite soldiers couldn't withstand such attrition. Lin Ye stared at the flickering red dots, his eyes growing colder by the second. What solutions do you have? His Adam's apple bobbed as Chen Feng hesitated slightly. Marshal, I do have an idea, but the risk is extremely high. Speak. Yes, sir. Chen Feng took a deep breath and traced a funnel-shaped area on the tactical map. We deliberately create a breach in our defensive line, deploy mobile units to lure all surrounding zombies into a predetermined battlefield, then concentrate all firepower there to establish overlapping fields of fire. If successful, we can clear the route to the financial center within 48 hours. If it fails, he didn't finish the sentence, but everyone understood once the defensive line collapsed, the eastern suburban forces would be swallowed by the sea of undead. The war room fell into brief silence. Lin Ye's gaze swept back and forth across the tactical map before finally settling on an open area west of the financial center. This plaza, Marshal, brilliant. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. I had already selected Financial Plaza as the main battlefield. The surrounding high-rises can house sniper positions. The central fountain area will slow the zombie horde, and it's precisely within maximum artillery range. Lin Ye pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up. What's the survival rate for the decoy unit? No more than 30%. This figure made every officer present tense up. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened as he turned toward the window. Throughout the base, soldiers repaired battle-damaged equipment, survivors queued for rations, and Rurin directed the women's team in categorizing supplies from the villa. All this order stemmed from his iron-fisted methods. After a moment, he turned back, his voice cold as steel. Execute this plan. But we won't use real people for the decoy unit. Chen Feng paused. Marshal, you mean? Modify warrior military trucks with remote control systems and high-powered speakers. Lin Ye quickly pulled up weapons depot data on the control panel. Deploy all incendiary bombs and thermobaric weapons to the front lines. If we're going to play, we're going big. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Tell Xie Jin that I don't want a repulsion, I want total annihilation. I want this entire area to pose no further threat. Yes, Marshal. Chun Feng snapped to attention and saluted, his fighting spirit blazing. Combat orders flew out rapidly. Artillery positions adjusted their firing data. Snow Leopard assault teams infiltrated predetermined sniper positions, and technicians worked through the night welding steel plates and remote control modules onto the decoy vehicles. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the financial center skyscrapers, tens of thousands of zombies continued their mindless wandering, completely unaware that a devastating storm was about to descend upon them. Meanwhile, at the eastern suburbs defense line, Chun Feng stood on the hastily constructed wooden command platform, his stern gaze sweeping across the bustling position. All personnel, listen up. He grabbed the radio, his voice ringing with authority. Establish cover at designated positions and reinforce defensive fortifications. Survivor teams, move ammunition immediately. As the radio transmission ended, the defense line erupted into action. Hundreds of survivors, under soldiers shouted commands, carried heavy wooden crates as they ran back and forth. Just half an hour earlier, over 100 units of ammunition that Lin Ye had purchased for 10,000 merit points had arrived. 7.62mm machine gun rounds, 5.8mm rifle ammunition, 40mm grenades, 60mm mortar shells. The ammunition boxes were stacked like a small mountain, quickly unpacked and distributed to various firing positions. Faster. Move faster. Li Hua's voice was nearly hoarse, sweat dripping from his chin. Looking at the ammunition crates scattered everywhere, he was 70 to 80% certain this battle would be a fight to the death. 100 meters away, 3 CSK-181 warrior armored vehicles blocked the gap. The 12.7mm heavy machine guns on their roofs were deliberately angled low, their barrels coldly aimed forward. Soldiers used scrapped cars, steel barriers, and concrete blocks dragged from nearby construction sites to build layer upon layer of solid obstacles. What the hell is this for? With this much ammunition, are they planning to wipe out every zombie in the eastern suburbs? A survivor carrying ammunition muttered under his breath. Shut up and get back to work. Lung Feng barked, leading the enforcement team to join the transport effort. He surveyed the position the gap's width was strictly controlled to allow only 6 or 7 people side by side. The concrete walls on both sides were reinforced again, and all heavy machine guns were concentrated behind the gap, their dark muzzles locking down the passage. Madman, he muttered quietly, though admiration flickered in his eyes. This is absolutely insane tactics. At the rear of the defense line, the aid station, Mu Qing led her team in checking medical supplies. Bandages, hemostatic agents, and morphine injections were neatly arranged on folding tables. Captain Mu, this battle, it's going to be brutal, isn't it? A young nurse asked, clutching gauze with a trembling voice. Mu Qing didn't answer, only gazed quietly toward the defense line. There, more than 10 light and heavy machine guns were already in position, and the mortar battery had completed its adjustments. The mixed smell of gunpowder in the air pressed heavily on everyone's chest. 2 hours later, the decoy vehicles were ready. Report. 3 decoy vehicles have been modified. The squad leader wiped engine oil from his face and saluted. The 3 ordinary military trucks were unrecognizable. 6 high-powered speakers were welded to their roofs, and specially designed meat packages filled with rotting flesh and strong chemical blood scent hung from their rear. The drivers' cabins were completely converted to remote control, ensuring operation without personnel. Chun Feng inspected each circuit and mounting point, nodding with satisfaction. Well done. He turned to face the defense line. Machine gunners made final calibrations, while the artillery crew verified mortar firing data. The entire position suddenly fell quiet, with only scattered metallic clanging and soldiers' heavy breathing. All personnel, attention. Lin Ye's voice suddenly crackled through everyone's earpiece. Calm, yet commanding. Decoy vehicle operation commences. All other personnel, prepare for combat. Outside the financial center. Boom, boom. 2 60mm mortar shells streaked across the overcast sky with trailing flames, landing precisely in the zombie horde at the center of the plaza. Fire and shockwaves instantly tore apart dozens of zombies, sending severed limbs and black blood flying through the air as bone fragments clattered against the ground. The entire zombie tide erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest, countless undead shrieking in unison as their rotting heads turned toward the explosion. Thump, thump, thump. Deafening electronic music suddenly blasted from the street corner as 3 warrior trucks' massive speakers pounded the beat into the air. Meat packages dangling from the vehicle's rear ends flapped in the wind, their pungent stench rapidly spreading through the streets and drawing the horde instinctively forward. Operation begins. Chun Feng commanded decisively from the control station. 3 unmanned warrior trucks roared to life simultaneously, racing toward the defensive gap as an overwhelming tide of zombies surged in pursuit behind them. First decoy vehicle, codename Iron Bull. Iron Bull's heavy tires crushed a rotting corpse, jolting the vehicle violently. Heavy metal music roared inside the cabin while the meat package at the rear swayed in the fierce wind, spattering droplets of blood in a dark red trail. On the control room's rearview feed, thousands of zombies gave frantic chase. They shoved, bit, and even trampled their own kind into pulp as more monsters continuously joined this deadly race. Faster! Go faster! The engineering squad leader shouted into his microphone. 800 meters from the defensive line, Iron Bull's engine screamed to its breaking point, speed climbing to maximum. But the horde was accelerating to the nearest zombie had closed to within 10 meters. Second decoy vehicle, codename Lightning. Lightning dove into a narrow alley, attempting to use the terrain to shake off some pursuers. Bang! Its front side slammed hard into an abandoned bus by the roadside, ripping off the right side mirror. Worse still, the impact had loosened the meat package's rope. It could fall at any moment. Hold steady. Don't let the bait drop. The operator's fingers flew across the controls while watching the monitor. Lightning yanked the steering wheel hard, barely managing to drift past a collapsed building. But this brief pause allowed the horde to close within 5 meters. A zombie in a security guard uniform leaped forward, its rotting fingers scraping against the guardrail as it fell. Third decoy vehicle, codename Mustang. Mustang faced the greatest peril. During a turn, it ran over sharp debris, instantly blowing the right front tire and forcing it to limp forward on the flat at barely 40 km/h. Abandon Mustang. Detonate the incendiary immediately. Chen Feng ordered without hesitation. The operator pressed the red button without delay. Boom. A massive fireball erupted from beneath Mustang, consuming zombies within a 20-meter radius in searing heat as the smell of charred flesh mixed with black smoke shot skyward. The inferno only further enraged the remaining horde, which shrieked and lunged even more savagely toward Iron Bull and Lightning. Defensive gap, final 500 meters. Iron Bull and Lightning raced side by side in their final sprint, with tens of thousands of zombies forming a dark tide behind them. Prepare to engage. Xie Jin's voice echoed across the defensive line. Machine gunners chambered rounds, artillery crews adjusted firing angles, and everyone held their breath in readiness. 200 meters, the spotter shouted. The two decoy vehicles shot through the smoke like arrows from a bow, while the zombie tide built into a 3-meter-high wave behind them, the teeth and rotting eyes of the frontrunners clearly visible. 100 meters. Iron Bull and Lightning simultaneously burst through the gap as engineers remotely slammed the brakes, locking them in place. In that same instant, the vanguard of the zombie tide reached the front line. Fire! With Xie Jin's command, the entire defensive line erupted in deafening thunder. 12 QJY-201 general-purpose machine guns erupted simultaneously, their muzzles spitting flames as the metal storm of 7.62 mm bullets instantly shredded the zombies at the breach into fragments. The mortar squad followed with rapid fire, sending high-explosive rounds arcing over the gap to crash into the rear of the horde, creating geysers of blood mist and scattered limbs. But the zombie numbers were overwhelming. They surged forward relentlessly, trampling over the mangled remains of their own kind. In moments, a wall of corpses over 3 feet high had formed at the breach, with the creatures behind simply using this meat wall as a ramp to press forward. Reload, the machine gunner roared. In the split second the ammunition belt ran dry, dozens of zombies slipped through the fire net. Infantry squad, fill the gap, Xie Jin commanded coldly. The waiting infantry raised their QBZ-191 assault rifles, delivering precise shots that took down each straggler with headshots. The battle reached fever pitch. Gun barrels glowed red-hot from the heat, forcing shooters to rotate constantly. Ammunition disappeared like water down a drain, with crates emptying in moments. Behind them, survivor transport teams raced back and forth between the ammunition depot and the front line, pushing carts and hauling ammo boxes. Despite everything, the defensive line held firm. In the command center, Lin Ye watched the battlefield through surveillance monitors. The ammunition consumption report was staggering. In just 10 minutes, they had burned through 30 basic loads. However, the corpses outside the breach had piled into a small mountain, forcing subsequent zombies to climb over this obstacle, making them even better targets. Order the artillery squad to switch to incendiary rounds, he said calmly. 3 minutes later, 6 incendiary shells tore through the night sky, striking precisely into the densest part of the horde. The explosion sent orange flames instantly consuming hundreds of zombies, the acrid stench penetrating even through gas masks. The wall of fire successfully cut off reinforcements, buying the defense precious breathing room. Well done, Lin Ye's lips curved slightly. Continue until the last zombie falls. Half an hour later, the metal storm continued its rampage, the 7.62 mm bullet net constantly shredding the frontmost zombies. Just when everyone thought they could hold the line, something changed. Sergeant, 3 o'clock. a soldier suddenly shouted. Something's moving fast. Jin spun his weapon around to see a lean zombie weaving through the horde on all fours like a wild animal, capable of sudden direction changes. 3 controlled bursts missed as the creature rolled aside at the last second, taking only a graze across its shoulder. Damn it, the soldier cursed, taking aim again. The creature seized this split-second opening to spring forward like a coiled spring, lunging at the machine gun position. Bang! A muffled shot rang out from the flank as a sniper round punched through its skull. High-speed zombie eliminated. The Snow Leopard Special Forces sniper reported coolly. Just as Jin began to relax, shouts erupted from the left side of the defense. Heavy zombie. It's a heavy zombie. The crowd was pushed aside as a massive zombie over 6 feet tall emerged from the horde, its muscles bulging and skin a grayish-blue color, as if covered in rough keratin. It thundered forward, charging straight at the defensive line. Open fire. 5 or 6 assault rifles simultaneously aimed and opened fire on the creature. The bullets struck its body but merely embedded in the muscle, failing to inflict fatal damage. The monster only staggered back 1 step before lunging at the defensive line again. Switch to armor-piercing rounds. Jin commanded. The soldiers expertly ejected empty magazines and inserted fresh ones. The 7.62mm armor-piercing rounds formed blazing streams of fire, striking their target with precision. Several fist-sized bloody holes were torn open in the monster's chest, yet it still refused to fall, instead roaring thunderously. Rocket launcher. Now, a PF 97-93mm thermobaric rocket streaked forward with its fiery tail. Whoosh boom. The high-temperature shockwave instantly shredded the heavily armored zombie along with 5 or 6 ordinary zombies around it. However, shadowy figures still darted at high speed through the depths of the zombie horde, and massive forms continued to surge forward. The danger was far from over. Command center. The red dots on the surveillance screens grew increasingly dense. Lin Ye frowned deeply. He had anticipated the appearance of special zombies, but never expected such staggering numbers. Marshal, do we need to adjust our tactics? Chen Feng asked. Lin Ye pondered for a moment. Snipers prioritize eliminating the high-speed variants. Leave the heavily armored zombies to the rocket launchers and grenadiers. Mortar teams switch to thermobaric rounds and cover the rear of the zombie horde. Yes, sir. Orders cascaded down through the ranks, and the defensive line immediately adjusted its firepower. No more blind suppressive fire. Every muzzle now precisely targeting each specific threat. Defensive gap, brutal tug-off war. After another 40 minutes of intense firefight, ammunition consumption far exceeded expectations. Survivor transport teams gasped for breath as they hauled ammunition crates. Hurry! The machine gun positions are running low on ammo. Li Hua roared hoarsely, personally shouldering a crate of bullets and charging toward the front lines. At the second line, Lung Feng led the enforcement squad on standby to fill any gaps. He gazed at the mountain of corpses over 2 meters high, his heart filled with awe. These madmen had actually pushed what seemed like an impossible plan toward reality. Medical tent. Mu Qing and the rescue team worked frantically without rest. Wounded kept streaming in, mostly suffering from grazing bullet wounds or extreme exhaustion. Pressed down on his artery. Quick! She pressed firmly against a middle-aged man's shattered thigh, but blood continued spurting through her fingers. Rear of the zombie horde. The music from the 2 decoy vehicles had long since stopped, but the smell of blood and gunfire continued to draw the zombie masses. Each thermobaric mortar round bloomed like a flower of death, instantly clearing all living things within a 20-meter radius. Yet the corpses piled higher and higher. Zombies in the rear ranks trampled over the mountain of bodies to continue their charge, with special zombies appearing with increasing frequency. Platoon leader. 3 high-speed variants on the right. 2 heavily armored on the left. Requesting support. Urgent calls crackled over the radio one after another. Cold sweat trickled down Jin's temples, but he remained calm. Group A, take the right. Group B, take the left. Rocket launchers in position. Snipers, fire at will. Gun barrels overheated continuously and had to be frequently replaced. Ammunition evaporated like water, yet not a single soldier retreated even half a step. Everyone knew that once the defensive line collapsed, it would mean total annihilation. So even with numb arms and ringing ears, they mechanically loaded, aimed, and fired. The turning point. Platoon leader. The zombie horde is weakening, the observer shouted excitedly. Jin looked up and indeed saw it. The charging zombies had noticeably decreased, and special zombies were no longer appearing. Hold fast. Victory is within reach. The soldiers' spirits soared, and their firepower intensified. The last zombie was torn to shreds by machine gun fire, and the battlefield fell into sudden silence. The gunfire stopped. Everyone held their breath in vigilant readiness. 1 minute, 2 minutes, no new enemies appeared. Did we win? A young soldier murmured to himself. Jin exhaled deeply and pressed his radio. Reporting to the marshal, the defensive line held. The zombie horde has been essentially annihilated. Command center. After hearing the report, Lin Ye finally allowed a smile to cross his lips, quietly releasing a long-held breath of stale air. This high-stakes gamble had won. The thunderous gunfire finally ceased, leaving only deathly silence and the heavy stench of blood hanging over the smoke-filled battlefield. In the distance, several survivors huddled deep within the ruins, peering through shattered window frames and collapsed wall cracks toward the defense line. A dirt-covered man's voice trembled. Is it the army? It must be. The army has fought back. The woman beside him gripped his arm tightly, tears mixing with dust. Save us. We're here. Someone couldn't help but lean out halfway, frantically waving a greasy, torn cloth. But when they saw clearly what lay ahead, all their cries instantly caught in their throats. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, stretching endlessly. Before the defense line, zombie remains were piled layer upon layer, nearly filling the entire street. Shattered torsos, severed limbs, and bullet-blasted skulls formed a horrifying wall of flesh. Thick, dark red blood pooled into streams, winding along the cracked pavement, carrying the overwhelming stench of decay and the acrid smell of incendiary rounds. Scattered bodies still twitched, fingernails scraping against the ground as if still trying to crawl toward the living. The suffocating reek of blood hung like a net over the entire ruins. Atop the defense line, soldiers remained in their half-kneeling firing positions, rifle barrels locked on the front, not one of them relaxing their guard. Gunpowder residue and blood spatter covered their faces as sharp eyes methodically scanned every inch of the corpse pile. Sergeant, confirmed elimination of the entire zombie horde. A soldier reported in a low, hoarse voice. Xieji nodded slightly, but only replied coldly. Wait another 10 minutes. Make sure there are no survivors. Having endured countless bloody battles, they understood that even one missed zombie could bring catastrophic disaster. Li Hua stood behind the defense line, staring at that mountain of flesh and blood, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Having survived the apocalypse through smooth talk and cunning, he now truly understood for the first time in the face of absolute force. All schemes were laughably pathetic. What exactly are these people? He muttered, cold sweat rolling down his temples. Lung Feng stood nearby, his expression complex. As a former Special Forces soldier, he understood the horror of this battle better than Li Hua. This wasn't an ordinary encounter, but a massacre precise to the second. Any conventional unit would have been torn apart by the zombie horde. Yet this team had achieved 0 casualties. Do we really have what it takes to survive in this kind of world? A survivor whispered to himself, awe and fear intertwined. No one answered. Inside the villa's command room, surveillance screens displayed the field of corpses and smoke. Lin Ye stood with his hands behind his back, eyes cold as ice. Give the order, burn all the bodies. Yes, Marshal, the communications officer immediately responded. Minutes later, several incendiary rounds trailing blazing white tails streaked across the sky, plunging into the mountain of corpses. Boom. Searing flames instantly devoured everything, black smoke billowing upward, staining the sky a dark crimson. The corpses twisted and carbonized in the intense heat, ultimately turning to ash. The soldiers remained vigilant, their dark gun barrels steadily aimed forward. They understood this victory was only the beginning. Survivors watching from a distance stood silent before the roaring flames, as if even their breath trembled from the scorching heat. The dusk sky was stained dark red by gunpowder smoke, the setting sun blood-like, casting its glow over the charred earth. Lin Ye stood on the villa terrace, overlooking the eastern suburban defense line. 6 hours of fierce battle had exhausted their ammunition, but also completely annihilated the main zombie horde, clearing the path to the financial center tower. He didn't advance rashly, instead allowing his troops to rest in shifts while ordering survivors from Dawn Base to clean the battlefield and collect supplies. The system notification suddenly blared. Ding. Detected Marshall's forces eliminated zombies 100,086. Calculating rewards. Ding. Merit points gained 100,086. Ding. Blueprint reward obtained. Standard Mechanized Infantry Company 1. Ding. Blueprint reward obtained. ZTL 19-wheeled Assault Vehicle Infantry Fighting Vehicle 1. Ding. Blueprint reward obtained. ZSL 10-wheeled Armored Command Vehicle 1. Ding. Blueprint reward obtained. AK-12 Assault Rifle 1. Ding. Blueprint reward obtained. QBU-203 Designated Marksman Rifle 1. Ding. Blueprint reward obtained. QJY-2 017.62 mm General Purpose Machine Gun 1. Ding. Blueprint reward obtained. PF-98 a 120 mm anti-tank rocket launcher 1. Ding. Blueprint reward obtained. NIJ Level 4 Heavy Ballistic Plate 1. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow and quickly accessed the system panel, detailed information spreading before his eyes. Standard Mechanized Infantry Company cost, 500,000 merit points. Organization. 1. Infantry platoons 3. Each platoon. Platoon headquarters 2 personnel 3 standard infantry squads 1 fire support squad. 2. Fire support platoon. 60 mm mortar squad 9 man. Squad Leader 1, 2, 4-man gun crews. Heavy Machine Gun Squad 8-man 1. 3. Company Headquarters. Company Commander 1, Deputy Commander 1, Political Instructor 1, Communications Personnel 2, Medics 2. Total personnel, approximately 144. Primary equipment. Infantry platoons. QBZ-191 AK-12 assault rifles. QJY-201 general purpose machine guns. QBU-203 designated marksman rifles. PF-1698 rocket launchers. Fire support platoon. PP-93 60mm mortars 4. QJZ-89 12.7mm heavy machine guns 2. Vehicle configuration. 12 ZTL 19-wheeled assault vehicle infantry fighting vehicles. 2 ZBL-08 armored command vehicles. 4 ZSL-10 armored personnel carriers. Firepower and protection specifications. ZTL-19 infantry fighting vehicle can carry 9 fully equipped soldiers. Main weapon, 105mm rifled cannon, 40 rounds. Secondary weapon, 7.62mm coaxial machine gun, 2,000 rounds. Protection, composite armor reactive armor modules. Mobility, 600 horsepower diesel engine, maximum speed 100 km/h. Crew compartment, equipped with firing ports, can transport 1 infantry squad of 9 personnel. Each ZTL-19 infantry fighting vehicle can transport 9 fully equipped soldiers with main armament of 105mm rifled cannon carrying 40 rounds, secondary armament of 7.62mm coaxial machine gun with 2,000 rounds, protection consisting of composite armor plus reactive armor modules. Mobility provided by 600 horsepower diesel engine with maximum speed of 100 km/h, and crew compartment capable of carrying 1 infantry squad of 9 personnel equipped with firing ports. The ZBL-08 armored command vehicle can carry 5 command personnel and features communication systems, battlefield data links, satellite communications, and frequency hopping radios. Bulletproof glass and composite armor provide complete protection for both the driver's compartment and command module. Even direct hits from 12.7mm armor-piercing rounds at close range can only produce sparks on the surface. It maintains identical mobility characteristics to the ZTL-19, with its 88-wheeled chassis capable of keeping pace with high-speed vehicles on highways while remaining rocksteady during off-road operations. Within the same formation, the ZSL-10 armored personnel carrier is responsible for delivering 12 soldiers directly to the front lines. The turret-mounted 12.7mm remote weapon station allows for target acquisition and engagement from within the vehicle, while basic ballistic armor enhances survivability. When both vehicles execute the steel torrent tactic, multiple infantry fighting vehicles form a wedge assault formation, providing continuous suppressive fire before using their high mobility to rapidly reposition, creating gaps and cover for frontline infantry. The battlefield awareness system makes the ZBL-08 the nerve center of the entire company. Drone-transmitted imagery and coordinate data from various vehicles' frequency-hopping radios all appear in real time on a single battlefield situation display, compressing command transmission delays to mere seconds. ZSL 10-wheeled command armored vehicle blueprint exchange price, 80,000 merit points vehicle. Vehicle platform, 88 high-mobility chassis, composite armor capable of withstanding 12.7mm armor-piercing rounds and artillery fragments, featuring mine-resistant design. Command systems, large integrated command and control terminal, battlefield situation display, communication relay, for encrypted frequency-hopping radios. Satellite communication interface requires satellite support. Unmanned aerial vehicle control station. Firepower, remote weapon station equipped with either 12.7mm heavy machine gun or 35mm automatic grenade launcher as standard. Crew, 1 vehicle commander commanding officer, 1 driver, 2 communication operators, all included with vehicle upon exchange. Special capability, Battlefield Neural Hub, enables ultra-rapid friendly force information sharing within its command range, significantly improving data accuracy and noticeably reducing command delays. ZTL 19-wheeled assault vehicle infantry fighting vehicle variant, 50,000 merit points vehicle. Firepower, 105mm rifled cannon capable of firing armor-piercing and high-explosive rounds, plus coaxial 7.62mm machine gun. Personnel capacity, can transport 9 fully equipped soldiers including 3 crew members. Mobility, highway speed 100 km/h, off-road speed 60 km/h. Protection, armor capable of withstanding direct fire from 12.7mm armor-piercing rounds. AK-12 assault rifle fully configured, 500 merit points unit. Caliber, 5.45 39 mm 7.62 39 mm quick change capability. Rate of fire, 700 rounds minute. Magazine capacity, 30 rounds, expandable to 60 round drum accessories. Picatinny rails for mounting optical sights, tactical lights, and other equipment. QBU-203 Precision Marksman Rifle Blueprint. Exchange price, 600 merit points per rifle, includes dedicated scope and 5 10-round magazines. Features 7.6251 mm NATO caliber, high precision, ideal for medium to long-range elimination. Huge AY-201 type 7.62 mm general purpose machine gun, 500 merit points per unit. Configuration: rate of fire 650 rounds per minute, belt fed with 100-round belt box, 200-round drum magazine. Effective range 1,000 meters. PF-98A type 120 mm anti-tank rocket launcher blueprint. Exchange price: 1,500 merit points per unit. Includes 1 armor-piercing round and 1 multipurpose round. Features: devastating power, effective against heavily armored targets and fortifications. Requires 2-person operation with gunner and ammunition handler. NIJ Level 4 Heavy Ballistic Plate Blueprint. Exchange price: 300 merit points per plate. Features: can withstand .3006 m2 AP armor-piercing rounds equivalent to 7.6263 mm armor-piercing ammunition. Significantly enhances protection for vital chest and abdomen areas. Lin Ye stared at the rows of cold parameters on the screen and drew in a sharp breath. Good lord, with this firepower configuration, it's practically a mechanized infantry company. He calculated silently that with enough time and ammunition, he could sweep through the entire Donghai city. Especially those infantry fighting vehicles and command vehicles, both their performance and firepower stood at the ceiling of this world. Unfortunately, his current merit points totaled only 150,000, insufficient to deploy a complete company all at once. But for an Apache helicopter, more than enough. This idea had been brewing in his mind for several days. System: exchange for 10 AK-12s, 10 general-purpose machine guns, and 1 AH-64E Apache. Ding. 110,000 merit points consumed. Exchange successful. As soon as the words fell, the armory was filled with neatly arranged AK-12s and QJY-201s, complete with magazines and ammunition belts. The fresh scent of gun oil mixed with metallic odors filled the air. On the helipad behind the villa, an olive-green Apache attack helicopter slowly materialized in the air, rotors still, its 30mm chain gun beneath the nose reflecting cold light in the moonlight. Lin Ye's lips curved slightly upward. With these 3 additions, his confidence in capturing the Eastern Financial Center had taken another significant step forward. Just then, "Marshal, dinner is ready." And Rurin's voice came from outside the door, gentle yet restrained, interrupting his thoughts. "Enter." The door opened softly, and Rurin and Mo Yoshua entered the bedroom one after the other. Both wore form-fitting black and white-made uniforms. And Rurin carried a plate of steaming fillet steak with several golden-roasted asparagus spears arranged along the rim, while Mo Yoshua held a bottle of aged red wine and 2 wine glasses. Lin Ye's gaze lingered on the steak for half a second, his brow furrowing slightly. The meat appeared somewhat dry and tough, with the edges even slightly charred, clearly indicating that culinary skills were still developing. However, he didn't point this out, simply taking the knife and fork with composed demeanor. As the blade descended, the slightly rough fiber texture of the steak's cross-section was clearly visible, yet he still finished all the food with the characteristic efficiency of a soldier. The sound of porcelain plate meeting cutlery was particularly clear in the quiet room. Mo Yoshua stood beside him with hands at her sides, stealing glances at his movements, quick yet maintaining proper etiquette, each cut as precise as a controlled demolition. When the plate was completely clean, she immediately stepped forward, preparing to clear the dishes as she had the previous night. "Wait." Lin Ye suddenly spoke. Mo Yoshua froze mid-step, looking up to meet his gaze. "What are your orders, Marshal?" "Attend to my bath." Lin Ye's tone was flat, as if discussing the most ordinary matter. Mo Yoshua's pupils contracted slightly, momentarily stunned. Lin Ye shot Rurin a meaningful glance, and she immediately understood, taking the dishes from her hands and saying softly, "I'll go clean up the kitchen." As she turned to leave, she thoughtfully closed the door behind her, leaving only the 2 of them in the room. Mo Yoshua stood frozen in place, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress. After being rejected last night when she had taken the initiative, she thought her chances were slim, but unexpectedly, he had suddenly made this request. "Is there a problem?" Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. No. She quickly shook her head. "I'll go prepare right away." She hurried into the bathroom, her heart pounding like a drum. Hot water gushed into the bathtub as steam quickly fogged up the mirror. She tested the water temperature and carefully arranged the bath products, deliberately slowing her movements as if stalling for time. "Not ready yet." A deep male voice suddenly intruded. Startled, her hand trembled and the body wash dropped into the water with a splash. Lin Ye leaned against the doorframe, slowly unbuttoning his shirt, revealing his toned chest bit by bit. Mo Yoshua quickly averted her gaze, her ears burning red. The water's ready. Come here." The man uttered just 2 words, yet they made her breath catch. She took a deep breath and walked toward him, her trembling fingers reaching for his belt buckle. Lin Ye suddenly grasped her chin, forcing her to look up. You were quite bold yesterday. Why are you being timid today? His fingertips burned against her skin, dangerous light flickering in his gray-blue eyes. Only then did Mo Yoshua understand that last night's rejection wasn't out of disgust, but rather a hunter waiting for the moment when his prey was most vulnerable. And now, he was clearly in an excellent mood. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Ye had already leaned down to kiss her. The forceful kiss carried an undeniable possessiveness, making Mo Yoshua feel dizzy as her back hit the cold tiles. Steam filled the bathroom, their figures blurred into suggestive silhouettes in the mist. Outside the window, the last ray of sunset sank into the night, leaving only dim yellow light flickering in the fog. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Ruren pressed her entire body against the door, her ear close to the crack, her face red as a ripe apple. Marshall, gentler, it hurts. Faster, go faster. I'm almost there. From inside the room came Mo Yoshua's tearful pleas mixed with splashing water and the man's deep breathing. And Ruren unconsciously pressed her thighs together, her heart feeling like it might burst from her chest. Sister Schwer was usually so aloof. Who would have thought she'd sound so? When as her mind wandered, suddenly. And Ruren, what are you doing? A stern male voice exploded behind her, nearly making her scream. Chen Feng stood at the end of the hallway, frowning as he looked her way. And Ruren frantically straightened up, but having crouched too long, her legs had gone numb, and she nearly fell. Chen Feng quickly stepped forward to steady her, accidentally overhearing the sounds from inside the room as well. The usually cold and ruthless Snow Leopard captain's bronze face instantly flushed with a suspicious red tint. Nonsense, he lowered his voice, reaching out to grasp Ruren's slender wrist and practically dragging her toward the kitchen. You're getting bolder by the day, aren't you? And Ruren hung her head like a schoolchild who'd been caught misbehaving, her fingertips fidgeting with the hem of her dress as she mumbled, I was just curious. This response left Chen Feng speechless. He opened his mouth, then closed it, managing only a heavy sigh. After a moment, he glanced at his watch and finally changed the subject. The Marshal. How long has it been? It just started, and Ruren replied instinctively, then immediately realized the awkwardness of her response. Her cheeks burned bright red as she tapped her toes anxiously on the floor. Captain Chen, why are you asking that? Chen Feng frowned, pausing for 2 seconds before explaining. I have something to report. What is it? I can pass along the message. And Ruren perked up immediately at the chance to help, her deer-like eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. He hesitated for a moment before finally relenting. That girl named Mu Qing has matters regarding the rescue team she wants to discuss with the Marshal in person. Mu Qing. And Ruren tilted her head, trying to recall. Having been learning alongside Chen Feng recently, she'd heard about this female soldier's record rappelling down 18 floors to escape, single-handedly taking down zombies, and even organizing her own rescue team. Quite impressive indeed. Got it. I'll pass along the message as soon as the Marshal is free, she agreed readily. Chen Feng nodded and turned to leave, but couldn't help looking back to remind her. And in the future, don't. He pointed toward the master bedroom, but ultimately swallowed the rest of his reprimand. And Ruren stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. Watching the stern captain's helpless retreating figure, she suddenly giggled, so even this iron-blooded captain could make such adorable expressions. In the kitchen, warm yellow light illuminated the white porcelain sink as water splashed down. And Ruren hummed a little tune while scrubbing the foam off the dishes, but her ears were perked high, ready to catch any sounds from the master bedroom. The water sound stopped, then started again, sometimes near, sometimes far, continuing intermittently for quite a while. Looks like Sister Schwer is in for a long night, she whispered to herself, her smile growing even brighter. Master bedroom bathroom. Warm steam filled the air as water droplets slowly trickled down the mirror's surface. Mo Yoshua lay sprawled powerlessly on the cold marble floor, her slender fingers desperately clawing at the tile grooves. Her damp hair clung to her back, and her pale skin bore an ambiguous pink flush while her legs trembled slightly. At the bathtub's edge, Lin Ye reclined against soft cushions with his eyes closed, water cascading from his shoulders and washing over his tense muscles. Starting tomorrow, his voice was casual, yet carried the calm authority of a command. You won't need to go to Li Hua's place anymore. Mo Yoshua froze, her unfocused eyes quickly sharpening. You'll join in Ruren and learn management under Chen Feng. These words struck like a thunderbolt, shattering all her grievances as joy instantly flooded her heart. She struggled to rise but was forced back down by a tearing pain below, letting out a muffled groan as her knees buckled. Thank you, Marshal. Her voice was hoarse from indulgence, yet couldn't hide her delight. Lin Ye opened his eyes, his sharp gaze piercing through the steam to land on her. Don't celebrate too early. His voice suddenly turned cold. Everything here belongs to including you, including in Ruren. I can provide protection, and I can take it away at any time. If you dare harbor any ulterior motives. No, I won't. Mo Yoshua cried out in terror, fear nearly spilling from her eyes. I swear. Lin Ye watched her trembling form, his lips slowly curving upward. Intermission's over. He raised his hand and crooked his finger. Come here. Mo Yoshua's pupils contracted sharply. She instinctively wanted to retreat, but froze under the man's icy stare. Biting her lip, she endured the pain and inched toward the bathtub. Every movement felt like being sliced by knives. The moment her fingertips touched the tub's edge, Lin Yi suddenly grabbed her wrist and yanked her into the water. MMPH. Water exploded as the warm liquid instantly covered her kiss-marked shoulders. Lin Yi leaned close to her ear, his voice deep as a demon's whisper. Remember tonight's lesson. Outside, moonlight was swallowed by dark clouds while the bathroom's dim lighting flickered through the churning steam. Early morning, master bedroom. The first rays of dawn filtered through curtain gaps, carrying floating dust particles in the quiet light. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, feeling the aching tension in his lower back. He sat up and glanced toward the foot of the bed where two figures stood. Mo Yoshue and Enrurin were already fully dressed, standing respectfully. The table held fried eggs, toast, fresh seasonal fruit, and a steaming cup of black coffee. Mo Yoshua kept her head down, cheeks flushed, not daring to meet Lin Ye's gaze. Her legs still trembled, and her walking posture was noticeably stiff. Last night's experience was like a night merino, more terrifying than any nightmare, and more harrowing. Lin Yi stretched his arms, signaling them to help him dress. And Rurin had just stepped forward when Mo Yoshua rushed ahead. Her knees buckled and she collapsed beside the bed, gasping in pain as cold sweat instantly beaded on her forehead. Schwer. And Rurin quickly supported her, whispering complaints. The marshal was too rough. Lin Yi coughed, unusually embarrassed as he touched his nose. He had indeed gotten carried away last night. A body enhanced by genetic serums was simply beyond what ordinary people could endure. Mo Yoshua had reached her absolute limit by staying up until 3 in the morning. Continuing any further would truly risk serious consequences. Ahem. Lin Yi cleared his throat. No need to attend to me. I'll dress myself. He swiftly put on his shirt, fastened his cufflinks, and added, Mo Yoshua, take the day off and rest well. If you need any medication, go directly to Chinfeng. And Rurin, escort her out first. Yes, Marshal. And Rurin obediently responded, supporting Mo Yoshua as they walked out. Thank you, Marshal. Mo Yoshua's voice was barely a whisper, but she felt relieved inside. In her current state, forget about studying with Chinfeng, even walking normally was difficult. Lin Yi watched the two figures depart, thoughtfully picking up his coffee. I'll need to control my strength better in the future. Lin Yi got up for a quick wash and ate the breakfast they had prepared. Now standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, morning light filtered through the bulletproof glass onto his sharply defined profile. His genetically enhanced body required only a few hours of sleep to fully recover, and he was currently overlooking the bustling scene of Dawn Base. And Rurin curled up in his arms like a kitten, her slender fingers tracing circles on his chest. Master, you were so intense. She looked up with mischievous eyes. You really gave Sister Schwer a hard time last night. Lin Ye's lips curved slightly as his large hand gave her perky bottom a pat. What, jealous? Not at all. And Rurin pouted but pressed her body closer. It's just, Master, could you be gentler next time? Sister Schwer could barely walk this morning. Lin Ye coughed lightly, recalling that he had indeed lost control last night. His genetically enhanced body far exceeded normal human capabilities in all aspects, including certain endurance factors. Haha, I'll be more careful next time. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly, his right hand unconsciously reaching for those proud peaks, causing Enrurin to blush shyly. By the way, Master. Enrurin suddenly remembered something. Looking up, Captain Shin came by last night, but you and Schwer were. She blushed and didn't continue. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. What did he want? Enrurin nodded. Captain Chun said that woman named Mu Qing wants to discuss rescue team matters with you. Mu Qing? The rescue team? Lin Yi was slightly puzzled. What does she want with me? Isn't she the one managing the rescue team single-handedly? Captain Chin didn't elaborate. And Rurin shook her head. All right then. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. Have her come tonight. I need to finalize the financial center cleanup plan during the day. He pinched in Rurin's tender cheek. Go call Chin Feng and Xie Jin to the war room. Yes, Marshal. And Rurin playfully gave an imperfect military salute and bounced out of the bedroom. 5 minutes later, in the war room, Lin Yi strode into the room with Rurin following behind, serving tea. Marshal, Chin Feng and Xie Jin immediately stood and saluted. Lin Yi waved for them to sit. How's the cleanup plan coming along? Xie Jin exchanged glances with Chin Feng, unconsciously looking toward Rurin, who was pouring tea. It's fine, speak freely. Lin Yi accepted the teacup and Rurin handed him and took a light sip. Xie Jin nodded and activated the holographic battle map. Marshal, after yesterday's battle, the main thoroughfare to the financial center has been cleared. However, surrounding buildings still contain numerous scattered zombies, making cleanup quite troublesome. He enlarged 3D models of several key areas. The main issue remains insufficient manpower. For safety's sake, I recommend dividing our current forces into multiple combat squads and employing building-by-building clearing tactics. Though time-consuming, Chen Feng picked up the thread. Under current circumstances, this is the most reliable approach. He hesitated before adding, I've even considered arming some survivors to alleviate manpower pressure, but there are three critical problems. First, loyalty concerns. Second, insufficient combat training. Third, ammunition consumption issues. Giving weapons to untrained survivors could lead to massive ammunition waste or even friendly fire incidents. After listening to the reports from both men, Lin Ye lightly tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Your considerations are thorough, but we must secure the financial center as soon as possible. It's a strategic position we desperately need, and the longer we delay, the more variables we'll face. He stood up and walked to the holographic sand table, his gaze fixed on the financial center area. Since we're short on manpower, we'll change our tactics. Jin, take 2 infantry squads and coordinate with the Snow Leopard Assault Team's sniper group for ground advancement. Clear out the remaining zombies and focus on controlling the first-floor lobby and underground parking garage of the financial center to establish a temporary defense line. Chen Feng, take the remaining Snow Leopard team members and use Apache attack helicopters for air support. Provide fire suppression on high-rise buildings while deploying smoke grenades and stun grenades to drive out any hidden zombies. As for utilizing the survivors, Lin Ye paused, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Select 20 strong and compliant survivors to form a support team responsible for transporting ammunition, the injured, and providing reinforcements. Each will be issued a handgun and 5 bullets, strictly for self-defense, and the weapons will be reclaimed after the mission. Remember, our goal is to quickly secure the financial center, not to exterminate all the zombies. As long as we open up critical passages and establish a safe zone, we can gradually clean up afterwards. Jin and Chen Feng exchanged glances and replied in unison, Yes, Marshal. The operation is set for 8 p.m. tonight, taking advantage of the cover of darkness when the zombies will be less active. Lin Ye glanced at the time. Now go prepare. The two saluted and quickly left the command room to begin deploying the operation. And Ruo Ran stood nearby, filled with admiration. Master, you're really amazing. Lin Ye smiled faintly and reached out to ruffle her hair. Go tell Mu Qing to meet me at 7 tonight. Yes, and Ruo Ran nodded obediently and turned to leave. Alone in the command room, Lin Ye stood before the sand table, his gaze deep. The financial center was just the first step. Next, he would have to face the various forces entrenched in Donghai. The Aurora Shelter, the remnants of the government army, and even the zombie mother hidden in the shadows, yet to emerge. Liberate Donghai City within 6 months. Lin Ye murmured to himself. Time was running out. On the other side, at the Aurora Shelter, about a kilometer from the Qingwan community, the sports center was heavily barricaded with piles of abandoned vehicles, sandbags, and barbed wire at the main entrance, with several rotting zombie corpses hanging on the 3-meter-high wire fence, exuding a nauseating stench. On the ground, dozens of zombie remains riddled with bullet holes lay scattered, clearly indicating that a fierce battle had recently taken place here. Inside the sports center, the basketball court had been converted into a temporary living area, crowded with survivors huddled in makeshift tents and on the ground, the air thick with the mixed odors of sweat, mildew, and human waste. Have you heard? Long Tianxiang took dozens of people out this time, and only half of them came back. The rest were all lost out there. A gaunt man whispered, his eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Huh, serves them right, sneered a disheveled woman beside him, her tattered clothing revealing bruises and scars on her skin. I hope all those bastards die out there. Chill, keep it down. An elderly man nervously glanced around, terrified that the patrolling armed guards might hear them. If they catch us, we'll be the ones getting whipped. Outside the barbed wire fence, several survivors in threadbare clothing immediately hunched their shoulders, their eyes darting nervously toward the nearby guards pacing back and forth with rifles. The guards had whips hanging from their belts, and their rifle barrels gleamed coldly in the sunlight. These survivors were worlds apart from the members of Lin Ye's Don Bascont and Hollowweed, some swollen from chronic hunger, their steps unsteady as if they might collapse at any moment. With so many dead this time, Long Tianxiang definitely won't let this slide. A middle-aged man whispered his analysis. He's probably already plotting his revenge. The others nodded in agreement. They knew Long Tianxiang all too well, vindictive and ruthless. Just thinking of his name made these people, struggling to survive in the apocalypse, feel their hearts tighten with dread. In the makeshift conference room on the 2nd floor of the gymnasium, the air was thick with the musty smell of mold mixed with motor oil. Long Tianxiang sat at the head of the table, his face so dark it could drip water, his knuckles tapping against the surface tap, tap like the beat of a death drum. His trusted subordinates stood with bowed heads on either side, barely daring to breathe. A dark-skinned young man couldn't hold back any longer, his voice filled with resentment. Brother Long, are we just going to let this go? Yeah, Brother Long. A burly man with a scarred face chimed in. After taking such a huge loss, if we don't get payback, who's going to respect us anymore? Exactly. We need to kill those bastards. The other lackeys chattered all at once, turning the conference room into chaos. Shut the hell up, all of you. Long Tianxiang slammed his fist on the table, causing tea to splash out of the cups. Everyone fell silent immediately. He took a deep breath, swallowing his rage, his voice turning ice cold. Revenge? With what? Haven't enough people died already? He stood and walked to the window, gazing through the grimy glass toward the direction of the cloud villa in the distance where smoke and the remnants of fire still drifted through the air. You all saw their firepower. Hu Biao and his crew didn't even last a few seconds before they were riddled with bullets. One burst of gunfire, and they were all down. Charging in recklessly would be suicide. The lackeys exchanged glances, remembering yesterday's scene of carnage, and couldn't help but shudder. A thin, bespectacled man spoke up cautiously. So, Brother Long, what do we do next? Long Tianxiang narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. We're running low on ammunition, every bullet counts now. Our next move. He returned to the table and lowered his voice. I've received word that there's a military factory about 10 kilometers from here. The warehouse is stocked with weapons, ammunition, and even armored vehicles. A military factory? Everyone gasped in unison, their eyes instantly lighting up with greed. Long Tianxiang sneered. Once we take that place, forget one villa, the entire Donghai city will be ours. The man with glasses pushed up his frames, still looking hesitant. Brother Long, military factories have tight security. We probably couldn't even get through the front gate. The roads are crawling with zombies, and the risk is enormous. I'm worried. I have my ways. Long Tianxiang pulled out a crumpled map and spread it on the table, pointing to a route marked in red ink. This underground drainage tunnel leads directly into the factory compound. We can slip in without anyone knowing. He surveyed the group, his eyes gleaming with madness. We move in 3 days. Who's willing to lead the charge? The lackeys looked at each other, and the lure of profit overcame their fear as they reluctantly raised their hands. Excellent. Long Tianxiang nodded with satisfaction, his tone cold and cutting like a blade. Remember, this operation must succeed. Failure is not an option. 7 p.m. Cloud Villa, master bedroom. Lin Ye lounged lazily on the leather sofa, enjoying the crystal grapes that Ruren fed him one by one. The girl's slender fingers occasionally brushed against his lips, carrying a faint, intoxicating fragrance. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, savoring the soft touch from her fingertips, while his other hand freely kneaded Ruren's full buttocks, causing the girl's cheeks to flush crimson, though she dared not pull away. Marshal, and Ruren cooed sweetly, her voice so honeyed it could drip sugar. Please be gentle. Lin Ye's lips curved into a mischievous smile, and just as he was about to speak, a crisp knock came from outside the door. Marshal, it's me, Mu Qing. Come in. The door slid open silently, and a tall figure stepped inside. Mu Qing wore a sharp combat uniform today that accentuated her figure perfectly. Her jet black hair was pulled back in a practical ponytail, revealing her delicate features and slender neck. Lin Ye looked up, raising an eyebrow slightly. This girl's aura seemed different from when they first met. Her former campus beauty charm now carried an added touch of determination, and her eyes no longer held that initial fear and uncertainty, but instead showed composure and confidence. It seemed the recent trials had indeed helped her grow considerably. Marshal, Mu Qing bowed respectfully, and when her gaze swept over and Ruren nestled in Lin Ye's arms, a flash of complex emotion crossed her eyes before quickly returning to calm. Sit. Lin Ye casually gestured to the sofa across from them. Mu Qing shook her head. I'll stand while I speak, Marshal. Suit yourself. Lin Ye remained indifferent, his fingers continuing to roam over Ruren's body. What do you need? Mu Qing took a deep breath, her gaze lingering on Ruren for a moment, hesitating to speak. Ruren blinked, then suddenly revealed a cunning smile. Rather than avoiding the situation, she snuggled even closer into Lin Ye's embrace, as if asserting her territory. It's like this, Marshal. Mu Qing bit her lower lip before continuing. As the number of survivors increases, the rescue team is severely understaffed. I'd like to request additional personnel. Lin Ye frowned. Do such trivial matters require my attention? Can't you just select from the survivors directly? I tried. Mu Qing quickly explained, but Supervisor Li Hua refused. He said. She paused, her voice dropping. He said everything in the base belongs to the Marshal, and personnel transfers must have your approval. A cold glint flashed in Lin Ye's eyes, followed by a cold laugh. Huh. Li Hua certainly knows how to play politics. This old fox was ostensibly protecting his authority while actually consolidating power for himself. However, such petty schemes couldn't escape his notice. Understood. Lin Ye waved his hand. Go tell Li Hua I've approved it. Also, he pondered for a moment. You're authorized to prioritize selecting survivors with medical backgrounds to form a specialized medical team. Mu Qing's eyes lit up, her face blooming with a radiant smile. Thank you, Marshal. She was about to turn and leave when she suddenly stopped, hesitating before asking, Marshal, if other departments also want the same people, what should I? Prioritize the rescue team's needs. Lin Ye interrupted her, his tone brooking no argument. In Dawn Base, saving lives always comes first. Do you understand? Mu Qing was momentarily stunned, then nodded solemnly. Understood, Marshal. After the door closed, and Ruren pouted and said sourly, Master is so good to Sister Mu Qing. Lin Ye pinched her cheek and asked, Jealous? Of course not, and Ruren denied with her words, but her body twisted and deliberately rubbed against Lin Ye's sensitive areas. I just think. Sister Mu Qing looks at Master in a strange way. Oh, Lin Ye became interested. Strange how? And Ruren leaned close to his ear, her breath like orchids, like a hungry wolf seeing meat. Lin Ye laughed heartily and swept the girl up in his arms. Then tell me, how do you look at me now? And Ruren cried out in surprise, then buried her blushing face in his chest, whispering, like a greedy cat seeing fish. Soon, sounds that would make anyone blush echoed from the bedroom. At that moment, in the hallway outside, Mu Qing leaned against the wall, listening to the faint sounds from within, unconsciously clenching her fists. A barely perceptible hint of shyness and longing flashed in her eyes. 8 p.m. sharp, outside the financial center. The night was ink black, cold wind howling. Jin stood beside the armored vehicle, a tactical tablet glowing faintly in his hands, displaying a 3D structural diagram of the financial center. He looked up ahead. The once prosperous financial tower now stood as nothing but a dark silhouette, its shattered glass windows reflecting weak moonlight like countless hollow eyes. Everyone, final equipment check, Jin ordered in a low voice, his words transmitted through radio to each soldier's ears. 12 fully armed soldiers quickly inspected their firearms, magazines, and grenades with clean, efficient movements. Their faces were painted with tactical camouflage, their eyes cold and resolute, without a trace of hesitation. Chen Feng stood on the other side. Behind him 6 Snow Leopard Commandos, each equipped with night vision goggles and silenced weapons. He looked towards Jin and nodded slightly. Sniper team is in position, ready to provide cover. Jin returned a determined look, then raised his hand in a tactical gesture. Operation begins. The 2 squads quickly dispersed, advancing stealthily along abandoned vehicles and building debris around the financial center's perimeter. Jin led the infantry squad for frontal assault, while Chen Feng took the Snow Leopard Commandos for flanking maneuvers to clear any potentially ambushing zombies. Team A, in position, Jin whispered. Team B, in position, Chen Feng responded. Sniper team, clear view, no anomalies detected, came the sniper's calm voice through the earpiece. Jin took a deep breath and waved his hand. Advance. Bang. A silenced sniper bullet cut through the night sky, precisely hitting a zombie wandering near the financial center's entrance. Its head exploded instantly, the body falling silently. Clear, the sniper reported briefly. Jin gestured, and 2 soldiers quickly moved forward, placing breaching charges on the glass doors. 3, 2, 1 detonate. Boom. In the low explosion, the tempered glass shattered into a spider web pattern. A soldier kicked it open, assault rifles immediately raised, scanning the lobby. Clear. Jin quickly led the team inside, tactical flashlight beams sweeping through the dark lobby. Scattered documents, broken computers, dried bloodstains, and several corpses gnawed to the bone littered the floor. Stay alert. Zombies could be hiding anywhere, he whispered as a reminder. Just as he finished speaking, grr, a low growl echoed from the darkness. Left corridor. Zombie horde, a soldier shouted. Instantly, over a dozen zombies charged from around the corner, their rotting faces appearing especially grotesque under the tactical flashlights. Open fire. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Assault rifle muzzle flashes flickered in the darkness, bullets precisely hitting zombie heads, bodies falling one after another. But more zombies were attracted by the gunfire, pouring out from stairwells, offices, and elevator shafts. Reloading, one soldier shouted, quickly retreating as another immediately took his position, maintaining continuous fire suppression. Jin commanded calmly. Team B, flank cover. Copy that. Chen Feng's voice crackled through the earpiece. The next second bang. 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 3 precise shots came from the flank. 3 zombies attempting to ambush instantly headshot. The Snow Leopard Commandos burst through the side entrance, crossfire instantly clearing the remaining zombies in the lobby. First floor cleared, Chen Feng reported. Jin nodded. Continue advancing, control the stairwells and elevator shafts, prevent zombies from ambushing from upper floors. The financial center had 32 floors, and clearing them one by one would take far too long. Jin's plan was direct and ruthless: seize the ground floor first, then blow up the staircases and seal the elevators, followed by aerial fire support to clear the way before advancing upward. Demolition team, seal the stairwells. At his command, Two soldiers crouched low and rushed to the stairway entrance, pulling the safety pins and firmly pressing two adhesive explosives into the concrete. Bang! A deep, sharp explosion accompanied by tremors swept across the floor as the stairwell collapsed at its center, debris scattered everywhere, completely cutting off the zombies' path downward. Elevator shaft sealed. Another team used steel plates, reinforcement bars, and incendiary materials to completely weld shut the elevator entrance. After Xiejin confirmed everything was secure, he pressed his tactical earpiece. Marshal, ground floor secured, requesting air support. Cloud Villa Command Center. Lin Ye stood before a waist-high holographic sand table, the city's outline flickering within a blue light grid. Upon hearing the report, a slight smile crossed his lips. Approved. He reached for the tactical communicator at the table's edge. Apache, take off. On the helipad behind the villa, the Apache attack helicopter's rotors roared to life. Dust and fallen leaves swept skyward by the fierce wind. Two pilots climbed into the cockpit, secured their helmets, and as engine thrust surged, the aircraft slowly lifted off. Target locked, financial center upper floors, preparing fire coverage, the pilot reported calmly. 30 seconds later, the black aircraft hovered above the skyscraper, onboard radar scanning floor by floor. Multiple heat signatures detected, mainly concentrated above the 20th floor. Permission to engage, Lin Ye ordered. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The 30mm cannon roared like an enraged beast, high explosive rounds tearing through the glass curtain wall, streams of fire tracing blazing arcs across the night sky, as zombies in offices and corridors were instantly shredded. Boom, boom. Two Hellfire missiles pierced into the 25th-floor conference room, fireballs erupting from the windows as the entire floor was reduced to charred ruins by the heat and shockwave. Hell yeah, the co-pilot shouted excitedly. Keep sweeping. Ground level. The muffled thunder of explosions continued rolling overhead as Xiejin and Chen Feng exchanged glances, knowing the upper floor zombies were firmly suppressed. Our turn, Xiejin raised his weapon with a cold smile. Floor-by-floor clearance, leave none alive. The soldiers split into three groups, advancing upward from below. 5th floor, conference room area, scattered zombies eliminated with precise headshots, shell casings dancing on the floor. 10th floor, open office area, zombies in cubicles consumed by incendiary rounds, plastic partitions crackling as they burned. 15th floor, cafeteria area, zombie hordes gathered, machine guns clearing the path, grenades finishing the job, chunks of flesh and table debris flying everywhere. 2 hours later, the 32 in-floor corridor was silent except for the lingering smell of gunpowder. When the final bullet pierced the last zombie's skull, the entire financial center fell into deathly quiet. Reporting to Marshal, financial center fully secured, Xiejin said wearily, leaning against the wall, his voice filled with victorious excitement. Lin Ye's response was swift and decisive. Well done. Establish defensive positions immediately, collect supplies, and receive survivors. 3 a.m., financial center top floor. Beyond the shattered floor-to-ceiling windows, Donghai City was swallowed by darkness, the distant lights of Aurora Sanctuary as faint as fireflies. Xiejin shouldered his rifle and said quietly, "They're our next target." Chen Feng walked to his side, responding coldly. Xiejin grinned. Let them live a few more days. The financial center was now officially part of Dawn Base's territory. Next morning, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the bedroom. Lin Ye slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, Ruren was still sleeping, her fair cheeks still bearing the flush from the previous night. He carefully got up, put on his robe, and walked to the window. In the direction of the financial center, Apache helicopters could be seen patrolling in the distance. After a full night of post-battle cleanup, the area had been officially designated as Dawn Base's new stronghold. Master, breakfast is ready. Mo Yoshua entered through the door, carrying a silver tray. Her pristine-made uniform was spotless under the lights, with Dawn Base's insignia pinned to her collar, the metallic texture gently swaying against her chest. Lin Ye finished his meal in just a few bites, then instructed, notify Chen Feng that we'll gather in the conference room in 1 hour. Have Li Hua, Mu Qing, and Lung Feng come as well. Yes, master. Mo Yoshua bowed her head in acknowledgement, then turned to carry out the order. 1 hour later, Dawn Base temporary conference room. Li Hua sat on the edge of his chair, hands rubbing together repeatedly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he whispered to Lung Feng beside him. Crazy. Why do you think the marshal suddenly called us here? Did something big happen? Lung Feng remained expressionless, back straight, curtly uttering 2 words, be quiet. As a former Special Forces soldier, he understood the gravity of this meeting better than Li Hua. Mu Qing sat on the other side, fingertips lightly tapping the table, breathing steady. As the rescue team captain, she was already accustomed to high-pressure environments. The heavy doors were pushed open. Lin Ye strode in wearing a crisp marshal's uniform, his shoulder insignia gleaming coldly under the lights, with Chen Feng and Xiejin following closely behind. while Enrurin and Imo Yoshua carried documents. Li Hua's pupils dilated slightly. This was the marshal who controlled such powerful military forces? He looked barely 20. Sit. Lin Ye took his seat at the head of the table. With that single command, all three straightened their backs and shoulders, even lightening their breathing. I've called you here today to announce several matters. His voice was calm, yet brooked no resistance. First, the financial center has been secured. From today forward, it will officially serve as Dawn Base headquarters. Lung Feng's eyes flashed with shock. The financial center was easily defensible and served as the Eastern District's supply hub. Taking it in such a short time meant the Marshal's military strength far exceeded estimates. Congratulations, Marshal. Li Hua was the first to stand and bow, his face beaming with smiles. Lin Ye raised his hand to signal them to sit, continuing. Second matter. Li Hua, you'll organize all survivors to clean up the financial center and assist the troops in establishing defensive lines and living quarters. Give me a list of required supplies. Yes, I guarantee the mission will be completed. Li Hua excitedly gave a somewhat awkward military salute, nearly knocking over the chair behind him. Lin Ye's gaze shifted to Lung Feng. Currently, the base houses 1,321 survivors. Once our forces clear the remaining areas, we expect that number to reach 3,000. The enforcement team must expand. 3 squads, 10 members each, with 1 captain and 1 vice captain per squad, equipped with AIK series rifles and QGS-201 general-purpose machine guns, with captains carrying Type 92 pistols. Chen Feng and Xie Jin exchanged glances, both frowning simultaneously. Putting heavy firepower in the hands of survivors of unknown loyalty posed enormous risks. Lung Feng, however, snapped to attention with a crisp military salute. Understood, sir. I'll select only the most loyal team members and ensure no mistakes. Lin Ye stared at him for several seconds, his thin lips curving into a cold smile. Remember, you only get one chance. Any traitor will regret ever coming into this world. The air suddenly turned frigid. Li Hua felt goosebumps rise on his neck, and Mu Qing quietly tensed her shoulders. Lin Ye's tone softened slightly. Now, report on the rescue team's situation. Mu Qing took a deep breath and systematically outlined recent rescue achievements, supply and treatment bottlenecks, and external threat levels. She spoke at a measured pace, but every point hit its mark. The meeting lasted a full hour. When dismissal was announced, Li Hua's back was soaked with sweat, while Lung Feng's eyes burned with intensity as he rapidly screened potential enforcement team candidates in his mind. Master, would you like something to drink? Enrurin inquired softly. Lin Ye shook his head and walked to the window, overlooking the base. Dawn Base's flag now flew from the financial center's high-rises, with Apaches still circling in the distant sky. He understood perfectly that today's decisions meant greater power, but also higher risks. The survivors had to learn self-reliance. He wouldn't support deadweight. Aurora Shelter, government military remnants, the mysterious zombie matrix, those were all future targets. The forces he could summon through the system alone were far from sufficient. He needed an armed force loyal only to him. And Lung Feng was the best choice to train them. Notified Chen Feng, Lin Ye suddenly spoke. I want to personally inspect the financial center this afternoon. Yes, master. Enrurin nodded, immediately noting the schedule. In Dawn Base's new chapter, everyone had to find their place. And what Lin Ye needed to ensure was that this new order operated entirely according to his will. In the dim bedroom of a building in Chengwang residential complex, the air was thick with tobacco smoke and the scent of lust. Hu Biao sat shirtless against the headboard, the ember of his cigarette glowing and fading, casting crimson shadows across his knife-sharp profile. His rough fingertips traced back and forth along the cold barrel of an AK-74, the subtle metallic friction creating a soothing lullaby. Behind him, the bedding lay twisted in a heap, and a young woman curled into a fetal position, her bare shoulders covered in purple bruises from fingerprints, trembling slightly with each breath. Boss Hu, something terrible has happened. The door shook under heavy pounding. Hu Biao clicked his tongue and lazily drawled, Get in here. Hei burst through the door, his eyes involuntarily sweeping toward the pale figure on the bed. His throat bobbed as he forced himself to look away. Boss Hu, we just got word those people from the villa have taken down the financial center. What? Hu Biao shot up like he'd been electrocuted, his cigarette but hitting the floor in a shower of sparks. He grabbed Hei by the collar, veins bulging in his arms like steel cables. Say that again, damn you. It's absolutely true. Heiwa's face turned purple. Our guys saw it with their own eyes, their armed helicopters circling over the financial center. They've got the whole building under control. Hu Biao suddenly released his grip, staggering back 2 steps until his back hit the wall with a resonating thud. The financial center bone, even the government forces were too lazy to pick. 3 layers of bulletproof glass, reinforced concrete walls, underground vault-level defenses. His throat tightened. How did they pull it off? Word is they used heavy firepower to clear the area first, then sent in special forces for the assault, Heiwa whispered. The scariest part is, they used ammunition like it was free machine gun fire, like they were hosing down the place. His temples throbbed as Hu Biao lunged toward his desk, sweeping aside clutter to reveal a damp, wrinkled map of the city district. His sweat-dampened fingertips raced across the paper before stopping at the financial center. Damn, he roared, his fist making the desk shake. They're building a triangular defense perimeter. Heiwa shivered. Boss. Boss who? Look here. Hu Biao traced 3 lines with his fingertip, connecting Yunzhong Villa, the financial center, and the southern district into a triangle. After taking the financial center, their next target has to be the south side. And we. His words cut off abruptly, Hu Biao's face turning deathly pale. Chengwang Residential Complex sat right on that southern strategic point. Move. He suddenly exploded into action, cramming weapons and magazines into his backpack. Tell the boys 10 minutes to pack up. We're evacuating through the sewers. Evacuate? Where to? Heiwa looked completely lost. To that damn Aurora shelter. Hu Biao kicked open his wardrobe, dragging out a heavy weapons case from a hidden compartment. Right now. Only that lunatic Long Tianxiang can protect us. The woman on the bed let out a derisive laugh. Think you can escape? They even managed to take the financial center. Before she could finish, Hu Biao spun around and drew his gun. A flash of cold steel, followed by a muffled bang. Blood bloomed across the bedsheets. Heiwa stared at the suddenly rigid body, his Adam's apple struggling to move. Still standing there. Hu Biao pointed the gun at Heiwa, smoke still curling from the barrel. Want me to give you one too? 5 minutes later, the entire Chengwang residential complex erupted into chaos. More than a dozen armed militants scrambled frantically to pack their supplies, some even coming to blows over a single crate of canned goods. Dust swirled through the fractured sunlight as gun barrels waved chaotically, and a cacophony of curses filled the air. Numerous survivors clutched their pots and pans, huddled bewildered in the corner, looking as though they might be caught in the crossfire of these frenzied men at any moment. Hu Biao stood at the stairway entrance, his face grim as he watched coldly, his knuckles gripping the gun stock so tightly they turned white, as if suppressing rage that could explode at any second. Heiwa came running up, breathless. Brother Biao, the sewer entrance is open. Hu Biao nodded slightly, taking one last look at this stronghold they had painstakingly built over nearly half a month. The private militia behind that villa was rapidly swallowing up the surrounding territory, and he knew in his heart once they took this step, there would be no turning back. Move out, he ordered through gritted teeth. The team filed into the dark underground passage, where damp, putrid air hit them in the face and murky water splashed under their feet. Hu Biao ground his molars as he growled in the darkness. Long Tianxiang, you better have a way to deal with these lunatics. 2:15 p.m., Financial Center Plaza. 3 warrior assault vehicles slid to a stop in front of the main entrance, their tires crushing scattered glass with crisp crackling sounds that shattered the silence. As the doors opened, Lin Ye's military boots hit the ground heavily, and the armed soldiers standing guard snapped to attention in unison. Marshal. The sound echoed across the empty plaza. Lin Ye raised his hand in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over this former landmark. The exterior walls were riddled with bullet holes and blackened blast marks, yet it still stood majestically. Xie Jin hurried forward. Report, Marshal. The financial center is under full control, and defensive fortifications are being rapidly constructed. Lin Ye strode forward as an Rurin, walking beside him, opened a black parasol to shield him from the blazing sun. This thoughtful gesture brought a slight smile to his lips. In his previous life, he had been hauling ammunition under the scorching sun, but now he was the supreme commander of the forces. As that dark memory flashed through his mind, he suddenly whispered a name, Wang Qian. A cold curve crept across his lips. That woman who, in the apocalypse, had betrayed him for survival and even personally pushed him toward the zombie horde, was probably cowering in some dark corner, struggling to survive. Meanwhile, in a crumbling rental apartment in downtown Donghai City. Crack. The belt struck flesh with a sound sharp as thunder, accompanied by a woman's heart-wrenching scream. Brother Liu, I was wrong. I really tried my best. Wang Qian cowered in the corner of the moldy sofa, her face bruised, tears and dirty hair matted together. The burly man reeking of alcohol and sweat roared. Tried your best? That old bastard said you were like a dead fish. What good are you to me? He spat another glob of phlegm. Wang Qian hugged her knees tightly, her fingers digging into her calves until blood trickled down. Before the apocalypse, she had been the campus beauty. Now she endured abuse for half a bag of expired crackers. From the corner of her eye, she glimpsed the coffee tablia fruit knife gleamed coldly, its blade reflecting her swollen, distorted face. Go again tonight, Brother Liu said as he buckled his belt, threatening viciously. If you can't bring back food again, I'll throw you to the zombies outside for dinner. The bedroom door slammed shut with a bang, making the wooden panels tremble. Wang Qian released her bitten lip, and the metallic sweetness immediately flooded her throat. She staggered to her feet, her fingertips touching the cold knife handle before freezing. Suddenly, zombie howls erupted outside the window, and the metal door rattled under their clawing. the stench of death sending chills down her spine. Survival instinct ultimately overcame desperation. She let the knife fall dejectedly and dragged her battered body into the dim bathroom light. The woman in the mirror with sunken eye sockets and numb expression left her dazed. Was this hollow-eyed, emotionally dead woman really the same person who once had countless suitors? Stepping into the lobby, the overwhelming smell of disinfectant mixed with blood hit them immediately. Dozens of unprocessed corpses lay scattered across the wide marble floor, while several dozen survivors worked under the supervision of armed soldiers, busy cleaning with mops and heavy canvas bags. Some noticed Lin Ye's arrival and instantly froze, lowering their heads in reverent respect. "Marshal, this way please." Chen Feng stepped forward to lead the way. "We've set up the temporary command center on the 32nd floor." The elevators had long since stopped running, so the group entered the dim emergency stairwell and began climbing. The stairway reeked of smoke and mildew, with light bulbs flickering intermittently. On every floor, machine guns were positioned at windows, corners, or the ends of corridors, with soldiers keeping vigilant watch. Survivors were busy reinforcing doors and windows, nailing boards, or moving sandbags. When they reached the 13th floor, Lin Ye suddenly spoke. "How many survivors have we taken in?" Reporting to the marshal, "We have 1,154 people registered." Chen Feng continued climbing without breaking stride, answering crisply. "Once all the bodies are cleared, we estimate we can accommodate around 3,000 people." Lin Ye nodded, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowds in the financial center lobby, his voice low and commanding. "This building will be temporarily managed by Xie Jin's team. The villa area will be handed over to the Snow Leopard Special Forces." "Yes, Marshal." Xie Jin immediately stood at attention and saluted, determination flashing in his eyes. The iron door at the top of the stairs was pushed open, and the group reached the 32nd floor. Several soldiers who had been adjusting communication equipment immediately stood and saluted. Lin Yi nodded slightly and walked straight to the floor-to-ceiling windows to look down. The summer lights of Donghai City were dim, revealing nothing but ruins and rubble where prosperity once thrived, now fallen into deathly silence. Chen Feng. He spoke with his back to everyone, his voice echoing in the spacious command center. "Within 3 days, all defensive fortifications must be completed here to create a dawn base of substantial scale." With that, he turned around and pointed firmly at the southern section of the electronic sand table. "Once construction is finished, advance south immediately and deal with a few troublesome rats while we're at it." "Understood, Marshal." Chen Feng immediately began deployment, mobilizing soldiers and supplies. Cloud Villa. 8 o'clock at night. Darkness had completely swallowed the horizon. After dinner, Lin Yi leaned back on the black leather sofa, and Ruoren gently placed hot tea on the coffee table as he closed his eyes and opened the system interface. System, check merit points. Ding. Current merit points, 208,000. The number accumulated over many days brought joy to his heart. System, exchange for a standard infantry platoon. Ding. 150,000 merit points consumed. Standard infantry platoon successfully exchanged. Ding. Deployed to designated location. The open space in the center of the villa district instantly rippled like water. Over 30 fully armed soldiers appeared in formation, carrying Type 95 assault rifles, with 3 brand new warrior assault vehicles parked in a row. Reporting to the marshal. Platoon leader Li Hao of the infantry platoon, leading the 2nd platoon to report for duty. A crisp voice came through the earpiece. Lin Ye's lips curved slightly. Excellent. System, exchange for 2 more PP-93 60mm mortar systems. Ding. 3,000 merit points consumed. Exchange successful. 8 gunners appeared at the side of the formation carrying mortars and ammunition boxes, the dark barrels reflecting the villa's lights. In the surveillance footage, the additional firepower made Lin Yi nod with satisfaction. Now he had 2 complete infantry platoons, plus the Snow Leopard Special Forces, and the newly arrived mortar support enough to sweep through the southern district in short order. Li Hao. He spoke into the communicator, ordering immediate deployment to the financial center to rendezvous with Xie Jin and begin participating in defensive construction tomorrow. "Yes, sir," came the crisp response through the device. After arranging the additional forces, Lin Yi looked up at the screen showing his remaining 55,000 merit points, tapped his fingers on the desk for a moment, then continued issuing commands. System, exchange for 10 sets of NIJ level 4 heavy ballistic plates. Ding. 3,000 merit points consumed. Exchange successful. A row of gleaming black top-tier plates immediately appeared in the warehouse inventory. Lin Yi promptly labeled them Executive Squad Corps personnel only, ensuring these men could take a few more bullets when they hit the battlefield. Next, he scanned the tactical map. Dawn Base was 7 to 8 kilometers from the villa district. Carrying supplies by hand was clearly slowing construction progress. Lin Yi said quietly, "System, exchange for 10 Dongfeng Mengsher military trucks." Ding. 5,000 merit points consumed. Exchange successful. In the underground garage, 10 dark green Dongfeng Mengsher trucks sat side by side. their bodies gleaming with fresh factory metallic luster. Each could carry 5 tons of supplies, enough to strip a small building clean in a single round trip. Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction, tucking away his remaining 47,000 merit points, already formulating his next move. Completely clear the passage between the villa and financial center, leaving not a single zombie along the route. He pressed the communicator. Xie, focus entirely on building defenses during the day. At night, lead teams to clear the surrounding areas, rotating with Li Hao's 2nd platoon. Understood, Marshal. Xie responded immediately. The next morning, the blazing sun scorched the financial center plaza, heat waves rolling across the ground. 30 newly appointed reserve executive squad members stood in 3 rows, backs ramrod straight, sweat dripping from their chins onto the stone tiles. Lung Feng stood with hands clasped behind his back, his tactical boots striking the ground with dull echoes. Do you know why you're standing here? His voice cut like an unsheathed blade. The formation remained silent, only heavy breathing audible. Because the marshal gave you this opportunity. Lung Feng suddenly raised his voice. Without the marshal establishing dawn base, you'd all be zombie excrement by now. He stepped to the front of the formation, pointing upward. Look around, clean water, abundant food, safe shelter. Who provided all this? The marshal. Someone responded quietly. Louder. The marshal. All 30 roared in unison, their voices exploding in echoes between the buildings. Satisfaction flashed in Lung Feng's eyes. Remember, from today forward, your lives belong to the marshal. If he tells you to go east, you never go west. If he tells you to die, you execute without hesitation. Understood? Understood. Good. Lung Feng's lips curved slightly as he pointed toward neatly stacked sandbags nearby. The apocalypse has no time for fancy drill, straight to conditioning. Each of you grab a 20-kilogram sandbag and run 10 laps around the plaza. Anyone who doesn't finish before noon, no food. The squad members' faces tightened, but no one spoke. 30 hands quickly grabbed sandbags, and heavy footsteps immediately began pounding the stone. The plaza instantly filled with the sounds of labored breathing and feet striking pavement. Lung Feng stood in the shadows, his gaze ice cold. Only by pushing them to their limits would these people understand what it meant to earn the right to survive. Run faster. At this pace, zombies could catch you, he barked. Think about your families. Think about the people you care about. Only by becoming stronger can you protect them. His words cracked like a whip, and the pace visibly quickened. A young soldier gritted his teeth and looked up, sweat streaming down his temples into his neck, yet maintaining a steady rhythm. Lung Feng mentally made a note. Good material, once properly forged, he'd be the marshal's sharpest blade. Remember today's pain. Lung Feng's voice rang especially clear under the blazing sun. Because tomorrow will only be more brutal. The scorching sun blazed overhead, sending waves of heat rolling across the training ground. Though the sun had barely cleared the horizon, its merciless rays beat down on the exposed sandy earth, making the air itself seem to burn. 30 recruits stood in formation, each carrying a heavy pack, sweat dripping from their chins and spreading dark stains across the backs of their uniforms. Heavy breathing rose and fell in ragged waves. Suddenly, a lean young man's knees buckled, and he collapsed forward. The nearly 40-pound pack crushed his spine downward. Pathetic. Lung Feng charged forward and drove his combat boot hard into the man's back. 3 laps, and you're already down? The zombies won't wait for you to catch your breath. The young man's face went deathly pale as he curled up in pain. Lung Feng grabbed his sweat-soaked collar and hauled him upright. Listen up. If you don't finish before noon, you lose 2 days' rations. He turned to face the other recruits, his voice booming like thunder. The marshal was concerned about you going hungry during training, so he specially approved extra military rations for today. Anyone who dares slack off and waste his kindness gets kicked out of the enforcement squad immediately. His words hit like a sledgehammer to everyone's chest. The lean recruit gritted his teeth, trembling as he shouldered his pack again and stumbled forward. In the distance, Li Hua was directing survivors in clearing construction debris. Catching sight of this scene, he clicked his tongue. What a waste that maniac isn't running a pyramid scheme. He shook his head and went back to urging the workers to move building materials. Time crawled by under the blistering sun. Finally, the first recruit crossed the finish line, followed by the second, then the third. When the 10th person completed the task, they collapsed on the ground, their cracked lips showing a sickly pallor. Lung Feng approached carrying 2 cases of bottled water and dropped them heavily on the ground. Get up. Hydrate immediately. The recruits grabbed the bottles like lifelines, fumbling with the caps and gulping down the cool water. Lung Feng glanced at his stopwatch. 11:40 a.m., only 1/3 finished. This performance wouldn't even meet passing standards in special forces, but he understood that these ordinary people had already done remarkably well to make it this far under load. 20 minutes left, he shouted at the remaining recruits. Anyone who doesn't finish not only gets no food, but runs an extra 5 kilometers this afternoon. The words hit like a shot of adrenaline, and several lagging recruits immediately picked up their pace. Still, 3 remained far behind. one of them stumbling and ready to collapse at any moment. When the clock struck noon, these three were still half a lap from the finish. Eventually, they staggered across the line and collapsed like puddles of mud. Fall in, Lung Feng barked. All the recruits forced themselves upright, forming a crooked, uneven line. Lung Feng paced with his hands behind his back. Today was just the beginning. Tomorrow the load increases to 55 pounds. The moment he spoke, everyone's faces went ashen. What? Scared? His voice suddenly shot higher. Think about those survivors outside waiting to die. Think about your families. Remember, every bit of suffering now is capital you're saving to stay alive. After a brief silence, he waved his hand. Dismissed. Report to the temporary training ground at 2 p.m. The recruits dragged their exhausted bodies away slowly. Lung Feng turned and walked toward the command center, knowing that this kind of training would need to continue for at least 2 weeks before these rookies could develop basic combat capabilities. In the monitoring room on the 32nd floor of the command center, massive screens blazed with blinding light, capturing every movement on the training ground. Li Hao stroked his chin and nodded with satisfaction, whispering to Xie Jin beside him. Lung Feng is a good instructor, just a bit harsh in his methods. Xie Jin wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes fixed on the recruits sprawled on the ground in the screens, and smiled bitterly. Those boys probably won't even be able to hold chopsticks steady tonight. The apocalypse has no need for hothouse flowers. Li Hao's smile faded as he unfolded the tactical map. Old Xie, let's start planning tonight's sweep operation. 12:20 p.m., training ground rest area. The scorching sun baked the concrete until it was burning hot. 30 reserve team members lay scattered in the only available shade, sweat dripping from their chins onto the ground. When are we going to eat? I'm starving. One young man groaned, clutching his stomach. This morning's training was more than my entire 4 years of college combined, gasped another team member, shaking the 20-kilogram sandbag strapped to his body. And we had to do it with weights, it's killing me. Another person wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth and said with a pained expression, if I don't eat soon, I could devour a whole cow. Before he finished speaking, the sound of wheels crushing gravel echoed from the distance. Everyone looked up to see Lung Feng, veins bulging in his arms, pulling a small cart by himself as he slowly approached. The cart was stacked with several army green boxes. Stand up, Lung Feng's voice thundered. Everyone immediately struggled to their feet, standing crookedly and dragging their sandbags as they managed to salute. Captain, Lung Feng frowned. Their discipline still needs work. I'll have to find time to whip them into shape properly. But he only said coldly, your food has arrived. Line up to receive it. The starving team members instantly got a shot of adrenaline, gritting their teeth as they dragged their sandbags and quickly formed a line, their eyes glued to the boxes. Lung Feng opened the first box and pulled out a sealed military self-heating meal, paired with a bottle of mineral water, and handed it to the team member at the front of the line. Thank you, Captain. The man took it with both hands and tore open the packaging. Steam rose up, and the spicy aroma hit his nostrils. His eyes widened. Holy shit. Sichuan spicy chicken. What? The line erupted, necks craning forward in unison. Holy shit, it really is. This food is incredible. Oh my god, we can still eat this kind of delicacy in the apocalypse. From today on, the Marshal is like a father to me. Long live the Marshal. Marshal, I love you. In just a few seconds, the entire rest area exploded like water thrown into hot oil, with cheers rising one after another, instantly dispelling their fatigue. Lung Feng's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. These little rascals, getting this excited over one meal. But he didn't stop them, understanding in his heart the higher the Marshal's prestige, the stronger their loyalty would be. Everyone quiet down, he raised his voice. After you eat, we're doing shooting practice this afternoon. Anyone who can't hit their target will run an extra 5 kilometers tonight. The cheering immediately died down, but everyone still couldn't hide their excitement as they carefully protected their meal boxes and wolfed down their food. In the distance, Li Hua watched everything clearly through the window and clicked his tongue twice. Winning hearts and minds with one meal, the Marshal's methods. At the edge of the training ground, Lung Feng stood with his arms crossed, his gaze sweeping over the group of team members who were buried in their meals, already calculating the afternoon's training plan in his mind. Aurora Shelter Conference Room. Long Tianxiang lounged lazily on the leather sofa, his arms wrapped around 2 scantily clad women on either side. One of them carefully peeled soft grapes, feeding them to him one by one. Long Tianxiang reached out and pinched her slender waist, making her coo coquettishly. Brother Long, in broad daylight. You're so naughty. He burst into laughter, about to tease her further when urgent knocking suddenly came from outside the door. Come in, he barked impatiently. The man with glasses pushed the door open, unsurprised by the intimate scene, and reported quietly. Brother Long, word from our men who Biao has come to surrender with his people. What? Long Tianxiang shot upright, his eyes turning vicious. That bastard who screwed me over dares to show up? He roughly pushed away the 2 women beside him, his face darkening like a storm cloud. Last time he cost me over 20 brothers, and I haven't settled that score yet. Now he delivers himself to my doorstep. With that, he grinned menacingly while cracking his knuckles. Take them all to the underground garage. I'll personally welcome them. Shelter main gate. Hu Biao stood outside the heavy iron gate, constantly looking back over his shoulder, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Behind him were over 30 armed subordinates and nearly 100 ragged survivors. Boss Hu, will Long Tianxiang really take us in? He Wan nervously swallowed. Don't worry. Hu Biao forced himself to appear calm. Once he hears about the strength of those people at the villa, he'll know this isn't the time for infighting. Before he finished speaking, the iron gate clanged open, and dozens of fully armed guards poured out, their dark gun barrels pointing directly at the crowd. Nobody moved. Terrified screams erupted everywhere as Hu Biao's men instinctively raised their weapons. Everyone put your guns down, Hu Biao shouted. Seeing some hesitation, he slapped the nearest man's helmet. Not listening to me anymore. The man with glasses then appeared leisurely, adjusting his frames with a cold smile. Well, if it isn't Hu Biao, how did you end up looking like a stray dog? Hu Biao suppressed his anger, raising both hands high. We've come sincerely to join Brother Long. We have important intelligence. Tie them up. The man with glasses completely ignored his explanation, waving his hand. Take them all to the underground garage. As the guards roughly bound Hu Biao's hands behind his back, he didn't resist, only giving the man with glasses a meaningful look. You'll regret this. The man with glasses felt his heart sink, but still snorted coldly. Take them away. Underground garage. The dim space reeked of motor oil mixed with blood. Hu Biao was chained to a concrete pillar, his face already bearing 2 punches, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Long Tianxiang toyed with a dagger, its tip tracing a cold arc beside Hu Biao's face. Speak up. Who gave you the guts to come to my territory and seek death? Who was it that cost me over 20 brothers and a batch of weapons just days ago? Have you forgotten? Hu Biao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and suddenly laughed. Brother Long, of course I remember. That was also out of desperation. Everyone wanted to survive. However, I came this time to tell you something. Otherwise, I wouldn't have risked bringing my brothers' lives here. Long Tianxiang's hand paused. Thinking it over, if the man was truly afraid of death, he would have hidden far away. Why would he walk into a trap? Clearly, they had encountered real trouble. Spit it out if you've got something to say. Long Tianxiang snorted coldly, his voice dripping with impatience. Hu Biao clutched his still bleeding lip, lowering his voice. Brother Long, do you know that the Villa Group has already taken the financial center? Long Tianxiang's expression stiffened slightly. Their next target is Aurora Sanctuary. Hu Biao continued his warning. And they've got armed helicopters. Bullshit. Rage ignited instantly as Long Tianxiang drove his fist deep into Hu Biao's abdomen with a sickening thud, doubling him over like a shrimp. Long Tianxiang snarled through gritted teeth. The entire Donghai city only has a few attack helicopters at the military district. How could some private faction possibly have one? Despite the excruciating pain, Hu Biao managed a twisted smile. Then explain this: why did my men witness an armed helicopter take off from the villa, fly to the financial center, and open fire? The garage fell into deathly silence, only the drone of the exhaust fan remaining. Long Tianxiang's face shifted between light and dark as he whirled around and barked at the man with glasses. Go. Strengthen the eastern defenses immediately. Then he turned back to Hu Biao with vicious intensity. Tell me everything that's happened these past 2 days, every single detail. If you dare lie to me, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies myself. Gasping for breath, Hu Biao recounted every piece of intelligence his subordinates had reported yesterday. The villa's quiet military expansion, the dawn assault on the financial center, taking control of the underground vault, seizing massive supplies, deploying helicopter firepower to suppress resistance, leaving nothing out. That's how it all went down. After finishing his account, he stared intently at Long Tianxiang, trying to read any telltale signs from his expression. Long Tianxiang remained silent for a long moment before finally taking a deep breath. If what you're saying is true, they do pose a threat to us. However, his tone shifted abruptly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. It's still unclear who will come out on top. Hu Biao's eyes lit up. The other man clearly had an ace up his sleeve, otherwise he couldn't have made such a statement. He struck while the iron was hot. Brother Long, we're in the same boat now. Let's put our grudges aside and work together to survive this crisis. What do you say? Humph. Long Tianxiang snorted coldly, but didn't object further. At this moment, he understood. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and every additional ally meant better odds of survival. Jiming, change of plans. Notify the brothers' assembly at 7 sharp tonight. We must take the munitions factory before dawn. Long Tianxiang immediately issued the order. The man with glasses adjusted his frames and hurried off to comply. At exactly 2 p.m., the scorching sun blazed down on the abandoned training ground, the pavement hot enough to melt shoe soles. 30 enforcement squad reserves stood in 2 rows, back straight, sweat dripping from their chins onto the burning concrete. Each gripped a brand new AK-47, the black metal gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The three largest men in the front row had their shoulders raised high, each shouldering a heavy QJS-201 general-purpose machine gun, veins bulging from their hands. Lung Feng paced slowly in front of the formation with his hands behind his back, his tactical boots striking the concrete with sharp, thud-thud sounds. His gaze was razor-sharp as it swept from the first row to the last. Then he suddenly roared, "Your rifles aren't fire pokers. Hold them steady." Several recruits jumped at the shout, quickly adjusting their shoulder positions. Lung Feng moved to the center, his voice dropping low. "Remember, in the apocalypse, bullets are worth more than your lives." He suddenly raised his volume. Before finishing, he snatched the AK-47 from a front row soldier's hands, efficiently ejecting the magazine and holding it up for all to see. 30 rounds not for you to spray and pray with. Sight alignment, aim then fire. Click, the magazine snapped back in. Lung Feng turned and raised the rifle, aiming at a makeshift target made from an old car door 100 meters away. Tap, tap, tap. 3 controlled bursts, muzzle flash brief as lightning, and 3 tightly grouped holes appeared in the bullseye. The air seemed to vibrate from the gunshots as the reserves stared wide-eyed, involuntarily gasping in amazement. "See that?" Lung Feng tossed the AK-47 back to the soldier, his voice cold and slightly mocking. "That's shooting, not spraying water like a damn hose." He strode up to the machine gunners and suddenly kicked one of them behind the knee. "That's not how you carry a heavy machine gun. Do you want the recoil to shatter your collarbone?" The soldier stumbled, his knee nearly hitting the dirt, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand straight. Lung Feng wasted no more words, grabbing the heavy machine gun and settling the stock firmly into his shoulder, elbow tight against his side. The stock must be secure against your shoulder. The bipod must be stable. He roughly manhandled the 3 machine gunners, pushing shoulders down, spreading their feet apart, forcing their postures into proper form. Remember, a machine gun provides suppressive fire, not precision shots. Short bursts, 3 to 5 rounds. He stepped back behind the protective sandbags, his voice booming like thunder. "All personnel. First group, prone firing position. Ready." The soldiers scrambled to get down, the dull thuds of metal stocks hitting shoulders echoing across the range. Fire. Rat-a-tat-chaotic gunfire tore through the training ground air. Some were left with numb shoulders from the recoil, others bore red welts from hot shell casings, but no one dared stop. "Cease fire." Lung Feng roared, snatching up a target sheet. "Look at this." Half the bullets went into the sky. He walked up to a pale-faced soldier and lifted the still-smoking barrel, pressing it against the man's shoulder. "Does it hurt? Remember this feeling. Next time you fire wildly like that, I'll make you lick the barrel." Under the scorching sun, the training continued relentlessly for 3 hours. By the time Lung Feng finally waved to signal the end, everyone's right shoulder was bruised and their ears rang like buzzing bees. "Same time tomorrow. Continue." He dropped those cold words and walked away. The soldiers collapsed to the ground, staring at the targets riddled with holes in the distance. "Actually, Captain Lung's instruction was pretty thorough," someone muttered. "Shut up," another replied, rubbing his swollen shoulder. "Tomorrow we still have tactical movement drills." They looked at each other with helpless, bitter smiles, yet all held their rifles tighter in this man-eating apocalypse. Having a gun was already tremendous luck. 7 o'clock sharp in the evening, Aurora shelter. Night pressed down like a wet blanket, and in the center of the square, 50 fully armed thugs assembled in formation. Various long and short firearms pointed darkly at the ground. Explosives hung from their waists, and some even carried old heavy machine guns, their barrels gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Hu Biao squinted at this display, his heart pounding. Was that madman Long Tianxiang really planning a night assault on the villa? "Boss Biao, are we really going to follow them to our deaths?" Hua whispered, sweat beading on his forehead. "Let's follow for now and see. If things go wrong, we'll scatter immediately," Hu Biao said through gritted teeth. Just then, the man with glasses hurried over, adjusting his frames. "Brother Long, 50 men assembled and ready. The remaining 30 will guard the shelter." Long Tianxiang nodded with satisfaction and walked to a manhole cover in the center of the square. 2 burly men used iron hooks to lift the heavy cover with a clank, revealing the dark mouth of a drainage tunnel. "Listen up, all of you." Long Tianxiang's voice was ice cold. "Tonight's operation must succeed. Failure is not an option." "Understood, understood." The low response echoed across the square. The man with glasses spread out a yellowed map, shining a flashlight as he was the first to climb down the ladder into the manhole. The others followed one by one, the metal ladder creaking under their weight. Just as Hu Biao grabbed the ladder, Long Tianxiang's hand pressed down on his shoulder. "Brother Biao." Hu Biao's back tensed instantly, his right hand slowly moving toward the knife at his waist. "Brother Long, what is it?" "Keep your men in line." Long Tianxiang narrowed his eyes, his voice low as a snake's hiss. "If anyone dares to mess things up, I'll put a bullet in you first." Hu Biao let out an awkward chuckle. "Brother Long, you're joking. We're all in the same boat now." Long Tianxiang snorted coldly. his fingers tightening, then loosening before finally withdrawing his hand from Hu Biao's shoulder. Beneath their feet, the stinking sewage water rose above their ankles. The murky yellow surface was littered with oil slicks and rotting debris, thick as paste. The team waded forward, their shuffling footsteps and splashing water echoing off the circular tunnel walls. Flashlight beams danced across the damp moss, casting an eerie green glow. Damn, this stench, someone gagged, covering their mouth. Shut up, the man with glasses hissed sharply, his voice cutting through the echoes. You want to attract a zombie horde? Just as he finished speaking, a gurgling sound bubbled from around the corner ahead. Something's there, came the warning cry as 3 rotting zombies stumbled into view. Their purplish-brown flesh hung in tatters as their claws instinctively reached for the nearest thug. Pop, pop, pop. The silenced pistol fired 3 times in quick succession, muzzle flashes briefly illuminating the darkness before the charging zombies collapsed like dead weight. Damn, almost gave us away, Long Tianxiang muttered with disdain, kicking aside a corpse before signaling them to continue. The stifling, putrid tunnel stretched like an endless maze. The group fumbled through intersecting passages for over an hour. Suddenly, the glasses-wearing man at the front stopped, his flashlight beam sweeping upward. This is it. He pointed to a circular manhole cover overhead. Several subordinates handed him crowbars. The man wedged them against the cover and strained, veins bulging, but it wouldn't budge. Give me a hand. 4 burly men joined in, the screech of metal on metal piercing the air until finally they pried open a crack. He poked his head up, eyes barely visible, then quickly pressed the cover back down. We're here, he whispered urgently. The armory is right above us. Long Tianxiang grinned wickedly, drawing his pistol. Brothers, it's time to get rich. Hu Biao's heart pounded, his pupils contracting sharply. Their target was actually an armory. This madman's audacity knew no bounds. But the glasses-wearing man's expression suddenly darkened as he pulled back into the tunnel. There's at least 100 zombies wandering around up there. The air instantly grew thick with tension. A direct assault would be suicide. Long Tianxiang's face darkened as he caressed his gun handle, fingertips sliding back and forth across the cold metal. Then the glasses-wearing man flashed a sinister smile, gesturing to someone behind him. Did you bring the thing? A subordinate immediately pulled out a palm-sized old music player and portable speaker from his backpack. Who's got the strongest arm? Throw this to the other side of the zombie horde, the man whispered. I'll do it. A wiry man stepped forward, taking the player. Hu Biao squinted. Long Tianxiang actually had such capable people under him? The wiry man crouched low and climbed the ladder, poking his head out to scout. The glasses-wearing man reminded him. Remember, hit play first. Got it. The wiry man took a deep breath and pressed his thumb down hard. Sweet honey, your smile is so sweet. The jarring, bizarre old song instantly drifted into the night sky. He wound up his arm and hurled the player toward an empty lot 50 meters away, the music particularly grating in the deathly silence. Roar! The zombie horde erupted in fury, turning in unison and stumbling toward the sound source. Get down. Nobody make a sound. Long Tianxiang hissed. Everyone pressed themselves against the damp concrete, sweat mixing with sewage water as they listened to the dense footsteps gradually fade into the distance. Hu Biao's chest pounded wildly. This trick was crude, but incredibly effective. Long Tianxiang's crew really did have some skills. 5 minutes later, silence finally returned outside. Leaving 10 men to guard the shaft below, Long Tianxiang drew his pistol and growled. Everyone else, follow me up, and watch your damn backs. The remaining 40-plus men silently emerged from the manhole cover, hugging the shadows of the ruins under the faint moonlight as they quickly advanced toward the nearby armory. Hu Biao noticed that the outer perimeter fence had already been torn open clearly. Someone had been here before. Reaching the main entrance, everyone froze in unison. A heavy aluminum alloy door sealed the entrance tight, with a military-grade combination lock hanging in the center. Damn it! Long Tianxiang cursed under his breath, then turned and urged, quick, get the explosives. Wait. Hu Biao grabbed his arm. Brother Long, explosives will definitely draw the zombies back, and then we'll all be done for. Long Tianxiang's eyes narrowed with a cold glint. Then what do you suggest? Hu Biao didn't answer immediately, running his fingertips along the door frame, taking in every tiny scratch mark. This door was opened and closed frequently. He lowered his voice. There's definitely a spare key. The man with glasses pointed toward a guard booth 10 meters away. Check over there. 2 subordinates crouched and rushed over, returning moments later with a ring of keys. Brilliant, Brother Biao. Highway whispered in amazement. Long Tianxiang gave Hu Biao a long look, then quickly began trying the keys. The third one turned in the lock with a click, and the door loosened. Everyone held their breath as they pushed the door open. Just a crack, creak. The harsh metal grinding cut through the night, and zombie howls immediately echoed from the distance. Quick, get inside. Long Tianxiang was the first to rush in. Just as the last man slipped through the doorway, shambling figures appeared in the dim moonlight. Close the door. Close the door fast. Several strong men worked together to push the door shut and lock it. Bang! The first zombie slammed into the door panel, making the metal shake violently. Inside the warehouse, it was pitch black except for flashlight beams sweeping back and forth. Shelves emerged row by row, crates of rifles, neatly stacked ammunition, rocket launchers, mortars all gleaming with deadly intent in the cold light. "We've struck gold," someone murmured. Long Tianxiang rushed to the nearest shelf and grabbed a standard automatic rifle, caressing it lovingly. "Damn, now this is the good stuff." Hu Biao was drawn to several metal crates in the corner marked with danger symbols. Taking a closer look made his scalp tingle. "Brother Long, there's C4 here." Hearing this, Long Tianxiang sprinted over, his eyes flashing with manic gleam as he burst into wild laughter. "Ha! Heaven is helping me." Then he roared. "Take as much as you can carry. Focus on the explosives and rocket launchers." Everyone bustled about like ants moving house. Hu Biao noticed that the man with glasses quietly walked toward a locked metal cabinet at the very back. "Brother Long, come look at this." Long Tianxiang smashed the cabinet lock with his rifle butt. The door sprang open, revealing 3 complete man-portable air defense missile systems, causing everyone to instantly hold their breath. Holy shit! Long Tianxiang's hands trembled slightly. Now we don't even have to fear helicopters. Hu Biao's internal alarm bells rang loudly. If Long Tianxiang got control of these weapons, the consequences would be unthinkable. Just then, continuous pounding suddenly erupted from outside the main door, making the entire door shake. "The zombie horde is back," the guard at the door shouted in terror. "Brother Long, what do we do?" The men gripped their guns nervously, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. The footsteps of zombies outside grew denser, their sharp scratching like nails scraping metal, making everyone's skin crawl. "Damn, these bastards react so fucking fast." Long Tianxiang roared, slamming his fist on an ammunition crate. The wooden box shook violently, nails rattling, while his face alternated between pale and flushed in the dim light. Suddenly, the man with glasses in the corner shouted excitedly, "Boss Long, there's treasure here." Everyone turned to look as he yanked away a dust cover, revealing a dark green wheeled armored vehicle. Its heavy angled armor gleamed with cold metallic light. Every weld seemed sharp as a blade's edge. "Holy shit, an armored vehicle," Hu Biao blurted out, though his heart sank. This thing was almost certainly going to involve him somehow. Long Tianxiang's eyes flashed with excitement. "With this baby, we can break out and draw the zombies away." His expression darkened as he continued. "But here's the problem, who knows how to drive it?" The warehouse fell dead silent as all the thugs exchanged nervous glances. Long Tianxiang suddenly grinned, pointing his gun's black muzzle at Hu Biao. "Brother Biao, I remember you were a mercenary, right?" A chill ran up Hu Biao's spine straight to his scalp. He cursed silently. "Damn it, they've got their sights on me." He forced a laugh. "Brother Long, you're joking. I was just a grunt soldier, I don't know how to." Bang! A bullet sparked off the ground near his feet. Long Tianxiang's face was expressionless. "Say another word, and I'll blow your head off." Hu Biao gritted his teeth and climbed into the driver's seat, mentally cursing Long Tianxiang's ancestors back 18 generations. When he turned the key and the engine roared to life, he wanted to slap himself, should have said the engine was broken. Long Tianxiang selected 2 of his trusted men. "You and you, get in and provide cover." He then leaned close to the window, his voice ice cold. "Don't try anything clever. Your brothers' lives are in my hands." The engine roared as the armored vehicle smashed through the warehouse doors. Steel plates buckled, rivets flew, and over a dozen zombies were instantly crushed to pulp. The thick stench of blood agitated the horde, and they surged like a black tide chasing after the armored vehicle. "Move fast." Long Tianxiang seized the opportunity, directing his men to pass weapons down into the sewers in assembly line fashion. Ammunition crates disappeared one after another into the depths of the manhole, but a straggling zombie caught the scent of blood, suddenly turned around, and let out a low, guttural growl. Roar! Accompanied by an ear-splitting howl, over 100 zombies turned in unison and charged toward the warehouse. "Take cover. Open fire." Long Tianxiang raised a newly acquired rocket launcher. Flames whooshed out, the explosion shattering half a wall and sending charred chunks of flesh flying. However, the gunfire acted like a beacon, guiding an even larger tide of undead rolling toward them from the distance. "Boss, we need to retreat," one of his men called out, his voice cracking. 2 more crates. Long Tianxiang's eyes were bloodshot, but he kept staring at the heavy machine gun that required 2 men to carry. Finally, he reluctantly gave up. "Prioritize ammunition and small arms." Just as the last batch of crates was stuffed into the sewer, their defensive line collapsed. An unlucky straggler was tackled by zombies, his screams mixing with the dull sound of tearing flesh. "Retreat. Move out." Long Tianxiang fired while backing away. In the chaos, over a dozen men were dragged into the horde, their blood splattering against the well walls. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the armored vehicle, Hu Biao gripped the steering wheel with white knuckles. In the rearview mirror, dense hordes of zombies surged like a black tide, relentlessly pursuing them through the engine's roar. Constant dull thuds echoed from outside the cabin as the fastest corpses slammed into the armor plating before being thrown off. Damn it, drive faster. The thug in the passenger seat was pale as a sheet, pressing his gun barrel against Hu Biao's temple with a trembling voice. They're catching up. Hu Biao snorted coldly and yanked the steering wheel hard, sending the armored vehicle into a drifting turn that instantly flung off two zombies clinging to the doors. The wheels crushed rotting bodies, the crisp sound of shattering bones making everyone's teeth ache. What's the rush? He glanced sideways at the rearview mirror. Long Tianxiang's two subordinates were fixated on the windows outside, completely oblivious to his movements. Seizing the opportunity, he secretly eased off the gas, keeping their speed at a critical point, maintaining the zombie horde's pursuit while ensuring they wouldn't actually be caught. Only by dragging out enough time could Long Tianxiang's group safely retreat into the drainage tunnels. If he died here too, where would his brothers escape to? Can you even drive, you bastard? The thug in the back seat cursed furiously. Hu Biao pretended to fumble frantically with the gears, making the entire vehicle lurch violently. This piece of junk is falling apart. It's a miracle it even runs. For a full 40 minutes, he endured the thug's abuse while weaving through alleys and detours in the urban ruins. Only after confirming that Long Tianxiang's people had escaped through the drainage system did he floor the accelerator, shake off the zombie horde, and make a sharp turn toward Aurora Sanctuary. 2 hours later, flickering lights illuminated the underground warehouse of Aurora Sanctuary. Long Tianxiang stood before crates stacked like a small mountain, finally showing a satisfied smile. Though they'd lost over a dozen brothers, the haul far exceeded expectations. 60 to 70 standard automatic rifles, over 100 boxes of ammunition, 5 rocket launchers, plus 2 portable anti-aircraft missile systems. Boss Long, we've struck it rich. The bespectacled thin man rubbed his hands together, his voice cracking with excitement. This equipment could arm 2 full platoons. Long Tianxiang pulled out a rocket shell, his fingertips caressing the cold warhead as his lips curved upward. Those Villa people think they're so tough with their helicopter? I specialize in shooting down helicopters. He then surveyed his returning subordinates, his brow furrowing sharply. Where's Hu Biao? Before the words finished echoing, the warehouse doors burst open. Hu Biao entered covered in blood, followed by the pale-faced He Hua and several trusted men. Brother Long, mission accomplished, he forced a smile. I led the zombie horde 3 kilometers away. Long Tianxiang narrowed his eyes, studying him from head to toe before glancing at his own confidant, who nodded slightly. Only then did he lower his guard. Hu Biao had both strength and brains. Which mercenary veteran was ever simple? But that's exactly what made him dangerous. Once they eliminated those armed militants at the villa, perhaps it would be time to. Though his thoughts raced, he merely raised his hand to pat Hu Biao's shoulder. Well done. Their gazes locked in confrontation, each catching a glint of murderous intent in the other's eyes. But now wasn't the time to tear off the mask. Count the equipment. Training starts tomorrow. Long Tianxiang announced loudly. With these babies, let's see how much longer those people can stay arrogant. His subordinates erupted in frenzied cheers. Hu Biao raised his fist along with the others, but inside he sneered coldly. Fools, did they really think they could take on regular troops with this pile of scrap metal? As he lifted his arm, his fingers trembled slightly, using the motion to feel for the cold pistol at his waist, the only standard-issue weapon he'd managed to smuggle out of the armory. When Long Tianxiang and the villa forces tore each other apart, that would be his moment to strike. 3 a.m., Aurora Shelter Conference Room. The harsh white lights cast a blinding glare off the table surface. Long Tianxiang leaned back in the head chair, his fingers drumming rhythmically on the table. Thump, thump, thump like a countdown. His gaze was ice-cold, locked onto Hu Biao, who stood rigidly across from him. Brother Biao. Long Tianxiang grinned, his white teeth gleaming menacingly in the light. Since you've brought your men to join me and helped me out so much, I need to give you all proper assignments, don't I? Hu Biao maintained a calm expression, but his nerves were wound tight. Every word that followed could determine life or death for him and his men. Long Tianxiang spoke with feigned casualness. Here's what we'll do. Your men will be split up and integrated into my units, all under Jiming's unified command. Hu Biao's eye twitched sharply. Damn it. He was trying to strip away his authority, but he still forced a smile. Brother Long's arrangement is very thoughtful. However, my men are used to operating independently. Suddenly changing command might be difficult for them to adapt to. How about I continue leading them, specializing in perimeter patrol? Long Tianxiang narrowed his eyes, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the pistol at his waist. The air seemed to thicken. At the crucial moment, the bespectacled man Chun Jiming pushed up his glasses and interjected. Brother Long, we need all the manpower we can get right now. Why not let Brother Biao's men form a separate assault team, handling the dangerous missions? They can use their expertise while being put to good use. When he said, put to good use, he looked meaningfully at Hu Biao. Long Tianxiang suddenly burst into laughter, stood up abruptly, and slapped Hu Biao's shoulder hard. Excellent idea. That's settled then. Brother Biao's assault team will handle frontline combat. His tone shifted as he revealed a mysterious smile. As for equipment, don't say I'm being stingy. Including those 10 rifles you swapped out earlier, I'll let you pick some good gear from the warehouse. How's that? Hu Biao's heart sank. He'd already discovered the weapon swap. They were indeed more cunning than he'd thought. Enduring the ache from the heavy slap on his shoulder, he nodded. Thank you for your trust, Brother Long. Haha, we're all brothers who've faced death together. No need for such formalities. Long Tianxiang waved his hand. It's getting late. Brother Biao, take your men to get equipped from the warehouse, then find somewhere to camp outside the shelter perimeter. We'll talk more after you've rested tomorrow. Walking out of the conference room, the corridor was dimly lit with armed guards standing in formation. Hua lowered his voice and moved close to Hu Biao. Boss, they're obviously using us as cannon fodder. What's the rush? Hu Biao sneered coldly, his gaze sweeping past the cameras and guard posts at the end of the corridor. Long Tianxiang wants to use us as his weapon, so we'll play along. Tell the brothers to grab extra grenades and explosives when we're getting equipped. Half an hour later, Hu Biao's assault team emerged from the warehouse with 10 automatic rifles, 5 cases of ammunition, and a full 10 kilograms of C4. Everyone had changed into new tactical vests with bulging pockets. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit restroom, Long Tianxiang lay on a single bed, instructing the bespectacled man beside him. Tomorrow, send them to scout the villa's defenses. If they come back alive, we'll discuss the next step. The bespectacled man pushed up his glasses. What if they don't come back? That would save us trouble, wouldn't it? The two exchanged glances and smiled. Long Tianxiang grinned wickedly and closed his eyes. Outside the shelter perimeter, in the temporary tent area, the night wind carried the earthy scent of soil. Hu Biao sat on his camp bed, silently stuffing a block of C4 into a hidden pocket of his tactical vest. His fingertips gently pressing the detonator into position never left his fate in others' hands. This collaboration of mutual deception was just beginning. The next morning, golden sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the bedroom. Lin Ye leaned against the headboard, his gaze moving between two busy figures in the room. Mo Yoshue was bent over ironing a crisp military uniform, steam rising from the bottom of the iron, while Ruoren carefully carried a silver tray toward the bedside. Marshal, I cooked today's fried egg for an extra 30 seconds on purpose. She held up the tray like presenting a treasure, her eyes sparkling brightly. Lin Ye cut into the egg with his fork. The outer layer was slightly crispy, and the runny yolk slowly oozed out along the egg white. He took a bite and nodded with satisfaction, then suddenly looked up at Mo Yoshue. Hasn't your father sent anyone to rescue you recently? Mo Yoshue's fingers paused while adjusting her collar, her eyes darkening for a moment. Perhaps. Father has other urgent matters to attend to. She forced a smile, but her trembling eyelashes betrayed her emotions. Lin Ye didn't press further. He knew in his heart that the government forces had suffered the heaviest losses during the initial outbreak of the apocalypse, and they were probably struggling to protect themselves now. Setting his knife and fork back on the tray, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Through the morning mist, the glass curtain walls of the distant financial center were faintly visible, with Snow Leopard Special Forces soldiers patrolling on the rooftops. Memories from his previous life surged. The government forces had indeed initially established large shelters using their remaining firepower, but when ammunition ran out and supplies were cut off, combined with the mother entity in the shadows orchestrating organized zombie attacks, human defense lines retreated step by step. By the time he died in battle, only 3 precarious survivor strongholds remained in Donghai City. Marshal, Ruoren gently reminded him, your coffee is getting cold. As the warm coffee slid down his throat, Lin Ye gathered his thoughts. This life was different. Had the system, the Snow Leopard Special Forces, and had secured the strategic high ground of the financial center ahead of time. However, to survive the coming zombie horde, these were far from enough. As his team expanded and survivors gathered, he needed a new stronghold capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. The sports center complex to the south was undoubtedly the most suitable. But all plans would have to wait until the financial center's defenses were completed. System, check merit points. Ding. Current merit points, 161,452. Over 160,000. Lin Ye's lips curved upward, thinking he could exchange for another infantry platoon, and perhaps after gathering 3 infantry platoons, he could merge them into an infantry company. System, exchange for a standard infantry platoon. Ding. 150,000 merit points consumed. Exchange successful. The air above the training ground behind the villa suddenly distorted, and over 30 fully armed soldiers materialized out of thin air, with 3 brand new warrior assault vehicles parked side by side. The soldiers quickly formed ranks, their footsteps falling rhythmically on the ground. Report, Marshal. 3rd Infantry Platoon reporting for duty. Platoon leader Wang Hu, awaiting orders. A burly officer jogged forward and saluted with perfect military precision. Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction and was about to speak when the system notification sounded in his ears again. Ding. The system detected that the Marshal commands 3 infantry platoons, which can be merged into a mechanized infantry company formation with complementary upgrades, including a 5-person company headquarters, an 18-person fire support platoon, and automatic vehicle configuration upgrades and supplements. As the system's emotionless voice faded, the villa district's lawns, flower beds, and entire foundation trembled gently. It actually works. Lin Ye jerked his head up. The next second, it was as if an invisible giant hand had pressed the generate button on the open ground. 12 ZTL 19-wheeled assault vehicles, 2 ZBL-08 armored command vehicles, and 4 ZSL-10 armored personnel carriers materialized in perfect formation. Their steel bodies reflected cold silver light in the sunlight, while the dark muzzles of the 105mm main guns radiated deadly menace. Lin Ye's lips curved upward as he pressed his earpiece. Assemble the troops. I want to conduct an inspection. 5 minutes later, the newly formed Mechanized Infantry Company stood in formation. Report, Marshal. The Mechanized Infantry Company has completed reorganization. An officer wearing captain's insignia jogged forward. Company Commander Zhou Weigua, reporting for duty. Lin Ye nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the unit numbers on each soldier's shoulder. Xie Jin and Li Hao were among them, transferred during the system's formation merger. Their eyes were clear, showing neither fear nor confusion, only heartfelt pride and respect. He walked slowly along the formation, his fingertips brushing against the cold armor plating of the assault vehicles. On the vehicle sides, newly mounted golden sun emblems gleamed brilliantly, the symbol of Dawn Base. Lin Ye quickly assessed this new force. 1. 3 infantry platoons, each equipped with 4 ZTL 19-wheeled assault vehicles. 2. Fire support platoon with 8 60mm mortars, plus 4 previously acquired ones for a total of 12, along with 2 QJZ-89 heavy machine guns. 3. Company headquarters equipped with 2 ZBL-08 armored command vehicles. This firepower is enough to crush any survivor faction. He commanded in a deep voice. Company Commander Zhou, move out immediately to the financial center and complete defensive line construction. Yes, sir. Zhou Weigua acknowledged the order and started the engines. The steel torrent immediately roared to life, surging toward the financial center like an unstoppable force. As the convoy gradually disappeared into the distance, Lin Ye opened his virtual interface. Current merit points, 11,452. Growth rate, 1 second. His reserves were nearly depleted, but in exchange, he had gained a fully equipped mechanized company normally requiring 500,000 merit points. He had saved 50,000 by using 3 infantry platoons, a tremendous bargain. At the current growth rate, he could accumulate enough for another company in 7 to 10 days at most, even with additional supply purchases. He stood by the window, watching the departing armored convoy, his eyes gleaming with undisguised ambition. With this force, neither government troops nor zombie hordes can stop me. Lin Ye murmured quietly. Mother entity, in this lifetime, let's see who hunts whom. Meanwhile, in the direction of the financial center, thunder-like roaring echoed. 12 ZTL-19s advanced at high speed in wedge formation, their 105mm main guns glinting coldly in the sunlight. On both sides of the ruins, surviving inhabitants peered through broken windows. Some waved desperately, others ignited clothing to create black smoke signals, but the convoy made no stops. 3 o'clock, small zombie horde. The lead vehicle's gunner suddenly warned. Around 20 zombies, attracted by the engine noise, stumbled out from a street corner. High explosive round fire. Boom. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, a 105mm shell blasted the zombie group into a cloud of blood mist, with shattered limbs and organs splattering the walls in crimson. Continue advancing. Company Commander Zhou Weigua calmly ordered. Maintain formation. Dawn Base Training Ground. Lung Feng was supervising the enforcement squad's sprint drills, sweat dripping from his chin. Suddenly, he felt an unusual vibration beneath his feet. Stop! He raised his hand sharply. 30 reserve members immediately halted, breathing like broken bellows, their confused gazes fixed on their instructor. Lung Feng didn't explain but dropped to one knee. Pressing his palm against the rough concrete surface, the vibration grew from light to heavy, becoming increasingly clear. This rumbling. His pupils contracted. Armored formation. Before he finished speaking, the Tumter-high concrete wall around the training ground exploded open. A ZTL-19 assault vehicle burst through the wall in a cloud of dust. Debris scattered as the steel beast roared into the square, its turret rotating while the dark cannon barrel coldly swept over everyone present. Enemy attack. A squad member panicked and raised his rifle. Stand down. Lung Feng commanded sternly. Though his hand had already moved toward his sidearmantel, he spotted the Dawn Base insignia on the vehicle's side. Then came the second, third, 12 assault vehicles charged into the training ground in succession, exhaust fumes billowing. 4 armored personnel carriers and 2 command vehicles followed, their diesel engines roaring so loudly that eardrums buzzed. The steel torrent spread across the square, filling the air with the smell of fuel and hot metal. The reserve members stood frozen. Some dropped their rifles with a clatter, others stumbled backward into their comrades before snapping back to reality. Are these our forces? A young squad member's voice trembled. Lung Feng didn't answer. As a former Special Forces soldier, he knew exactly what this equipment meant: 105 main guns, coaxial machine guns, composite armor, each component worth a fortune, incomparable to modified pickup trucks. Just how many cards was that mysterious young marshal still hiding? If the enforcement squad could possess such firepower. Attention! A sharp command cut through his thoughts. All assault vehicle hatches opened simultaneously as fully armed soldiers dismounted and formed ranks with crisp movements. Their weapons gleamed, tactical vests and gear spotless. A captain strode forward, his shoulder insignia glinting gold in the sunlight. By order of the marshal, the mechanized infantry company has come to take over base defense. He stopped and rendered a perfect military salute. Zhou Weiguo, please assist us in familiarizing ourselves with the defensive positions. Lung Feng instinctively returned the salute, his atoms apple bobbing. He noticed details about the soldiers: assault rifles equipped with optical sights, latest model fragmentation grenades securely fastened to their belts. This unit's professionalism was evident to the naked eye. Understood. Do you need me to show you around? He tried to keep his voice steady. In his peripheral vision, several reserve members were sneaking toward the nearest armored vehicle, greed written in their eyes. Death wish. Lung Feng was about to shout when the assault vehicle's gunner moved first. The machine gun swiveled and depressed. Rat-a-tat. A burst of bullets kicked up dust half a meter away, heat waves washing over them. Take another step closer, and the next bullet's go into you. The gunner's voice was ice cold. If any parts go missing, don't come crying to me. The squad members instantly turned pale as sheets, wet stains spreading visibly across their crotches. Lung Feng sucked in a sharp breath. Whether in reaction speed or fire control operation, these armored troops were elite among professional soldiers. Where on earth had the marshal recruited so many crack troops? Pardon the display. Zhou Weiguo looked at him with a half smile. My men don't have the best tempers. Lung Feng nodded stiffly, suddenly struck by a terrifying realization. Compared to this steel torrent, his carefully trained enforcement squad was nothing more than children playing house. Everyone, attention! He spun around and roared at his squad. Today's training is cancelled. All of you go help the troops familiarize themselves with the base immediately. His men stood stunned for a moment, then scattered in confusion. Lung Feng watched them run off, then looked up at the steel behemoths parked in the square, their hulls pitch black, tank treads leaving frighteningly deep marks, gun barrels gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Everything sent shockwaves through his chest. This apocalyptic world was about to change forever. What he didn't know was that Zhou Weiguo and his men needed no one to show them around the base. This was all Lin Ye's arrangement, with one purpose on Lido: let everyone see the gap firsthand. Want to betray Lin Ye in this apocalypse? Better think twice about what you're capable of first. At the construction site outside the financial center, Li Hua stood with his hands on his hips, directing survivors to move cement bags, wondering where all the soldiers who had been helping with the barbed wire just moments ago had disappeared to. Hey, where's everyone? He scratched his increasingly sparse hair and looked around. The surrounding survivors also noticed something was wrong and began whispering among themselves. You don't think they ran off, do you? A middle-aged man with broken glasses asked in a trembling voice. Bullshit, Li Hua cursed, though his heart was pounding. He quietly felt for the dagger in his pocket, his last lifeline. If the army really had abandoned them. Rumbly, a deep roar suddenly echoed from the distance, making the ground tremble slightly. An earthquake. A fat woman shrieked and dove under a table. The next second, the construction site wall exploded with a thunderous crash. Through the billowing dust, a steel behemoth slowly emerged, its dark cannon barrel pointed directly at the crowd. Monster! It's a monster! The survivors erupted in panic. The fat woman fainted on the spot. The man with glasses wet himself instantly. A young man actually dropped to his knees and started chanting Buddhist sutras. Don't panic, everyone. Li Hua tried to maintain his composure, though his legs shook like leaves. This must be a new type of zombie, the kind that can drive tanks. The armored vehicle's hatch popped open with a clang, and Xie Jin's dark face emerged. What's all the noise about? Never seen an armored vehicle before. Instant silence fell over the scene. Li Hua's eyes widened. Then he rushed forward and threw himself at the tracks, wailing. Sergeant Xiaomi, dear friend. You're finally back. I thought you'd abandoned us and run away. Xie Jin kicked him away in disgust. Get off. You'll scratch the paint. You're gonna pay for that. Things got even more ridiculous. The young man who'd been chanting threw himself at the cannon barrel, pressing his hands against the cold steel with shining eyes. This isn't a monster. This is a steel guardian sent by Buddha. Get lost. The tank commander slapped his hands away. Touch it again, and you pay. One shell costs 3 days' worth of rations. Li Hua finally came to his senses, wiped away tears that weren't there, and turned to shout at the survivors. What are you all standing around for? Can't you see our military friends are back? Quick, get out the best can lunch meat. No need. Wang Zhan jumped down from the vehicle, pointing at the collapsed wall. First fix this wall and reinforce it to 3 meters thick. 3 meters? Li Hua's smile instantly froze. What? Not enough. Wang Zhan patted the 105mm main gun beside him. Want me to demonstrate why it needs to be 3 meters? No, no need. Li Hua waved his hands frantically, shaking his head like a bobblehead. I'll get right on it. Right away. He turned and ran, only to trip over himself and faceplant into the dirt. The armored crew burst into laughter. The man with glasses still muttered quietly. I told you soldiers couldn't possibly turn down canned food. That day, the survivors of Dawn Base finally understood one truth compared to zombies. Their own army's armored vehicles seemed far more terrifying. Meanwhile, at an abandoned office building 2 kilometers away from the Cloud Villa, in the dim stairwell, over a dozen fully armed Special Forces soldiers pressed against the walls as they ascended. Their urban camouflage blended seamlessly with the gray-white walls. Assault rifles equipped with suppressors were held tight against their shoulders, their movements clean and precise. Thud! Thud! The point man at the front suddenly raised his weapon, firing 2 precise shots that struck a zombie wandering around the corner. Before the corpse could hit the ground, the soldiers behind rushed forward to catch it, gently lowering it down without making a sound. Clear. Captain Wang Gang made a tactical hand signal, and the squad continued advancing upward. At the edge of the rooftop, night wind swept past carrying dust. Wang Gang knelt behind the concrete barrier, carefully raising his military binoculars. The full view of Cloud Villa spread out before him: meticulously trimmed lawns, newly reinforced high walls, and gun barrels glinting coldly on the rooftop, resembling a small fortress. Yet the entire compound was eerily quiet, with no patrolling soldiers in sight. Captain, something's not right, Observer Yang Hua whispered. Didn't old Mo say there was a special forces unit stationed here? Wang Gang frowned deeply. Either they're extremely well hidden, or... Balcony, 3 o'clock, came the sniper's low warning through the earpiece. Wang Gang quickly adjusted his focus. On the 3rd floor outdoor balcony of the villa, 3 figures were walking slowly. At the front was a young man in military uniform with a stern expression, wearing a golden sun badge on his chest. Behind him were 2 young women, one of whom was unmistakably old Mo's daughter Mo Yoshua. Target confirmed. Wang Gang's breathing hitched slightly, yet everything seemed strangely off. Through the lens, Mo Yoshua wore a well-tailored maid outfit, her complexion rosy, even actively offering coffee to the man ahead. When they conversed, her eyes sparkled with smiles, showing no signs of coercion whatsoever. What the hell? Yang Hua took the binoculars, equally bewildered. Captain, this doesn't look like a kidnapping at all. Wang Gang's temples throbbed. As an elite member of the East Sea Military District's Special Forces, he had seen countless hostages. Panicked eyes and rigid body language couldn't be faked. Yet this young lady appeared completely at ease. Huazi, activate the satellite encrypted channel and report to headquarters. Yang Hua immediately set down his backpack and quickly assembled the portable satellite communicator. Remember, report truthfully. Wang Gang continued watching the villa, his voice low. 3 key points. First, Miss Mo has been located but shows no signs of coercion. Second, the villa's defense level is extremely high. Third, requesting further instructions. While the communicator was still being calibrated, the sniper suddenly gasped. Captain, that man on the balcony. I think he spotted us. Wang Gang quickly raised his binoculars. The stern-faced man had suddenly turned his head, his blade-like gaze piercing directly toward their position, his lips curling into an enigmatic smile. Retreat. Immediate withdrawal. Wang Gang's hair stood on end. We've been compromised. The squad instantly switched to combat mode, providing front and rear cover as they rushed toward the stairwell. In the stairwell, urgent footsteps echoed through the confined space, tactical boots striking the steps with dull impacts. Though their position had been exposed, the 12 Special Forces soldiers maintained their tight tactical formation. The advance guard maintained watch, the rear guard covered their retreat, and the middle team stayed ready to provide fire support. Captain, how did that guy spot us? Yang Hua whispered, his fingers still on the trigger. We're at least 2 kilometers away in a straight line. Wang Gang's expression darkened. Either it's a top-tier sniper's instinct. He thought of the automated defense turrets on the villa's rooftop, or there's high-tech surveillance equipment we missed. The squad burst through the office building's back exit and darted into the narrow, intersecting alleyways. Wang Gang raised his hand and waved, and everyone immediately dispersed to their position. Alley entrance, rooftops, corners forming a defensive perimeter in an instant. Establish a temporary base 1 kilometer out. He pressed his earpiece. Yang Hua, contact headquarters immediately. Report all anomalies exactly as they happened. Yang Hua crouched behind a crumbling wall, quickly deploying the folding antenna as the satellite communication terminal powered up with a series of beeps. Once the encrypted channel connected, he relayed the intelligence point by point. 1. Mo Yoshua's abnormal behavior. 2. The villa's automated defense system. 3. The mysterious man's terrifyingly sharp perception. Headquarters responded. Continue surveillance. Engagement strictly prohibited. Yang Hua ended the call and quietly repeated the orders. The staff's assessment. The target discovering them was possibly just coincidental. Coincidental. Wang Gang squinted toward the distant villa in the clouds. The building sat eerily still, like an empty shell completely indifferent to the outside world. Let's hope so. On the terrace of the villa in the clouds, with wind howling and clouds stretching endlessly, Lin Ye withdrew his gaze, a faint smile playing at his lips. Every movement of that squad 2 kilometers away, their advance, concealment, and alternating cover was crystal clear in his enhanced vision. Combat gear, sniper rifles. Mo Yoshua's father really won't give up, he muttered to himself. He wondered what expression the EC's wealthiest man would have if he knew his carefully groomed precious daughter was now dressed as a maid, serving someone else. Marshal, what's wrong? An Ruoran approached, carrying a plate of freshly cut fruit. Nothing. Lin Ye took the fruit plate casually. Just spotted a few rats. Ah! 2 screams erupted. Mo Yoshue and An Ruoran, like startled deer, threw themselves at him from both sides, clinging to him with arms and legs. Rats? Where? Marshal, we're scared. Lin Ye stumbled backward from the impact, nearly dropping the fruit plate. It was just a joke. Is this really necessary? Of course it's necessary. Mo Yoshue's voice trembled. Those dark, dirty things are the most terrifying. And flying cockroaches. And Ruoran buried her face in his shoulder. Don't scare us like that again. All right, I was teasing you. Lin Ye gently patted their backs. Come down now, let's prepare lunch. The 2 women finally climbed down carefully, but remained on high alert, their eyes scanning the corners as if a rat might dart out at any moment. Lin Ye shook his head and headed back toward the corridor. Halfway there, he spoke to the seemingly empty shadows. Chen Feng, there's a special forces team watching us from 2 kilometers southeast. Have the Snow Leopard unit pay them a visit. Remember, no casualties. A low chuckle emerged from the darkness. Understood. As Lin Ye's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, the balcony curtains stirred without any wind, as if an invisible presence had just departed. At dusk, on the southeastern side of the city ruins, a blood-red sunset stretched across the horizon, coating the collapsed steel beams and rubble in thick, dark hues. Wang Gang's squad lay concealed on the 2nd floor of an abandoned shopping mall, shattered glass from broken display windows crunching softly underfoot as they peered through cracked panes at the eerily silent silhouette of the villa complex in the distance. Captain, the drone is in position. Technician Li Howren whispered, his thumb steady on the controller's joystick. The screen showed clear views of the villa district's roads and lawns, but they were completely deserted. Wang Gang adjusted his night vision goggles as sulfurous dust filled his nostrils, his brow furrowing deeper. The villa appeared completely unguarded, yet his professional instincts made his hair stand on end. The silence was far too unnatural. Lower the drone to 100 meters and activate thermal imaging. A buzzing sound swept past the wind gap as the drone descended. The moment it crossed the designated altitude, the surveillance feed suddenly flickered with static before going completely black. We're being jammed. Li Howren's face went pale. Military-grade electronic warfare equipment. Wang Gang's heart pounded. Ordinary armed militants couldn't possibly get their hands on this level of technology. He opened his mouth to order a full retreat. Suddenly, an urgent warning burst through his earpiece from the sniper. 11 o'clock. Someone's approach. The communication cut off abruptly. Sniper team? Respond. Wang Gang roared, his voice echoing through the empty mall. The only answer was a distant, muffled gunshot from a suppressed weapon, followed by the heavy thud of a body hitting the ground. The squad instantly scattered into a circular defensive formation, backs to each other. Dust swirled in the beams of their weapon-mounted lights. Yang Hua's Adams applebobbed despite being the military district's combat champion. This was the first time he truly felt the terror of being stalked by a predator, his finger trembling on the trigger. At the other end of the 2nd floor corridor, Chen Feng glided along the wall like a ghost, his night vision revealing the heat signatures of the government special forces soldiers with nowhere to hide. He pressed his earpiece and whispered, Team A in position. Team B, cut off the eastern escape route. His team members confirmed one by one. As commander of the Snow Leopard Assault Unit, he appreciated the professionalism of the opposing squad. Precise concealment, disciplined formation. Unfortunately, the equipment and tactical levels of both sides weren't even in the same dimension. This engagement was essentially a dimensional reduction strike. Bang! An explosion suddenly erupted downstairs, sending glass shards cascading like rain. Chen Feng's lips curved slightly. That was a booby trap set by their opponents, but it had only destroyed a decoy robot deployed by the Snow Leopards. 1st floor lobby. Through the lingering smoke, Wang Gang's pupils contracted sharply. In the gaps between the fumes, a black shadow streaked past at nearly inhuman speed. Open fire. 5 assault rifles roared simultaneously, their muzzle flashes reducing display cases to flying splinters. In an instant, the concrete ceiling above exploded, steel cables whipped down, and 3 black figures rappelled from the ceiling. Above, Yang Hua had barely raised his weapon when a cold blade pressed against his carotid artery. The knife wielder wore a face mask, his exposed eyes as cold and hard as metal. Game over. Chun Feng's voice, processed through a voice modulator, echoed from all around the mall with an electronic, bone-chilling quality. Surrender within 10 seconds. Wang Gang's temples throbbed violently. Having served with the Griffin Special Forces, he had never suffered such humiliation, yet he couldn't deny reality. Their opponents had silently eliminated the sniper team and precisely located their fire positions. Their capabilities were completely overwhelming. Machine gunner Zhang Meng's forehead beaded with sweat, his breathing like a broken bellows. Captain, let's fight them to the end. Wang Gang's gaze swept across his team members' tense faces. These brothers who had fought alongside him through life and death, some had just become fathers. Others had paralyzed mothers at home. Lay down your weapons, he said through gritted teeth. What? His deputy Yang Hua exclaimed in shock. But Wang Gang still forced out the words, execute the order. One by one, rifles hit the ground, their dull thuds echoing off the cold marble like funeral bells tolling for some unknown verdict. The moment the last gun dropped, every light in the mall blazed to life. 10 Snow Leopard Commandos emerged from behind pillars, glass counters, and even the shadows of ceiling fixtures, red laser dots dancing from their black muzzles, precisely targeting each man's heart. Click, click, click. Military boots struck the tiles as Chun Feng stepped slowly from the boundary between light and shadow, removing his mask. His young, stern face made Wang Gang pause. But what truly chilled him was the badge on Chun Feng's chest beneath the Snow Leopard insignia, for cold characters were engraved. Marshal's Guard. Your regular army? Yang Hua's voice was dry. Chun Feng didn't answer, merely gestured for his men to disarm them. The Snow Leopard operatives moved with clean efficiency, not a single unnecessary sound. When they searched Wang Gang's inner pocket, a photograph slipped out. Mo Yoshua's smiling face in graduation robes flickered under the lights before settling quietly in a floor crack. The air seemed instantly sucked away. Mo Tianqing's private soldiers? Chun Feng narrowed his eyes, his tone somewhere between mockery and judgment. Wang Gang forced himself to breathe steadily, his gaze quickly scanning the enemy's equipment details: modified Type 191 rifles, top-grade ballistic plates, even custom tactical gloves. This level of gear was far beyond what ordinary special forces could access. We're not old Mo's private soldiers. We're just following orders to bring Miss Mo home, Wang Gang said, throwing caution to the wind as he looked up. Her grandfather is very worried about her. Chun Feng suddenly smiled and pressed his earpiece, speaking quietly. Moments later, Mo Yoshua's clear voice came through the public channel. Hello, comrade. I'm Mo Yoshua. Please tell my father and grandfather that I'm fine and staying here voluntarily. Also, please don't make any more pointless sacrifices. Those words pinned Wang Gang in place. The young lady who had always been sheltered, who wouldn't even touch a pistol, now spoke with such conviction and seemed to have complete control of the situation. Chun Feng made a welcoming gesture. Now, let's discuss your fate. 2 Snow Leopard operatives brought over the sniper, who had been taken down by tranquilizer darts. His unconscious chest rose and fell gently, without even a bullet hole in his clothing. Wang Gang's worldview was completely shattered. This unit could have easily annihilated them all, yet they went to the trouble of taking prisoners alive. What was this young marshal calculating? As night fell, 12 government special forces soldiers were blindfolded and loaded into armored vehicles. Headlights swept across as Chun Feng watched the convoy head toward the villa, then pressed his communicator. Marshal, targets captured and being escorted to the villa. Lin Ye's amused voice came through the earpiece. Excellent. Let Mo Tianqing know his daughter is having a wonderful time here. Drone wreckage lay scattered on the mall's top floor. Micromechanical spiders crawled over the debris, transmitting battle footage back to base. From beginning to end, this unequal game had been precisely controlled by someone. East Sea Military District, 3rd Shelter Command Center. At exactly 8 p.m., the conference room was brightly lit. Mo Tianqing stared intently at the projection screen. The confrontation between Wang Gang's team and the Snow Leopard unit, from the drone's signal interference and sniper communication loss to complete disarmament, all in under 5 minutes. East Sea Military District Commander Li Dongyang crossed his arms, brow deeply furrowed. Their equipment, reaction speed, and coordination all suggest systematically enhanced elite forces. But Mo Tianqing only focused on the final seconds. In the footage, Chun Feng pressed his earpiece, followed immediately by Mo Yoshua's voice. Tell father and grandfather I'm fine and staying voluntarily. Hearing his daughter's voice, his rigid shoulders relaxed slightly. But then the screen switched to another recording. Mo Yoshua wearing a pink maid outfit, respectfully serving tea to that young man. Soft lace trim swayed under the lights as the young marshal lounged lazily on the sofa, like someone admiring a treasure he could claim at any moment. Bang! Mo Tianqing smashed his purple clay teapot with his cane, scalding tea scattering everywhere. That bastard. His face turned iron gray, veins bulging on his forehead. How dare he make my daughter wear such clothes? When I get my hands on you, I'll skin you alive. Li Dongyang cleared his throat softly, signaling for the staff officers to leave first. As the doors closed, only he and Mo Tianxing remained facing each other, the air seeming to grow taut with tension. Li Dongyang lowered his voice. Old Mo, stay calm. At least Xiao Xue is safe for now. He gestured toward the surveillance screen in the footage. Mo Yoshua appeared healthy with rosy cheeks, carrying a tray as she walked with a composed expression. That's my daughter, Mo Tianxing's daughter. Mo Tianxing gritted his teeth, fury blazing in his eyes. And now she's serving others like a servant girl? Li Dongyang's voice grew heavier. They didn't harm Wang Gang's men and deliberately sent them back with a message. This shows they don't want to completely burn bridges with us. Mo Tianxing's fingers slowly clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Don't want to be enemies? He let out a cold laugh, his voice carrying a sharp edge. Making my daughter dress like that, you call that not wanting to be enemies? The screen froze on the Amagia-made outfit in profile, the tray, a faint smile, showing no signs of coercion. Li Dongyang stopped arguing, knowing well that this wealthiest man of Donghai had always been fiercely protective, especially when it came to his beloved only daughter. But right now, personal emotions couldn't override the survival crisis. He tapped the table and brought up the tactical map of Donghai City. Old Mo, the more pressing issue right now is resources. The third shelter was located at the northeastern foothills, fortress-like, but critically low on ammunition and food. Without expansion within 2 months, their defenses would collapse on their own. Mo Tianxing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his rage, and focused on the map. The third shelter had mountains at its back and faced the city. Only by pushing southwest could they possibly reach warehouses, supermarkets, and old military depots. But the route was densely packed with zombies and dotted with scattered survivor strongholds. Wang Gang's squad was captured but not killed, which means they don't want to escalate the conflict for now. Li Dongyang pointed to several circled locations. We'll first clear the smaller nearby strongholds, consolidate resources, then gradually advance toward the city center. Mo Tianxing remained silent for a long moment before finally nodding. I won't interfere with military operations. You're the commander. How to fight is your call. He stood and walked to the door, then stopped and turned back, staring at the made outfit image on the screen with icy eyes. Tell that so-called marshal better hope I never catch him, or I'll skin him alive with my own hands. With those words, he stormed out, leaving Li Dongyang alone to contemplate the map. After a moment, he picked up the communicator. Tomorrow morning at 6, 1st and 2nd mobile companies assemble for a 5 km southwest advance to establish a forward outpost. Yes, Commander, came the crisp response over the radio. Night fell over the city, and the wasteland outside the third shelter echoed with the intermittent howls of zombies. But within the fortress of steel and concrete, a new expansion plan was quietly taking shape. The next morning, in the war room of the Cloud Villa, morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the holographic sand table, where a three-dimensional map of Donghai City slowly rotated. Lin Ye stood before the table, his fingertips gliding as he accessed the latest intelligence. Chen Feng stood nearby, reporting on yesterday's battle results. 12 government special forces soldiers were all detained in the basement, plus the 8 previously captured, making a total of 20. Chen Feng reported to Lin Ye in a calm tone. Their quality is excellent, and their tactical coordination is very skilled. Lin Ye lightly pressed his finger on the map, his gaze fixed on the red marker at the center of the gymnasium, responding indifferently. We're currently short-handed, recruit them. Chen Feng wasn't surprised and nodded. Understood, I'll give it a try. Underground garage. Damp, cold air mixed with the smell of rust clung to their skin. The dim emergency lights flickered like candles being strangled, barely casting patchy light that revealed huddled figures in the corners. Wang Gang sat with his back against the concrete wall, special restraints cutting into his wrists. Though he had suffered, he hadn't been tortured. He closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, his ears catching every footstep. Captain, what do you think they really want? Yang Hua lowered his voice. They don't interrogate or beat us, just leave us hanging here. Wang Gang opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the 8 government soldiers at the other end of the garage. Lu Ming's squad, captured earlier. Lu Ming noticed his look and nodded slightly. Both belonged to the East Sea Military District's elite forces, and though from different units, they knew of each other by reputation. Whatever they're planning, we cannot betray the military district. Wang Gang's voice was hoarse but firm. Lu Ming sneered. Easy to say, but who knows if they'll resort to dirty tactics? Creak. The grinding sound of the iron door being pushed open exploded through the garage, harsh light flooding in as everyone instinctively squinted. Against the backlight, a tall figure strode forward. It was Chen Feng, the Snow Leopard commander who had easily subdued them yesterday. How's the rest treating you? Chen Feng stepped on the waterlogged floor, his boots splashing droplets. No one responded, but he didn't mind, standing still as he surveyed each tense face. The marshal says the base needs people. He cut straight to the point. Join Daybreak Base willingly, and the treatment won't disappoint. Join. Lu Ming scoffed. We're soldiers, not turncoats. Wang Gang remained silent, his gaze equally cold. Chen Feng's lips curved upward, clearly satisfied with their backbone. If this group had nodded easily, he would have looked down on them instead. Soldiers. He slowly pulled out a stack of photos from his tactical pouch and dropped them in front of the group. The photos scattered across the wet floor. Wang Gang's pupils contracted sharply. The images showed refugee gathering points throughout East Sea City, tent camps, relief lines, and his wife holding their child, hiding in a corner of an air raid shelter. Wang Gang's voice tightened. How do you have these? Chen Feng didn't answer, his tone steady. In the apocalypse, soldiers are still human, still have things they want to protect. He crouched down, meeting Wang Gang's eyes. The marshal promises that as long as you serve faithfully, he'll use resources to prioritize rescuing your loved ones. The garage fell so quiet they could hear water dripping. Lu Ming stared at the photo of his gray-haired mother, his knuckles white. Yang Hua gazed at his gaunt sister, his Adam's apple bobbing. Why should we trust you? Wang Gang gritted his teeth. Chen Feng stood up, his voice calm. Don't trust us then. Keep being prisoners. You know the situation outside better than I do. Zombies multiplying, survivors killing each other, government forces barely holding on. He gestured upward. Daybreak Base has food, medical care, and enough firepower to protect the people you want to protect. Wang Gang lowered his head, his chest feeling like it was stuffed with two boulders: military honor and family safety tearing at him. After a long moment, he looked up at Lu Ming. The two men locked eyes, silently conferring. After the silence, Wang Gang took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. We need assurance that our families are safe before we truly pledge loyalty. Chen Feng's smile deepened. Reasonable. A cold flash, and he drew his tactical knife, cleanly cutting through the restraints on Wang Gang's wrists. Welcome to Daybreak Base. The crisp sound of the restraints hitting the floor echoed, and Wang Gang suddenly realized might have stepped onto a path of no return. But for the figure in the photo holding that child, he was willing to take the gamble. Chen Feng raised his hand, his voice cold and commanding. From this moment on, you 20 men are officially part of Dawn Base. To show our sincerity, the Marshal has personally prepared a gift for you. Before he finished speaking, the garage's iron door rumbled open. Bone-chilling wind swept in as 7 or 8 Snow Leopard team members crouched and entered, their heavy combat boots echoing dully on the concrete floor. They dragged several reinforced metal crates together, the boxes scraping against the ground with harsh clanging sounds. Bang! The lid was thrown open, and the cold fluorescent lights illuminated a crate full of steel. 20 QBZ 191 assault rifles lay neatly arranged, their barrels gleaming like frost. 5 QJY-201 general-purpose machine guns rested alongside them, with dark ammunition belts coiled in the ammo boxes. Nearby were individual combat uniforms, night vision goggles, NJ Level 4 ballistic plates, and a PF-98A rocket launcher. These weapons would have been accessible only to elite special forces units even before the apocalypse. This is really for us. A soldier involuntarily stepped forward, his fingertips lightly touching a gun barrel, trembling slightly. Wang Gang was equally shocked. He lifted a machine gun, its substantial weight and precision mechanism making his heart race. Looking up, he stared directly at Chen Feng. Aren't you afraid we'll turn against you? Chen Feng sneered coldly. Since the Marshal dares to give these to you, naturally he's not afraid. He surveyed everyone, his voice carrying invisible pressure. Trust those you employ, don't employ those you don't trust. Moreover, you are soldiers. He emphasized the last 2 words heavily. Lu Ming's pupils contracted as he instantly understood. They were using military honor to bind them such terrifying cunning. Wang Gang took a deep breath and slowly placed the machine gun back in the crate. Don't worry, as long as you don't ask us to do anything unconscionable, we won't betray you before we find our families. That's naturally for the best. Chen Feng nodded, then held up 2 fingers. But don't celebrate too early. The Marshal has 2 conditions. Everyone's nerves tensed. First, you must absolutely obey the Marshal's orders, with all operations following his lead. Wang Gang frowned, but didn't object. In the apocalypse, unified command was more effective than chaotic democracy. Second, Chen Feng's voice suddenly turned ice cold. U-20 will be merged into one unit, abandoning all former designations and becoming Dawn Military Special Forces Unit 0. Impossible. A soldier shot to his feet, veins bulging in his neck. Our designation is our soul. Abandon it, and the unit loses its backbone. Chen Feng's gaze was sharp as a blade. Humph. Don't forget, everything here belongs to the Marshal, belongs to Dawn Base. He stepped forward, his presence intimidating. Nothing from the old government forces is allowed to exist. The garage fell into deathly silence. Wang Gang and Lu Ming exchanged glances, both struggling internally. Unit designations were a soldier's bottom line, one of the few sources of honor left in the apocalypse. However, The pristine equipment at their feet and the haggard faces of their loved ones in their minds forced them to face reality. Cruelty often trumped honor. Chun Feng surveyed the scene and coldly raised his hand toward the door. If anyone is unwilling, please be my guest. His voice carried no emotion whatsoever, as if he were discussing something utterly trivial. Yet everyone present understood that stepping through that door meant losing protection, losing equipment, and possibly losing the chance to find their families forever. Wang Gang slowly closed his eyes, his knuckles turning white from clenching his fists. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes, his voice hoarse but resolute. We accept. Lu Ming opened his mouth to argue, but ultimately just let out a heavy sigh and acquiesced to the decision. Chun Feng's lips curved slightly upward as he nodded with satisfaction. Good. Stay alert. Someone will bring food shortly, and after you eat, I'll have you familiarized with Dawn Base and its regulations. As soon as he finished speaking, the garage's metal door was pushed open, and several Snow Leopard team members wheeled in 2 carts. The metal wheels scraped against the ground, producing a harsh yet pleasant sound, the sound of hope for survival. The stacks of cardboard boxes on the carts were quickly opened, revealing neatly arranged supplies that made all the prisoners' eyes widen. Braised beef, curry chicken, preserved vegetable pork, and other military MREs, vacuum-packed bread, crackers, and chocolate, plus cases of bottled water and energy drinks. This is really for us. A young soldier's Adam's apple bobbed as his voice trembled. Lu Ming picked up a pack of braised beef, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the packaging. At the 3rd shelter, we only had 2 meals of compressed biscuits a day. Go ahead and eat. Chun Feng headed toward the door. Assemble in 30 minutes. As the metal door closed and its echo reverberated through the garage, the 20 government soldiers pounced on the food like starving wolves. The sounds of tearing packages rose and fell, accompanied by urgent, heavy chewing. This beef smells incredible. There's even canned peaches. I haven't had these in 3 years. Water. Clean water. Finally, no more filtered sewage. Wang Gang slowly chewed his bread, the long-missed aroma of wheat spreading through his mouth. Watching his men devour the food, a terrifying thought suddenly crossed his mind. These supplies, which seemed unimaginably luxurious to them, might just be daily rations for Dawn Base. Captain, why aren't you eating? Yang Hua wiped the grease from his lips and offered him a box of self-heating rice. Wang Gang took the meal box and lowered his voice. Have you thought about it? What kind of organization can casually produce supplies like this? How deep must their resources run? Everyone's movements froze. Lu Ming set down his half-eaten compressed biscuit, his expression grave. Elder Mo once said that Villa District was originally under his control, and there's no way it could have stockpiled this much military supplies. Unless. Wang Gang stared at the military special supply stamp on the meal box and slowly continued. They have their own logistics system. The garage fell silent instantly, breathing sounds as clear as sandpaper scraping. In the post-apocalyptic world, being able to establish a logistics system meant having production bases, transport fleets, and armed escorts that was no longer just a survivor settlement, but a micro-government. But does all this really exist? Yang Hua felt a drop of cold sweat slide down his forehead, landing with a splat on an ammunition crate, as the chicken leg in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. Don't overthink it. Wang Gang forced himself to continue eating, muttering under his breath. Let's focus on surviving first. However, as he bit into his first mouthful of still steaming curry chicken, a thought involuntarily surfaced: if Dawn Base could truly protect his wife and children, what difference did it make whom he served? After eating and drinking their fill, Wang Gang led everyone out of the garage, carrying their brand new equipment. The blazing sunlight immediately made them squint as they spotted a dark green military truck parked in the open area, its engine rumbling quietly while faint white smoke drifted from the exhaust pipe. Chun Feng stood beside the vehicle, waving them over. Get in. The group exchanged uncertain glances, their hearts pounding with anxiety. Yang Hua lowered his voice. Where are they taking us? They're not using us as cannon fodder, are they? Someone muttered. Wang Gang didn't respond, simply stepping forward and climbing into the truck first. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and followed, leaving the others no choice but to reluctantly climb into the cargo bed one by one. Bang! The door slammed shut, the engine roared to life, and the military truck headed toward the financial district. Inside the cargo compartment, 20 former government soldiers sat shoulder to shoulder in oppressive silence. Yang Hua couldn't help but ask, Captain, what do you think they want? I don't know. Wang Gang shook his head. They gave us equipment, so they probably won't just send us to our deaths. Don't be so sure, Lu Ming sneered. We could be scouts or bait. His words sent a chill through everyone's hearts. The truck bounced through rubble and ruins, with occasional zombie roars echoing in the distance. Someone peered through a gap in the canvas and saw soldiers patrolling both sides of the street, wearing uniform combat gear and carrying assault rifles, their eyes alertly scanning the wasteland. Are all of these their people? Someone whispered. Wang Gang's brow furrowed deeply. This force was much larger than he had anticipated. The truck slowed down and finally pulled into a wide, open area. "We're here, get out." Chen Feng's voice called from the driver's cabin. Everyone jumped down from the truck, and the sight before them left them frozen in place. The financial center, once a landmark of the city, had now become a semi-constructed military fortress. The outer concrete walls were reinforced with steel beams. Machine gun positions lined the top like dark holes. At the entrance, fully armed sentries carefully checked identification. Across the plaza, dozens of survivors moved supplies and reinforced defenses under soldiers' direction. Most striking of all were 12 infantry fighting vehicles lined up in the center of the plaza. These steel beasts had towering turrets with 105mm main guns pointing skyward, their barrels gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Beside the vehicles, soldiers inspected ammunition and cleaned components with crisp, efficient movements. "This," Yang Hua's voice trembled. "This is definitely a regular army, damn it." Wang Gang's heart raced. As a former captain of the Griffin Special Forces, he had seen plenty of elite units, but the equipment before him was even more sophisticated than pre-apocalypse mechanized divisions. "Welcome to Dawn Base," Chen Feng said with a slight smile. "This will be your new home." Home. Everyone stood stunned, unable to process the information. "You're not prisoners," Chen Feng continued. "The marshal said that anyone willing to join becomes one of us." Lu Ming swallowed hard, his eyes sweeping over the armored vehicles, machine guns, and mortars in the post-apocalyptic world. These were practically strategic-level resources. "How many people do you actually have?" Wang Gang finally asked. "Currently, one mechanized infantry company," Chen Feng replied, "plus the Snow Leopard Strike Team, the enforcement squad, and your newly formed Team Zero." An entire company. Wang Gang's heart skipped a beat. A company's worth of troops might not have meant much before the apocalypse, but in today's world, this was a force capable of sweeping through any survivor settlement. Moreover, they were equipped with armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, and mortars firepower sufficient to tear through any defensive line. "Now, let me take you to meet the company commander." Chen Feng turned and headed toward the heavy doors of the financial center. The group seemed to snap out of a dream and hurried to follow. Beyond several layers of sandbag fortifications and crossfire positions, the steel revolving door stood open, and everyone entered the spacious, brightly lit lobby. Inside, survivors queued in orderly lines to register their identities and collect supplies, while armed soldiers patrolled the area, occasionally giving quiet orders. The order was so perfect it seemed as if the apocalypse had never arrived. "This place," Yang Hua murmured. "It's like a small nation." Wang Gang pressed his lips together tightly, though his mind was churning like turbulent waves. He had originally thought Dawn Base was just an ordinary armed settlement, but the complete system before his eyes, military, civilians, resource distribution, defensive fortifications, was clearly a rising power. "We're here." Chen Feng stopped and pushed open the conference room door. The room was brightly lit, and a captain in combat gear was quietly discussing something with several officers over a sand table. Hearing the sound, he looked up, his sharp gaze sweeping over the group. "Company Commander Zhou, I've brought them." Chen Feng stood at attention and saluted. Zhou Weigua nodded, took 2 steps toward Wang Gang, and extended his hand. "Welcome to Dawn Base." The rough, powerful handshake made Wang Gang instinctively straighten his spine. "From today forward, your Team Zero will report directly to me." Zhou Weigua's tone was low and steady. "The mission is simple: training, combat, and executing special operations." "Yes, sir." Wang Gang immediately stood at attention, his voice ringing clear. Zhou Weigua turned and pointed to the sand table. "First step, clear the southern sector and establish a safe zone. Your primary mission is to assist the main force in sweeping the surrounding zombie hordes." The sand table was covered with dense red dots marking zombie distributions, while Dawn Base's blue sphere of influence was expanding in all directions. "Any questions?" Zhou Weigua asked. "No, sir." Wang Gang took a deep breath, his spine ramrod straight. At this moment, he finally understood hadn't joined an ordinary survivor militia, but a systematic military force. And that mysterious marshal, what was his background? He had a vague premonition that this apocalyptic world might be dramatically changed because of that person. After the mission briefing, Chen Feng continued touring Wang Gang's group through the financial center. Passing through the lobby, they arrived at the converted residential area. The former office floors had been partitioned into simple dormitories with steel frame beds arranged in rows, and base regulations and cleaning duty rosters posted on the walls. What shocked Wang Gang was that the survivors here showed none of the numbness and fear common in the apocalypse. Some were organizing their belongings, others queued for meals, and groups of 3 or 5 gathered around chessboards in quiet conversation. The atmosphere was so relaxed it made one forget about the sea of corpses outside. How are they not afraid at all? Yang Hua's eyes widened. At Dawn Base, as long as you follow the rules and work hard, you can survive and survive well. Chen Feng's tone was calm but confident. Wang Gang's heart tightened. The survivors at the third shelter fought daily over food, with chaotic order and everyone living in fear. while the stability and vitality here presented a stark contrast between two different worlds. It was like an entirely different world. Continuing forward, they arrived at the construction zone. A waist-high new wall stood before them, with gray-white mortar still dripping down its surface. In the dust, dozens of survivors hauled cement bags and carried bricks, their sweat soaking their tank tops to a dark shade. Bang! A cement bag was dropped heavily, sending up a cloud of white dust. At the base of the wall, a middle-aged man in a crisp suit with sleeves rolled up to his elbows stood with hands on his hips, shouting angrily. "You over there? Don't stack the cement so high. Watch out for collapse." "Who is he?" Wang Gang asked curiously, moving closer to Chen Feng. "Li Hua." Chen Feng's lips curved slightly. "The supervisor appointed by the marshal, specifically in charge of survivors. All affairs fall under his jurisdiction." Only then did Wang Gang understand. No wonder the construction site showed no signs of chaos. It was all thanks to this man's coordination. Behind the construction zone was a task assignment area set up with simple metal sheds. Several long tables were arranged in a row, with a queue winding more than 10 meters in front, mostly consisting of able-bodied workers. Behind the tables, staff members were busy keeping records, occasionally tearing off a slip of paper to hand over. "What are they doing?" Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. "Taking on tasks." Chen Feng pointed to the ledgers on the tables. The base issues jobs like clearing zombies, transporting supplies, and repairing defensive structures. Complete them and earn contribution points. Contribution points? Equivalent to currency. Chen Feng smiled as he added. At Dawn Base, contribution points can be exchanged for anything: food, water, accommodation, even weapons. What? Everyone gasped in unison. Yang Hua stammered. Even guns can be exchanged? Of course. With enough contribution points, you can even apply to join the regular army. Wang Gang and Lu Ming exchanged glances, feeling a tightness in their chests. The third shelter barely managed to provide basic sustenance, yet here they allowed private weapon exchanges? The mountains of supplies seemed almost like cheating. Lu Ming muttered under his breath, "This is fucking cheating." As they continued forward, the ground beneath their feet changed from hard earth to track gravel. The roar from the training ground hit them. "Hedon, move your asses faster. Stop dragging your feet. Didn't you eat enough?" Under the scorching sun, a group of men carried heavy packs, sweat dripping from their chins to the ground. With each step they took, the gravel crunched beneath their feet. On the sidelines, a stern-faced man stood with arms crossed, his gaze sweeping over the formation like a blade. "That's Lung Feng." Chen Feng gestured toward him. "Former government special forces. Everyone in the base calls him a madman." Wang Gang squinted. He'd heard this name before. During military exercises, Lung Feng had once crouched atop a building hundreds of meters high for a full day and night, ultimately taking out the Blue Army commander and shocking all 5 military districts. He never expected such a formidable character to now be part of Dawn Base. "What is he training?" "The enforcement squad." Chen Feng replied. "They maintain internal order and go to battle when necessary." Wang Gang nodded, thinking to himself, with Lung Feng at the helm, Dawn Base's military strength would probably skyrocket. In the evening, they returned to the conference room. Chen Feng pulled out a document and explained the base regulations point by point. 1. Absolute obedience to the marshal's orders. Violators will be severely punished. 2. Contribution point system: work more, earn more. Slackers will have their rations reduced. 3. Private fighting is prohibited. Disputes will be adjudicated by the enforcement squad. 4. Military-style management is implemented. Violators will be expelled. After reading the clauses, Wang Gang let out a long breath, feeling his entire worldview had been refreshed. He had once thought life at the third shelter was already remarkably resilient, but compared to Dawn Base, the gap. He clicked his tongue hard. One was in heaven, the other on earth. There was simply no comparison. He suddenly felt a surge of relief, like someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. If he hadn't fallen into the hands of the Dawn Army, he'd probably still be fighting for his life over a can of food in the post-apocalyptic ruins. Now, not only was he alive, but he'd actually become a member of this legendary elite force. For the first time, he felt that he might have truly chosen the right side. "All right, I've covered all the essential points." Chen Feng clapped his hands, the sharp sound echoing off the concrete walls of the conference room, snapping everyone back to reality from their shock. "You'll figure out the rest as you go." He paused for half a second, the corner of his mouth curving into a barely perceptible smile. "Someone will take you to your quarters shortly. Get some rest while you can. Your first mission is coming up soon." The word mission made the air suddenly tense. Yang Hua's Adam's apple bobbed as his fingers unconsciously traced the newly issued Type 95 rifle. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, his gaze drifting through the window to the gray and black armored vehicle on the tarmac. Wang Gang straightened his spine and snapped off a crisp military salute. "Thank you, comrade. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" "Captain of the Snow Leopard Strike Team, Chen Feng." He returned the salute with equal precision. "Pleased to meet you all." Wang Gang, former captain of the Griffin Special Forces from the East Sea Theater, now Special Operative Zero of the Dawn Army. Lu Ming, former deputy company commander of the East Sea Theater Special Operations Company. Yang Hua, former special reconnaissance soldier from the East Sea Theater. Li Erniu, former machine gunner from the East Sea Theater Mechanized Infantry Company. Wang Yanbing, former demolitions expert from the East Sea Theater Engineer Company. Names and designations were called out one by one, their voices bouncing off the walls of the spacious conference room. Chen Feng studied them intently, as if etching each face into his memory. Excellent. He nodded. From today forward, you are members of Dawn Base. Remember here, strength is everything, and firepower is king. Don't let the marshal down. With that, he turned, his military boots striking a crisp rhythm on the floor. Before pushing through the door, he looked back to add, make the most of this final rest period. The door closed, leaving only echoes. Wang Gang let out a long breath, only then realizing his undershirt was soaked through. Captain. Yang Hua started to speak, but hesitated. Let's get settled first. Wang Gang waved him off, whispering a reminder. This base is far more complex than we imagined. Before he could finish, a Snow Leopard team member pushed through the door. Follow me. I'll take you to your quarters. After several dimly lit corridors, they arrived at the upper floors of the financial center, what had once been premium office space, now converted into military barracks. The spacious room contained 2 rows of bunk beds, each with a personal locker and complete bedding set, even personal toiletry kits arranged in perfect order. This is your quarters. The Snow Leopard operative pointed to the wall. Duty roster, schedule, and housekeeping requirements are all posted there. Bathrooms are at the end of the hall. Hot water runs from 6 to 9 p.m. Yang Hua ran his hand over the crisp white sheets, hardly believing it. Hot water too? This is better than the officers' quarters at the 3rd shelter. Lu Ming walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the base. On the training grounds, enforcement team members dripped with sweat. In the distribution area, survivors formed orderly queues. Beyond the main gate, armored vehicles with lights cutting through the darkness like blades slowly departed on patrol. This isn't just a shelter, he said quietly. It's a war machine running at full capacity. Wang Gang moved to stand beside him, his voice low. And we've just become cogs in that machine. Meanwhile, at the other end of the base in the command center, holographic sand table projections cast blue light across Chun Feng's uniform as he smiled slightly. Dawn Base's strength had grown by another measure. These new Special Forces operatives would soon face their first test. The base's lights flickered in the darkness like a rising star. On the rooftop of a dilapidated residential building in Chengwan Community, Hu Biao crouched behind the weathered concrete barrier, the lenses of his military binoculars reflecting the harsh morning light. Behind him, about 20 men sat or squatted around, cheap cigarettes dangling from their lips, rifles and shotguns casually propped against sandbags and water buckets at their feet. Boss Hu, see anything interesting? Heiwa moved closer, holding a half-empty bottle of murky liquor. Hu Biao didn't take it, snorted coldly, and tossed the binoculars back. See for yourself. Heiwa squinted as he adjusted the focus, then suddenly gasped. Holy shit. Is that an attack helicopter? Through the lens, on the landing pad behind the Cloud Villa's backyard, an Apache attack helicopter sat motionless, its 30mm chain gun gleaming coldly in the morning light. Hu Biao spat on the ground. That idiot Long Tianxiang wants us to scout out forces like this? What's the difference between that and suicide? Exactly. A burly man with a scarred face crushed his cigarette, but viciously. He's holed up in his shelter eating and drinking well, while sending us brothers out as cannon fodder. Hu Biao fell silent, his expression dark. He knew better than anyone that the mysterious unit's equipment was unlike anything they'd seen, even before the apocalypse, completely beyond what they could handle. Boss Hu, what do we do? Heiwa lowered his voice. Do we really follow Long Tianxiang's orders and figure out their defenses and patrol patterns? Figure out my ass. Hu Biao shot to his feet, his voice low but fierce. We'll just put on a show here today. When evening comes, we'll go back and say the security was too tight. Calm, get close. He looked around at his men, his gaze sharp as a blade. When those people from the villa come attacking, we retreat immediately. If Long Tianxiang wants to fight to the death, that's his business. Don't throw away your brother's lives. But Long Tianxiang won't be easy to explain this to. A tall, thin man hesitated. Hu Biao drew his gun, pressing the dark barrel against the thin man's forehead. Then why don't you take a stroll around the villa's front gate? See if they'll give you a machine gun shower. The thin man's face went pale as he shook his head frantically. Stay sharp, all of you. Hu Biao holstered his weapon and swept his cold gaze over the group. If you want to live, do as I say. When they tear each other apart. He didn't finish, but everyone understood when the snipe and clam fight, the fisherman profits. Boss Hu movement. Heiwa suddenly hissed. The men quickly ducked back behind the barrier, only their binocular lenses visible. On the other side of the villa, 3 dark green military trucks slowly drove through the main gate, heavy machine guns mounted on their roofs swaying slightly with the vehicles. Damn it, sweat beaded on Hu Biao's forehead. With this kind of firepower, what chance do Long Tianxiang's scrap metal weapons have? What made his heart race even more was that each truck carried fully armed soldiers' uniform, tactical gear, protective goggles, body armor, moving with practiced efficiency. Clearly professional military. Retreat. Hu Biao ordered decisively. We've seen enough for today. The group crept toward the stairwell. Before leaving, Hu Biao glanced back at the estate. The luxurious buildings looked eerily quiet in the sunlight, yet he could sense a beast lurking there, powerful enough to tear Aurora's shelter to shreds. Long Tianxiang, he muttered under his breath. You have no idea what kind of force you've provoked. Isn't this just you finding me an enemy I can't handle? The men quickly disappeared into the crumbling stairwell, leaving only scattered cigarette butts on the rooftop. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the swirling ash into the distance. Much like the so-called loyalty this group was ready to abandon at any moment. The villa's war room blazed with lights in the early morning, its central electronic sand table projecting alternating blue and white beams. Lin Ye sat firmly in the main seat, his slender fingers rhythmically tapping the table's surface, the crisp sounds echoing throughout the room. Around the table, officers including Zhou Weiguo, Xie Jin, Li Hao, Wang Hu, and Chen Feng were positioned on both sides, while newcomers Wang Gang and Lu Ming stood at the far end, their expressions tense and breathing barely audible. From the formation alone, anyone could sense that a major operation was about to unfold. Zhou Weiguo stepped forward, his voice deep and powerful. Marshal, the defensive fortifications at the financial center have been preliminarily completed over the past few days. The security corridor from the financial center to the villa has been thoroughly cleared, with all zombie hordes along the route eliminated and 3 temporary outposts established. He paused for half a second before continuing his report. Currently, we have 3,456 registered survivors, with an additional 106 under quarantine observation. Supply reserves are sufficient to sustain the current population for over 3 weeks. Lin Ye nodded slightly, a flash of approval in his eyes. According to his initial estimates, this work should have taken at least 3 to 5 days, yet Zhou Weiguo had completed everything in just 2 days, far exceeding expectations. Excellent. He stood up, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. Now that our defenses are secure, the next step. Before he could finish, a sharp sound rang out as everyone snapped to attention, their eyes blazing with intensity. Zhou Weiguo, present. Order the troops to advance south at exactly 9 o'clock today. Objective: clear Chengwang residential complex and surrounding areas. Establish a secure buffer zone. Yes, sir. Wang Gang, Lu Ming. The 2 men's hearts skipped a beat as they immediately straightened. Present. You will lead Team 0 to secretly assist Zhou Weiguo, responsible for intelligence reconnaissance and fire support, executing decapitation strikes when necessary. Understood. Lin Ye's gaze shifted to the other side. Chen Feng, the Snow Leopard strike team will remain at the villa to ensure base security. All other units will fully support Zhou Weiguo's operation. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison. The brief but efficient meeting concluded, and the officers dispersed with resolute steps to prepare for their respective combat duties. In the corridor, Wang Gang and Lu Ming exchanged glances, feeling both nervous and excited. This was their first combat mission since joining Dawn Base. Captain, this time we, Yang Hua whispered. Wang Gang took a deep breath, lowering his voice even further. We follow the marshal's tactics. Nobody drops the ball. 9 o'clock sharp in the morning. The alloy gates of the financial center slowly opened with heavy grinding sounds echoing through the ruins. 12 ZTL 19-wheeled assault vehicles roared out, their 105mm main guns raised high with barrels aimed at the street intersection ahead. 5 Mengshire military trucks followed closely behind, their roof-mounted heavy machine guns gleaming coldly in the sunlight, their cargo holds packed with ammunition and grenade boxes. Inside the command vehicle, Zhou Weiguo gripped the radio and issued final orders. All units attention, advance according to predetermined routes. Upon enemy contact, eliminate immediately. Roger. The steel torrent carved deep tracks through the ruins as it advanced toward Chengwang residential complex. At distant street corners, Team 0 had already melted into the shadows, weaving between broken buildings while thermal imaging and laser rangefinders continuously transmitted data, providing precise intelligence for the main force. The expansion of Dawn Base had officially begun. At 9:17 a.m., 3 kilometers south of the financial center, Zhou Weiguo emerged halfway through the command vehicle's roof hatch, scanning the street ahead with military binoculars. Morning light slanted across the ruins, shattered glass reflecting harsh, cold glints. What was once a bustling commercial district now lay in rubble, populated only by wandering zombies and the stench of decay hanging in the air. Report. Vanguard platoon has reached Zone B7. No large zombie hordes detected. Xie Jin's crisp, clear voice crackled through the radio. Continue advancing. Watch the buildings on both flanks and stay alert for ambushes, Zhou Weiguo ordered in a low voice. 12 ZTL 19-wheeled assault vehicles roared forward in wedge formation, maintaining 20-meter intervals. Their rotating turrets moved like hunting predators, 105mm main guns ready for action. Heavy machine gunners on the infantry fighting vehicles vigilantly swept the broken storefronts on either side, fingers hovering over triggers as sweat dripped from their chins. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps echoed from the intersection ahead. 3 o'clock, zombie horde, the lead vehicle's gunner shouted. Only about 30 zombies, but they were firmly drawn by the engine noise. Their rotting faces appeared grotesque and terrifying in the sunlight, gray-white eyes locked onto the steel convoy. High explosive round fire. Boom. The lead vehicle's main gun spat blazing tongues of fire, the shell landing precisely in the center of the horde. The shockwave instantly tore apart over 10 corpses, limbs flying through the air and splattering blood mist against surrounding walls. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The coaxial machine guns from other vehicles opened fire almost simultaneously, dense bullet streams creating a metallic storm that shredded the remaining zombies into chunks. In just 10 seconds, the intersection was left with nothing but reeking blood clots and scattered shell casings. Clear, Xie reported briefly. The convoy rolled over the blood-soaked street, tires and chassis quickly stained with dark red. At 9:42 a.m., outside Chengwang Residential Complex, Wang Gang's Team 0 had already infiltrated the area. 6 team members occupied high ground and key intersections, providing target designation for the armored units. Captain, anomaly detected. Yang Hua reported from his position atop an abandoned supermarket, peering through his sniper scope at the complex entrance. Building 3's rooftop shows recent activity signs. The cigarette butts are fresh. Wang Gang pressed his earpiece. Company Commander Zhou recommend prioritizing Building 3 clearance. Possible survivors or armed hostiles. Copy that, Zhou Weiguo responded. Li Hao's platoon handles building clearance. Other units maintain security. 3 assault vehicles immediately adjusted their gun barrels toward Building 3. An infantry squad quickly dismounted, advancing under armored fire cover. Breaching team, prepare for door breach. 2 soldiers placed plastic explosives on the unit door frame, while the rest of the team spread out in a fan formation. Weapons trained on potentially threatening windows and corners. Fire in the hole. Boom. The steel door was blown away. Before the dust settled, the assault team had already rushed into the stairwell. The sounds of shotguns, assault rifles, and grenades echoed continuously inside the building. Dirty wall plaster scraped off by shrapnel, broken glass flying everywhere. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away at an abandoned factory, Hu Biao jolted awake, the torn mat beneath him still trembling. Distant explosions penetrated the concrete walls, making even the ground vibrate faintly. Damn, what's happening? He grabbed the AK-74 beside him and kicked awake the snoring Heihua. Several subordinates rushed to the windows in panic, seeing thick black smoke rising from the direction of Chengwang Residential Complex. What was even more terrifying was that they could faintly hear the rumbling of armored vehicle engines. Biao, brother Biao. It's those people from the villa. They're attacking. His subordinate's voice trembled in the darkness. What? Those guys moved so fast. Hu Biao's face turned deathly pale. Those bastards even had armed helicopters, and he knew all too well what that firepower meant. Retreat. Retreat immediately. He grabbed his backpack and bolted for the back door. Take the sewers, back to Aurora's shelter. The 20-odd men couldn't maintain formation, scrambling for guns and backpacks in chaos. Some even panicked and dropped magazines all over the floor. In less than 2 minutes, the building was empty, leaving only overturned tables and scattered debris. 10:15 a.m., rooftop of Building 3, Chengwang Residential Complex. Wang Gang knelt on one knee, crushing a still-warm cigarette, but between his fingers the tobacco smell was fresh, indicating they hadn't left long ago. At least 20 men. He flicked away the ash. Lu Ming crouched nearby, scanning the dense footprints and shell casings. They ran faster than rabbits. Yang Hua's low voice came through from the sniper position. Movement detected 500 meters southwest, possibly human. Too far to confirm. Wang Gang pressed his earpiece. Company Commander Zhou confirmed armed hostiles at this location, now evacuated. Recommend expanding search perimeter. Zhou Weiguo's voice came through the radio, calm and brief. Continue reconnaissance. Main force proceeds with area clearance as planned. Before he finished speaking, a series of deafening explosions erupted from the south. Several old buildings outside Chengwang Complex collapsed in flames, smoke billowing skyward. Li Hao's mortar squad, clearing the horde. Zhou Weiguo added immediately. Copy that. Wang Gang pulled down his goggles and continued searching the rooftop. Behind a pile of discarded cardboard boxes in the corner, he found military binoculars with clear fingerprints on the lenses obviously dropped in haste. Scared off a bunch of rats. He snorted coldly, tossing the binoculars to Lu Ming. Notify Company Commander Zhou to focus on the southwest sewers and that abandoned factory district. 11:30 a.m., Chengwang Residential Complex fully secured. 12 assault vehicles were positioned at major intersections, with infantry squads systematically clearing remaining zombies building by building. After the final explosion echoed away, the entire district was under Dawn Base's control. Beside the command vehicle, Zhou Weiguo surveyed the area. Soldiers were rapidly building sandbag walls, erecting watchtowers, and stringing barbed wire that glinted coldly in the setting sun. In just half a day, they had advanced nearly 5 kilometers south. Zombies remained numerous, but were no longer a threat. They could be cleared gradually over time. The priority now was securing the new defensive line and organizing patrols. I want this place impregnable before nightfall. He quietly ordered the officers beside him. At a distant street corner, Wang Gang's squad escorted a group of ragged survivors toward the temporary shelter. 37 people, unarmed, all skin and bones. Report, 37 civilians discovered and transferred to medical team. Wang Gang saluted. Well done. Zhou Weiguo nodded. Rest for 2 hours, then continue southwest reconnaissance. As the sun set, the steel torrent planted a new flag atop the towering buildings of Qingyuan complex. The golden sun emblem stood out prominently against the smoke and twilight. The first phase of expansion operations was perfectly concluded. 8:20 p.m., temporary command post at Qingyuan residential complex. Inside the military green tent, a portable lamp hung from the central crossbeam, its dim yellow cone of light casting mottled shadows across the tactical map spread on the folding table. Officers Zhou Weiguo, Xie Jin, Li Hao and others formed a semicircle, their rank insignia flickering in and out of the lamplight. Across the table, Wang Gang and Lu Ming stood at attention, heels together, their faces grave as they began their report. Wang Gang pointed to Building 3, circled in red pen on the map. Company Commander Zhou, based on today's reconnaissance, we found cigarette butts, food packaging, shell casings, and even makeshift cover on the rooftop. Judging by how fresh the traces are, they evacuated no more than 24 hours ago. Zhou Weiguo's brow furrowed slightly, his fingertips drumming rhythmically on the table. Your assessment is that they've been watching us this whole time. It goes far beyond that. Lu Ming interjected, lowering his voice. Rifle magazines were scattered across the rooftop, left behind, indicating they withdrew in extreme haste. Their quick response to our movements suggests a prepared reconnaissance unit rather than survivors who happened to pass through. Zhou Weiguo's gaze sharpened. Do you have physical evidence? Come in. Wang Gang called toward the entrance. The tent flap lifted as a soldier hurried inside, carefully carrying a matte gray military binoculars in both hands and placing it on the table. Wang Gang lifted the binoculars slightly for emphasis. Found this in a corner of Building 3's rooftop, with tripod indentations nearby, no more than 48 hours old. He added grimly. What's worse is that the tripod was aimed directly at Marshall's villa in the clouds. Xie Jin's pupils contracted. So this group might be connected to the armed militants who tried to attack the villa recently? The temperature in the tent seemed to drop several degrees. Zhou Weiguo slowly straightened, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. So the group that escaped today could very well be the reconnaissance team for those militants. Highly likely. Xie Jin nodded. And the fact that they set up their observation post here suggests their main base isn't far away, otherwise they wouldn't risk entering a zombie-infested area to establish a lookout. Li Hao frowned. But there are plenty of zombies around Qingyuan complex. How could they move in and out freely without alerting the hordes? Several seconds of silence followed. Xie Jin moved to the map, tracing the perimeter with his finger. Unless they know a safe route, we don't. The sewers. Wang Gang and Lu Ming spoke almost simultaneously. The two exchanged glances before Wang Gang continued. During today's search, we discovered recently disturbed manhole covers on the complex's west side, with fresh muddy footprints still visible on the shaft walls. Zhou Weiguo quickly grasped the key information. So they're using the city's sewer system as a covert route? Exactly, Lu Ming affirmed. This not only avoids surface zombies, but also conceals their movements. Zhou Weiguo pondered for a moment before suddenly turning to the communications soldier and ordering. Immediately contact the financial center and retrieve the sewer network map for this area. Also, notify all soldiers to focus on inspecting all sewer entrances and exits tomorrow morning. Yes. The communications soldier responded and rushed out. The night wind whistled through the crevices of the tent, causing the edges of the map to flutter. Zhou Weiguo stared at the Qingyuan residential complex circled in red on the map, a cold light flickering in his eyes. If that's the case, he murmured, then the mastermind's location is most likely. His finger traced along the main sewer line and finally stopped at one point. Donghai City Sports Center where Aurora Sanctuary is located. Wang Gang took a deep breath. Should we send scouts? Not yet. Zhou Weiguo shook his head, his gaze calm and calculating. Let's fortify Qingyuan community's defenses first. As long as we control the tunnels, we hold the advantage. He lifted the curtain and gazed out at the pitch-black streets, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This cat-and-mouse game has only just begun. Aurora Sanctuary, late at night. When Hu Biao stumbled into the stadium with over 20 of his men, they left trails of blood on the floor. Harsh white lights illuminated the center of the venue, where Long Tianxiang hunched over a conference table, studying a worn city map. At the sound of hurried footsteps, he snapped his head up, his brow furrowed. What's the panic? Did zombies chase you? His voice was ice cold. Hu Biao gasped for breath, sweat dripping from his temples. Brother Long, we're in deep trouble. Those people from the villa attacked us. What? Long Tianxiang shot to his feet, the metal chair legs scraping harshly against the floor. Are you certain? Absolutely. Armored vehicles, mortars, fully armed soldiers. They've taken Qingwang community. Shock, doubt, and then a flicker of barely concealed fear crossed Long Tianxiang's face. He drew a breath, forcing himself to stay calm. His gaze swept over the assault rifles and rocket launchers mounted on the walls, and he sneered. So what if they're coming? I'm not the isolated man I was weeks ago. Since raiding the armory, his forces had expanded to nearly 200 men, well-equipped and well-supplied. Plus, the sports center was his home turf, knew every passage and hidden route. If they want to crack this tough nut, he muttered to himself, they'd better have strong enough teeth. But caution remained. Long Tianxiang pushed open the door and barked, Jiming. The bespectacled man hurried in, his glasses reflecting the harsh white light. Brother Long, take Hu Biao to the perimeter and plant explosives at key positions. Hide them well, don't let anyone outside notice anything suspicious. Hu Biao cursed silently, another dirty, dangerous job. But outwardly, he could only nod. Understood. Long Tianxiang turned back to the bespectacled man. Pick a few more people and set up outposts a kilometer out. I want constant updates. Jiming adjusted his glasses. Don't worry, I'll handle it personally. Hu Biao felt even more bitter. The safe assignments never fell to him. Long Tianxiang was clearly keeping him at arm's length. Suddenly, Long Tianxiang narrowed his eyes and looked Hu Biao up and down. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, how exactly did you escape from Qingwang community? Hu Biao's heart tightened, but he forced himself to appear calm. We ran back. Ran back. Long Tianxiang's laugh was cold. Through several kilometers of zombie-infested territory, and all 20 plus of you made it back unscathed. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as Hu Biao pressed on. Actually, we used the underground passages. The sewers. Long Tianxiang slammed his hand on the table. Why didn't you mention something this important earlier? He turned to Jiming, his voice low and urgent. After you finish planting the explosives, seal every sewer entrance and exit around the sports center. Use steel and concrete, block them all. Jiming's face went pale. Understood, Brother Long. I'll get right on it. Long Tianxiang stepped closer to Hu Biao, his eyes glacial. You're going to show us the route, mark every single path you took. Miss one branch, and I'll put a bullet in you. Trapped, Hu Biao could only nod. Yes, yes. As he left the meeting room, he glanced back. Long Tianxiang was still hunched over the map, tracing the dense network of sewer lines with his finger, his expression dark as a storm cloud. This has gotten way out of hand. Hu Biao thought bitterly. His plan to keep an escape route had backfired spectacularly. Now his retreat was blocked, and his trust nearly exhausted. But then he thought about the heavy firepower those villa people possessed. Could Long Tianxiang's defenses really hold? He touched the pistol at his waist, his gaze turning cold. It was time to find himself a new way out. Midnight. The master bedroom of the Cloud Villa. In the luxurious bedroom, intimate sounds filled the air. Master, please. And Ruerin's voice trembled as her delicate fingers gripped the bedsheets tightly, her fair skin flushed with an enticing pink. Soon, she was nearly losing her mind, crying inwardly. Why did her master become more energetic the more she protested? Half an hour later. With a cry that echoed through the room, the intense battle finally came to an end. And Ruerin collapsed on the bed like a puddle, motionless and without even the strength to lift a finger. Her face was covered with fine beads of sweat, her eyelashes fluttering, her expression showing both a hint of fear and the lazy satisfaction that followed. Lin Ye leaned against the headboard, casually reaching for a pack of cigarettes from the nightstand, pulling one out and lighting it, taking a deep drag. As the saying goes, a cigarette after the deed is better than being an immortal. Especially in this post-apocalyptic world, those who could enjoy life like him could probably be counted on one hand. Just then, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Mo Yoshiue entered carrying a glass of water and a plate of cut fruit. She looked up to see the disheveled bedding and the two naked bodies, her cheeks instantly turning bright red as she lowered her head, not daring to look directly. However, Lin Ye and Ruerin paid no attention, as if she were merely air. Marshal, please drink some water and eat some fruit to replenish your strength. Mo Yoshiue's voice was barely audible as she placed the tray beside Lin Ye. Lin Ye didn't hesitate, taking the glass and draining it in one gulp, the cool liquid sliding down his throat, refreshing his entire being. Seeing this, Mo Yoshue quickly picked up a piece of apple with a toothpick and carefully brought it to Lin Ye's lips. Lin Ye opened his mouth and bit down, chewing while casually asking, "How's your training with Captain Chin going lately?" Mo Yoshue's eyes lit up, her tone becoming more confident. "Marshal, I've basically mastered all the household affairs of the villa." "Oh, that quickly?" Lin Ye raised an eyebrow slightly, somewhat surprised. Truly worthy of being the daughter of the East Sea's richest man, her learning ability was indeed impressive. Yes, Mo Yoshua nodded, her voice cheerful, and in my spare time, I've also asked Captain Chen to teach me some military knowledge, such as, such as firearms shooting, tactical gestures, and some basic combat techniques. As she spoke, she demonstrated a standard gun-holding stance. Lin Ye chuckled softly, not bad at all. What made you suddenly want to learn these things? Mo Yoshua lowered her head, her voice gentle yet firm. Because I want to improve myself and see if I can help the marshal. I don't want to just be a useless decoration. At these words, Lin Ye was stunned. Before he could respond, and Rurin, who had been resting limply on the bed, suddenly jumped up, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin, especially those proud assets that bounced with her movements, making Mo Yoshua unsure where to look. What? Schwerer, you've been secretly learning to shoot. You're trying to get ahead behind my back? And Rurin's eyes widened in shock. So cunning. I want to learn too. Mo Yoshua looked speechlessly at this completely naked girl bouncing around, thinking frantically, what is this girl getting so excited about? At least put some clothes on first. And Rurin was completely oblivious to her boldness, throwing herself beside Lin Ye and shaking his arm. Master, I want to learn too. You can't play favorites. Lin Ye was shaken so much that cigarette ash fell onto the blanket, saying helplessly, all right, you can learn. Everyone can learn. Yay. And Rurin cheered and turned around, sticking her tongue out at Mo Yoshua with a smug expression. Just wait and see, I'll definitely learn faster than you. Mo Yoshua could only hold her forehead, thinking helplessly. This isn't a maid at all. She's clearly a child who will never grow up. What she didn't know was that Rurin was already plotting her little goal at that moment of, want to compete with me? No way. Once I master shooting, Master will definitely favor me more. Not far away, Lin Ye watched the two girls secretly competing with each other, his lips unconsciously curving upward. In this cruel apocalyptic world, being able to worry about such trivial matters was itself a luxurious happiness. The next second, the system's mechanical and cold notification sound exploded in his mind. Ding. Detected 1,034 zombies killed under the Marshal's command. Calculating rewards. Reward obtained. Merit points 1,034. Blueprint obtained. QJZ-171 type, 12.7mm, heavy machine gun, 1,000 merit points unit. Configuration. Tripod vehicle-mounted dual-purpose type, equipped with belt-fed ammunition system. Accessories. 100-round ammunition box 2. Rate of fire. 600 rounds minute. Adjustable. Effective range. 1,500 meters. Features. Lightweight design. 20 weight reduction compared to traditional Type 89 heavy machine gun. Suitable for rapid deployment. Blueprint obtained. Seats LR4, a high-precision sniper rifle 1,500 merit points unit. Caliber. 7.6251mm NATO. Effective range, 1,200 meters. Ammunition type, specialized sniper rounds. Configuration, standard 624 variable magnification optical scope, detachable suppressor. Lin Ye's gaze swept across the light screen, a flash of satisfaction crossing his eyes. While these two items couldn't be called strategic level, they were practical enough. The heavy machine gun could consolidate defensive firepower, while the high-precision sniper rifle would significantly improve long-range precision strike capability. He pulled up his personal panel. Current merit points. 175,486 automatic 1 second. Enough to exchange for a batch of equipment. Lin Ye murmured to himself. System. Exchange for 5 QJZ-170, 1 heavy machine guns, and 3 CSLR, 4A high-precision sniper rifles. Ding. 9,500 merit points consumed. Exchange successful. Delivered to designated location. With weapons sorted, next came allocation. Lin Ye quickly reviewed the current status of each unit. 1. Snow Leopard Assault Team already fully equipped with firepower, specialized in urban counterterrorism and decapitation operations. Heavy weapons would slow down mobility. 2. Infantry Company and 0, equipped with 12 top-tier infantry fighting vehicles. Firepower temporarily sufficient. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze fell on the law enforcement team. Although they had basic weapons, there was an obvious firepower gap compared to regular military units, and these two types of equipment could perfectly fill that gap. I'll give them to the law enforcement team. Lin Ye made his decision. Let Lung Feng train them properly. Maybe we can forge them into a decent force. When the time comes, having Lung Feng train them thoroughly might just create a team with considerable combat effectiveness. Monday morning, 7:30 a.m. Dawn light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden glow across the dining room floor. At the head of the long table, Lin Ye held his knife and fork, methodically cutting through bread and bacon with unhurried precision. Mo Yoshua cradled a silver coffee pot, gently pouring freshly ground coffee, while Rurin leaned forward, carefully cutting fried eggs into uniform pieces. Marshal, she said sweetly, today's eggs are cooked just perfectly. She pushed the plate toward him. Lin Ye looked up with a grateful nod. but his attention was drawn to the system interface floating in the air merit points. 191,357. The dramatic overnight surge made his heart race. It was time to expand his forces. System, exchange for a standard infantry platoon. Ding. 150,000 merit points consumed. Exchange successful. The air shimmered behind the villa's training ground, like ripples on water disturbed by a stone. 3 CSK-181 warrior assault vehicles materialized first, their dark green armor gleaming with cold light. Then soldiers in combat gear appeared in formation. 3 infantry squads, 1 fire support squad, and a platoon command group, 36 men total. Reporting to the marshal. Platoon leader Luo Bing sprinted to the villa's main entrance, standing at attention before the surveillance camera. 4th Infantry Platoon reporting for duty. Awaiting orders. Lin Ye's earpiece echoed with the man's booming voice as a smile tugged at his lips. Proceed immediately to Dawn Community to support Company Commander Zhou. Follow his command. Yes, Marshal. Engines roared to life as 3 assault vehicles kicked up clouds of dust, racing toward Dawn Community. Lin Ye stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the steel torrent disappear into the distance, his chest swelling with pride. This was his foundation in the apocalypse. Meanwhile, at Dawn Community's temporary command center, Zhou Weiguo was deploying the day's advance plan over a sand table when his earpiece crackled with a communications officer's report. Report, Company Commander. The infantry platoon dispatched by the marshal has arrived at the perimeter. Oh, a rare smile crossed Zhou Weiguo's stern face. Perfect timing. Li Hao leaned closer. Company Commander, what's got you so pleased? The marshal has sent another platoon to support us. Well, I'll be damned. Li Hao slapped his thigh. That's excellent news. We can pick up the pace considerably. Exactly. Zhou Weiguo straightened his uniform, his voice steady. With such generous support from the marshal, we must deliver a decisive victory. Notify all platoon leaders immediate meeting. 10 minutes later, the command room was packed with officers, including the newly arrived platoon leader Luo Bing. All eyes focused on the tactical map bristling with markers. Zhou Weiguo raised his red pen, circling 2 locations. To continue our advance, we must secure these 2 positions. His pen first indicated a large area, Eastern Suburbs Agricultural Market, covering approximately 50,000 square meters. Drone reconnaissance shows extremely high zombie density estimated 5 to 6,000. He then moved to another marked section, Dawn University campus, much larger with complex buildings. He paused. According to survivors we rescued yesterday, over 1,000 faculty and students remain trapped inside, mainly concentrated in the cafeteria and dormitory areas. The command room fell silent. Everyone understood. The market could be subjected to artillery bombardment, but the university required extreme caution. The market has no survivors who can use direct artillery coverage, Xie Jin spoke first. But the university, Zhou Weiguo's gaze swept across the room. Wang Gang continued. We clear the perimeter with conventional methods first, then send elite squads through the walls to establish safe corridors. Zhou Weiguo nodded. The school matter could be discussed later. Today they would deal with the farmer's market first. Orders. His voice suddenly rose sharply. All infantry fighting vehicles and mortars, form a line. Target, the farmer's market. Full fire coverage. Remember, he swept his gaze across everyone, his tone hard as iron. Don't spare the ammunition. The marshal has our backs, so hit them with everything we've got. Yes, sir. The officers responded in unison, their eyes blazing with fighting spirit. 8:50 a.m., outskirts of the eastern suburb farmers market. 12 ZTL 19-wheeled assault vehicles slid into fan formation, their 105mm main gun barrels gleaming coldly in the morning light. Behind them, 10 PP-93 60mm mortars lined up in a row, with artillery crews having completed loading and awaiting orders. Zhou Weiguo stood atop the command vehicle, raising his binoculars to survey the massive 50,000 square meter market. Drone footage showed at least 50,000 zombies writhing among the dilapidated stalls, rotting flesh swaying like a surging tide. All units, attention. He pressed the communicator, his voice cold and steady. Target, farmer's market. Full fire coverage. Load high explosive rounds. Loading complete, reported the gunners from each vehicle. Range calibrated. Wind correction complete. A series of crisp commands concluded. Zhou Weiguo took a deep breath, then sharply dropped his arm. Fire. Boom. The lead vehicle's 105mm cannon spat out a blazing white tongue of flame, the shell tearing through the air and drilling into the market's central meat section. A fireball erupted, and zombies within 30 meters were torn into bloody mist by the shockwave, with limbs and organs raining down like drops. Boom. 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 The remaining 11 assault vehicles roared almost simultaneously, their thunder continuous and unending, making the entire ground tremble. High explosive shells fell into the market one after another. Metal roofing was blown away, concrete stalls crumbled instantly, and vast hordes of corpses turned to ash in the flames and impact. Mortar battery, 3 rounds rapid fire. Bang bang bang. The 60mm mortars rolled out fire at 20 rounds per minute, weaving shrapnel into a metallic storm in midair that cut down zombies who had escaped the main guns. On a high vantage point at the perimeter, Yang Hua lay prone at a ruined building's window ledge, witnessing the entire slaughter through his sniper scope, his Adam's apple bobbing. In the apocalypse, every shell was worth its weight in gold, yet they poured out firepower as if it cost nothing. Despite his years of service, he had never seen such luxurious tactics. Inside the armored vehicles, loaders' sweat dripped from their chins, but their arms never stopped feeding shells into the chambers. The gun barrels glowed faintly red from high-frequency firing, heat waves distorting the air. Boom. Another high-explosive round bloomed in the seafood section, launching dozens of zombies into the air before following shrapnel tore them to pieces. At the outer perimeter, new recruit Wang Lei watched in stunned amazement, his rifle hanging unconsciously at his side. This is too much. It's like using cannons to kill mosquitoes. Li Hao patted his shoulder with pride in his voice. Kid, this is the strength of our Dawn army. With the Marshal backing us, we've got ammunition to spare. The bombardment continued for a full 20 minutes. When the last shell fell, the once crowded, bustling market was nothing but scorched earth concrete debris, twisted steel frames, and flesh and blood sludge several centimeters thick. Acrid gunpowder smoke mixed with the stench of decay rolled through the air, but every soldier's face was written with pride. Infantry squads advanced to clear remaining hostiles. Armored vehicles provide fire support. 3 infantry squads deployed in tactical formation, advancing in a skirmish line with steady, rhythmic steps. Gravel and shell casings crunched beneath their boots as occasional straggling zombies struggled to rise from the rubble, only to have their rotting arms barely twitch before precise shots instantly exploded their heads. The heavy machine gunners on the flanks constantly adjusted their aim, cold eyes scanning every shadow. Any suspicious movement would be met with a devastating hail of bullets in the next second. Wang Gang led Squad 0 into the market's core area. The air reeked of charred flesh mixed with putrid blood as his combat boots sank into viscous gore, producing nauseating squelching sounds. He surveyed the area within several hundred meters. Not a single intact corpse remained. The previous artillery barrage had literally torn all zombies into bloody mist and fragments. This firepower. Lu Ming kicked aside a half-charred skull, his voice trembling slightly. If this were used against humans, he didn't finish the sentence, but everyone understood. Against such an iron torrent, any flesh and blood would be nothing more than paper dolls. Engine rumbles echoed from ahead. Zhou Weiguo pushed open the command vehicle door and leaped down, his heels landing among scattered shell casings with metallic clinks. He walked along the front line to the very edge, gazing at the thoroughly purified ruins, his stern face finally showing a hint of satisfaction. Report casualties. 0 casualties. The platoon leaders saluted almost simultaneously. Repeat, 0 casualties. Annihilating 50,000 zombies without a single death. The officers exchanged glances, shock written across every face covered in dust and gunpowder. This was a textbook-perfect battle, the ultimate answer to insufficient firepower phobia. It's all thanks to the Marshal. Zhou Weiguo looked toward the distant villa, admiration flickering in his eyes. Without his unlimited ammunition supply, we never could have fought like this. The surrounding soldiers nodded in agreement, and the newly surrendered former government troops felt their loyalty to that mysterious Marshal reach new heights. Clean up the battlefield and tally ammunition expenditure. Zhou Weiguo put aside his sentiments, returning to his cold commander demeanor. Report results to the Marshal in 1 hour. As sunlight dispersed the last wisps of morning mist, Dawn Army banners already flew from the ruins of the farmer's market. Golden sun emblems gleamed brilliantly through smoke and dust, proclaiming the new master of this scorched earth. Soldiers climbed onto armored vehicles and gazed into the distance, their chests swelling with unprecedented pride. This was the force they had sworn to serve unto death. This was their foundation for survival in the apocalypse. An even mightier iron torrent was advancing unstoppably toward distant battlefields. 10 a.m. sharp, the war room of Cloud Villa. Lin Ye stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, fingertips holding the handle of a steaming coffee cup, listening to Chen Feng's report. Marshal, Company Commander Zhou has just sent word of victory. Chen Feng presented the tactical tablet with both hands, his voice steady. The farmer's market area is under complete control. Estimated zombie casualties exceed 58,000, with 0 losses on our side. Ammunition expenditure, 172 rounds of 105mm artillery shells, 324 rounds of 60mm mortar shells, various small arms ammunition. Lin Ye raised his hand to stop the detailed inventory, a satisfied smile playing at his lips. A great victory in our first battle. Excellent. He turned to the holographic sand table, lightly touching the farmer's market marker as it instantly changed from red to the blue, representing Dawn Army territory. This battle not only demonstrated Dawn Army's might, but also showed all survivors our true strength. Lin Ye's voice was low and calm, yet carried undeniable authority. His finger continued sliding across the sand table, finally stopping at the conspicuous red marking of Dawn University. But this isn't enough. Today it was one company. Next time it will be a battalion, a brigade. I want everyone to know that in this apocalyptic world, only Dawn Base can bring true order and hope. Chen Feng straightened his back abruptly, his shoulder insignia gleaming coldly in the dim light, his eyes burning with an almost fanatical flame. Pass down the order. Hearing these words, Lin Ye, who stood nearby, turned slightly. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the broken skylight of the command hall, cascading down from behind him and casting a straight shadow on the ground. After this operation ends, I will personally award the Dawn Warrior Medal to all participating soldiers. Yes, Marshal. Chen Feng immediately raised his hand in salute, his movement crisp and decisive, then strode away with his boots echoing against the floor through the empty corridor. Same moment, Qingyuan Residential Complex, Frontline Command. In the noisy command tent, Zhou Weiguo was organizing casualty reports when his communicator suddenly vibrated. Frontline Command. Received. Go ahead. After a brief silence, Lin Ye's orders came through the earpiece. Upon hearing them, Zhou Weiguo's brow immediately relaxed, and this usually stern, iron-willed company commander actually grinned like a child. Captain, what did headquarters say that made you so happy? Li Hao leaned in, his voice extremely low. Zhou Weiguo slapped his shoulder heavily, his gloves nearly shaking off the dust. The marshal said that when we return victorious, he'll personally award us the Dawn Warrior Medal. And furthermore, he looked around. This will be the Dawn Army's first collective honor. The command post instantly erupted. Holy shit. Really? The marshal personally awarding medals. We absolutely have to fight like hell. Li Hao was so excited his face turned red, his fists clenched and crackling. Captain, give the order. I can't wait to draw first blood. Zhou Weiguo raised his hand, his voice booming. Good. All officers, immediate meeting. We're going to devise a perfect liberation plan and rescue every single one of those students. Tactical meeting. The dim tent light swayed as staff officers spread detailed maps of the university district across the long table, with drone footage from half an hour ago projected onto the canvas. Xie Jin pointed twice with his laser pointer at the screen. Main cafeteria, male and female dormitory buildings, here and here. Approximately 1,200 surviving faculty and students. Wang Gang stared at the projection, his voice low. Zombies are mainly concentrated in the academic buildings and sports field, at least 20,000 of them. Direct assault won't work. It would endanger the trapped faculty and students, Li Hao added, shaking his head. Zhou Weiguo remained silent for a few seconds, then suddenly pointed to a thin blue line on the map. This is the campus scenic river, entering from the northwest corner, running through the entire area, and finally flowing into the moat. Everyone followed his finger. My plan: ice underwater assault. He quickly traced the route on the map. Team Zero will work through the night to create makeshift diving equipment, infiltrate through the waterway, and first establish safe points beneath the dormitory buildings. Meanwhile, the main force will conduct a feint attack at the main gate to draw the zombie horde away from the academic area. Luo Bing's eyes lit up. Misdirection, brilliant. Remember, Zhou Weiguo's voice suddenly tightened. The primary objective is rescue, not killing zombies. All fire units must precisely control their shooting angles and absolutely cannot harm the faculty and students. Yes. The officers responded in unison, their fighting spirit soaring. Eve of action. The meeting ended, and everyone filed out. The merciless afternoon sun scorched the earth, the harsh sound of steel treads crushing gravel mixing with distant sentry calls to form a rough prelude. Zhou Weiguo stood before the command tent, gazing toward the cluster of aged but sturdy academic buildings on the distant horizon, his knuckles rubbing against the military insignia on his chest as he murmured softly. Hold on, children, true dawn is coming. Liming University cafeteria. The dim fluorescent lights flickered erratically, and the murky air was thick with the stench of sweat, excrement, and rotting food, hanging like a viscous fog. Nearly 1,000 students and faculty members huddled around the perimeter, their faces ashen and eyes hollow, as if their souls had been drained. Did you guys just hear that? In a corner, a gaunt male student, suddenly lifted his head, his voice hoarse. There was an explosion. Could it be the government forces? As his words settled, a few pairs of eyes that had also heard the explosion flickered with a glimmer of hope, but it was quickly swallowed by deeper despair. Give it up, Ahao. His friend Xiao Chun leaned against the peeling wall paint, barely able to lift his eyes. If it really were government forces, they would have come long ago. Ahao opened his mouth, but offered no rebuttal. If the government truly cared, how could they have let them suffer in this hell until now? Grumble. His stomach growled inappropriately, yet no one around laughed. Hunger had become background noise. The storage room had been stripped bare, not a single grain of rice left. The faucets only trickled rusty mud. Some people had even begun drinking their own urine, just hoping to survive another day. At the other end, New atrocities were brewing. Yuding, stop hiding. 3 male students with malicious expressions cornered a girl against the wall, their eyes gleaming with sick desire. We're all going to die anyway, so let's have some fun before we go. The campus beauty Yuding's clothes were filthy and her face pale, yet her delicate features still shone through. She bit her lower lip tightly, her eyes filled with disgust and fury. Get away, you animals. What are you acting so pure for? The blonde-haired leader sneered, reaching out to grab her hair. No one's going to save you now. Stop. A hoarse but resolute shout cut through the air. A middle-aged male teacher wearing cracked glasses stepped in front of Yuding, skeletal thin, but with eyes sharp as blades. You call yourselves college students? At a time like this, you're still pulling this despicable crap. The blonde-haired student froze for a moment, then roared. Old fool. You used to meddle before, and you want to meddle now. He threw a punch at the teacher's face, the broken glass cutting the man's cheek. The other two pounced, raining down punches and kicks. Teacher. Yuding tried to rush forward, but was held back by others. Don't go, you'll be beaten to death. The crowd watched numbly, no one daring to move. More people simply turned their heads away, not out of indifference, but complete despair. They didn't even have the strength to stand up. Bang! The final kick struck the teacher's temple, and his frail body convulsed twice before going completely still. The blonde-haired student panted heavily, wiping the splattered blood from his face, then flashed a sinister grin at Yuding. Now, no one's going to disturb us. Yuding's tears fell silently. She didn't beg for mercy, only stared intently at that face, wanting to etch this evil visage into her soul. Animals. Just as the blonde-haired student's hand was about to touch Yuding, an enraged roar exploded from behind. A stick covered in unidentifiable black, viscous substance struck hard against the back of Blondie's head. Arg! Blondie screamed, clutching the back of his head as he staggered forward 2 steps. Though the stick was thin with limited damage potential, the humiliation was overwhelming. When his fingers reached behind his head, he immediately felt a layer of sticky, gooey substance. Blondie stiffly withdrew his hand, staring fixedly at the dark, foul-smelling mess on his fingertips. No, it can't be. To confirm his suspicions, he was compelled to lean in for a sniff. Ugh! Blondie immediately dry-heaved, his face turning ashen as he cursed furiously. What the hell? Peng Hao, are you trying to get yourself killed? You actually attacked me with shit? Peng Hao, same Hao who had first heard the explosion earlier, held up that biological weapon with righteous indignation. For scum like you, even using shit is giving you too much credit. Brothers, get him. Kill him. Blondie roared. 2 lackeys charged forward. Peng Hao swung his wrist sharply. Whoosh! Several drops of black liquid cut through the air. Holy crap. Ah! Lackey A got a dark pattern splattered across his chest. Lackey B's shin suffered the same fate, and on Blondie's lips hung a drop of black substance, dangling precariously. 1 second of silence. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Blondie frantically wiped his mouth, but the more he wiped, the more it spread, leaving his entire mouth area smeared in a dark circle. First came scattered laughter, then the cafeteria erupted in uncontrollable guffaws. Damn it. I'll kill you. Blondie flew into a rage and lunged at Peng Hao. After just 2 steps. Splat. He stepped on the long-fallen corpse of the middle-aged teacher, sliding forward like a tackle and face-planting in a perfect dog-eating dirt position. The laughter grew louder. His 2 lackeys rushed to help him up, and when he raised his head, blood was streaming from his nose, with several moldy vegetable leaves stuck to his face from the overturned, spoiled food. You. Blondie trembled all over, about to make threats, but froze. Behind Peng Hao, 7 or 8 male students had somehow gathered, including his best friend Xiao Chun. Though gaunt and malnourished, their eyes were fierce mop handles, broken stool legs, and even a toilet brush stained with suspicious yellow substance were all gripped in their hands. Come on, keep going. Peng Hao waved his shitstick with full confidence. I've got plenty more in stock. Blondie's face alternated between green and pale, but finally he gritted his teeth. You just wait. With that, he retreated with his 2 lackeys to the farthest corner of the cafeteria, desperately wiping his face with his sleeves. Yuding witnessed the entire scene and couldn't help but giggle, though tears kept streaming down her face. Peng Hao tossed aside the shitstick, walked up to her, and scratched his head. Are you okay? She shook her head and said softly. Thank you all. Xiao Chen approached and patted Peng Hao's shoulder. Not bad. Brother Hao. Didn't know you had biological warfare skills. Peng Hao raised his eyebrows proudly. Of course, wait. He suddenly perked up his ears. Listen. The explosions. They seem to be getting closer. This time, everyone could hear it clearly. It wasn't random, but rhythmic, continuous artillery fire. And it was advancing toward the school. It's the government forces. Definitely the government forces. Peng Hao shot up from the dining table, sparks reigniting in his clouded eyes. As a retired army veteran, he instantly recognized the rhythmic thump thump thump, echoing outside the window, the standard cadence of regulation mortar volleys. Do you hear that? That's the same equipment I trained with for 3 months. The cafeteria erupted instantly as hundreds of students crowded toward the windows. Outside, waves of zombies turned around like a tide, all rushing toward the sound of explosions. This unnatural behavior only confirmed Peng Hao's conviction. The military had arrived. We're saved. We're really saved. Shi Yuding covered her mouth with both hands, tears streaming through her fingers. Bang! The cafeteria doors burst open. Run! The army's here to rescue us. A male student bolted outside like a runaway horse. That shout ignited everyone's suppressed survival instinct. Over 100 people surged toward the exit, creating an instant hellscape of shoving, trampling, and screaming. Don't go out. It's dangerous. Peng Hao tried to stop them, but was knocked backward by the surging crowd. Worse still, the commotion attracted some zombies back. The first few people were immediately tackled, blood spraying across the lawn in dark red patches. In the chaos, Huang Mao squeezed next to Shi Yuding, a cold smile playing on his lips. Go die, bitch. He shoved her hard toward the zombie horde. Shi Yuding crashed to the ground and looked up to see a rotting hand grabbing her hair. Bang! Peng Hao flew in with a kick, sending the zombie flying, then pulled her up. Let's go. She stumbled 2 steps and fell again, her ankle swollen like a steamed bun. I can't run anymore. Go, don't worry about me. Bullshit. Peng Hao scooped her up in his arms. When I was in the army, I did cross-country runs carrying gear heavier than you. But the extra weight inevitably slowed them down. Just as they approached a gap in the perimeter wall, a zombie lurking in the bushes lunged out and bit down hard on Peng Hao's left arm. Ugh! Blood instantly soaked through his sleeve. Seeing those horrifying bite marks, Shi Yuding felt hope extinguish like a snuffed flame as despair washed over her. Just as the zombie horde closed in, rat-a-tat! A precise burst of gunfire exploded the heads of surrounding zombies. Wang Gang's Team Zero charged into the fray, their black armbands stark against the smoke and dust. The soldiers protected the 2 civilians, but when they saw the mangled flesh on Peng Hao's arm, all gun barrels rose simultaneously. He's been bitten, Lu Ming announced coldly. No, he was trying to save me. Shi Yuding threw herself over Peng Hao, tears streaming down her face. Peng Hao smiled bitterly and pushed her away. In your next life, don't come to this world again. Wang Gang raised his pistol, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. Any last words? Tell my mother her son didn't disgrace her. Peng Hao closed his eyes. Bang! The gunshot echoed across the campus. Xiao Qin screamed and tried to rush forward, but was forcibly restrained by 2 soldiers. Everyone listen up. Wang Gang turned and barked orders. Lu Ming, take the main force and escort the survivors through the West Gate. Company Commander Zhou is waiting there. I'm taking 10 men to the dormitory building. Are you insane? There are still over 1,000 zombies in the dorm area. Lu Ming grabbed him. That's exactly why we need to split up. Wang Gang pointed at the rapidly converging zombie horde. If we waste more time, we'll all die. The 2 men's eyes met briefly before Lu Ming finally punched the wall hard. Stay safe. Boom. The demolition team detonated explosives, blasting a gap in the wall. Crying survivors poured through toward freedom like a tide, while Wang Gang and his 10 brave warriors turned their weapons around and headed against the flow toward the most dangerous dormitory area. Meanwhile, at the main campus gate, Zhou Weiguo stood atop an armored vehicle, watching the steady stream of survivors emerging, and pressed his earpiece. Marshal, Phase 1 rescue operation complete. But Wang Gang and his team heard Lin Ye's voice through the communicator, calm and resolute, expressing his faith in them. Artillery fire once again tore through the air, debris and flames churning in the darkness, composing the tragic finale to this blood-soaked rescue. On the playground, surviving teachers and students supported each other, tears mingling with gunpowder smoke as they saw clearly for the first time the banner raised high among the ruins, a golden sun slowly rising before dawn. On the other side, Wang Gang crouched low and crawled through the waist-high bushes. His tactical boots crushed broken glass, the crisp sound quickly swallowed by the night wind. 9 team members spread out in a fan formation, their gun barrels following their line of sight, firmly locked onto every shadow. 2 o'clock direction, 3 wanderers, Yang Hua reported in a low voice. Wang Gang made a hand signal, and 2 team members crouched and pulled their triggers. Pop, pop. Silenced bullets cut through the silence, and 3 corpses fell straight down. Clear. The squad continued advancing. The artillery fire at the main entrance had drawn most of the zombies away, but the dormitory area still harbored hundreds of the undead corpses trapped in the stairwells. 37 survivors in the girls' dormitory in Building A, 41 in the boys' dormitory in Building B. Wang Gang repeated Zhou Weiguo's intelligence. We rescue the girls first. Move fast. After rounding the corner of the academic building, the girls' dormitory came into view. The iron gate stood open, with over a dozen mangled corpses scattered about. Someone had attempted a breakout, but had fallen here. Prepare for entry. Wang Gang checked his magazine, then deployed his forces. Yang Hua, take 3 men to guard the stairwell. The rest follow me for floor-by-floor clearing. Bang! He kicked open the first floor fire door. A putrid stench hit them as 7 or 8 zombies in the dim corridor were hunched over, feeding. The tactical flashlight beams swept across them, and they all looked up in unison, their gray-white eyeballs reflecting cold light. Open fire. Rat-a-tat precise short bursts blew off skulls, splattering blood across the walls. But the gunfire was like a bugle call, attracting more shadowy figures as chaotic footsteps immediately echoed from the second floor. Alternating cover. Move upstairs. The squad advanced in groups, one providing suppressive fire while the other reloaded and moved forward, their killing rhythm cold and steady. After clearing each floor, Yang Hua would place trip mines at the stairway entrance, blocking any retreat. Reaching the fourth floor, the situation suddenly changed. Damn, the hallway's packed, one team member growled. More than 20 zombies were densely packed in the center, behind them a dormitory door barricaded with desks, muffled sobbing coming from within. Flash grenade. Boom. White light tore through the darkness, and the zombie horde immediately became disoriented and collided with each other. The squad seized the explosive moment to fire, bullets sweeping through rotting flesh like scythes. As the last corpse collapsed, Wang Gang threw his weight against the barricaded desks. Inside, over 30 girls huddled in a corner, staring in terror at these fully armed strangers. Some were emaciated, with flattened toothpaste tubes and packaging scattered on the floor. They had survived on these meager supplies until now. Shuguang Army, here on a rescue mission. Wang Gang removed his helmet, trying to make his voice gentle. Those who can walk help those who can't. Stay close to us. A girl with dirty braids rushed over and grabbed his arm. Please, there are still a few with fever on the 6th floor, they can't walk. Wang Gang and Yang Hua exchanged glances. You evacuate first, he immediately ordered 2 team members. Take them to the west gate. As his words fell, Wang Gang turned to look at the staircase. The others continued upstairs. The scene on the 6th floor was suffocating. 5 makeshift beds were lined up against the wall, with 5 girls lying on them, their cheeks burning red with fever. The mattresses were soaked with bodily waste, the acrid stench making everyone's scalp tingle. The girl at the far end had nearly lost consciousness, a tourniquet made from torn bedsheets cutting dark red marks into her wrist as she pinched her thigh, trying to use pain to drag her mind back to reality. Damn it, Yang Hua's eyes were bloodshot. How did these kids survive this? Cut the chatter. Each of you carry one. Wang Gang was already crouching down. I'll take the heaviest one. The team lifted the girls onto their backs and stumbled down the stairs. Just as they reached the 3rd floor, their earpieces exploded with a piercing alarm. Captain Wang, Building B needs backup. They're trapped on the 2nd floor by a zombie horde. Live surveillance footage streamed in simultaneously. Wang Gang instantly saw the situation. On the 2nd floor of the boys' dormitory, over 30 zombies were attacking another squad from both ends of the corridor. Yang Hua, take the girls and go. He handed the unconscious girl to his teammate. I'm heading to Building B. Are you insane? With just 2 men. Follow orders. Wang Gang was already rushing toward the connecting bridge. Remember, not one left behind. Building B was more like hell on earth. At the stairway corner on the 2nd floor, 3 team members held their ground with blazing gunfire, spent shells carpeting the floor in bronze. Behind them huddled over 40 terrified boys, with that blonde-haired kid at the very back. Running out of ammo, one team member emptied his last magazine with a dry click. Rotting fingers immediately reached for the barrel. Boom. A cloud of blood mist erupted behind the zombie horde as a fragmentation grenade tore open a 10-meter clearing. Through the smoke, Wang Gang burst from the fire escape, his gun spitting continuous fire. Reload. Cover me. The surviving team members seized the moment to change magazines, weaving a crossfire net once again. The last zombie fell, and the corridor plunged into ear-ringing silence. Evacuate. Everyone. The blonde kid was the first to scramble up and try to flee, but Wang Gang grabbed him by the collar. You dare push a girl? I was wrong. The blonde kid trembled like a leaf. Please take me with you. Wang Gang released him with disgust. Stay with the group. Try any more tricks, and I'll personally feed you bullets. Everyone rushed out of the dormitory building as explosions formed a line toward the west gate. Joe Wagewa's support troops were using firepower to clear an escape route. Run. Don't look back. Wang Gang brought up the rear, using controlled bursts to hold off pursuing zombies. Just as they were about to reach the west gate, Yang Hua's heart-wrenching warning exploded through the earpiece. Captain Wang. Above you. Looking up, Wang Gang felt his blood freeze. At the 5th floor windows, figures clustered like raindrops falling. The nearest impact point was less than 10 meters from the students. He spun his gun around and charged forward. Go. Get out of here. Rat-a-tat muzzle flashes cut through the dusk as he precisely destroyed every falling rotted skull until his rifle fired its last round. The final student was pushed over the perimeter wall. Wang Gang turned to face the zombie tide surging like waves and slowly drew his pistol. Come on, you bastards, let Grandpa teach you what. Boom. An assault vehicle roared over the intersection, its 105mm main gun grinding the entire zombie horde into a rain of blood. Flames, shrapnel, and flesh mixed into a churning mass. The blast wave hurled Wang Gang into rubble and dust. When the smoke cleared, his team members frantically rushed into the crater. They found Wang Gang barely alive among the broken walls and debris. This iron-willed man had fractured ribs and bleeding ears, yet had miraculously avoided fatal injuries. Is the mission complete? He coughed up blood. Complete. Yang Hua choked back tears as he bandaged Wang Gang's wounds, while all the survivors held their breath. Wang Gang leaned against the armored vehicle's inner wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he still managed to smile before slowly closing his eyes. Through the headset, Zhou Weiguo's roar exploded like cannon fire. Medic! I want the best damn medic. Now. Immediately. Right now. Soon. Medics lifted the blood-soaked Wang Gang onto the vehicle. The moment they raised the stretcher, Zhou Weiguo's facial muscles twitched, and a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. Open fire. Full firepower coverage. The radio carried his furious command across the battlefield. 11 ZTL-19 assault vehicles simultaneously raised their dark cannon muzzles, while 10 mortars in the rear had finished loading. Position confirmed. Loading complete. All units fire. Heaven and earth seemed to tear apart. Boom, boom, boom. The first volley struck the dormitory complex like meteors, and the entire building trembled in flames. Glass curtain walls exploded into countless shards, instantly vaporized by the fire. Reinforced concrete collapsed like building blocks, and zombies were torn to shreds by the shockwave before they could even shriek. Yang Hua pressed gauze against Wang Gang's chest and looked up to see the second round of artillery whistling overhead. 105mm armor-piercing shells precisely hit the teaching building's support columns. The structure that once echoed with students' voices crumbled from the center outward like it had been struck by a giant fist. Billowing smoke rose, blotting out the sky. Keep firing. Don't stop. Bury all these beasts inside. Zhou Weiguo stood atop the command vehicle, his eyes bloodshot. The mortar battery maintained a drumbeat rhythm. Well-trained gunners poured high-explosive shells at 20 rounds per minute, creating a continuous sea of flames. The library, laboratory buildings, administrative center, this campus that had carried countless students' dreams was experiencing its most brutal rebirth through steel and fire. Report. Temperature too high, a gunner shouted. The barrel glowed red-hot, coolant boiling and steam dispersing everywhere. Switch to backup barrels. Keep firing. When the 8th volley ended, Liming University's core area had become scorched earth. Occasionally, charred limbs twitched among the burning debris, only to be completely pulverized by subsequent explosions. Infantry squads advanced for cleanup. Zhou Weiguo roared into the channel. Remember the supplementary shooting protocol headshots. Headshots. And more damn headshots. 3 infantry squads advanced in skirmish formation. Soldiers stepped over scalding rubble. QBZ-191 laser sights cutting crimson death lines through the smoke. 11 o'clock, 2 crippled ones. Pop, pop, 2 precise shots, and the zombie heads burst into bloody mist. Li Hao kicked open a half-collapsed classroom door, his tactical flashlight illuminating a corner. A professor zombie with its lower body crushed under a concrete slab, its rotting hand still gripping half a piece of chalk. Rest in peace. He pulled the grenade pin and gently rolled it over. Boom. Rustling sounds came from the second-floor corridor. Yang Hua gestured, and 2 team members provided covering fire. Over 20 dismembered zombies crawled out from the ruins, deafened by the artillery and moving purely on instinct. Crossfire. 3 rifles fired simultaneously, weaving a dense net of bullets in the narrow space. When the last corpse fell, Yang Hua put an additional round into each head. Area A cleared. Area B has discovered an underground passage. Captain, massive zombie hordes are closing in from all directions within a 1-kilometer radius. Xie Jin's voice crackled through the radio, nearly shouting with tension and fear. Initial count exceeds 50,000, requesting immediate evacuation. Zhou Weiguo's eyes sharpened as his fingers swept across the tactical tablet. The real-time drone footage showed 3 massive waves of undead, completely enraged by the artillery fire, surging toward the campus like a dark tide. Copy that. All units, immediate withdrawal. Follow the predetermined plan and escort survivors back to the temporary base. Move. The engines of the warrior military trucks roared to life in unison. Soldiers maintained their watch while quickly loading rescued faculty and students into the vehicles. Go, go, go. The convoy burst from the campus ruins, tracks and tires crushing debris, kicking up broken bricks and dust. The machine gunner in the lead armored vehicle squeezed the trigger, tracer rounds carving red streaks through the air, clearing a bloody path for the convoy and shattering the skulls of oncoming zombies. 3 kilometers away, at the sports stadium center, Aurora Sanctuary outpost. A scrawny subordinate stumbled into the outpost, nearly dropping his binoculars. Boss Zhang. We've got big trouble. Zhang Dazue, his face scarred and brutal, frowned and barked back. What's the panic? Seen a ghost. Worse than ghosts. Dawn University, it's all blown to hell. Zhang Dazue snatched the binoculars. Through the lenses, flames and thick smoke billowed skyward as steel convoys withdrew in orderly fashion. On the sides of the dark green war machines, golden sun emblems blazed in the firelight. Damn, it's those people from the villa. They're coming for us. Quick, get back and report to Brother Long. Zhang Dazue kicked his subordinate in the rear, and both jumped into a modified off-road vehicle. The engine roared, dust clouds rolling behind them like their current state of panic. At the sports stadium main entrance, the off-road vehicle screeched to a halt. The scarred man nearly tumbled out, rushing toward the central conference room without bothering to knock, bursting through the door. Long Tianxiang was studying maps with his trusted lieutenants and slammed the table in fury. Looking for death? Don't you know how to knock? Brother Long. Those villa people, they've blown Dawn University to smithereens. The conference room air turned ice cold. The bespectacled man dropped his pen, the crisp sound particularly jarring. Say that again? The scarred man's voice trembled as he recounted everything he'd witnessed in broken fragments, overwhelming artillery fire, devastating steel torrents, well-trained soldiers. With each detail, Long Tianxiang's expression grew darker. Suddenly, he slammed his fist on the table. Everyone listen up. Immediate level 1 alert. Bring out all my anti-tank missiles. Now, in the corner, Hu Biao lowered his head, concealing the flash of cunning in his eyes. This storm was finally coming. 5 p.m., Financial Center main hall. Li Hua was drenched in sweat, his shirt soaked through. 2 hours earlier, dozens of military trucks loaded with survivors had rolled into the base. Nearly 1,000 faculty and students rescued from Dawn University, overwhelming the registration area. Form lines. One at a time. He roared with a hoarse voice, the registration forms in his hands piled up like a mountain. Name, age, professional skills. Anyone with wounds, go to the isolation area on the left. Lung Feng led 20 enforcement officers in a semicircle formation, their dark gun barrels aimed directly at the crowd, instantly suppressing the unrest. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the isolation area. It's just a scrape, not a bite. Please, I'm begging you, bang. The gunshot rang out crisply, and the entire hall seemed to be instantly drained of air. Lung Feng holstered his weapon, his expression cold and hard. The male student clutching his arm collapsed in a pool of blood, crimson spreading across the floor. The seventh one. Li Hua glanced at the corpse and continued registering with his head down, the rustling of paper pages particularly jarring in the silence. Today, he had witnessed too many similar scenes. Any suspicious wound meant death, better to kill by mistake than let one slip through. Mu Qing burst into the hall at that moment. Her loose white shirt was stained with blood, yet her eyes remained bright and clear. Everyone listen. Those with medical or related professional backgrounds, raise your hands. The survivors looked at each other uncertainly. No one moved. Damn it. Are you deaf? Li Hua slammed the table. Anyone who can treat injuries, raise your hands now. 7 or 8 students finally raised their hands tremblingly. I'm a clinical medicine major. I study surgery. I'm from the nursing department. Mu Qing's eyes lit up as she quickly grabbed a girl wearing glasses. Have you ever treated gunshot wounds? Only practiced on simulation dummies. That's enough. Mu Qing turned around decisively and shouted at the enforcement team. Take all these people with you. Immediately, under everyone's watchful eyes, the students were escorted away by armed enforcement officers. One male student's legs were so weak he could barely walk and had to be dragged away by 2 officers. Will they be killed? A girl in the registration line asked quietly. Li Hua didn't look up, sneering coldly. Killed? They're going to save someone. Do you know who's lying in the ICU? Captain Wang. He nearly died saving all of you. This statement exploded like thunder through the crowd. The blonde-haired guy shrank his neck, remembering how he had pushed others down in his panic, and wet himself again. In the medical area, Mu Qing pushed the students into the makeshift operating room, where the pungent smell of blood hit them immediately. On the operating table, the burly Wang gang was covered in blood, with 5 or 6 medical staff surrounding him for emergency treatment. Arterial clamp. Hurry. Blood pressures dropped to 60. The girl with glasses stood frozen in place. Textbooks had never depicted such brutal reality. Exposed intestines, visible white bone, and the sharp alarm of monitoring equipment that hurt their eardrums. What are you standing there for? Mu Qing forcibly pressed a scalpel into her hand. Follow the doctor and save him. In this race against time, the students were forced to leap from classroom to battlefield of flesh and blood. Suturing, compression, blood transfusion, respiratory support. When Wang Gang's blood pressure finally stabilized, the girl who had trembled earliest collapsed to the floor, her blood-stained hands shaking slightly. Yet for the first time showing a smile from the depths of her heart, she had truly touched the weight of being alive. At the other end of the hall, Lung Feng's gunshot rang out again. The 8th one. Li Hua numbly made notes on the registration form, looking up at the darkening sky outside. Today was far from over. At 8:20 p.m., the command center was bathed in soft lighting. Lin Ye stood before the central holographic sand table, with busy officers and flickering data points behind him as he quietly listened to his adjutant Chen Feng's report. Upon hearing Wang Gang is out of danger, the dust-like pressure on his rigid shoulders finally eased, and he gave a brief order. Notify the medical team to spare no effort in treating him. Yes, sir. Chen Feng responded crisply. The adjutant continued. Company Commander Zhou has confirmed the hideout of the armed group that attacked the villa last timeites right in the sports center, which perfectly aligns with our next strategic objective. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Oh, interesting. His slender fingertips lightly tapped the edge of the sand table, causing the three-dimensional projection of the building to flicker slightly. Have we figured out the enemy's defensive deployment? Not yet. Chen Feng shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, the unchanging mechanical system notification suddenly echoed in Lin Ye's mind. Ding. Detected 84,430 zombies killed under the Marshal's command. Calculating rewards. Merit points gained. 84,430. Blueprint acquired. QLU 11 35mm sniper grenade launcher, 1,000 merit points each. Configuration, 4-round drum magazine, dedicated tripod. Range, accurate range 800 m, maximum range 800 m. Ammunition, high explosive grenadis armor-piercing round Cerburst rounds available. Features, antimaterial personnel dual purpose, capable of effectively destroying light fortifications. Blueprint acquired. ZBL-08 wheeled infantry fighting vehicle 50,000 merit points each. Firepower, 30mm autocannon HJ-73D anti-tank missiles. Protection, ceramic composite armor, resistant to 14.5mm armor-piercing rounds. Crew, 3 crew members, 7 fully armed soldiers. Features, amphibious combat capability, highway speed 100 km/h. Blueprint acquired. Attack drone swarm system 12,000 merit points per set. Configuration, 50 suicide drones control terminal. Range, 15 kilometers. Payload, each drone carries 200G high-energy explosives. Features, capable of saturation attacks, immune to electronic interference. Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply, his heart filled with wild joy. Drone swarms too? Today's luck is absolutely incredible. With these 3 pieces of equipment, attacking the sports center would practically be a firepower demonstration. They wouldn't even need soldiers for close combat. The drones alone could grind the enemies down. Moreover, the entire swarm system only cost 12,000 merit points, practically a bargain price. The system was like a mind reader, always delivering exactly what he needed at the perfect moment. He immediately pulled up his panel. Current merit points 170,023, automatically 1 per second. 170,000. Lin Ye raised his eyebrows. Today he had exchanged large quantities of ammunition and supplies, spending nearly 10,000 merit points, yet his balance was still this high. It seemed that to quickly accumulate points, he still needed to rely on killing zombies. If he could clear out all the tens of millions of zombies in Donghai City, he couldn't even imagine how powerful he would become. But for now, he'd take it step by step. He scanned through the newly acquired blueprints. Currently, the QLU-11 and drone swarms were most needed. The infantry fighting vehicle was too expensive, so he'd set that aside for now. Exchange for 2 QLU-11s, with 100 rounds of ammunition, 10 merit points per round. As soon as the thought formed, he added, System, also exchange for 2 drone swarm sets. Ding. 27,000 merit points consumed. Exchange successful. In the underground armory of the financial center, 2 sniper grenade launchers gleaming with cold light, along with ammunition and 50 palm-sized drones, appeared silently. Chen Feng. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze and pointed his finger at the center of the stadium on the sand table, issuing his first command to Zhou Weigua. Send scouts first to identify weak defensive points, troop distribution, and heavy weapon positions. Focus on confirming whether they have anti-armor weapons. Understood. As Chen Feng was about to leave, Lin Ye called him back. Wait. A dangerous curve formed at the corner of Lin Ye's lips. Tell Company Commander Zhou that new toys have been delivered to the armory. Have his men practice drone swarm tactics immediately. Outside the window, the night was as dark as ink. On the rooftop of the financial center, a golden sun flag fluttered violently in the fierce wind, as if announcing the approach of an iron storm. 10 kilometers away, Long Tianxiang in the stadium was furious as thunder, roaring as he pushed all heavy firepower to the eastern side. They'll definitely come from that direction. The gears of fate thus engaged, irreversibly. The next morning, golden sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the dining room. Lin Ye leisurely finished the last sip of his coffee. Mo Yoshua straightened his military collar, and Enrurin handed him the tactical tablet. Marshal, Company Commander Zhou reports that the reconnaissance team has departed. Lin Ye nodded, his fingertip just touching the screen. Ding. Detected that the Marshal is preparing to attack other forces, initiating side mission. His movement froze, surprise flashing in his eyes. This long silent system was actually speaking on its own? Ding. Side mission issued. Attack and annex the Aurora Shelter Stadium Center. Time limit, 24 hours. Rewards. Random Special Blueprint 1, merit points 100,000. 100,000 merit points, equivalent to the reward for eliminating 100,000 zombies, plus a special blueprint produced by the system. Absolutely top-tier goods. More importantly, the true identity of those armed thugs in the stadium was the Aurora Shelter. Lin Ye's gaze turned cold as he called out in a deep voice, "Chen Feng." The adjutant appeared almost instantly from outside the door. "Immediately notify Zhou Weigua." Lin Ye's tone was ice cold. "Before sunset, I want to see the Aurora Shelter's flag replaced with Dawn Armies." Half an hour later, in the temporary command room at Qingyuan Residential Complex, two newly arrived QLU-11 sniper grenade launchers sat beside the table, while indicator lights on the drone control terminal blinked continuously. Zhou Weigua's Adam's apple moved slightly. The marshal was getting serious. That's not all. Chen Feng brought up aerial reconnaissance footage, zooming in on the eastern side of the stadium. Two man-portable air defense missile launchers were positioned. The perimeter was wrapped in barbed wire, and all entrances were fortified with machine gun positions. Xie Jin scoffed. "That's it? One company's armored assault could flatten them. Don't underestimate them." Zhou Weigua tapped the table for silence, circling several fire points marked in red on the map. They managed to establish a shelter in the early days of the apocalypse, and survive until now. They must have trump cards. My plan has 3 phases. First, drone swarms advance to disable communications and power. Second, sniper grenade teams eliminate heavy firepower at designated points. Third, armored company breaks through frontally while Team Zero infiltrates through the sewers. Li Hao raised his hand. "Company commander, what about those thousands of survivors?" The air instantly froze. Zhou Weigua's gaze turned steely. "Give the masterminds behind Aurora Shelter 2 hours to evacuate civilians." When time's up, he tapped the tactical tablet, and the stadium's 3D model was covered in blood red. "Kill, without mercy." The meeting ended, and all units rapidly entered combat readiness. Meanwhile, Lin Ye stood alone by the window, the system interface floating before his eyes, the countdown silently ticking. 23 hours, 47 minutes, and 32 seconds. The black tea had grown cold, much like the fate of Aurora Shelter, which too would soon turn frigid. Inside the stadium, Long Tianxiang suddenly shivered. He looked up toward the window. The sun blazed overhead. It felt as if a pair of cold eyes were watching him from the clouds above. Long Tianxiang stood in the command room on the second floor of the gymnasium, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the desk. Outside the window, his men were busy stacking sandbags and welding steel plates at the entrance, their shouts mixing with the clang of metal as the air filled with the scent of motor oil and scorched earth. The door burst open as Jiming, the man with glasses, hurried in, his lenses gleaming with shrewd intelligence. "Brother Long, all firing positions are deployed. We've buried 50 kilograms of C4 in a 200-meter perimeter. If they dare approach, we'll blow them sky high." Long Tianxiang merely grunted in response, though the veins at his temples grew more pronounced. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, squinting at the distant villa silhouette barely visible in the haze, feeling as though lead weighed down his chest. If only he hadn't listened to Hu Biao's inflammatory words back then, he could still be living comfortably as a local tyrant instead of spending every day in fear, waiting for the steel torrent to crush him. "Brother Long." Jiming sensed something amiss and stood at attention to report. "We're well-armed and strong. We've stockpiled anti-tank missiles. Negotiate for peace." Long Tianxiang suddenly interrupted. "Is it too late to seek peace now?" Jiming froze momentarily, then smiled bitterly. "Brother Long, have you forgotten how Ming died? Blood debts have been settled. Bowing our heads now won't help." Though he left the sentence unfinished, his meaning was clear. Long Tianxiang irritably ran his hands through his hair. The thought of fleeing with his core men wasn't new to him, but in this apocalyptic world overrun with zombies, lacking a fortified stronghold was a death sentence. Damn it. He punched the wall. "Then let's gamble. If we win, we take everything. If we lose," he paused, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. "If we lose, it won't be too late to kneel and beg for mercy." Jiming opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He knew better than anyone that given the Villa Group's methods, they wouldn't offer any chance for surrender. "Go." Long Tianxiang spun around abruptly. "Bring Hu Biao to me." In less than 2 minutes, Hu Biao sauntered into the command room with his usual nonchalant swagger. Long Tianxiang grabbed him by the collar and roared. "Didn't you say the villa only had a few dozen people? Huh. Now they're coming at us with tanks and artillery." A flash of mockery crossed Hu Biao's eyes, though he feigned panic. "Brother Long, how was I supposed to know they'd develop so quickly?" "Shut up." Long Tianxiang shoved him away. "From now on, you'll take the brothers to guard the eastern sewer entrance. If you let even one enemy through, I'll put a bullet in you first." After Hu Biao retreated in disgrace, Long Tianxiang pulled a gleaming black pistol from a hidden compartment in the corner, carefully cleaning the barrel as the cold metal reflected an eerie light under the lamp. "Want to devour me?" he muttered under his breath. Let's see whose teeth are sharper. I, Long Tianxiang, am no pushover. Outside the window, sunlight scorched the ruins, stretching the gymnasium's shadow long across the ground like a chained beast still trying to bite. Meanwhile, at the other end of the district, the rumbling grew closer as the mighty armored convoy crushed through debris. 12 ZTL 19-wheeled assault vehicles advanced in wedge formation, their 105mm main guns steadily aimed toward the gymnasium, their shock absorbers gently bouncing over the rubble. Behind them, armored personnel carriers loaded with infantry followed, gunners positioned behind roof-mounted heavy machine guns, their alert gazes scanning the gaps in the ruins. Inside the command vehicle, Zhou Weiguo sat upright in his chair, tactical tablet displaying real-time satellite imagery and drone footage. Through the radio, Lu Ming's voice crackled with static interference. Company Commander Zhou, the underground sewers have been almost completely sealed, leaving only one passage. They're clearly trying to lure us in. Zhou Weiguo let out a cold laugh. Withdraw from the underground sewers. Execute surface combat operations. You find the high ground and coordinate with the armored company for the assault. Copy that. Zhou Weiguo finished giving his orders in a low voice and switched channels. Platoon Leader Li, respond if you copy. Go ahead, Company Commander. Li Hao's voice was crisp and clear. Have you reached the negotiation position? In position, within safe range. Good, begin negotiations. On the tree-lined avenue about 200 meters from the gymnasium, Li Hao and his infantry squad halted their advance. He raised the megaphone, and after the electrical hum subsided, his deep, authoritative voice echoed through the air. People of Aurora Shelter. We are the Dawn Army. Inside the gymnasium, all the armed militants instantly tensed up, craning their necks toward the source of the voice. You are surrounded. Li Hao continued. Lay down your weapons and surrender. We won't kill you. Those who resist will be shot on sight. The icy declaration felt like a blade pressed against everyone's throat. Several underlings exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering across their faces. A scrawny young thug swallowed hard and stammered to the bespectacled Jiming. Gee, brother Jiming, maybe we should surrender? We can't fight regular troops. Jiming's lips curved into a smile as he slowly walked over and patted the young man's shoulder, his tone gentle. Sure. Go ahead. The young man was stunned at first, a flash of joy crossing his face before he realized something was wrong. Jiming still wore that smile, but his gaze was ice cold. Brother Jiming. Aye. Bang. The gunshot was brief. Blood and brain matter splattered across the worn wooden floor as the young man collapsed. The surrounding underlings shuddered, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. Jiming blew away the gun smoke and swept his gaze across the crowd. Anyone else want to surrender? No one dared respond. Outside, Li Hao watched the entire scene with cold eyes and pressed his radio. Company Commander, they refused to surrender. Through his earpiece, Zhou Weiguo's voice was low and powerful. Then let them see what a steel torrent looks like. The next second, the armored company's turret gears clicked into motion, and the 105mm tank cannon slowly elevated, targeting the gymnasium's defensive positions. The war had officially begun. Boom. The first high-explosive shell tore through the gymnasium's eastern wall, sending concrete debris and bloody mist skyward together. Before the Aurora Shelter militants behind cover could react, the second and third shells were already screaming in, the explosions making the entire building shake violently. Sniper grenade team in position. Li Hao roared into his radio. Heavy machine gun position spotted, coordinates B7. Permission to fire granted. Bang. 800 meters away, the QLU-11 spat blazing tongues of fire, and a 35mm high-explosive grenade traced a perfect arc, landing precisely behind the sandbag fortification. The two thugs operating the light machine gun didn't even have time to scream before they were blown into a shower of blood. In the third-floor command room of the gymnasium, Long Tianxiang gripped his binoculars so tightly his knuckles turned white. He watched helplessly as his most elite fire positions were eliminated one by one. Those heavy weapons he'd spent a fortune acquiring from military arsenals proved as fragile as toys under the enemy's professional fire suppression. Long. Boss Long. One underling collapsed to the floor, his pants already wet. How are they shooting so accurately? But no one answered him. Through the shattered windows, everyone could see the steel torrent steadily advancing. Gray-black armored vehicles moved in formation, their tracks churning up debris and dust like a slowly approaching iron wall. Soldiers advanced alongside the vehicles in pairs, taking turns firing in coordinated bursts, their muzzle flashes rhythmically illuminating the scene like the precise hands of a clockwork mechanism. Occasionally, zombies would lunge from the ruins, only to be instantly eliminated with headshots the moment they appeared, their bodies convulsing between the tank treads. Damn it! Long Tianxiang slammed his fist against the concrete wall. Detonate the explosives. Do it now. Jiming, the bespectacled man, turned pale as he stammered. But they haven't entered the minefield yet. I don't care. Long Tianxiang roared. Jiming pressed the detonator, and a series of fire columns erupted around the stadium's perimeter, sending shockwaves and debris skyward. However, when the smoke cleared, the nearest armored vehicle was still nearly 100 meters away. Zhou Weiguo had already identified the explosive locations through thermal imaging from his drones, deliberately keeping his forces at a safe distance. How could this be? Jiming's hands began to tremble. How did they know? The next moment, an even more terrifying sight unfolded. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 50 suicide drones swarmed over the ruins like a plague of locusts, casting shadows over the stadium. At the control terminal, a technician rapidly marked every exposed firing position. Swarm attack, execute. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The drones dove down, their 200-gram high-explosive charges detonating on impact. Window frames exploded, ventilation shafts erupted in flames, and firing ports were blasted into twisted metal cavities. Screams echoed everywhere as burning figures leaped from the second floor, only to be picked off by perimeter snipers before hitting the ground, their helmets shattering. We can't hold them. We really can't hold them. A blood-covered thug stumbled into the command room. Half our men are dead, and the rest. Long Tianxiang's eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed Jiming by the collar. Didn't you say this was foolproof? Jiming, his glasses cracked, gasped frantically before suddenly revealing a sinister grin. There's still one way. 5 minutes later, a bizarre scene unfolded on the battlefield. The stadium's main doors burst open, and over 100 survivors were pushed out with their hands bound. Elderly people, women, and crying children huddled together. Each thug hid behind a hostage, pressing guns to their temples. Jiming's voice tore through the air via loudspeaker. Take one more step, and we'll kill the hostages. Back off. Everyone back off. The armored column came to an abrupt halt, and the gunfire ceased immediately. Cease fire. All units cease fire. Zhou Weiguo commanded sternly, veins bulging on his forehead. Only the cries of the hostages remained echoing through the ruins. From his elevated position, Lu Ming lay behind the rubble, his sniper scope's crosshairs locked on Jiming's forehead. Yet he couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger. The madman had pulled a little girl in front of his chest, half his twisted face grinning cunningly. Ha! Jiming laughed maniacally. What regular army? Nothing special. Bang! A gunshot rang out from the distance. The communications officer standing beside Li Hao jerked backward, a hole appearing in his forehead. Bang! A second shot shattered the silence, the machine gunner's throat exploding in a spray of blood across the armored vehicle's door. Sniper! Someone growled. The troops immediately scattered for cover as Zhou Weiguo watched helplessly, his eyes blazing with fury, as two of his comrades fell into pools of blood. The loudspeaker shrieked again as Jiming roared arrogantly. This is the price. Retreat immediately, or the next shot will be aimed at you. Suddenly, a cold, stern male voice exploded through everyone's earpieces simultaneously. All units, listen up. No need to hold back. Eliminate them all. The voice struck like thunder, shaking the soldiers to their core. Zhou Weiguo trembled. Marshal, they still have hostages. In this apocalyptic world, Lin Ye's voice crackled through the radio, cold and devoid of any warmth. I need you all to understand one thing. Don't let emotions cloud your judgment. Have you already forgotten how those two brothers just died? Silence fell instantly on the other end of the radio. Lu Ming recalled Wang Gang's blood-soaked silhouette and the bewildered look in the communications soldier's eyes as he collapsed. The cold trigger pressed against his fingertip as his hand slowly tightened. Execute the order. Zhou Weiguo closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they held unwavering resolve. The next second, hell descended. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun spat out scorching brass casings as bullets tore through hostages and thugs alike, turning the entire area into a bloody slaughterhouse. Snipers methodically picked their targets, each shot finding its mark in eye sockets or throats. HU-11 airburst grenades exploded midair, raining steel pellets like a torrential downpour. No, don't. How dare you? Jiming's pleas were cut short as his head exploded like a watermelon, gray matter splattering onto the little girl behind him. She stood there in a daze, clutching her grimy doll, until a stray bullet pierced her chest, and she slowly collapsed. In the corner of the command room, Long Tianxiang slumped beneath his chair. The surveillance screens showed nothing but carnage as his carefully cultivated subordinates were mowed down like wheat. Those who had been fierce and menacing moments before now screamed and fled, only to be caught by bullets and torn to shreds. How could this happen? He muttered mechanically, drool dripping from his chin unnoticed. When the last gunshot faded, only the stench of corpses and gunpowder remained in the gymnasium. Lu Ming stepped through the sticky pools of blood, his boots pulling up long crimson strands with each step. Among the pile of severed limbs, he found the little girl. Her eyes were still open, her hand clutching the tattered doll in a death grip. In your next life. He gently closed her eyelids, his voice barely audible. Don't be reborn into this world. In the distance, Zhou Weiguo watched his soldiers mechanically delivering finishing shots and suddenly bent over, retching violently. Stomach acid mixed with bile poured out, and he felt something more important being hollowed out along with it, perhaps his humanity, perhaps his conscience. But when he looked up and saw that warm beam of sunlight in the center of the gymnasium, he straightened his back. The golden sun flag slowly rose in the morning light. In the villa's war room, Lin Ye stood before the holographic sand table, watching as the red marker representing Aurora Shelter was replaced by blue in the system. Battle data scrolled across the screen. 217 enemy combatants eliminated, 89 survivors killed in crossfire, 2 casualties on our side, 3 severely wounded. He lightly tapped the table with his fingertip, his gaze profound. Anger? A little. Those 2 soldiers killed by snipers had been brothers who had followed him since the beginning of the apocalypse. Guilt? Perhaps among those used as human shields were innocent, defenseless people. Regret? Absolutely not. He lifted his cup and sipped. The red tea had gone cold and tasted bitter. In this world, you either be ruthless or die. The moment the hostages were pushed to the front lines, their fate was sealed. If anyone was to blame, it was Long Tianxiang and that bespectacled Jiming who had torn away the last shred of decency. Marshal, Chun Feng entered, his tone somber. The battlefield has been cleared, but we couldn't find Long Tianxiang's body. He escaped. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. It appears so. We found fresh blood and footprints in the eastern sewers. We believe he fled with a group of his trusted men. No matter. Lin Ye waved dismissively. A beaten dog can't stir up much trouble. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window where the morning sun was rising in the distance, its golden light coating the ruins with a warm veneer. This battle had doubled the Dawn Army's territory, but more importantly, the system mission was complete. Ding. Side mission completed. Rewards. Merit points 100,000. Special blueprint. Tactical EMP generator distributed. Lin Ye's lips curved into a slight smile. This round was worth it. In the underground drainage pipes, murky sewage rose above their knees. Hu Biao dragged his mangled left leg, gasping heavily as he struggled through the pitch-black tunnel. 7 or 8 battered soldiers followed behind, their blood mixing with the filthy water to form a muddy trail. Long, Brother Long, where are we going? Someone asked with a sob in their voice. Long Tianxiang remained silent, a chunk of flesh missing from his right arm as blood dripped steadily into the water. Jiming, the guy with glasses, had already taken a headshot. His brains had splattered all over Long's face, and his former authority had crumbled in an instant. To the northern suburbs, Hu Biao suddenly spoke up. There's an abandoned food processing plant there, easy to defend, hard to attack. Long Tianxiang whipped around, his gaze ice cold. You had an escape route planned all along? Brother Long, how else do you survive these days without a backup plan? Hu Biao grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth. The 2 men stared at each other for several seconds before Long Tianxiang suddenly burst into maniacal laughter that echoed through the tunnel like a wounded beast. Good. From now on, you're my brother. He grabbed Hu Biao's collar as he declared this. Hu Biao appeared grateful on the surface, but sneered inwardly. Once we reach safety, you'll be the first one I take out. The group continued wading through the water. No one noticed that the scent of blood had attracted rustling sounds. Several fist-sized mutant rats emerged from the cracks, their crimson eyes gleaming in the darkness. Meanwhile, Xie Jin led the Dawn Army as they pushed open the heavy iron doors of the gymnasium. The overwhelming stench hit them immediately, forcing him to instinctively hold his breath. The nauseating mixture of excrement, body odor, and rotting food formed a revolting, humid fog. Dim lights spilled inside, revealing thousands of survivors huddled in the stands and center court, so emaciated they looked like skin draped over bones. Yellow-faced and gaunt, with sunken eye sockets and festering skin, most couldn't even be bothered to lift their heads, mechanically curling into balls. Dawn Army, here on rescue mission. Xie Jin's shout echoed through the empty arena, but no one responded. He approached an elderly man by the wall, whose cloudy eyes slowly turned as his cracked lips could only produce a hoarse wheeze. As Xie Jin crouched down, he discovered the man's ankle was chained with iron shackles, the rotting flesh fused with the rusted metal. Where are the keys? He spun around and roared. In the duty office. A man so thin he was barely recognizable weakly pointed toward a corner. Long Tianxiang was afraid we'd escape, so he chained us all up. Xie Jin stormed toward the duty office, his stomach churning the moment he kicked down the door. Whips, iron hooks, and electric batons hung from the walls, covered in dark brown bloodstains. A management log lay open on the desk, with the latest entry reading. Today executed 3 escapees, bodies hung at East Gate as warning. His hand trembled slightly as he gripped the key ring, not from fear, but from rage burning to his very bones. These people weren't trapped by zombies, but treated like livestock by their own kind. Rescue team, move in immediately. Large number of survivors need emergency medical attention. He barked into his radio. As the soldiers cut through the chains, a 7 or 8-year-old girl suddenly grabbed Xie Jin's pant leg. She clutched a grimy stuffed doll in her arms, her voice barely a whisper. Mister, they took my mommy away. Can you find her? Xie Jin crouched down, lowering his voice to sound less like the blood-soaked commander from the battlefield. What does your mother look like? The little girl raised her hand and pointed toward the corkboard on the wall. That wall was Long Tianxiang's trophy display area, brown corkboard covered with women's ID photos, densely packed in neat rows. Thick black marker strokes beneath each photo marked dates and numbers, like cold storage unit labels. Xie Jin's blood turned to ice. He recognized several of those faces, women who had been pushed to the front as human shields during the recent firefight, now most likely reduced to cold statistics. Take her to the medical station first, he said, looking away to prevent the little girl from reading the truth on his face, instructing the rescue team member beside him. Give her a full examination. Outside the gymnasium, harsh afternoon sunlight streamed through shattered glass into the corridor. Xie Jin squinted as he pulled out his cigarette pack, his fingers trembling too much to light it. It turned out the most terrifying thing wasn't the zombies, but those people who had long since abandoned their humanity. Broken glass crunched under military boots as Li Hao emerged from the shadows, rummaging through his tactical vest while grinning. Old Xie, got a light? Xie Jin took the crumpled pack of Hongtashan cigarettes, and the two men stood shoulder to shoulder, lighting up with Li Hao's lighter. The harsh bite of cheap tobacco burned their lungs, but couldn't suppress the lingering stench of decay in the air. We found a cellar under the east bleachers. Li Hao exhaled a smoke ring, his voice hoarse. Over 30 bodies, mostly women. He suddenly kicked an empty can, sending it flying. Fuck. All of them chained up. Xie Jin's mind flashed to the stuffed doll in the little girl's arms, faded cotton fabric with crooked stitches, clearly hand-sewn by a mother. The rescue team's statistics showed the survivors averaged less than 50 kilograms. Li Hao bent down, using his gun barrel to lift a large patch of dried, blackened blood from the ground. You know what the most ironic part is? The warehouse has enough food to make a mountain. The bastards would rather feed the rats than let people eat. Suddenly, a child's piercing screams echoed from the distance. Soldiers were pulling a barely alive little boy from a pile of corpses, maggots writhing in his festering knees. Oldly, Xie Jin crushed his cigarette, but, pointing toward the bullet-riddled outer wall and the mangled corpse torn apart by stray bullets. Who exactly are we saving? During the charge earlier, I personally shot through a woman holding a child. Li Hao remained silent for a long time. The setting sun stretched his shadow long and thin, like an indelible stain. Suddenly remembering something, he let out a low laugh that carried an icy edge. Remember that anti-drug commercial? Some roads, once you step on them, there's no turning back. The last corpse was loaded onto the truck, blood dripping from the tailgate, vivid red in the twilight. All units, attention. Zombie horde incoming. Find cover immediately and prepare for combat. Zhou Weiguo's voice exploded through their earpieces, instantly shattering the air with tension. Xie Jin and Li Hao looked up simultaneously. On the distant horizon, a writhing black wave was surging toward the gymnasium's zombie horde. Fuck. Li Hao flicked away his cigarette and grabbed the QJY-201 general-purpose machine gun at his feet, the sharp metallic friction of the charging handle singing as he pulled it. Perfect timing. I've been holding in a belly full of rage. Xie Jin didn't respond. He simply walked toward the soldiers behind him, seized another machine gun, pressed the stock to his shoulder, and placed his finger on the trigger. His eyes were ice cold, as if he wanted to pour all his anger and suppressed emotions into these rotting corpses. Mortar positions, 3 rounds rapid fire. Bang, bang, bang. 10 60mm mortars erupted simultaneously, shells trailing blazing white tails as they tore through the sky, landing precisely in the center of the zombie horde. The shockwaves from the high explosive rounds unleashed a storm of blood and flesh. Severed limbs flew through the air, rotting organs burst on impact, and dark crimson gore scattered everywhere, instantly turning the forward position into a murky quagmire. Armored company, fire at will. 12 ZTL 19-wheeled assault vehicles raised their guns in unison, 105mm high explosive shells carving bloody trenches through the mass. Each explosion cleared a radius of over 10 meters, shockwaves tearing zombie torsos into fragments, bone shards and dirt flying together. Rat-a-tat-tat. Li Hao dove to the machine gun position, the general-purpose machine gun roaring to life first. The 7.62mm belt became a steel storm, front-row zombies cut in half at the waist, their upper bodies still clawing and crawling while their lower halves collapsed into putrid mush. Reeking black blood splattered across his face, yet he laughed maniacally as he held the trigger down, muzzle flashes illuminating his features. Come on, you bastards. Taste this. Xie Jin's machine gun followed suit, precise bursts shattering one rotting skull after another. His eyes were ice cold, yet his trigger finger pulled even more ruthlessly, as if pouring all his pent-up frustration into the horde. Snipers, prioritize mutant variants. Bang! A mutant zombie over 2 meters tall with bulging muscles had just charged forward when a single shot blew its head apart, brains and bone fragments exploding outward as its massive frame crashed to the ground. Grenade launchers, suppressive fire. Thump, thump, thump. 35mm grenades shrieked into formation, airburst rounds blooming in midair, steel pellets raining down like hail, turning swaths of zombies into sieves. Black blood geysers intertwined with severed limbs as the battlefield became a complete meat grinder. Kill! 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 Li Hao roared, his machine gun barrel glowing red-hot, spent casings piling into a small mountain at his feet. Soldiers behind him ran back and forth carrying ammunition belts, feeding him endless firepower. Black blood covered his cheeks, yet he grinned savagely. Not enough. More. Give me more. Xie Jin continued his sweep, zombies falling like wheat stalks in succession. Only continuous slaughter could temporarily erase the suffocating feeling in his chest. Infantry platoon, free fire. Rat-a-tat. QBZ 191 assault rifles formed a web of fire, bullet storms tearing through zombie bodies, black blood soaking the scorched earth, rotting flesh piling like mountains, the air thick with the acrid smell of rust. Finally, the last artillery shell exploded, the last bullet left the chamber empty, and the zombie horde's howls gradually faded away. Li Hao collapsed behind the sandbags, gasping heavily, his machine gun barrel still smoking white, yet his fingers refused to release the trigger, as if his consciousness remained trapped in the killing frenzy. Xie Jin slowly lowered his machine gun, silently gazing at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood before them. They had won, but this victory felt like a cruel mockery. Target elimination complete, but a small number of zombies were still approaching from nearby areas. Zhou Wei's voice crackled through everyone's earpieces, calm and steady. Xie Jin, Li Hao, Wang Hu, repair the defensive line immediately and set up forward outposts. Platoon leader Luo Bing, lead your team back to defend Dawn Base. Yes, company commander. With that single command, each squad sprang into action like compressed springs suddenly released, moving in perfect unison. Li Hao wiped the blood from his cheek and spat a bloody glob onto the ground, cursing. Damn it. These things just keep coming no matter how many we kill. Xie Jin remained silent, loading a fresh machine gun belt. The metallic click of the ammunition cover closing echoed as his cold gaze swept across the battlefield below. Black blood had soaked into the earth, severed limbs and torsos piled like small mountains, and the air reeked with a nauseating stench of decay. Several new recruits had turned pale, leaning against walls as they dry-heaved. One simply collapsed to his knees in the bloody mud, retching uncontrollably. Shit, throwing up already? Wang Hu walked over and patted the soldier's back, not mockingly, just with weary understanding. Better get used to it fast. In this world, it's either you kill them or they eat you. But they used to be people too. The soldier's voice trembled, his eyes red-rimmed. People. Li Hao laughed coldly, kicking away a zombie head that had rolled near his feet. Look at them now, though, they still look human to you. The severed head rolled twice across the rubble, its hollow eye sockets staring lifelessly at the group, dried blood crusted around its gaping mouth. The soldier's face went even whiter as he quickly turned away. Xie Jin finally spoke in a low voice. Don't overthink it. Staying alive is what matters most. He stood up, shouldering his machine gun. Come on, the defensive line still needs reinforcing. The group followed in silence, beginning to move sandbags, string barbed wire, and plant landmines. In the distance, scattered zombies continued shambling closer, drawn by the scent of blood. Bang! Li Hao's shot exploded a zombie's head, black blood splattering against the ruined wall. He whistled and grinned widely. Hey, that marksmanship is still got it. Wang Hu rolled his eyes. Give it a rest. With your aim, you're worse than the rookies. Bullshit. I was one of the top marksmen in the company. Keep dreaming. Despite their banter, their hands never stopped working. Barbed wire stretched taut, sandbags stacked layer by layer, machine gun positions rebuilt. Xie Jin climbed onto a half-collapsed wall and scanned the surroundings through binoculars. Only after confirming no large zombie hordes were approaching did he allow himself a slight sigh of relief. Has platoon leader Luo's team evacuated? He asked into his earpiece. They've departed. Estimated arrival at base in 1 hour. Zhou Wei's voice quickly responded. Xie Jin nodded, his gaze falling once more upon the corpse-strewn ground. Torn fabric mixed with rotting flesh, perhaps a child's clothing, or maybe a scarf once worn around a lover's neck. Before the apocalypse, these monsters had homes and dreams too, but now they were nothing more than piles of decaying meat. Hey Xie, what are you spacing out about? Li Hao pressed a crumpled cigarette into his hand. Take a drag, relax. A spark flared as acrid smoke filled his lungs. Xie Jin exhaled a cloud of smoke and spoke hoarsely. Do you think this disaster will ever end? Li Hao thought for a few seconds, then suddenly grinned. Who cares? At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, darkness fell. The command center of Cloud Villa was dimly lit, with only the ethereal blue glow from instruments and holographic terminals dancing across the walls. A cold system notification suddenly echoed through Lin Ye's mind. Ding! Detected 24,032 zombies eliminated under the Marshal's command. Calculating rewards. Ding! Reward obtained. Merit points 24,032. Ding! Blueprint acquired. PLZ-05, a 155mm self-propelled howitzer 1. Ding. Blueprint acquired. W99 82mm rapid-fire mortar 1. Ding. Blueprint acquired. WS-2D long-range multiple launch rocket system 1. Holy shit. Lin Ye's pupils contracted sharply as he practically shot up from his spacious command chair. 155mm howitzer, 82mm rapid-fire cannon, and a WS long-range rocket launcher. He never expected to score 3 siege-breaking heavy weapons tonight, but his elation was quickly suppressed by reason the more devastating the weapon, the more outrageous the exchange price typically was. He raised his hand and swiped through the air, bringing up the system interface. The blue light screen unfolded, with data streams casting cold ripples in the darkened room. Current merit points, 356,021 auto 1 per second. Lin Ye's gaze first fell upon the steel behemoth that symbolized the heavy hammer of ground warfare. PLZ-05, a 155mm self-propelled howitzer. Exchange price, 30,000 merit points unit. Includes artillery crew and 50 shells. Firepower configuration, 155mm 52 caliber howitzer. Range, standard rounds, 40 kilometers. Base bleed extended range rounds, 53 kilometers. Rocket-assisted rounds, 70 kilometers. Rate of fire, burst rate, 4 rounds 15 seconds. Sustained rate, 2 rounds minute. Ammunition capacity, 30 rounds automatic loader. Mobility and protection. Chassis, dedicated track chassis, 800 horsepower. Road speed, 65 km/h. Cross-country speed, 45 km/h. Hull, fully welded steel armor, resistant to 12.7mm machine gun rounds and shell fragments. Equipped with NBC protection system. Fire control system. Shoot and scoot, modes top. Aim, first shot fired 60 seconds. Withdrawal completed within 30 seconds after first salvo. Special abilities. Steel Rain, rapid deployment of massive ammunition volumes for devastating area coverage. 70-kilometer range, sensor-fused munitions, satellite guidance. Lin Ye tapped his fingertips on the light screen, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. The appearance of this cannon meant he now possessed both bay and visual range precision strike and area destruction capabilities. Whether clearing stubborn strongholds or facing organized enemies in the future, this was undoubtedly a strategic trump card. Next, he pulled up the second blueprint. W99 82mm rapid-fire mortar. Exchange price, 10,000 merit point set. Includes gunner crew and 40 magazines. Firepower configuration. 82mm smoothbore barrel, magazine-fed, 4 rounds magazine. Core advantages. Theoretical rate of fire up to 120 rounds minute, 4-round magazine, burst mode. Sustained rate of fire 40 rounds minute. Range. Minimum range, 150 meters. Maximum range, 6 kilometers. Ammunition types. High explosive heat rounds. Armor-piercing rounds. Smoke rounds. Illumination rounds. Thermobaric rounds. Mobility. 3-person team can disassemble and carry barrel, baseplate, and magazines for rapid deployment. Can be mounted on light armored vehicles or pickup truck beds as mobile fire platforms. Fire control. Simple optical sight for quick approximate targeting. Special ability. Death Organ utilizes ultra-high rate of fire to deliver saturated strikes on small areas within extremely short time frames, suppressing or eliminating exposed clustered targets. 120 rounds per minute. Death Organ. Lin Ye could almost visualize the artillery piece spitting tongues of fire through narrow alleys and shattered window frames. Metallic roars instantly drowning out screams. Bullet rain weaving into a blade net. Pedestrian silhouettes torn apart in an instant. Perfect for complex urban clearance, anti-infantry suppression, and even precision strikes against lightly armored vehicles. What truly made his heart race was that chilling blueprint, the Guardian 2D WS-2D long-range multiple launch rocket system. Fire configuration. 400mm caliber, 6-tube launch pod. Range, 400 kilometers, capable of covering the entire Donghai city and vast surrounding areas. Warhead power, single high-explosive warhead 480 kilograms, kill radius exceeding 150 meters. Cluster warhead, hundreds of dual-purpose anti-armor personal submunitions, laying carpets of death. Bunker buster, specialized for penetrating underground fortified positions. Smart munitions, automatically detect and strike weak points on armor tops. Thermobaric fuel air explosives, devastating impact on enclosed spaces or densely populated areas. Note, all special warheads require separate unlocking or exchange. Mobility and deployment aspects were equally flawless. 88 heavy-duty wheeled off-road chassis with strong road mobility. Marked to launch 10 minutes, fully automated process. Dedicated reload vehicle accompaniment. Autonomous reloading time extremely short. Special ability. Divine punishment delivering devastating, nearly unstoppable saturated strikes against ultra-long-range targets, already carrying hints of strategic deterrence. 400 kilometers. 480 kilograms warhead. Divine punishment. Lin Ye took a deep breath, suppressing the surging shock in his chest. He understood clearly that this was no longer just a conventional tactical weapon, but a Mepetator-level instrument of slaughter. The 500,000 merit point exchange cost plus astronomical ammunition consumption figures, in return for the qualification to execute decisive strikes against any high-value target within hundreds of kilometers at any time, whether zombie, horde mother nests, hostile large survivor bases, or certain forces that shouldn't exist. His gaze slid back and forth across the three blueprints, radiating deadly temptation, finally settling on the prominent merit points. 300, display. PLZ-05A 30,000 points, W99, 10,000 points. Lin Ye calculated quietly. Far too short. WS2D. Lost in thought, he leaned back in his chair, rhythmically tapping his temple with his index finger, his gaze sharp as a blade. After a long moment, he made his decision. Reinforce manpower first. Territory expansion was impossible without personnel. System, exchange for 2 standard infantry platoons. Ding, 300,000 merit points deducted. Exchange successful. The next second, air above the villa's rear training ground distorted, and 72 fully armed soldiers suddenly materialized, forming ranks like a line. 6 CSK-181 warrior assault vehicles, steel tires crushed the ground with deep rumbling. Report, Marshal. 5th Infantry Platoon Leader Zhang Tai, reporting for duty. Report, Marshal. 6th Infantry Platoon Leader Zhao Shan, reporting for duty. 2 officers jogged forward, their military boots striking the ground crisply, heads high in salute. Lin Ye nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over this new force. Full-strength infantry platoons with complete firepower, mobility, and tactical capabilities, yet still insufficient. Exchange for 3 more W99 Type 82mm rapid-fire mortar sets, complete with crew personnel and basic ammunition loads. Ding, 30,000 merit points deducted. Exchange successful. At the training ground's edge, 3 modified warriors drove in, each carrying a gleaming black W99 rapid-fire mortar on its rear, with ammunition crates stacked like walls alongside. 9 gunners dismounted swiftly, quickly forming ranks with clean, efficient movements. Report. Mortar squad in position. Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction and pulled up the system interface. Current infantry platoons under command 3. 4th, 5th, and 6th infantry platoons detected as eligible for fusion into mechanized infantry company. Proceed with fusion? Fusion. In an instant, the training ground was bathed in brilliant light, data streams flickered in midair, and the reorganization was complete. The 3 previously scattered infantry platoons rapidly merged, and a brand new company headquarters materialized out of thin air. Company commander, political instructor, communications personnel, medics, all positions fully staffed. Immediately after, the system delivered another Surprizia fire support platoon. 4 60mm mortars, 2 QJZ-89 heavy machine guns, along with supporting vehicles and massive ammunition supplies, all fell into place. Rumble. 12 ZTL-19 wheeled assault vehicles, 2 ZBL-08 armored command vehicles, and 4 ZSL-10 armored personnel carriers rolled into the training ground one by one. Their gun barrels gaped like black holes, forming a steel torrent in formation, radiating overwhelming presence. Report, Marshal. Mechanized Infantry Company reorganization complete. The newly appointed company commander Li Yunlong strode forward, standing at attention and saluting. Company strength, 144 personnel authorized, 144 personnel present. Awaiting orders. Lin Ye's lips curved slightly as he surveyed this newly born Steel Legion. With the 3 infantry platoons integrated, the unit now boasted complete organization and doubled firepower: 105mm main guns, 82mm rapid-fire mortars, heavy machine guns, armored assault vehicles, armored personnel carriers. Such a force was sufficient to sweep through any zombie stronghold in Donghai City, or even engage organized hostile forces hidden. Li Yunlong. Lin Ye issued his command in a deep voice. Deploy immediately to Dawn Base, secure the defensive line, and await further orders. Yes, Marshal. Engines roared, steel treads crushed the ground, and the newly formed mechanized company shot forward like an unsheathed sword toward the battlefield. Lin Ye stood by the window, watching the departing convoy, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. The next morning, Dawn Base headquarters. As dawn broke, Li Hua emerged from the temporary settlement area with dark circles under his eyes, clutching a stack of crumpled registration forms. Last night's intake of survivors from Dawn University had kept him and his colleagues busy until midnight, barely completing headcounts, supply distribution, and quarantine arrangements, leaving his head still buzzing. Lung Feng, are you finished with registration over there? He called out, rubbing his temples. By the armored vehicle, Lung Feng frowned at his list without looking up. Still 30-some people to go. Several students have persistent high fevers and have been sent to the isolation zone. The medical team is handling it. Just as Li Hua was about to sigh, His peripheral vision caught unusual movement within the defensive perimeter. Over a dozen pristine ZTL-19 wheeled assault vehicles arranged in formation, gun barrels menacing, their hulls bearing prominent golden sun emblems. Even more astounding was a group of unfamiliar soldiers patrolling beside the vehicle formation. Regulation tactical helmets, uniform combat vests, rifles gleaming coldly, their movements crisp and efficient, clearly seasoned regulars with extensive combat experience. Holy shit! Li Hua's eyes widened, nearly dropping his registration forms. Where did these people come from? There wasn't a trace of them yesterday. Lung Feng's head snapped up, pupils contracting sharply. As a former Special Forces operative, he understood better than Li Hua what this meant. The force before them was no hastily assembled ragtag unit, but a fully organized, mechanized infantry formation. But here's the problem: the main force of the Dawn Army was clearly at the front lines, and Zhou Weiguo's first company was still stationed at the eastern suburb stadium center. Where did this second armored unit come from? Could it be the marshal? Lung Feng muttered under his breath, his voice hoarse, a flash of shock crossing his eyes. Before he could finish speaking, steady, powerful footsteps approached from the distance. The newcomer had broad shoulders and a wide back, sunglasses covering half his face, an unlit cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. An aura of roguish charm mixed with iron-blooded toughness seemed to fill the entire corridor. Hey, busy. He grinned, his voice booming. Li Hua was stunned. You are Li Yunlong, company commander of the Dawn Army's 2nd Mechanized Infantry Company. He snapped to attention with a crisp salute. Just arrived late last night. Ordered to defend the base. 2nd Company. Li Hua and Lung Feng exchanged glances, both eyes widening. When did the marshal manage to raise another fully equipped armored company? This expansion rate was simply terrifying. Li Yunlong seemed quite satisfied with their surprise and laughed heartily. Don't just stand there. Once you finish what you're doing, take your people to help at the stadium center. The bodies are piled up like mountains there. We need to clear them out quickly, or we'll have a plague on our hands. Lung Feng quickly snapped back to attention, straightening his spine. Understood, we'll arrange it immediately. Li Yunlong nodded, turned, and strode away with large steps, the morning sunlight stretching his shadow long behind him. Li Hua stood frozen in place for a long moment before finally swallowing hard. Lung Feng, tell me, just how many cards does the marshal still have up his sleeve? Lung Feng was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. I don't know, but one thing's for certain. His gaze swept over the ruins and settled on the steel torrent patrolling in the distance, his voice low and firm. In this apocalypse, sooner or later, he'll be calling all the shots. Li Hua sucked in a sharp breath, the hair on his back standing on end. The steel war machine before him roared incessantly, and his Adam's apple bobbed. This was just too damn incredible. Thank God he joined early. He raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a surge of relief at having survived. What was even more remarkable was that he'd actually managed to work his way into management in this ridiculously powerful force. At this thought, Li Hua suddenly straightened his back, his eyes showing determination. All of this was granted by that young marshal. Everyone, we've got work to do. He suddenly bellowed at the top of his lungs, startling even himself with the volume. Rumble. More than a dozen military trucks surged up behind him, headlights flashing. Lung Feng had already assembled the enforcement team and was looking at him with questioning eyes. Target, stadium center. Li Hua waved his hand decisively. Clear the bodies, transport supplies, resupply the front lines. I want everyone moving sharp. The survivors quickly boarded the vehicles, engines roared to life, and the convoy kicked up dust as it sped away. Li Hua sat in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, watching the ruins fly past the window, his fists unconsciously clenching tight. He had to manage the survivors with perfect order. Only then would he be worthy of the marshal's trust. Meanwhile, at the stadium center's temporary command room, Zhou Weiguo, Xie Jin, Li Hao, and other officers gathered around a spread map, their expressions grave. Look here. Zhou Weiguo drew a triangle on the map with a red pen, connecting the Cloud Villa, Financial Center, and Sports Center, 3 points that formed a solid defensive perimeter. The crimson marks stood out strikingly against the worn map, like a sharp blade precisely pinpointing the city's vital throat. Xie Jin leaned forward, studying the red lines intently, his eyes suddenly brightening. The triangle also encompassed 3 major residential communities, a logistics park, an industrial zone, and 2 schools. Exactly. Zhou Weiguo tapped the map with his knuckles, his voice crisp and decisive. The next step is to completely clear out everything within the defensive perimeter and secure total control. Li Hao moved closer, tapping the logistics park location with his fingertip. This spot is crucial. Once we control it, our current supply reserves will double instantly. We can't overlook the schools either, Xie Jin added, his tone steady yet tinged with underlying tension. They're likely sheltering large groups of survivors. Zhou Weiguo nodded in acknowledgement, then reached for the radio. Get me the marshal. Seconds later, Lin Ye's calm, yet commanding voice crackled through the speaker. Go ahead. Marshal, we've formulated our next operational plan. Zhou Weiguo stood at attention, transmitting the map photo through his terminal while reporting. We're prepared to establish a triangular defensive perimeter using our current 3 positions as anchor points, then systematically clear all areas within. The communicator fell silent for a moment, filled only with the faint hum of static. Then Lin Ye responded decisively. Approved for execution. But remember 3 things. First, prioritize your own safety before rescuing survivors. I don't want any unnecessary casualties. Second, request whatever support you need, and I'll provide it fully. Third, we've newly expanded with a mechanized infantry company that you can coordinate with at any time. Understood. Understood. Zhou Weiguo's response rang out powerfully as he straightened his posture, his chest rising and falling with controlled breathing. Mission will be accomplished. As the communication ended, the air in the operations room seemed to lighten instantly. Li Hao grinned and shrugged his shoulders. Now this is getting interesting, basically doing countryside surrounding the cities. Xie Jin rarely smiled, but his lips curved upward as he shook his head in correction. No, this is called an iron torrent crushing everything in its path. Zhou Weiguo folded the map, his sharp gaze sweeping across everyone present. All units adjust according to the established plan immediately. Remember, the Marshal is watching us, we cannot let him down. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison, their voices echoing powerfully through the narrow operations room. Outside the window, the morning sun rose steadily, its golden rays streaming through the damaged glass and illuminating this steel army ready for action. In the ruins of this apocalyptic world, a new order was rising, and its name was Dawn. Somewhere underground, in the depths of a subterranean facility, 12 cylindrical cultivation chambers stood arranged in the center of the laboratory under harsh shadowless lights. Twisted figures floated in pale green nutrient fluid, their skin bearing a sickly gray-blue pallor, protruding spines jutting like beads along their backs as shadows swayed gently in the liquid. Doctor, what's the progress on the neural interface for specimen C7? The young researcher spoke rapidly. The bespectacled man in the white coat pushed up his wire-rimmed glasses, cold light sliding across the lenses as his fingers flew across the tablet screen, bringing up a series of brainwave patterns. Hippocampus modification is 83 complete, but the prefrontal cortex, his words cut off abruptly as the doctor's pen pressed silently against his throat. I don't need progress reports. The doctor's voice was so soft it sounded like casual conversation. I need an exact timeline. A dull thud suddenly echoed from deep within the isolation chamber. Everyone turned in unison as specimen C3 violently slammed against the reinforced glass. Its milky white eyes rolled back, mouth split to the ears, revealing 2 rows of newly grown conical teeth gleaming menacingly in the nutrient solution. The chief engineer wiped cold sweat from his forehead and handed over the datapad. 15 more days. Once we complete the final stage of pituitary modification, we'll achieve complete control. The doctor's lips curved into a smile as he walked to the agitated cultivation chamber, pressing his palm against the cold glass. Incredibly, the zombie stopped its assault, its rotting cheek slowly pressing against the glass where his hand rested. Do you hear that? He turned back, his lenses catching an eerie glint. They're waiting to be reborn. At the end of the corridor, the fully armed guards instinctively stepped back half a pace. Their face shields reflected dozens of cultivation chambers simultaneously lighting up with blood-red warning lights, the crimson glow rippling across metal walls like brewing tides. From the deepest isolation chamber came the sudden clatter of chains, as something far beyond ordinary zombies began awakening in the darkness. The doctor's pen carved a deep mark across his notebook, the ink spreading like twisted words, new era restart countdown. 15 days. 9 a.m., on the road to the stadium center. Over a dozen military trucks formed a convoy threading through the ruins. Engine roars echoed harshly in the dead city. Li Hua sat in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, vigilantly scanning the streets through the windshield, fingers gripping his assault rifle tightly. Lung Feng stood at the rear of the truck bed, one hand on the machine gun mount, his gaze locked ahead like a hawk. Turn left at the intersection ahead, 2 more kilometers to the stadium. Li Hua reported quietly into his communicator. Suddenly, a young enforcement team member who had recently joined pointed at an alley to the right and shouted, "Movement!" Everyone's nerves went taut. Over a dozen zombies, drawn by the engine noise, were stumbling out of the dark alley entrance, clothes in tatters, skin ashen, clouded eyes fixed on the convoy as guttural growls echoed around them. Not many of them, perfect for target practice. Lung Feng sneered, slapping the truck bed. "Stop the vehicles. Enforcement team, dismount and prepare for combat." The tailgate crashed down as over 20 enforcement team members poured out, spreading along both sides of the road. Most were survivors who had only trained for a few days, and despite facing their first real combat with live ammunition, they couldn't hide their nervousness. The sound of bolts being pulled echoed repeatedly, sweat dripped down their goggles, and heartbeats thundered in their ears as the fear of potentially dying in battle washed over them. Some team members couldn't even hold their rifles steady. Remember the key points from training. Lung Feng barked sternly. Groups of 3, cover each other. Don't bunch up together, damn it. Li Hua leaped down from the military truck, gripping a Type 92 pistol in his hand, his heart pounding wildly. Before him, zombies dragged their rotting legs as they lunged forward, fangs exposed, their stench almost nauseating. Open fire. Rat-a-tat gunfire erupted suddenly, muzzle flashes flickering at the barrel tips, but most shots hit the walls, sending stone fragments flying. Only a few scattered zombies were torn down by bullets. One recruit's hands shook like a sieve, firing an entire magazine straight into the sky. Damn it! Are you shooting birds? Lung Feng kicked the guy, sending him stumbling. Hold the stock steady. Short burst. The zombies drew closer, the stench of rotting flesh hitting them heated. A timid enforcement officer turned pale, his finger freezing halfway on the trigger. I. Shoot. Or you'll be the one who dies. Lung Feng roared. Bang. The officer closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. The bullet precisely exploded a zombie's skull. Black blood and brain matter scattered everywhere as the creature fell straight down. I hit it. He opened his eyes wide, staring at his own hands in disbelief. Well done. Keep shooting like that. Li Hua couldn't help but cheer. The gunfire gradually found its rhythm. The team members' breathing shifted from chaotic to steady, and zombies fell one after another. Reload. The bald man roared, his tactical vest soaked with black blood. Cover him. Lung Feng moved into position, firing 3 precise headshots at 2 approaching zombies. In less than 5 minutes, over 20 zombies had been completely cleared. The highway was littered with rotting corpses, gunpowder smoke mixing with the putrid stench, making throats tighten. Some enforcement officers collapsed to sit, while others excitedly counted shell casings. Everyone get up, Lung Feng commanded. The battle isn't over. Check your ammunition and prepare to move forward. Li Hua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking at these young people with both relief and concern. They needed more tempering. But at least today they had drawn first blood. Get in the truck. Lung Feng jumped back into the military vehicle. Don't just stand there. There are more corpses waiting for us to clean up. The engine roared, and the convoy headed toward the stadium again. In the truck bed, the officer who had killed his first zombie looked down at his hands and suddenly laughed. Turns out, it's not that scary after all. Li Hua heard this and smiled too. In the apocalypse, the real enemy was fear, and today, they had taken the first step toward conquering it. The subsequent journey was no longer oppressive. Whenever zombies stumbled out from the ruins, the team members immediately formed 3-person groups according to their training, covering each other. Gunfire was short and powerful, bullets tearing through rotting flesh, black blood splattering on broken asphalt. 2 on the left. Copy that. Lung Feng stood in the center of the truck bed, arms crossed, watching the battle with cold eyes. Though his expression remained stern, a hint of approval flickered in his gaze. Just days ago, these people were hiding in shelters, afraid to even touch a gun, and now they finally looked like soldiers. Captain Lung, the intersection ahead has been cleared. A young team member ran over to report, his face smeared with black blood, but his eyes determined. Lung Feng nodded without praise, only saying coldly, maintain vigilance, don't let your guard down. When the convoy finally reached the sports center, the sight before them left everyone speechless. The open area surrounding the stadium looked like an overturned garbage dump, with zombie corpses piled high. Dark brown blood had seeped into the cracked ground, and waves of putrid stench hit them directly in the face, while flies buzzed incessantly through the gaps between broken bones. Several survivors wearing yellowed medical masks dragged severed limbs toward a temporary cremation site, using creaking carts. Ugh, several rookies from the enforcement team had barely jumped out of their vehicles before they were clutching the car doors and dry heaving. Even the battle-hardened veterans looked pale. Li Hua considered himself accustomed to gore, but his stomach was still churning and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. You'll get used to it. Lung Feng landed expressionlessly, his boots stepping into the blood with a sticky, muffled sound. In this world, corpses are more common than the living. Hearing the commotion, the survivors scattered around the area turned their heads, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and hope. A skeletal old man shuffled forward tremblingly, his voice hoarse as rusted metal grinding. Are you here to help us? Li Hua took a deep breath, suppressed his nausea, and forced a smile. Yes, we're from the Dawn Army. We're here to clean up the scene and distribute supplies. The old man's cloudy eyes immediately welled up with tears as he repeated in a murmur. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. What followed was a full day of heavy and oppressive work. The enforcement team split into 2 groups, one assisting with burning corpses, the other moving supplies. The stadium warehouse was packed with canned goods, bottled water, and medical supplies confiscated from the remnants of the Aurora shelter, with shelves slightly bent from the excessive weight. Set up the registration station here. Li Hua directed several team members to bring over tables and chairs, setting up a makeshift sign made from blackened cardboard. All survivors line up for registration, receive temporary ID tags, then go to the medical station for testing. A long queue quickly formed. Some people bore rotting wounds that reeked, yet they numbly shuffled forward with their heads down. A little girl clutching a worn stuffed animal hid in the shadows of the crowd, timidly looking up. "What's your name?" Li Hua softened his voice as much as possible. "Lin Xiaoyu," came the mosquito-like reply, nearly drowned out by the surrounding noise. He wrote down her name on the form and handed her an ID tag and 2 packets of compressed crackers. "Hold on to these, and go over there later to get clean clothes." The little girl took the crackers and said quietly, "Thank you, uncle." This simple thank you made Li Hua's nose tingle. He blinked and buried his head back in the registration work. On the other side, Lung Feng stood guard by the queue. When a middle-aged man tried to cut in line, he unceremoniously grabbed the man's collar. "Get in line, or get lost." The man's face turned red, but he ultimately retreated to the back of the line under Lung Feng's sharp gaze. As night fell, the supplies were mostly distributed. The survivors had received food and clean clothing, and were arranged on simple mats laid out in the center of the court. After initial medical screening, over 40 injured individuals were isolated separately to prevent potential infection. Li Hua collapsed into a folding chair, feeling as if his limbs were filled with lead. Looking at the gradually quieting crowd in the stadium, an indescribable sense of accomplishment welled up in his chest. "Well done." At some point, Lung Feng had appeared behind him, his voice unusually gentle. Li Hua smiled bitterly. "Just exhausted." Lung Feng didn't respond, simply gazing into the distance. A little boy clutched the bread he had just received, carefully taking a small bite before breaking into his first smile in days. "But it's worth it, isn't it?" Lung Feng said casually, watching the child's face light up. Li Hua paused for a moment, then forced a smile. "Yes, it's worth it." The night wind swept through the ruins, carrying a faint scent of blood while dispersing some of the gloom from the firelight. Outside the ruined building, a military flag bearing the words "Dawn Army" fluttered in the darkness. At least tonight, this group of new survivors could sleep peacefully, and they would soon become members of the Dawn Army, continuing to survive in this cruel world. The next morning, at the center of the gymnasium, dawn was just breaking when Li Hua emerged from the makeshift office tent, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes. His neck was stiff from working all night, and he rubbed it while surveying the surroundings. The basketball court and bleachers were packed with people, making his scalp tingle at first glance. "There must be 4,000 or 5,000 people here," he muttered under his breath, the registration forms in his palm wrinkled from sweat and pressure. He had worked until late last night, registering only about 1,000 people. Now he not only had to continue registration, but also arrange resource distribution and accommodation areas. The previous batch of faculty and students from Dawn University hadn't been fully settled yet, and now several thousand more had suddenly arrived. The permanent population of Dawn Base was approaching 10,000. At this thought, his temples throbbed. "Director Li, the Western District has sent over 200 more survivors." A young assistant ran over, breathlessly handing him a new list. Li Hua's vision darkened and he nearly lost his footing. Wiping cold sweat from his forehead, he gritted his teeth. "Have them queue up for registration first, and the medical team." Before he could finish, a commotion erupted ahead. Several survivors were arguing heatedly over their place in line, emotions running high, and it looked like they were about to come to blows. "Everyone shut up." Lung Feng arrived quickly with the enforcement team, his sidearm and stern expression both visible. The onlookers fell silent and stepped back. He glanced at the chaotic queue and raised an eyebrow at Li Hua. "Your management here is a complete mess. I'm managing 5,000 people by myself." Li Hua was nearly in tears. "You try it." Lung Feng said nothing more, just signaled the enforcement team to maintain order, then glanced at Li Hua's haggard face. "When you get back, apply for expansion." That reminder hit Li Hua like lightning, and he slapped his thigh. "Right? I must ask the marshal for more people." At noon, during a brief meal break, Li Hua held his half-cold canned food while frantically scribbling in his notebook. "Need to establish several departments," he muttered to himself, chewing on his pen cap. "Civil affairs for registration, logistics for supplies, mission department." As the framework took shape line by line, hope began to swell from the depths of chaos. Once the system was in place and each department handled its responsibilities, he wouldn't have to micromanage everything anymore. "What are you thinking about? That smile looks disgusting." Lung Feng had somehow appeared behind him. Li Hua quickly closed his notebook. "Nothing, just figuring out how to ask the marshal for people." Lung Feng snorted and pulled out a crumpled paper. "What a coincidence, I've made a list too." Li Hua leaned over and saw it was an enforcement team expansion plan. Expanding the current team to 300 people, divided into 3 squadrons responsible for security, patrol, and emergency response respectively. "You've got quite an appetite," Li Hua whistled. "More people are needed to manage properly." Lung Feng tucked away the paper, his gaze falling on the survivors queuing for food in the distance. "The base is getting bigger and bigger. A few dozen people simply won't cut it." Thinking of the morning's chaos, Li Hua nodded vigorously. "Once this batch is settled, I absolutely must have a good talk with the marshal." Lung Feng rarely cracked a smile. "Together?" "Together." The two men looked at each other and laughed, hitting it off immediately. As night fell, the day's hectic work finally came to an end. Li Hua collapsed in his chair, his limbs aching as if he'd fallen apart. The gymnasium lights gradually went out, and the crowd quietly settled into their bedding, with only the sound of patrol boots echoing across the concrete floor. Li Hua took a deep breath, feeling the hot blood in his chest slowly cool. "Tomorrow we continue," he murmured, yet his lips curved into his first genuine smile in days. Once the management system was in place and the enforcement team expansion completed, the spreading chaos would finally be brought under control. In the distance, the last rays of sunset fell upon the Dawn Army flag, the golden sun seeming to silently promise that all this hardship would ultimately be worthwhile. 2 days later, 9 a.m. Command Center at Yunzhong Villa. The vast war room was brightly lit, with electronic screens flickering with various data streams. Li Hua and Lung Feng stood shoulder to shoulder at the control console, their upright figures reflected on the metallic walls, expressions utterly serious. "Marshal, all survivors from the sports center have been registered and given preliminary housing assignments." Li Hua held up a thick file with both hands, his tone exceptionally grave. "A total of 5,273 people, with technical personnel comprising 12, including doctors, engineers, teachers, and others who can be assigned to various positions throughout the base according to their specialties." Lin Ye reached out to take the file, his fingertips brushing across the textured cover as he quickly flipped through it. After confirming the data was accurate, he nodded slightly. "Well done." Li Hua took a deep breath and finally mustered the courage to speak. "Marshal, regarding the management structure issue." "Approved." Lin Ye didn't even look up as he turned to the last page. "Select talent from among the survivors and establish a civil affairs department, logistics department, and public security department. Report to me weekly." With this confirmation, Li Hua's eyes immediately lit up, and he couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face. "Yes, I guarantee the mission will be completed." Lung Feng then stepped forward, speaking in a low voice. "Marshal, the law enforcement team expansion plan." Lin Yi raised his hand decisively. "A 300-person roster is acceptable, but we need to be strategic with weapons and equipment." As he spoke, he brought up a virtual light screen, his fingers moving swiftly across it. "Exchange AK-47 assault rifles 260, 100 merit points each. Exchange QBU-203 sniper rifles 36, 600 merit points each. Exchange QJY-201 general purpose machine guns 500 merit points each. Plus various ammunition supplies totaling 1,000 base units, standard ballistic helmets, tactical vests, and other standard equipment." After confirming the orders, crisp metallic clanging sounds echoed from the underground armory as rows of brand new firearms took their positions on the transport racks, with ballistic helmets and vests neatly stacked by size. Lin Yi closed the light screen. "Distribute 5 base units of ammunition per person. Come find me when you need more bullets." Ding. Total merit points consumed, 58,000. Current merit points, 362,101 per second. Lung Feng straightened and saluted. "That's more than enough. I'll complete the expansion training within 2 weeks." Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Go ahead." Outside the command center, a gentle breeze swept across the terrace. Li Hua was grinning from ear to ear. "Old Lung, we really hit the jackpot this time." Unusually, Lung Feng didn't pour cold water on his enthusiasm, merely giving a soft mm. In the sunlight, he touched the brand new pistol at his waist, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Come on, let's go pick our people. I've had my eye on several university professors for a while, now they have rich management experience." Lung Feng shook off his hand. "You go by yourself. I need to get to the training ground." Watching Lung Feng's retreating figure, Li Hua wasn't bothered at all, humming a tune as he headed briskly toward the survivor settlement area. The hall returned to silence. Lin Yi stood alone before the floating light screen, his gaze fixed on the numbers. Merit points, 362,145. The ethereal blue light illuminated his sharply defined face, his deep eyes flickering with rapid calculations. 360,000. His slender fingers tapped lightly on the table. Exchanging 2 infantry platoons requires 300,000. After the automatic merit point increases today and tomorrow, I'll have just enough for 1 more. Once his mind was made up, Lin Yi brought up the infantry platoon exchange interface. But when the words "can be merged into mechanized infantry company" appeared before his eyes, his brow furrowed slightly. Battalion level and higher formation blueprints remained locked. This limitation stirred a trace of irritation in his heart. As a former military enthusiast, he understood all too well the terrifying combat power of a modern combined arms battalion. It was a steel torrent composed of multiple arms including armored infantry, tanks, artillery, and air defense, a complete combat system capable of independently executing campaign-level missions. A heavy combined brigade has at least 9 combined battalions. Lin Yi leaned against the balcony railing, murmuring to himself. In his mind, he envisioned the grand scene of tracks and wheels advancing together, artillery fire tearing through zombie hordes. But reality remained cold without blueprints. Even gathering 3 more mechanized infantry companies wouldn't trigger automatic upgrades, let alone unlock combined battalions. The system imposed nearly harsh restrictions. Only by killing zombies and randomly obtaining higher-tier blueprints could he continue unlocking. He took a deep breath, suppressing his restlessness. Focus on what's in front of me first. System, exchange for 2 standard infantry platoons. Ding, the system notification chimed crisply. 300,000 merit points consumed. Exchange successful. Current merit points, 62,176. Growth rate, 1 second. The air above the training ground behind the villa instantly distorted, as if torn open by invisible hands. 72 fully armed soldiers immediately formed ranks and landed, their dark green combat uniforms appearing sharp and angular in the morning light. 6 warrior assault vehicles parked side by side, their dark gun barrels reflecting cold metallic gleams. Report, Marshal. The 7th and 8th Infantry platoons reporting for duty. 2 officers ran forward, their salutes precise as machinery. Temporarily stationed in the Villa district, on standby at all times, ready to support all combat zones. Lin Ye looked down at the formation, issuing his first command. Yes, sir. As night fell, all Villa lights went dark except for the soft white glow illuminating the sand table in the operations room. Lin Ye stood alone before the sand table with Cloud Villa as the command center and the financial center and stadium as 2 wings. A stable triangular defense zone had taken initial shape. Just a little more. He picked up a blue piece representing an infantry company and gently placed it at the edge of the sand table. As long as he accumulated enough merit points tomorrow to exchange for another infantry platoon, he could form the 3rd mechanized infantry company. Though unable to establish battalion-level units, 3 full-strength mechanized infantry companies combined with existing heavy firepower would make sweeping through the entire eastern suburbs no difficult task. His gaze shifted to the other side of the sand table Donghai City's main urban area. The red dots there were densely packed, symbolizing the surging zombie tide composed of tens of millions of corpses. Soon, Lin Ye whispered softly, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the edge of the sand table. Once the eastern suburbs are cleared and enough merit points accumulated to obtain higher-tier blueprints, the steel torrent will eventually crush all obstacles. The next morning at 8:30, merit points successfully broke through 150,000. Lin Ye didn't hesitate. System, exchange for the 9th Infantry Platoon. Ding, exchange successful. 36 new soldiers and 3 warriors landed, merging with the 7th and 8th Infantry Platoons to form Dawn Army's 3rd Mechanized Infantry Company. Engines roared on the training ground as the firepower formation expanded once again. Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction. Strategic reserve, ready for mobile deployment, defending the core or reinforcing the front lines. The radio suddenly crackled to life as Zhou Weiguo's voice came through clearly. Marshal, the 1st Mechanized Infantry Company has completed reorganization. All personnel fully resupplied with ammunition, ready to execute the next operational plan at any time. Awaiting orders. The holographic sand table materialized as Lin Ye's fingers swept across the periphery of the triangular defense zone, instantly illuminating 2 areas: the eastern suburbs industrial park and the southern logistics center. Zhou Weiguo, your unit is responsible for the eastern suburbs industrial park. Lin Ye pressed the communication key. The mechanical equipment there is extremely important for the future Dawn base. During clearing operations, you must control damage to the factory buildings. Understood. Zhou Weiguo responded concisely. I've drafted a 3-phase plan. Phase 1, Armored Company artillery coverage of peripheral zombie groups. Phase 2, Infantry platoons clearing factory buildings in groups. Phase 3, Engineer Company deployment to assess equipment conditions. Lin Ye nodded. He knew Zhou Weiguo's consistently cautious approach. This procedure was watertight, approved for execution. He paused for half a second, emphasizing again. Stay safe. Report any abnormal situations immediately. After switching channels, Li Yunlong's gruff voice immediately boomed through the radio. Ha. Old Zhou's got some action brewing. Marshal, my 2nd Company boys have been itching for a fight. Lin Ye looked up, the corner of his mouth involuntarily curving upward. This hothead might be explosive, but he was damn good at leading troops. In just a few days, he had honed the 2nd Company into a razor-sharp force that could go toe-to-toe with Zhou Weiguo's veteran elite unit. The South City Logistics Center. Lin Ye cut straight to the chase, briefing them on the target. The place was packed with supplies, but its complex building structure made it perfect for zombie hordes to lurk. The sound of rustling papers came through the radio. Clearly Li Yunlong had already prepared his plan. He chuckled darkly. Simple. I'm planning a feint. We'll hit the west side with mortars first, draw the horde over there. Then the main force punches through from the east while they're distracted. Once we clear it out, we'll dig foxholes and set up firing positions, turn that place into an outpost. Classic Li Yunlong tactics, bold, yet calculated, seemingly reckless, but actually shrewd. Approved. Lin Ye nodded, but added a reminder. Supply safety is priority one, especially medical supplies. They're worth more than 100 zombies. Just watch us work. Li Yunlong laughed heartily. We won't even dent a single can. An hour later, at the stadium center, Zhou Weiguo was conducting final deployment briefings, with 3 infantry platoon leaders gathered around the sand table, eyes fixed intently. The industrial park covered 15 square kilometers. Drone reconnaissance showed zombie clusters concentrated in 3 main areas. He marked them with a laser pointer. Area A raw materials warehouse, area B assembly workshop, area C office complex. Xiejin frowned as he studied Area C. The office building might have survivors. We need to be careful. Zhou Weiguo pulled up the building blueprints and finalized their onion peeling tactics, advancing floor by floor to clear zombies while avoiding friendly fire. On the other side, Li Hao crouched beside an armored vehicle, counting ammunition. 40 105mm high explosive rounds, 20 armor-piercing rounds, enough to plow through that park twice over. Don't get overconfident. Zhou Weiguo's expression darkened. The park might contain explosive materials. Everyone must wear gas masks. Meanwhile, on the open ground outside the stadium, Li Yunlong wielded chalk, rapidly sketching attack routes on the ground while officers crouched in a semicircle around him. Listen up. Western flank is the feint, eastern flank is the main assault. Once those mortars start singing, you charge in like your lives depend on it. A young platoon leader raised his hand. Company commander, what if we encounter survivors? Tie them up first. Ask questions later. Li Yunlong glared. These days, there are more zombies pretending to be human than humans pretending to be zombies. The group burst into laughter, tension easing slightly. Check all your gear. Li Yunlong stood up, brushing dust off his combat pants. We move out in 10 minutes. At noon, 2 steel torrents simultaneously rolled out. Zhou Weiguo's forces formed a standard wedge formation, 12 ZTL, 19-wheeled assault guns leading the charge, armored personnel carriers packed with infantry following close behind. Their advance moved like precision clockwork, not a beat out of place. Li Yunlong's convoy was far more, wild vehicles kicking up dust clouds, soldiers standing on rooftops howling like caged wolves finally set free. Yet upon closer inspection, every vehicle's machine gun firing arcs were positioned with deadly precision, their firepower coordination flawless. 2 forces of completely different styles raced toward their respective objectives. In the command center, Lin Ye watched the real-time footage with satisfaction as he lit a cigarette. The smoke of war was about to rise, and the Dawn Army's territory would expand once again. Eastern Suburb Industrial Park Perimeter, 12:45 p.m. 12 ZTL 19-wheeled assault guns lined up outside the broken fence, their massive 105mm main cannons slowly adjusting elevation, cold light gleaming off the muzzle brakes. Zhou Weiguo stood atop the command vehicle, raising his binoculars to peer through the rusted barriers at the grim scene. Within, over 1,000 zombies wandered among the ruins like a surging black tide. Lu Ming, take your men inside and assess survivor locations and equipment status. He spoke into his headset, adding, priority protection for CNC lathes and precision instruments. 0 squad copy. 300 meters away, Lu Ming signaled his team. 18 Special Forces operators instantly dispersed, their gray-black urban camouflage blending seamlessly with the scorched earth. Crouched low, they scaled the perimeter wall and vanished into the ruins like ghosts. Zone B, Assembly Workshop Perimeter. Yang Hua crouched on a rusted ventilation pipe, red thermal imaging dots flickering in his night vision goggles. 27 heat signatures concentrated in the northwest corner. He whispered, then paused. Wait for human signals on the second-floor office. Confirmed. Lu Ming's voice tensed immediately. Normal heartbeat and body temperature, definitely not zombies. Feihu, Team A establish perimeter. Yang Hua, you're with me for the rescue. 5 minutes later, the lock yielded to their universal key. Inside the second-floor office, 4 emaciated workers huddled in the corner, surrounded by empty, shriveled cans. A middle-aged worker with glasses trembled as he raised a wrench, his cracked lips unable to produce sound. Dawn Army, rescue mission by order of the Marshal. Lu Ming surveyed the room, noticing chalk marks covering the walls in neat rows, roughly calculating about half a month's worth of countdown marks. The man with glasses collapsed, his legs giving out as motor oil and tears streaked down his face in dark lines. Finally someone came. Meanwhile, Zone A. Boom. The first 105mm high explosive shell blasted open the raw materials warehouse, the shockwave hurling metal sheets and bone fragments as nearly 100 zombies were torn apart in a bloody mist. Armored Company, advance. Avoid Zone B. Lu Ming's conducting rescue operations there, Zhou Weiguo commanded coolly. Tank treads crushed charcoal like corpse fragments as infantry advanced steadily alongside the armored vehicles. Li Hao led a squad in breaching the nearest production workshop, hit immediately by the stench of oil and decay. Dozens of precision CNC machines stood in neat rows, their control panels caked with thick, dark red blood. Over a dozen zombies in work uniforms were trapped between the machinery, thrashing wildly at the sound of intrusion. Damn, don't let them touch the equipment. Li Hao fired precise headshots, black blood splattering across the million-dollar machine casings. Zone A cleared. Zone C has heavy zombie concentration, requesting artillery support. Radio chatter filled the airwaves as each platoon reported in. Zhou Weigua quickly adjusted tactics. Artillery barrage on Zone C perimeter, infantry flanking maneuver. Section B, second floor. Can you make it? Lu Ming shoved a bag of compressed biscuits into the bespectacled man's hands. The man devoured them ravenously while nodding continuously. Thank God. Finally someone's come to rescue us. I'm the CNC workshop supervisor. This equipment is still functional, and there's a backup generator in the factory. His meaning couldn't be clearer. The machine tools that normally produced automotive parts could be quickly converted to manufacture military supplies with minor adjustments. If successfully relocated to Dawn Base, their capabilities would multiply exponentially. I know. That's why we came for you. Lu Ming exchanged a glance with Yang Hua. Escort them to the safe zone. I'll take Team B to clear the workshop. Down on the first floor, over 20 zombies were trapped between the assembly lines. Lu Ming gestured with his hand, and his team members instinctively split into left and right columns. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Silenced rifles fired precise shots, and zombie heads exploded one after another. Watch your ammo. Don't hit the control panels. The trickiest was a zombie stuck near the precision grinder. Bullets punched several bloody holes in its body, but couldn't reach its head. Damn it. Lu Ming drew his blade and charged forward, driving the tip through its eye socket as black blood splattered across his hand. Clean up and move out. Meanwhile, at the outer perimeter of Section C, boom, boom, boom. Mortar shells rained down on the storage area's sea of corpses, sending fireballs skyward. From his elevated position, Zhou Weigua calmly surveyed the battlefield. Third squad, plug the gap at the west gate. Heavy machine gun team, suppress at 11 o'clock. Li Hao led his men in a flanking maneuver when he spotted 5 or 6 worker-like survivors trapped on a loading platform. Rescue mission. Cover me. Bullets whistled past, sparks flying. Li Hao crouched low and rushed to the platform base, shouting up. Jump. I'll catch you. A female worker tremblingly jumped first, and he caught her securely. Then came the second, the third. Behind you. Li Hao spun around and fired a burst, tearing 3 charging zombies in half at the waist, their putrid black blood splattering across his bulletproof vest. After all survivors had landed, he raised his rifle and continued firing, sealing the retreat route for his teammates. At 2 p.m., the industrial park finally fell silent. Report. Total zombie elimination, 1,273. Xie handed over the tally sheet. 11 survivors rescued. All technical personnel. Equipment losses? Zhou Weigua asked. 3 machine tools with minor damage, reparable. Core CNC systems intact. Meanwhile, Lu Ming curiously asked the workshop supervisor, how did you survive this long? The bespectacled man smiled bitterly, pointing to a makeshift distillation device in the corner. We modified the cooling system to collect distilled water. We survived on compressed biscuits at first, then had to drink coolant and chew oil-soaked rags. There was also a snack vending machine we pried open that barely got us through. A flash of admiration crossed Lu Ming's eyes. The will to survive was harder than steel. The victory report reached the command center. On the surveillance screens, precision machine tools were wrapped securely. Lin Ye nodded with satisfaction. These talents and equipment were the seeds of Dawn Base's future industrialization. South City Logistics Center, 2:17 p.m. The scorching sun baked the asphalt road, heat waves distorting the distant view. Li Yunlong stood atop a warrior vehicle, surveying the logistics center through binoculars. 5 massive warehouses spread out in a fan formation, their perimeter fencing long since damaged, with hundreds of zombies wandering aimlessly throughout the compound. Damn, this place is huge. Li Yunlong stood atop the open-top Mengsher vehicle, grinning to reveal a row of pearly white teeth. He lowered his voice and asked, are the mortar teams in position? Reporting, Company Commander. 3 82mm rapid-fire mortars and 4 60mm mortars are fully deployed. The communications soldier straightened up and responded loudly. Li Yunlong jumped down from the vehicle, grabbing a QBZ-191 rifle and slamming the stock against the ground with a loud clang. He surveyed the entire company, his voice ringing out sharp as cannon fire. Listen up, all of you. When the artillery starts pounding the west side, you bastards on the east better charge in. Priority is securing the cold storage and pharmaceutical warehouse. Anyone who damages the supplies will be licking zombie brains for a month. His harsh words drew laughter from the soldiers, easing their tense nerves by half. 14:23 battle commences. Thump, 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 thump. 7 mortars roared in unison, their shells tracing neat parabolic arcs before landing on the western side of the logistics center. Boom. Fireballs erupted skyward as shockwaves tore dozens of zombies to shreds, spraying black blood and flesh fragments everywhere. The horde was drawn to the thunderous noise, surging toward the western side like a retreating tide suddenly rushing back in. Now's our chance. Li Yunlong adjusted his shoulder strap and led the charge. Eastern Assault Team, follow me. 8 Mingxia vehicles roared to life, racing toward the eastern gate. Heavy machine guns mounted on their roofs spat tongues of fire. 12.7mm bullets shredding scattered zombies into bloody pulp. Crash. The lead vehicle smashed through the rusted iron gate, its tires crushing several rotting corpses, bone fragments crunching against the tire treads. 1437 Warehouse, Number 1. Li Yunlong raised his foot and kicked open the side door with a bang, his tactical flashlight's beam cutting through the darkness. Rows of shipping containers were stacked like walls, but the air reeked of putrid decay. Watch the corners. Before he finished speaking, 3 zombies in logistics uniforms lunged from behind the cargo racks. Rat-a-tat. Controlled bursts fired in quick succession, 3 heads exploding one after another, black blood splattering across boxes labeled Fresh Cold Chain. Second platoon leader. Take your men and check the cold storage. Yes, sir. The soldiers spread out, prying open container after container. Amid the sharp screech of steel doors being lifted, a sudden shout rang out. Company commander, there are survivors here. Li Yunlong hurried over. The refrigerated container's walls were covered in frost, with 5 people huddled in the corner, their faces blue-purple from cold, surrounded by empty bottles and food packaging. Well, I'll be damned, hiding in cold storage. Li Yunlong crouched down to examine them. Weren't you afraid that instead of zombies getting you, you'd freeze into popsicles first? A stubble-faced man struggled to lift his head. Zombies can't smell us. It's safe here. Pretty clever. Li Yunlong tossed over his water canteen. Can you walk? 1455 Pharmaceutical Warehouse, Number 3. The fiercest fighting was in the pharmaceutical warehouse. Nearly 100 zombies were trapped in the narrow corridor, roaring and charging forward at the scent of flesh and blood. Crossfire. Don't let them near the shelves. 2 QJY-201 machine guns established a deadly kill zone, their 7.62mm ammunition belts unleashing a metallic torrent that mowed down the zombie horde row by row. Post-war statistics, 1645. The setting sun painted the ruins in burnished gold as Li Yunlong chomped on half a cigarette, tallying the battle results amid the scorched earth and crumbling walls. 687 zombies eliminated, 9 survivors rescued. The quartermaster rushed forward clutching a grease-stained inventory list, his voice trembling with excitement. Most importantly, he found 3 entire warehouses full of medical supplies. Li Yunlong climbed onto a brand-new military truck and pulled back the tarp, revealing rows of wooden crates neatly stacked antibiotics, anesthetics, surgical instruments, and even several ECG machines gleaming coldly, all in perfect condition. Ha! Li Yunlong has struck it rich. He slapped the truck bed enthusiastically. Get these back to the marshal immediately. Now our medical team can open a proper hospital. The soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers, and one man, overcome with emotion, fired a burst of bullets into the sky. What the hell are you shooting at, you idiot? Li Yunlong kicked him, sending the man stumbling backward. We've got plenty more battles ahead. Under the setting sun, his shadow stretched impossibly long, like a fierce yet resilient black battle flag. This rough-and-tumble unit had used the most brutal tactics to achieve the most spectacular victory. Meanwhile, at the command center's main screen, Lin Ye watched the real-time footage, a rare smile crossing his lips. This Li Yunlong really is a lucky general. 7:00 p.m. Master Bedroom, Cloud Villa. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, the ash-covered buildings of Donghai City stood silent in the darkness, with occasional fires flickering like ghostly apparitions. Lin Ye reclined in a massage chair with his eyes half closed. Mo Yoshue's delicate fingers gently massaged his temples while Ruren knelt beside him, working along the muscle lines of his arm. Suddenly, ding! Detected Marshall's forces eliminated 2,041 zombies. Calculating rewards. Gain merit points 2,041. Obtained blueprint. One-time Special Operations Unit Dragon Assault Team, repeatable acquisition. Lin Ye's eyes snapped open, a flash of surprise crossing his gaze. This was his first encounter with a one-time blueprint. He immediately accessed the system interface, and a blue holographic display materialized in the air. Dragon Assault Team one-time summoning blueprint. Exchange cost, 100,000 merit points. Unit composition, 12 personnel, standard Special Operations Squad. Personnel requirements. Height, 180 cm, 188 cm. Average weight, 80 kg, 85 kg. Muscle density far exceeding normal humans. Service background, Navy Special Forces Dragon Series, extensive combat experience. Weapons and equipment. 1. Primary weapons, choose 1. QBZ 191 5.8mm Assault Rifle ACOG Optical Sight Laser Designator. HK 416D 5.56mm NATO Holographic Sight Suppressor. 2. Secondary weapons. QSC 193 5.8mm Pistol with Modular Suppressor Kit. 3. Special equipment. QLU 11 35mm Sniper Grenade Launcher 2, 800-meter precision strike capability. Micro Reconnaissance Drones 4, 15-kilometer continuous surveillance range. Personal Underwater Propulsion Devices 2, 15 nautical mile range. Amphibious Infiltration Specialist. Micro Underwater Explosive Devices 4. Multifunction Underwater Cutting Tool Set. 4. Protective Equipment. Nanograde Diving Combat Suits 24, NJ Level 3 Ballistic Protection, 6-hour underwater thermal protection. Holographic Tactical Helmets with integrated night vision thermal imaging underwater sonar. NIJ Level 4 Ballistic Plates, capable of stopping .3006 armor-piercing rounds. Tactical role, Behind Emmeline's infiltration, high-value target elimination, amphibious assault operations, intelligence reconnaissance, and sabotage. Note: this unit cannot be replenished through conventional means and must be re-exchanged after being eliminated. Lin Ye stared at the data on the light screen, his breathing quietly accelerating. 100,000 merit points, while his account only held 52,146, not even half the required amount. A one-time unit, but undeniably powerful. He murmured under his breath, his knuckles unconsciously tapping against the armrest, the metallic sound particularly crisp in the quiet night. Mo Yoshua beside him noticed his unusual behavior and asked softly, "Marshal, is something troubling you?" Lin Ye shook his head without explanation, simply reaching up to ruffle her hair. "It's nothing, continue with the procedures." With that, he closed the system interface and turned his gaze toward the pitch-black night outside the window. Once he obtained the Dragon Assault Team, they could execute precision decapitation strikes that conventional forces couldn't accomplish. Infiltration behind enemy lines, facility sabotage, even assassination of opposing survivor leaders. For now, he could only wait. It seemed he needed to accelerate his merit point accumulation. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, already strategizing tomorrow's combat rhythm in his mind. And Ruren handed him a cup of warm black tea. He accepted it and took a light sip, letting the tea's aroma spread across his tongue. This dragon unit would eventually be his, quite possibly by tomorrow. The next morning at 8 o'clock sharp, in the combat command room, morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the holographic sand table, where blue markers representing Dawn Army's controlled territory now covered nearly 1/5 of the eastern suburbs. Lin Ye stood before the sand table, his fingertips lightly tapping the metal frame, his expression like a hawk locked onto its prey. Chen Feng quickly organized the data while Mo Yoshua and Ruren recorded various tactical parameters behind him. The three approached Lin Ye and saluted in unison. "Marshal." Lin Ye nodded slightly and got straight to the point. "What new developments are there from Zhou Weiguo and Li Yunlong's sides?" Chen Feng stepped forward and brought up the latest situation map. At 6 this morning, both company commanders sent battle reports. He pointed to 2 blue dots at the Industrial Park and Logistics Center. "These 2 locations are now completely under our control. They plan to establish central strongholds on site, then use triangular advancement to clear zombies in the intermediate areas, securing the rear first before pushing deeper." Lin Ye scrutinized that triangular area with narrowed eyes, cautious, concentrated firepower, avoiding isolated deep penetration while enabling frontandrier pincer attacks. "How long until they reach the triangular center?" he asked. "At current speed, they can reach the university district and civilian residential areas within 3 days." Chen Feng drew red lines on the map. "When that time comes, as long as the marshal deploys troops from the villa district, we can achieve a 3-sided encirclement and completely eliminate the remaining threats." Lin Ye's lips curved slightly upward. Taking this area would truly connect Dawn Base's territory into one cohesive survival zone. Chen Feng added. "Additionally, Company Commander Zhou has already sent yesterday's rescued technical personnel to the villa district. They're expected to arrive at noon. Please decide on placement arrangements, Marshal." Lin Ye nodded. His gaze sweeping across the system panel. Merit points had jumped to 112,350, sufficient to exchange for that special forces unit. Without further hesitation, he decisively commanded, "System, exchange for the Dragon Assault Team." Ding. 100,000 merit points consumed. Exchange successful. In an instant, the air above the training ground outside the command room shimmered like rippling water. 12 tall and imposing figures emerged, resembling iron towers that had materialized out of thin air. Fully armed, their tactical gear glinted with a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. Lin Ye strode towards the floor-to-ceiling window, the sound of his black military boots echoing on the floor as he looked down at the newly arrived elite troops. The 12 soldiers stood at an average height of about 1.85 meters, each with broad shoulders and narrow waists, their muscular physiques clearly defined. They wore matching starry camouflage combat uniforms that clung tightly to their bodies. Masks covered the lower halves of their faces, leaving only their cold, sharp eyes visible behind the protective goggles. Each soldier carried a QBZ 191 assault rifle, its black body and white serial number clearly visible. A QSC 193 pistol was holstered at their waists, the faint glimmer of gun oil dancing on their belts. Their tactical vests were stuffed with heavy magazines and grenades, and the furied night vision goggles fixed to the front of their fast helmets reflected faint green dots, all appearing as if they had been cast from the same mold. The captain stepped forward, his military boots striking the concrete floor with a crisp yet steady sound. He raised his hand in salute, his voice deep and powerful. Captain Gao Chung of the Dragon Assault Team, reporting to the Marshal. Please give your orders. Lin Ye scanned the formation, confirming that no one had faltered in their stance before nodding in satisfaction and pressing his hand to his earpiece. Stand by and adapt. Be ready for orders at any time. Yes, sir. The 12 voices erupted in unison, like thunder rumbling across the training ground. Mo Yoshue and Enrurin stood behind Lin Ye, their gazes firmly locked in place by the overwhelming presence of the soldiers. Enrurin whispered, where did they come from? I've never seen them at the villa before. Mo Yoshue swallowed hard and murmured, Marshal, they seem really impressive. Beside them, Chun Feng crossed his arms, his eyes fixed intently on the 12 soldiers, a flicker of competitive spirit igniting within him. Lin Ye offered no explanation, merely smiling lightly as he turned towards the sand table, his fingers gliding over the model city. Soon, you will witness their true strength. His tone was calm, yet it sent a jolt through the hearts of those present. Outside the window, the sun was rising steadily, casting golden-red rays that elongated the shadows of the Dragon Assault Team. The wind swept across the training ground, causing the camouflage capes to billow slightly. This elite unit, capable of operating both underwater and on land, was about to become the most lethal blade of the Dawn Army. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.